Chapter 1. The Awakening of Martial Souls, Level 8. In the Heaven Do Empire, in the city of Bartle, within a branch of the Martial Soul Hall, a fearsome-looking middle-aged man was conducting the awakening of martial souls for a group of youths. Next, Tuoba Chen. Upon hearing the command, a seemingly ordinary child immediately dashed to the front. The middle-aged man glanced at him and instructed, "Place your hand upon the crystal ball and refrain from thinking about anything else." The boy nodded repeatedly, as if fearful of inciting the man's ire. He then placed his right hand on the crystal ball, and soon it radiated a formidable light. Behind him, a massive white earth dragon materialized. Observing the results of the child's test, the middle-aged man declared loudly, "Martial Soul, White Armored Earth Dragon, Innate Soul Power, Level 4. After announcing the talent of the boy named Tuoba Chen, the grim middle-aged man lowered his head and said, "Young one, you possess a commendable martial soul. Please proceed to register over there." At the sound of the man's words, the already trembling child, who was intimidated by his appearance, sprinted towards the registration desk. Witnessing this scene, the middle-aged man said nothing he was accustomed to such occurrences. He continued, "Next, Meng Iran." At this, an adorable little girl slowly walked onto the stage, placing her hand upon the awakening crystal ball as instructed by the middle-aged man. In an instant, the crystal ball transformed into a dazzling white. Gazing at the young girl before him, the middle-aged man's eyes filled with astonishment at that moment. Meng Iran emanated light. This was the highest soul power he had witnessed since he began awakening soul powers last year. He recalled that during his own awakening, his soul power had only reached level 4, and he had barely surpassed level 30 before turning 20, eventually achieving the rank of Soul Sect. After a considerable pause, he finally reacted, exclaiming, "Meng Iran, Martial Soul, Serpent Staff, Innate Soul Power, Level 8. His proclamation sent a wave of astonishment throughout the hall. Everyone marveled at the extraordinary talent of the girl named Meng Iran. Subsequently, the middle-aged man cast a glance at her and said, "Little girl, you have remarkable talent. Would you be willing to join our martial soul hall?" The fearsome middle-aged man endeavored to speak gently to Meng Iran. Unlike the other children, Meng Iran felt no fear of the man before her sensing his lack of malice. She replied, "No, uncle. My grandparents are waiting for me outside. I will leave once I finish registering." Upon hearing Meng Iran's response, the middle-aged man felt a tinge of regret, yet he had no choice but to say, "Very well, little girl, farewell." With that, Meng Iran bounced away cheerfully. Below the stage, Tuoba Chen was somewhat astonished. He never expected to encounter Meng Iran, the first creditor of Tang San's romantic entanglements. He also did not foresee that this little girl would possess such high innate soul power, though he presumed his own would surpass hers. After all, he was a transmigrator, and what was the minimal standard for a transmigrator? Innate full soul power and dual martial souls. Once it was his turn, he would surely astound them. After Meng Iran's departure, the middle-aged man continued, "Next, Tuoba Chen." Upon reading Tuoba Chen's name, the middle-aged man looked at the list before him with some confusion. Was the Sacred Dragon Sect here in a group for awakening? This was already the 6th member from the Sacred Dragon Sect today. Nevertheless, the middle-aged man sighed. Although the Sacred Dragon Sect's white armored earth dragon martial soul was formidable, none of the individuals tested thus far had innate soul power exceeding level 5. Was the Sacred Dragon Sect failing? He wondered how this child, Tuoba Chen, would fare. He presumed he would not be exceptional either. Tuoba Chen approached the middle-aged man and, mimicking Meng Iran, placed his hand on the crystal ball. He then heard the middle-aged man's voice. "Focus your mind and do not think of anything else." After the command, Tuoba Chen placed his hand on the crystal ball. Instantly, the crystal ball emitted the same radiant white light as before, and a phantom of a white armored earth dragon appeared behind Tuoba Chen. Both Tuoba Chen and the middle-aged man were momentarily stunned. The middle-aged man was astounded at the unexpected fortune of encountering two gifted youths with innate soul power reaching level 8 on the same day. Tuoba Chen, however, felt a chill wash over him as he realized he was neither at full innate soul power nor possessed dual martial souls. Yet the middle-aged man was unconcerned with such matters. He excitedly proclaimed, Tuoba Chen, martial soul, white armored earth dragon, innate soul power, level 8. Upon hearing this, Meng Iran, who had yet to leave the hall, turned to glance at Tuoba Chen, surprised to find someone who shared her level of innate soul power. This time, the middle-aged man refrained from making any offers. After all, the white armored earth dragon martial soul was a hallmark of the Sacred Dragon Sect, which would not allow such an exceptional talent to join a martial soul hall. Instead, he simply instructed Tuoba Chen, young one, please proceed to register over there, and you may leave. Realizing the man's words, Tuoba Chen finally responded, understood. He then made his way to the registration desk, where Meng Iran was still filling out her information. Noticing Tuoba Chen's arrival, Meng Iran paused and said, hello, my name is Meng Iran. Tuoba Chen, who had been preparing to fill out his form, was caught off guard by her greeting and replied, oh. Although Meng Iran was quite adorable, Tuoba Chen was reluctant to form a connection with her, knowing she had interacted with the main character group. It was well known that anyone who associated with the main characters often ended up as mere side characters unless they were akin to the protagonist's closest companions. Otherwise, their fates were generally grim. For instance, the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon Sect Yu, Tianheng, and Tang San had crossed paths, and their sect was annihilated. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect had a similar fate after interacting with Tang San. The Martial Soul Hall faced destruction for opposing Tang San. The Sea God's priest, Poseidon, guided Tang San to ascend and perished. And so on, a litany of tragic outcomes. Tuoba Chen wished to avoid such experiences. Though the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon Sect and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect were eventually rebuilt, they had endured great hardships in the process. Tuoba Chen had no desire to undergo such trials. After the awakening of his martial soul, Tuoba Chen had shed the arrogance that accompanied his transmigration. His soul power was neither at full innate capacity nor merely level 1, and he certainly did not possess dual martial souls. Additionally, he had never awakened any systems or similar abilities, making him realize he likely lacked any plot armor. Thus, for his own safety, he would not recklessly associate with individuals connected to the main characters. However, he was not entirely inflexible. Possessing innate soul power of level 8 was commendable in the Douluo continent. I would like to recommend a new book. I have reincarnated as a necromancer. Chapter 2. The Legendary Dragon and Serpent Couple. After all, in the Douluo continent, 99% of the populace lacks any soul power with innate soul power of level 8. If he diligently trained, reaching the rank of title Douluo was not beyond the realm of possibility. What was there for him to be dissatisfied with? Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's indifferent response, Meng Iran did not give up on their conversation. She continued, are you a disciple of the Sacred Dragon Sect? Tuoba Chen instinctively nodded. Though he had not intended to, his ingrained politeness from the past 6 years compelled him to respond affirmatively. As for Meng Iran deducing his identity, he found it unsurprising. After all, his martial soul was the white armored earth dragon, a direct lineage of the Sacred Dragon Sect, which had not yet fallen, and they still had a titled Douluo guarding their sect. Among the lower 4 sects, only the Sacred Dragon Sect boasted a titled Douluo, maintaining a significant reputation. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for Meng Iran to make such an inference. Seeing Tuoba Chen nod, Meng Iran exclaimed joyfully, can we be friends? I must tell you, my grandparents are incredibly formidable, not inferior to the sect leader of your Sacred Dragon Sect. However, they do not allow me to befriend children from ordinary families, which is why I have yet to make a friend. Will you be my friend? With that, she fixed her large, sparkling eyes upon Tuoba Chen. Tuoba Chen found it difficult to bear the intensity of Meng Iran's gaze. How vexing. Did she not know that this gaze was the bane of introverted individuals? Instantly, he forgot his earlier reservations and, without hesitation, agreed. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's consent, Meng Iran leaped with joy and hugged him tightly. From the moment she entered, she had sensed that Tuoba Chen was different from the rest. While other children appeared foolish and disheveled, Tuoba Chen stood out with his immaculate attire, exuding an aura of uniqueness. Moreover, he was undoubtedly the most adorable among the group of children. These factors drew her attention, and when she discovered that Tuoba Chen's innate soul power matched her own at level 8, she felt that it was destiny orchestrated by the heavens. She was grateful to the universe for this connection. Before long, she completed the form in her hand, but since Tuoba Chen had yet to finish, she patiently waited. She resolved to wait for Tuoba Chen, as her grandparents were outside, and shortly, she intended to introduce Tuoba Chen to them. Meanwhile, Tuoba Chen, devoid of any emotions, was filling out the information form at a deliberate pace, intentionally writing slowly in hopes that Meng Yiran would leave first. He had just been tempted by a little girl, which was utterly mortifying. If his friends from around Hongxing Lane were to witness this, where would he put the dignity of being the leader of Hongxing Lane? Moreover, when he arrived, he had seen Meng Yiran coming alongside an elderly couple, and now it struck him that they must be the legendary couple, the Gaishi Longxi. The young girl before him seemed to harbor quite an affection for him. He couldn't help but wonder what would happen if she introduced him to the Gaishi Longxi. They insist on making him Meng Yiran's child betrothed. After all, a handsome lad like him was a rarity in Hongxing Lane, a man destined to conquer a forest. Yet here he was, kneeling beneath the skirt of a little girl. Wasn't that an utter disgrace? A boy must learn to protect himself when venturing out into the world. Observing Tuoba Chen's sluggish form-filling, Meng Yiran remarked, "Are there some characters you cannot write? If that's the case, I can assist you. You see, despite being merely 6 years old, I already recognize 1,000 characters." As she spoke, Meng Yiran proudly patted her flat chest, casting a haughty glance at Tuoba Chen. Although Tuoba Chen did not wish to engage in a dispute with such a young girl, he couldn't deny that being mocked by a 6-year-old was rather irksome. Realizing that she would likely wait indefinitely, he had no choice but to finish the form. He wasn't alone, he had come with his father, and now he could only hope his father would lend him some strength. After all, his father was a level 71 soul sage and one of the 3 main leaders of the Holy Dragon Chamber established by the Holy Dragon Sect in the Tiando Empire. A 40-year-old soul sage was quite a significant figure within their sect and should not be intimidated by the Gaishi Longxi couple. He should be fine. With that thought, Tuoba Chen swiftly completed the form, and as he handed it in, he was seized by Meng Yiran's hand, and they dashed outside. At the entrance of the Wuhuan Temple branch, Tuoba Chen's father was waiting for his child to emerge, engaged in conversation with the Gaishi Longxi couple. Upon exiting, Tuoba Chen was taken aback to see his father chatting with them, and an ominous sense of foreboding washed over him. The parents of the other children also noticed their offspring had come out, but Long Gong suddenly spotted his granddaughter holding hands with an unfamiliar boy. Instantly, his sharp eyes narrowed, coldly assessing the intertwined hands before swiftly glancing at Tuoba Chen, as if to memorize his appearance. All of this transpired in an instant, unnoticed by anyone. Yet Tuoba Chen felt a chill creep down his spine, as if something ominous was fixating upon him. Upon their appearance, they simultaneously called out, "Little Meng Grand Chainer." Afterward, Tuoba Chen's father and the Gaishi Longxi couple exchanged looks. Long Gong was somewhat taken aback, deducing from Tuoba Yan's tone that the boy holding his granddaughter's hand was indeed his child. The next scene confirmed this suspicion as Meng Yiran rushed to the Gaishi Longxi couple, embracing them both. Tuoba Chen strolled leisurely to his father, Tuoba Yan, and said, "Dad, I've finished my test." "Oh, what was the result?" Tuoba Yan was curious about his youngest son's talent. In truth, Tuoba Yan had 3 children. Tuoba Chen had 2 older sisters, each over 10 years his senior. Initially, Tuoba Yan only wanted 2 children, but unexpectedly, his wife, who was also Tuoba Chen's mother, became pregnant again, leading to Tuoba Chen's unexpected arrival. Despite being an unplanned child, Tuoba Chen was cherished by his parents. Perhaps due to their advanced age, they doted on him even more than his 2 older sisters. They did not adhere to the notion of raising boys to be poor and girls to be rich, which meant Tuoba Chen grew up without being forced into tasks he did not wish to undertake. However, as a transmigrator, he could not afford to live like an ordinary child, merely indulging in play and mischief. Every day, he engaged in appropriate physical training, and among the children of his age in the vicinity, none were his match. He could even arm wrestle with some who had already awakened their martial souls. Furthermore, He had always been obedient, allowing Tuoba Yin to trust him completely. However, to be candid, Tuoba Chen's two sisters did not possess particularly remarkable talent. Both had innate soul power at level 4, lacking any outstanding qualities. Tuoba Yin was concerned that Tuoba Chen might be disheartened by the results of the soul power test, so he had already prepared some comforting words in advance.
Upon hearing his father's inquiry, Tuoba Chen calmly replied, "My martial spirit is the white-armored earth dragon, with an innate soul power of level 8. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's words, Tuoba Yin instinctively responded, "It's nothing. Innate soul power doesn't represent everything. You needn't." Before he could finish, Tuoba Yin quickly realized, You just mentioned your innate soul power level. Level 8, Tuoba Chen reiterated with the same composure. He did not feel prideful about his talent. For it was well known that the weakest innate soul power among the protagonist group was level 9, leaving a considerable gap between him and the main characters. Time was of the essence. Tuoba Chen calculated that he was approximately 3 years older than Tang San, which implied he had an additional 3 years of cultivation. 3 years could determine many outcomes. He needed to enhance his strength as much as possible before the next 4 sects pledged allegiance to the Spirit Hall, thereby gaining a modicum of influence within the sect to prevent their reckless actions. Of course, he had only a little over a decade to accomplish this. And he must break through to Soul Sage or even Soul Douluo before the age of 20. Only then would he possess some authority within the sect, compelling the Elder Council to heed his counsel. At that juncture, in order to avoid drawing attention, he would follow the example of the Houghton sect and lead his sect into seclusion. Once the Spirit Hall was vanquished by Tang San, he would emerge from hiding. While he had no aversion to becoming one of the continent's elite powerhouses, he was acutely aware that without the assistance of a system or a full innate soul power, he was at a loss as to how to contend with Tang San and his companions. After all, they were destined to become divine beings. In pursuit of a tranquil life, he set a modest goal, to reach title Douluo by the age of 25. This aspiration seemed reasonable, considering that Tang San appeared to attain divinity by that age. His confidence in setting such a target stemmed from his knowledge of the future trajectory of Douluo continent. He was also aware of the myriad celestial herbs in the old Poison Master's herb garden, as well as the existence of training grounds such as the City of Slaughter and Sea God Island. If possible, he wished to tread the path that Tang San had traversed, albeit ahead of him. He did not perceive any shame in following the protagonist's journey. After all, he had been an ordinary person in his past life, with only a superficial understanding of Douluo continent gleaned from books. It was implausible to expect that, having lived here for 6 years, he could independently devise a suitable method. Discovering a path tailored to himself was exceedingly challenging, whereas following Tang San's route would save him considerable time. Meanwhile, back in reality, Tuoba Yin found himself at a loss for words, grappling with his emotions. His son, Tuoba Chen, possessed innate talents that rivaled those of the young master of the Sacred Dragon Sect, Tuoba Chen. In his own youth, his innate soul power had only reached level 7, and it was crucial to understand that innate soul power held immense significance, often surpassing the value of later efforts. Tuoba Yin once read in a book that the level of one's innate soul power signifies the speed of their cultivation. He recalls that the book stated, if an individual with an innate soul power of 1 cultivates at a speed of 1, then a person with an innate soul power of 2 cultivates at a speed of 1.5, and a person with an innate soul power of 3 can reach a speed of 2, and so forth. Those with full innate soul power can cultivate at a rate 5.5 times faster than those with only an innate soul power of 1. Thus, the higher the innate soul power, the greater the starting point. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's innate soul power, the formidable couple, the dragon and snake, were somewhat astonished. Even Long Gong found that the young man holding his granddaughter's hand appeared less irksome, although Tuoba Yin was filled with excitement. He did not forget that the dragon and snake were beside him. He then took Tuoba Chen to stand before the couple and said, "Esteemed elders, this is my son, Tuoba Chen." Afterward, he turned to Tuoba Chen and said, "Little Chen, these two are your esteemed grandparents, Dragon Gong and Snake Pa. Quickly greet them, Grandpa and Grandma." Hearing his father's words, Tuoba Chen nodded and sweetly exclaimed, "Hello, Grandpa Long. Hello, Grandma Snake." Upon hearing Tuoba Chen address her as Grandma, Snake Pa beamed with joy and replied, "What a good child." Long Gong also nodded in approval. Meanwhile, Meng Yiran, feeling somewhat neglected, sought to assert her presence by tugging at Long Gong's robe. Grandpa, my innate soul power is also at level 8, you know." Long Gong paused for a moment upon hearing Meng Yiran's words, then burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "No wonder you are my granddaughter. Little Yiran, tell Grandpa what you desire, and I shall buy it for you today." Hearing Long Gong's words, Meng Yiran smiled sweetly and turned her gaze towards Tuoba Chen. Suddenly, Tuoba Chen was seized by an unsettling premonition, which was soon confirmed by Meng Yiran's words. "Grandfather, I want to be good friends with him, but when I tried to talk to him just now, he completely ignored me. Grandfather, could you please speak to him on my behalf?" Upon hearing Meng Yiran's plea, a chill coursed through Tuoba Chen's heart. It was over. This little girl actually went to complain to Long Gong. He certainly did not regard his father as a match for Long Gong. If Long Gong were to unleash his fury, Tuoba Chen doubted his father could protect him. Long Gong, upon hearing Meng Yiran's words, cast a stern glance at him. However, as a renowned figure in the Douluo continent, he deemed it unnecessary to engage in a conflict with a mere child. Moreover, Tuoba Chen was the son of an old acquaintance, which made it even less warranted. Yet, since his beloved granddaughter had made a request, he would not remain idle. He lowered his gaze to Tuoba Chen and inquired, "What is it, young man? Do you not wish to be friends with my Yiran?" His tone seemed casual, yet it conveyed an unspoken authority that intimidated Tuoba Chen. He realized it was unwise to offend a titled Douluo over a trivial matter. For wise individuals recognize the importance of timing. However, before he could respond, his father, Tuoba Yin, stepped forward, shielding him and declaring, "Oh, Long Gong, esteemed elder. How could you say such a thing? Surely, Little Chen would never refuse the chance to be friends with Little Yiran. Wouldn't you agree, Little Chen?" Chapter 4. The Fiancé. Seeing his father standing protectively behind him, Tuoba Chen felt a warmth in his heart. If Long Gong were to strike, his father would likely stand resolutely in front of him, willing to face any danger. Tuoba Chen nodded eagerly, expressing his desire to befriend Meng Yiran. "Haha, consider yourself fortunate. I must inform you that Yiran is indeed your fiancée, so you ought to treat her with utmost care." Tuoba Chen, Meng Yiran? After Long Gong finished speaking, both Tuoba Chen and Meng Yiran were taken aback, bewildered by the mention of a fiancée. What was happening? How were they unaware of this situation? Tuoba Chen glanced around and noticed that both his father and the couple, the dragon and the serpent, seemed to have been aware of this matter long before. Although Tuoba Chen was taken aback, Meng Yiran was even more astonished. Being a girl, she was naturally more mature than her male counterpart, and thus she fully understood the implications of being a fiancée. She hurriedly tugged at Long Gong's arm and exclaimed, "Grandfather, when was this decision made? Why have I become Tuoba Chen's fiancée?" Seeing his granddaughter acting coyly by his side, Long Gong chuckled softly and replied, "This is a matter that dates back to the past. I have been an old acquaintance of Tuoba Chen's grandfather. We had previously agreed that if our grandchildren were of the same sex, they would become brothers or sisters if they were of differing sexes. Then a betrothal would be arranged. Tuoba Chen's father can attest to this. Tuoba Yin, can he not?" Tuoba Yin nodded hurriedly and said, "Xiao Yiran. What your grandfather stated is indeed true. I was present at that time, and I shared a close friendship with your father. We made a promise regarding this matter." Upon hearing the confirmation from both sets of parents, Tuoba Chen felt an unsettling twitch in his right eyelid, as if foreboding some unfortunate event. Moments later, he suddenly noticed Meng Yiran's face flush a deep crimson as she cast him a hesitant yet inviting glance. Inside Tuoba Chen's heart, a tempest of frustration raged. "Do not do this. You are merely 6 years old, awakened to reality." Unfortunately, the crowd remained oblivious to Tuoba Chen's inner turmoil. As he scrutinized Tuoba Chen, his satisfaction grew. Initially discontented upon witnessing him grasping the hand of his granddaughter, his sentiments transformed upon realizing that he was Tuoba Yan's son. Thus, all was well in his eyes. The Dragon Lord then proclaimed, "Little Chen, now that you are my grandson-in-law, I encourage you to nurture your bond with Yiran. You are of the same age and surely share a multitude of common interests." "Yes, Grandfather Long," Tuoba Chen replied, his heart heavy with resignation, yet his tone exuberant, epitomizing the essence of insincerity. As there was no escaping this fate, Tuoba Chen resigned himself to the situation, comforted by the thought that Meng Yiran was indeed quite charming. Being in her company would surely not be a loss. Whether he would eventually encounter Tang San was another matter left to destiny, if fate decreed that he must. He would not shy away from it, as long as he maintained cordiality. After all, while interactions with the protagonist might lead to various tribulations, the ultimate outcome was often favorable. He was not a narrow-minded individual and quickly reconciled with this notion. The Dragon Lord, pleased with Tuoba Chen's response, declared, "In that case, we shall take our leave for now, but we shall meet again soon." With that, he took Meng Yiran by the hand and departed. Though she cast a furtive glance back at Tuoba Chen, her cheeks flushed, before hastily turning away. Tuoba Chen observed the scene with a hint of exasperation. Was it merely because he possessed a touch of charm, a dash of handsomeness, an appealing demeanor, a melodious voice, and an knack for conversation that this little girl took a liking to him? Ah, women. Truly, they are creatures easily beguiled by appearances. If she were to delve into the depths of my character, she would discover that beyond my good looks lies a clever, kind-hearted, and well-mannered individual. Thus, one must concede that Meng Yiran indeed possesses remarkably discerning taste. After Long Gong and the others departed, Tuoba Chen gazed at Tuoba Yin with a look of bewilderment. The implication clear. Why did you not inform me sooner that I have a fiancée? Tuoba Yin noticed the look in his son's eyes and instantly comprehended his meaning. With a resigned gesture, he said, "Xiao Chen, your father had no intention of deceiving you. The matter at hand was meant to be revealed when you were a bit older. I never anticipated encountering the esteemed Long Gong so soon. Now that you are aware of your betrothed, refrain from frolicking with others. However, I must admit, I am quite surprised that your innate soul power has awakened to level 8 today. Let us celebrate this remarkable achievement. Instead of dining at home, we shall indulge in a grand feast at Uncle Mo's tavern." Upon hearing the mention of a feast, Tuoba Chen scoffed. He was well aware that during such occasions, his father would only order dishes he personally favored. Observing his son's reaction, Tuoba Chen felt no embarrassment. Instead, he grasped Tuoba Chen's hand and said, "Let us return and share this news with your mother. She will undoubtedly be overjoyed." "I'm back. Xiaochen is home." How did the soul power awakening test go? Just as the words left his lips, the door before Tuoba Chen swung open, revealing a graceful and intellectually refined woman, his mother, Ningyu. Possessing the 7 treasure glazed Tao martial spirit, she boasted a soul power of level 53. Upon seeing his mother, Tuoba Chen promptly replied, "Mother, my innate soul power is level 8. Ningyu, who had prepared a set of comforting words, was momentarily taken aback. Had she misheard? Level 8, equivalent to the combined innate soul power of his 2 older sisters. Without hesitation, she enveloped Tuoba Chen in her embrace, planting a kiss on his cherubic face as she exclaimed, "You truly are my son." Tuoba Chen observed the affectionate interaction between the mother and son, cleared his throat, and remarked, "All right, let us hasten to Old Mo's for a meal. I have already made the necessary arrangements. Xian'er and Roa should have arrived by now. Let us proceed." Upon hearing Tuoba Yan's words, Tuoba Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement, as he realized it had been 3 long years since his 2 sisters had last returned home. Subsequently, the trio made their way to Uncle Mo's tavern. As Tuoba Chen gazed upon the familiar establishment, he felt a rush of anticipation. Although he was still quite young and could not consume much, it was undeniable that Uncle Mo's culinary skills were exceptional. Aware that today marked Tuoba Chen's awakening of his martial spirit, Mo Long had prepared the banquet's ingredients a day in advance, spending the early hours in the kitchen. Just 15 minutes prior, everything was ready, and he now stood anxiously at the tavern's entrance, glancing towards Tuoba Chen's home. Why are they taking so long? If they don't arrive soon, the food will grow cold. Before long, Tuoba Chen's family appeared at the intersection, prompting Mo Long to rush forward to greet them. Upon seeing the visitors, Tuoba Chen promptly exclaimed, "Hello, Uncle Mo." Mo Long's eyes crinkled into a smile as he replied, "Little Chen, how did your martial spirit awakening go today?" In response to this inquiry, Tuoba Chen, though somewhat numb to the question, replied cheerfully, "Uncle Mo, I achieved level 8. As anticipated, upon hearing Tuoba Chen's innate soul power, Mo Long expressed his admiration and led the trio to the prepared banquet. The joy emanating from Mo Long surpassed that of Tuoba Chen's parents, having watched Tuoba Chen grow up without having children of his own. He regarded Tuoba Chen as his own. Thus, the revelation of Tuoba Chen's impressive innate soul power brought him immense joy. Upon entering the private room, he immediately spotted his 2 sisters, who he had not seen for 3 years. "Little Chen, come here and let your sisters have a look at you." Clearly delighted, both Tuoba Ro and Tuoba Xin inquired about his innate soul power, after which the family began to indulge in the lavish feast before them. Throughout the meal, his 2 sisters and Ningyu continually served him dishes, filling his bowl to the brim, much to the envy of Tuoba Yen. Halfway through the meal, Mo Long suddenly remarked, "Old Yen, with such a remarkable talent, isn't Little Chen likely to be sent to a sect for training?" Tuoba Chen, engrossed in his meal, perked up his ears upon overhearing their discussion about him. After a moment of silence, Tuoba Yen said, "No need. Little Chen is still quite young, and I am not at ease with him going to the Star Luo Empire, although I am merely a lowly steward at present. My father holds the esteemed position of an elder within our sect, and I still possess some influence." Upon hearing Tuoba Yan's words, Mo Long nodded in agreement, clearly reluctant to send the young Tuoba Chen to such a harsh place as the Star Luo Empire. Subsequently, Mo Long served Tuoba Chen a piece of meat, saying, "Here, Little Chen, eat more. If in the future you decide against becoming a soul master, you can come and inherit Uncle Mo's restaurant." In response to Mo Long's suggestion, Tuoba Chen quickly shook his head, saying, "No, no, no, Uncle is still young. It would be better for you to find a wife and have your own children to inherit it." Tuoba Yen furrowed his brow and remarked, "Old Mo, what are you saying? You are only 40. It's as if you're already resigned to fate." Upon hearing their conversation, Mo Long let out a sigh. Noticing Mo Long's demeanor, Tuoba Yen's pupils dilated in surprise and he exclaimed, "Old Mo, surely not." Before he could finish his sentence, Mo Long shot him a glare and glanced at the perplexed Tuoba Chen, clearly implying that such discussion should not be held in the presence of a child. Aware of his indiscretion, Tuoba Yen quickly shifted the subject, saying, "Let us eat, let us eat." Although Tuoba Chen presents himself as a mere child, his soul embodies the essence of a genuine 20-year-old youth. The disparity between their appearances is evident, suggesting that there must be some ailment afflicting his Uncle Mo. After indulging in a sumptuous feast, the family engaged in casual conversation with Mo Long at the dining table. Suddenly, Mo Long declared, "Little Chen, to commemorate your awakening of the martial spirit today, I have prepared a small gift for you." Intrigued by his uncle's words, Tuoba Chen felt a sense of caution. Every time Mo Long referred to a small gift, it invariably turned out to be something extraordinary. Last year, on his birthday, his uncle had claimed to present a modest gift, only to bestow upon him a dagger crafted from cold iron worth thousands of gold soul coins. The year before, he had received a luxurious 100-year-old white tiger fur coat. Thus, he approached his uncle's so-called small gift with great prudence, aware that Mo Long treated him like a son. Yet, he felt a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of accepting such lavish offerings without cause. Before he could inquire further, Mo Long produced a silver necklace adorned with a dragon-shaped pendant. Uncle Mo, what is this? Although the necklace appeared rather ordinary, Tuoba Chen was acutely aware that it was far from being a commonplace item. Moreover, he pondered the appropriateness of receiving a necklace from his uncle. Considering himself a boy, noticing the confusion etched on Tuoba Chen's face, Mo Long clarified, Little Chen, this necklace is called the Azure Dragon Pendant. It is a soul guide capable of storing items up to 20 cubic meters. Upon hearing the term soul guide, Tuoba Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. Uncle Mo, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Upon witnessing the moment when Mo Long presented the Azure Dragon Pendant, Tuoba Yin was momentarily taken aback, for he had not anticipated that his old companion would reveal such a treasure. Nevertheless, he chose not to intervene. Recognizing that Mo Long had evidently regarded Tuoba Chen as his successor, he understood his old friend's temperament, knowing that a refusal would be ill-advised. Thus, he remarked, Young Chen, since Uncle Mo has given this to you, you should accept it. Hearing his father's words, Tuoba Chen glanced at both men and noted the earnestness in their gazes. Realizing that the decline would be somewhat pretentious, he responded, Very well, Uncle Mo, thank you. With that, he accepted the Azure Dragon Pendant and draped it around his neck. Seeing the pendant adorning Tuoba Chen, Mo Long exhaled in relief and smiled as he said, Young Chen, within this Azure Dragon Pendant lies some of my insights, as well as a few small gifts I have prepared for you. Simply let a drop of your blood fall upon the pendant, and it will recognize you as its master. Give it a try. Upon hearing Mo Long's words, Tuoba Chen nodded earnestly. He retrieved the cold iron dagger gifted by Mo Long and pricked his index finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the Azure Dragon Pendant. Instantly, the formerly silver necklace emitted a faint white glow, and Tuoba Chen sensed a subtle yet profound connection forming between himself and the pendant. He placed the cold iron dagger before the pendant, and in an instant, the dagger vanished from sight. Observing the scene, Mo Long chuckled softly, now assured that the Azure Dragon Pendant had acknowledged Tuoba Chen as its master. Overwhelmed by such a significant gift, Tuoba Chen found himself at a loss for words. Mo Long merely ruffled his hair and said, Child, there is no need to thank me. Uncle Mo is getting old and cannot bear such sentimental words. Just come and visit me often, and I shall prepare delicious meals for you. All right, I will, Tuoba Chen replied. Tuoba Chen readily agreed. Subsequently, the family bid farewell to Mo Long and returned home. Tuoba Ro and Tuoba Xian had slipped away from their sect duties, so they departed shortly after dinner. Once back home, Tuoba Chen could hardly contain his excitement as he dashed toward his room. He had finally awakened his martial soul. Although it wasn't a full innate soul power, an 8th level was still commendable. With just 2 more levels of progression, he would obtain his first soul ring. However, as he ran, he suddenly realized he was ascending, and it felt somewhat intentional. Puzzled, he glanced back at his father, unsure of what this meant. After exchanging a glance with Tuoba Yin, he gently set him down and said, Xiaoqin, do not be anxious. The cultivation of soul power can be undertaken at night. Now that you have awakened your martial soul, it is time for you to learn the supreme art of our sect, the transformation of the dragon technique. Chapter 6, Transformation of the Dragon Technique, Azure Dragon Skill. Noon. In the courtyard of Tuoba Chen's residence. In the courtyard, Tuoba Chen and his father, Tuoba Yin, stood facing each other, their eyes locked in a silent exchange. After a brief moment, Tuoba Yin produced a small blue booklet and handed it to Tuoba Chen, saying, Little Chen, this is the unique cultivation method of our Sacred Dragon Sect, the transformation of the dragon technique. From today onwards, you shall refine your physical body during the day using the methods outlined in this tome. As for your evening practice, you may refer to the Azure Dragon Pendant that your Uncle Mo gifted you. Should you encounter any uncertainties in your training, feel free to consult me. With that, Tuoba Yin departed, aware that he had numerous tasks awaiting him. He had faith in Tuoba Chen's intelligence, convinced that he would master the transformation of the dragon technique independently, as it was not overly difficult. After listening, Tuoba Chen nodded slightly, as he had likely surmised the essence of the transformation dragon technique. In the Douluo continent, the distinction between the upper 3 sects and the lower 4 sects is not solely attributed to their formidable martial spirits, but also to their unique techniques that enhance the strength of their disciples. For instance, the Haotian sect employs the chaotic wind hammer method, while the 7 treasures glazed tile sect wields the mind control technique, and the blue lightning tyrant dragon can undergo dragon transformation, among others. Although the mind control technique is not exclusive to the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, it remains a rare and invaluable secret. Similarly, the Holy Dragon Sect possesses its own distinctive secret technique, the transformation dragon technique, which Tuoba Chen had never heard of before, leading him to believe that his sect lacked such a resource. However, his curiosity was piqued when his father mentioned that Uncle Mo had left him something within the Azure Dragon Pendant. Upon inspecting the pendant's interior, he was almost blinded by the sight that greeted him. Before his eyes lay a multitude of golden coins numbering in the hundreds of thousands. alongside various herbs for nurturing one's essence and several protective soft armor weapons. Yet, what captivated his attention most was a somewhat tattered azure booklet positioned at the center of the treasures. Gasping in astonishment, Tuoba Chen found himself intrigued by Uncle Mo's true identity. Was this truly what he referred to as a mere bit of pocket money? It was indeed a considerable sum. Without a doubt, the item his father referred to was likely that azure booklet. As he retrieved it, he glanced at the title inscribed upon its cover, Azure Dragon Skill. Once again, it was a unique secret technique, and he could hardly contain his eagerness to delve into its contents. Upon flipping to the first page, he encountered the following inscription: I am Mo Family's first patriarch, Azure Dragon Douluo Yoyan, with the martial spirit of the clear wind Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon skill is the culmination of my lifelong efforts, offered for the cultivation of my descendants. This technique may only be practiced by those possessing a dragon-type martial spirit, divided into 4 levels, and may only be utilized during soul power cultivation. Those who practice this technique will experience a 50% increase in cultivation speed, and the soul power cultivated will possess special attributes, primarily enhancing speed and attack. Upon reaching the 3rd level, one shall comprehend the Azure Dragon domain. Having read the first page of the Azure Dragon skill, Tuoba Chen found himself at a loss for words to adequately express his astonishment. This technique rivaled Tang San's Xiantian skill, perhaps even surpassing it, especially considering the ability to comprehend a domain. He recalled that in the original text, the Xiantian skill only offered a slight enhancement over ordinary soul power cultivation speeds, while this technique provided a direct 50% increase, coupled with unique attributes. Faced with such a grand gift from Uncle Mo, he felt an overwhelming sense of indebtedness. After contemplating the Azure Dragon skill, it was time to examine their sect's secret technique, the Transformation Dragon technique. The Azure Dragon skill was suitable for soul power cultivation during the night, but it was not yet applicable. He opened the first page of the Transformation Dragon technique, revealing familiar words. I am the first patriarch of the Holy Dragon Sect, Holy Dragon Douluo Tuoba Long, with the martial spirit of the white armored earth dragon. The Transformation Dragon technique is the result of my lifelong dedication, intended for the cultivation of my descendants. This technique may only be practiced by those who possess the white armored earth dragon martial spirit, divided into 9 levels, and may only be utilized during physical training. Those who practice this technique will experience significant increases in defense and strength, with a modest enhancement in speed. Moreover, with each level attained, the martial spirit will undergo a minor evolution. Upon reaching the 7th level, one shall comprehend the Holy Dragon domain, and upon reaching the 9th level, the martial spirit will evolve from the white armored earth dragon to the white armored holy dragon. Upon reading the description of the Transformation Dragon technique, Tuoba Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had not anticipated that the Transformation Dragon technique could lead to a martial spirit evolution, with the white armored holy dragon sounding far superior to the white armored earth dragon. Gazing at these 2 techniques, he felt a surge of competitive spirit, akin to challenging Tang San, a sensation that felt remarkably tangible. If he were to successfully cultivate both techniques to their utmost levels, he would possess dual domains akin to Tang San's, and should he later attain the God of Death domain, he would wield 3 domains. Furthermore, the 2 techniques complemented each other, significantly enhancing his overall attributes, truly a dual mastery of power and agility. With ample time still remaining, he turned to the 2nd page of the Transformation Dragon technique, which detailed the cultivation methods for the 1st level. However, he was taken aback by what he found. He had expected to discover some special training methods, yet it merely outlined a breathing technique. The 1st level of the Transformation Dragon technique was the Dragon Breathing method. Upon encountering this, a phrase leapt to Tuoba Chen's mind: Dragon Breathing, the shape of one. Though surprised, he continued reading. The Dragon Breathing method is the 1st and most crucial level of the Transformation Dragon technique. To master the Transformation Dragon technique, one must commence from the fundamentals. This breathing method is the result of my observations of various dragon species, ultimately refined into a breathing technique most suitable for humans. Should one maintain this breathing method uninterrupted for 24 hours daily, the 1st level of the Transformation Dragon technique may be considered perfected, thus allowing the practitioner to advance to the 2nd level. Upon reading the introduction to the Dragon Breathing method, Tuoba Chen immediately began to experiment. Following the text, he understood that dragons could absorb vast amounts of oxygen in a short time to enhance their cardiopulmonary function, thereby significantly augmenting their physical capabilities. Eagerly, he thought to himself, I am Tanjiro. Soon after, he embarked on his first attempt. Tuoba Chen inhaled deeply, holding his breath, and then began to attempt to move. After a minute, he gasped, feeling as if he might suffocate. In both his previous life and this one, he had never mastered the art of swimming, which rendered his lung capacity rather inadequate. Thus, after just a minute, he sensed the constriction in his breath and was left struggling for air. Chapter 7. Level 10. For the entirety of the afternoon, Tuoba Chen diligently practiced the dragon breathing technique. Fortunately, he had maintained a regular exercise routine, which provided him with a solid foundation. By the end of the day, his efforts bore fruit, as he could finally hold his breath for 3 minutes. As night fell, he intended to return to his room for a brief rest before preparing dinner when he was unexpectedly called out to. Little Chen, Turning around, he discovered that the individuals who had summoned him were several clan uncles who had come to the Tiando Empire alongside his father to manage the merchant association. Uncle Bing. Uncle Yu, are you here to see my father? He has tea returned yet. Would you like to sit in my home for a while? To be honest, Tuoba Chen was not particularly familiar with these uncles, as they had seldom visited his residence. Upon hearing his words, they hastily responded, No, little Chen. We have come to see you. We heard that your innate soul power has awakened to level 8. Truly, like father, like son, you're even more impressive than your father. Realizing their purpose, Tuoba Chen sighed inwardly. It seemed they had come to inquire about his martial soul awakening. The burdens of adulthood weighed heavily upon him. Yet he did not harbor disdain towards the two men, recognizing their own helplessness in this situation. Thank you, Uncle Bing, Uncle Yu. After expressing his gratitude, both men nodded with cheerful smiles. They chatted with him for a while longer, presenting him with small gifts before hastily taking their leave. As he watched their retreating figures, Tuoba Chen felt a swirl of emotions within him. He pondered whether, had he not been endowed with such talent and fortune, he too might find himself in a similar position in the future. Tuoba Chen shook his head, realizing that such thoughts were not his concern. If he wished to avoid becoming a sycophant, he must strive to grow stronger. After dinner, he retreated to his chamber to delve into the study of the Songlong Gong. Upon turning to the second page, he noted its distinct nature compared to the transformation technique. The practice of Songlong Gong did not necessitate any breathing methods. However, its cultivation was indeed peculiar, demanding that the practitioner maintain an exceedingly awkward posture, hands and feet on the ground, head held high, back straight, abdomen drawn in, and buttocks clenched. Then, one must close their eyes to perceive the energy present in the air. Frankly speaking, this posture proved quite challenging to sustain. Tuoba Chen managed to endure only 10 minutes before his hands began to tingle, and after 15 minutes, his body started to tremble, ultimately yielding after 20 minutes. Nonetheless, the results were remarkable. In that brief span of 20 minutes, he absorbed a small portion of soul energy into his being. Yet, Songlong Gong was not without its drawbacks. It could only be practiced once a day, and once interrupted, he would have to wait until the following day to resume. Therefore, he spent the remaining hours engaging in ordinary cultivation until around midnight, when he finally succumbed to slumber. The following morning, Tuoba Chen awoke feeling remarkably refreshed. Being still quite young, he could not sustain an entire night of practice and required a certain amount of sleep. However, the fruits of last night's training were commendable. After ceasing the first level of Songlong Gong, he distinctly sensed the disparity between ordinary cultivation and Songlong Gong, which fueled his determination. He resolved to extend his nightly practice. Believing that such perseverance would maximize his potential, he calculated that if he continued at the pace established the previous night, he could elevate his soul power from level 8 to level 9 within a month. Moreover, as he progressed, his endurance would undoubtedly increase, thereby accelerating his training speed. Once he could maintain the practice for 3 hours, he would be able to commence the second level of Songlong Gong, significantly enhancing his cultivation speed. Early the next day, Tuoba Chen began his morning jog, followed by various physical training sessions throughout the morning, breathwork in the afternoon, soul power cultivation in the evening, and then rest. Occasionally, during his leisure time, he would explore the self-cultivation of soul masters and examine the directions of soul master evolution. Thus, 4 months passed in this manner. Both Tuoba Yin and Ningyu were filled with concern upon witnessing their son's state. They wondered if their child was exerting himself too diligently. Typically, after awakening one's martial soul, other children would only experience an initial sense of novelty before quickly growing weary of training. Generally speaking, training 4 days a week is already commendable, yet their son was persisting in his endeavors daily. The couple began to worry whether Tuoba Chen was facing some psychological issues. Ningyu remarked, if Xiaochen continues like this, could something go wrong? After contemplating for a moment, Tuoba Yin remarked, I believe that Xiaochen may have been too long without interaction with peers. He is now on the verge of awakening his martial soul. Perhaps it is time to send him to school. Upon hearing Tuoba Yan's words, Ningyu felt a twinge of reluctance, yet she nodded in agreement. Fearing that if things continued this way, Tuoba Chen might develop some ailment. Meanwhile, in his room, Tuoba Chen suddenly opened his eyes wide. He had finally broken through to the 10th level, and he could now acquire his first soul ring. Over the past 4 months, he had diligently practiced the Songlong skill and the transformation of the dragon technique. He was now capable of maintaining the dragon breathing method for 2 hours. Furthermore, he could uphold the first level of the Songlong skill for an hour. His body had also become considerably more robust due to regular training. Once he obtained his first soul ring, both his physical prowess and soul power would receive a significant enhancement, making it easier to practice the Songlong skill and the transformation of the dragon technique. With these thoughts in mind, Tuoba Chen glanced out the window and noticed that dawn had yet to break, prompting him to momentarily dismiss the idea of informing his parents about his breakthrough to the 10th level, deciding to wait until morning. The next morning, Tuoba Yin sensed something amiss. His son had not gone out for his usual run. Peering outside, he noted that it was not raining. Could he be unwell? Observing Tuoba Chen sitting at the dining table, awaiting his meal, he approached and felt his forehead. Suddenly, he noticed warmth emanating from it. Tuoba Chen turned to his father and inquired, Dad, what is the matter? After confirming that his son's temperature was normal, Tuoba Yin, with a serious expression, stated, "Xiao Chen, there is something I must discuss with you." Noticing the intensity in Tuoba Yin's gaze, Tuoba Chen swallowed nervously, pondering why his father seemed so intimidating today. Was he about to unleash some form of wrath? Would he turn against his own 6-year-old son? Are you harboring any concerns? They both questioned simultaneously, exchanging puzzled glances. Tuoba Yin inquired, "Why haven't you been out to exercise today, my son? Is there something troubling you?" Upon hearing Tuoba Yin's words, he realized the reason behind his father's earlier demeanor. It seemed he was genuinely concerned about the health and well-being of minors. "No, father, I have actually surpassed level 10. "Oh, I see," Tuoba Yin responded calmly. But suddenly, he grasped the significance of the statement and exclaimed, "What? You have surpassed level 10? Chapter 8. The first battle. Tuoba Chen nodded slightly. With the assistance of the Songlong technique, coupled with his diligent training over the past days, achieving a breakthrough to level 10 seemed quite reasonable. Was his father's reaction not a tad too astonished? Haha, truly, he is my son. Unable to suppress his laughter, Tuoba Yin confirmed he had not misheard. His own talent paled in comparison to Tuoba Chen's. He lacked the Songlong technique's aid and certainly did not possess such fervor in training. It had taken him a year and a half to reach level 10 in his youth. Nevertheless, even then, he was regarded as a prodigy within the Holy Dragon Sect, which explained his position as the head of the sect's commerce at a mere 40 years of age. Yet his son, at the tender age of 6 years and 4 months, had already attained level 10. If he did not meet with misfortune along the way, he might very well have the opportunity to ascend to the rank of titled Douluo in the future. Tuoba Yin gently patted his head and said, "After we finish our meal, we shall promptly venture into the Sunset Forest to hunt for soul beasts." 2 days later, on the outskirts of the Sunset Forest, Tuoba Chen and Tuoba Yin were seated in an inn, enjoying their meal. The inn was situated at a considerable distance from the Sunset Forest, necessitating some time to reach this location. It would be disingenuous to claim that Tuoba Chen did not feel a tinge of nervousness upon his inaugural visit to the Sunset Forest. However, this anxiety was not born of fear. Rather, it stemmed from exhilaration. Despite having resided in the Douluo continent for several years, he had yet to witness a living soul beast, particularly those that had existed for over a century, with his own eyes. After they finished their lunch and procured some provisions in the town bordering the Sunset Forest, they officially entered the forest. As he gazed at the towering trees flanking them and the occasional sighting of various small herbivorous soul beasts, he began to envision what his first soul beast might be like. Tuoba Yin glanced around and then turned to him, saying, "Xiao Chun, you must remember that within this forest, you must never stray more than 30 meters away from me. Should you exceed this distance, you will be beyond my range of attack. If a swift spirit beast were to assault you, I would be unable to rescue you. Do you understand?" Tuoba Yin's tone was unusually grave. Tuoba Chen also nodded solemnly, aware that this was not a time for jest. As the two ventured deeper into the Sunset Forest, the variety and number of soul beasts surrounding them increased significantly. However, most of these creatures were unsuitable for Tuoba Chen, so the pair chose not to provoke them. It was not until a silverback gorilla appeared before them that they came to a halt. Upon encountering the silverback gorilla, Tuoba Chen was perplexed by his father's intentions. While it is true that the silverback gorilla is a formidable spirit beast, it seemed ill-suited for him. However, Tuoba Yin did not leave him in suspense. He explained, "Little Chen, this is a 10-year-old silverback gorilla. Before you find a spirit beast that is more compatible with you, you can use him as your training partner. You have yet to engage in real combat, and he shall be your first opponent. Go forth and witness what a true spirit beast is like." Upon hearing Tuoba Yin's words, Tuoba Chen nodded, realizing that his father intended for him to hone his skills against the silverback gorilla. Indeed, the silverback gorilla was not particularly strong and lacked agility. A 10-year-old silverback posed little danger, especially with Tuoba Yin, a spirit saint, observing. Thus, he felt confident as he prepared to engage in battle. As Tuoba Chen approached the silverback gorilla, the creature became aware of his presence. Turning to face the diminutive figure of only 1 meter and 3 centimeters, the gorilla angrily pounded its chest. With a series of primal roars, it charged toward him. This was Tuoba Chen's first direct encounter with a spirit beast, yet he felt no fear. Perhaps it was due to his previous life as a zookeeper, where he regularly fed lions, tigers, and other ferocious beasts. His frequent interactions had fostered a sense of familiarity, and he had indeed encountered gorillas before. As the silverback gorilla barreled toward him, it raised its massive hands and struck down towards Tuoba Chen. However, the gorilla's slow motion allowed Tuoba Chen to evade the attack effortlessly, maneuvering to its rear and delivering a resounding slap to the back of its head. The gorilla stumbled, taking several moments to turn around and charge at him once more. Observing the gorilla's reaction, Tuoba Chen's eyes sparkled with understanding. After several successful evasions of the gorilla's attacks, he wore an expression of realization. In his previous life at the zoo, he had often observed gorillas out of boredom, which enabled him to discern their weaknesses. Unlike the gorilla from King Kong, which possessed various combat techniques such as grappling and crushing, ordinary gorillas primarily relied on lifting their fists and striking down. While such attacks appeared fearsome, they lacked speed and were predictable, making it challenging to hit a more agile opponent. Initially, Tuoba Chen had assumed that spirit beasts in the Douluo continent would differ significantly from those in his original world, perhaps exhibiting greater agility. However, after his recent observations, he noted little difference in their movements, which mirrored his impressions of gorillas, allowing him to toy with the creature. Understanding the gorilla's vulnerabilities, Tuoba Chen decided not to prolong the encounter. He drew the cold iron dagger gifted to him by Uncle Mo, preparing to dispatch the beast with his next move. Bang! Once again, the silverback gorilla missed its target, crashing its fist into the ground. Tuoba Chen skillfully dodged to its rear once more, raising the dagger to deliver a decisive blow to the back of its neck, rendering the gorilla unconscious. Clap, clap, clap. Observing from the sidelines, Tuoba Chen applauded. Astonished by his son's composure in the face of a spirit beast, he recalled his own initial encounter with a spirit beast, which had terrified him. Yet, a hint of confusion lingered as he asked, "Little Chun, you performed admirably, but why did you not kill it?" In response, Tuoba Chen replied nonchalantly, "There is no need for that. My goal was never the silverback gorilla, and there is no reason for senseless slaughter." He was not averse to killing. In his previous life, he had slain countless chickens and fish. However, he genuinely believed there was no necessity to kill the silverback gorilla, for it bore him no grudge and had already suffered his assault. Lacking any desire for its remains, he saw no justification for its demise. After listening, Tuoba Chen nodded, though he harbored some doubts about whether Tuoba Chen feared taking life. However, based on his understanding of his son, it seemed that the latter's assertion of it being unnecessary was indeed genuine. After placing the silverback gorilla in a secure location, the two continued their exploration. They spent an entire day searching within the Sunset Forest for suitable adversaries for Tuoba Chen, yet found no soul beast that matched his needs. As of now, Tuoba Chen had already proven capable of defeating a 142-year-old white lizard, leaving Tuoba Chen on the verge of numbness. Strangely, despite it being his first battle, Tuoba Chen consistently managed to discern his opponent's weaknesses in the briefest of moments, securing victory with a single strike. Were it not for the fact that he had watched this child grow up, he might have questioned whether Tuoba Chen was truly his son. As they walked on, Tuoba Chen glanced at Tuoba Chen and could not help but inquire, "Little Chen, how do you discern the weaknesses of those soul beasts?" Prepared for the question, Tuoba Chen silently produced a comprehensive soul beast reference book titled Soul Beast Compendium, Volume 1, handing it to Tuoba Chen. Upon observing the book and the authoress name, Yu Xiaojiang, Tuoba Chen was genuinely taken aback. After all, Yu Xiaojiang was a notable figure within the Soul Master community, albeit with a rather unfavorable reputation, leading many to regard him as a mere buffoon. While Tuoba Chen did not harbor any disdain towards Yu Xiaojiang, he had never perused the latter's works. Considering how a Grand Soul Master's insights could possibly aid him, skeptically, he opened the book and casually flipped through a few pages. Yet, it was not long before he became engrossed by the content within. After some time, he exclaimed with admiration, "This fellow is truly a genius." The book meticulously documented 131 types of soul beasts, detailing their strengths, weaknesses, potential soul ring skills, and their respective ages with remarkable clarity. It could be said that this was the most comprehensive soul beast compendium he had ever encountered, and this was merely the first volume. He could scarcely fathom the immense effort Yu Xiaojiang must have invested to acquire the knowledge contained within this reference, despite only possessing the cultivation of a Grand Soul Master. Upon witnessing the gaze of his father, Tuoba Chen discerned that the latter had come to believe in the contents of the tome, which brought a sense of relief to his heart. He too had perused this illustrated guide, albeit not yet completed it. Nevertheless, among the soul beasts he had recently vanquished, many were indeed catalogued within its pages, rendering his deception rather effortless. After successfully appeasing Tuoba Chen, the two sought out a relatively safer location to rest for the night. Naturally, it was Tuoba Chen who kept watch, for Tuoba Chen's prowess was still insufficient. Should they encounter a particularly formidable beast, he might not even have the time to call for aid. Moreover, Tuoba Chen, with his robust vitality, could easily endure 3 days without slumber, though prolonged wakefulness would eventually prove taxing. Thus, should they fail to locate a suitable soul beast for Tuoba Chen within 3 days, they would have no choice but to retreat, regroup, and re-enter the setting sun forest. However, it appeared that fate had no intention of toying with them. On the afternoon of the second day, the pair finally encountered a soul beast befitting Tuoba Chen, the terrain dragon. This creature, standing at an impressive length of 2 meters and 30 centimeters, bore a sandy yellow hue and resembled an elongated lizard with 4 limbs. The age of a terrain dragon is signified by its length. Any specimen exceeding 2 meters is classified as a century-old soul beast, with every additional 10 centimeters corresponding to an increase of a century in age. Should its size surpass 3 meters, it would be deemed a millennium soul beast. The terrain dragon before them possessed an age of approximately 300 years, making it an ideal candidate for Tuoba Chen's inaugural soul ring. This time, Tuoba Chen refrained from allowing Tuoba Chen to engage in combat with the creature. Firstly, among all soul beasts, the terrain dragon was considered a top-tier entity. As denoted by its name, any being associated with dragons is not to be underestimated. Given Tuoba Chen's current capabilities, it was likely that he could not even breach the creature's defenses. Secondly, the terrain dragon possessed formidable evasion skills, rendering it a rare and adept escape artist. It would indeed be a lamentable loss to allow such a creature to flee. Upon witnessing the situation, Tuoba Chen did not exhibit any intention to forcefully intervene. He possessed enough self-awareness in this regard. Although he had indeed ascended to the pinnacle among his peers, he remained merely a 6-year-old child, and the disparity between him and the terrain dragon, a sovereign among century-old soul beasts, was substantial. The terrain dragon, with its acute senses, had already detected the presence of 2 humans nearby who were fixated upon it. With a mighty roar, it issued a warning, should they approach any closer. It would not hesitate to unleash its wrath. However, such a warning was hardly worthy of Tuoba Yan's consideration. After all, he was a soul sage, and a mere century-old soul beast could not possibly be deemed a worthy adversary, especially when it was not a Titan great ape. Watch closely, Little Chen. Wuhuan, manifest. As Tuoba Yin concluded his words, a colossal white dragon phantom emerged behind him, accompanied by 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings, which then transformed into a shadow that surged toward the opponent. Witnessing this spectacle, the Terran dragon's pupils constricted, and it swiftly turned to flee. The overwhelming aura that Tuoba Yin unleashed was simply terrifying, rendering it impossible for the dragon to contend with him. Instinctively, it began frantically burrowing into the earth, seeking an escape route. Observing its actions, Tuoba Yin smirked enigmatically. First soul skill, Earth Spike. Upon uttering these words, the Terran dragon, which had just begun to dig, was instantly pierced by 4 slender spikes, rendering it utterly defenseless. In an ironic twist of fate, the Earth Spike was one of the signature abilities of the Terran dragon, and Tuoba Yan's first soul skill had been acquired from a Terran dragon as well. It was unexpected that his son's first soul ring would also originate from the same creature. Once he confirmed that the Terran dragon had completely lost its capacity to resist, he gestured for Tuoba Chen to approach. When Tuoba Chen arrived, Tuoba Yin stated, "Xiao Chen, it is now yours." With that, he turned to remain vigilant of their surroundings. Gazing at the near-death Terran dragon, Tuoba Chen hesitated not for a moment. He drew the cold iron dagger from his Songlong pendant and swiftly ended the creature's life with a single stroke. Gradually, a faint yellow soul ring materialized before him, and without hesitation, he seated himself to absorb it. The yellow soul ring began to drift towards Tuoba Chen, merging with his being piece by piece. Perhaps due to his exceptionally strong physique, the absorption process proceeded smoothly, and in merely a quarter of an hour, he had fully integrated the soul ring. However, it was regrettable that no soul bone had materialized. Although even if it had, it would only have been a century-old soul bone, which was inconsequential, as he could always sell it for money. Chapter 10. Earthspike realizing that his son had successfully absorbed the soul ring, Tuoba Yin exhaled in relief. In the realm of soul masters, there were numerous cases of individuals perishing during the absorption of soul rings due to insufficient physical resilience or the overwhelming nature of the soul rings themselves. Such instances were far from rare. Though his son possessed commendable physical attributes, a twinge of concern lingered. With the successful absorption, he felt a weight lifted from his heart. "So, my son, what soul skill have you acquired?" His curiosity piqued regarding his son's inaugural skill. The primary abilities of the Terran dragon included altering terrain, inducing tremors, burrowing, and summoning earth spikes, each classified as top-tier skills. Upon hearing Tuoba Yan's inquiry, Tuoba Chen responded without hesitation, "Father, like you, I have obtained Earth Spike. However, my Earth Spike pales in comparison to yours. My attack range is merely 10 meters, and I can only summon 2 spikes at once, consuming 20% of my current soul power for each use, limited to 5 times. As Tuoba Chen spoke, Tuoba Yin began to feel a sense of bewilderment. When did Earth Spike become capable of consuming 20% of a 10th level Soul Master's power? When did the initial attack range extend to 10 meters? And was it possible to summon 2 spikes on the first attempt? Xiao Chun, demonstrate your Earth Spike for me. I wish to see the prowess of your skill. Finally regaining his composure, he remembered his duty to assess his son's abilities. Very well. With that, Tuoba Chen promptly activated Earth Spike, targeting a nearby large tree. With a swift thrust, 2 slender earth spikes plunged into the robust trunk of the tree. Observing his handiwork, Tuoba Chen felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. They merely penetrated without fully piercing through. Had it been his father's earth spike, not only would the tree have succumbed, but even a massive boulder would have been cleaved asunder. When Tuoba Yin beheld his earth spike, he drew a sharp breath, astonished that the adversary could achieve such an effect on their very first use. He recalled his own initial attempt with the earth spike, during which 1/3 of his soul power had been utterly depleted, merely managing to sever a few branches within a mere 5-meter radius. Words eluded him. Observing Tuoba Yan's silence, he presumed disappointment lingered in the air and endeavored to shift the conversation by suggesting, "Father, let us return home." The petrified Tuoba Yin promptly regained his composure and replied, "Oh, indeed, let us." 2 days later, in Balti City, upon returning, Tuoba Chen inhaled the air with fervor. Feeling as though he had traversed through time despite being away for only a few days, it appeared he was not fond of distant journeys. Upon arriving home, he immediately spotted Ningyu waiting at the door. Upon seeing Tuoba Chen, she joyfully embraced him, having spent the past few days consumed by worry. Unable to eat or drink, constantly preoccupied with thoughts of whether her son might encounter peril during his absence. Thankfully, no misfortune had befallen him. Tuoba Chen, slightly breathless from the embrace, said, "Mother, I have returned." Ningyu replied, "It is good that you are back. I shall prepare a delicious meal for you." After Ningyu departed, the two men sat silently at the dining table, awaiting her culinary creations. An air of awkwardness enveloped the atmosphere. Tuoba Yin, son, there is something I wish to discuss with you. The other party suddenly spoke, to which Tuoba Chen responded, "Yes, father, what is it?" "Well, you see. Now that all the major junior Soul Master Academies have commenced their sessions, I think it would not be beneficial for you to remain at home every day. Therefore, I wanted to inquire if you would like to attend school." Hearing Tuoba Yan's words, Tuoba Chen was somewhat taken aback, having spent such a long time at home. He had not contemplated this matter. He had assumed his father's plan was for him to cultivate at home. However, since the opportunity to attend school presented itself, he felt it would be preferable, as staying at home limited his exposure. Without witnessing other people's martial souls or engaging in combat with others, he would inevitably suffer from a lack of practical experience in the future. Thus, he answered without hesitation, "Sure." Upon hearing his agreement, Tuoba Yin said, "Great. I have selected a few academies for you to consider. Take a look and decide which one you prefer." With that, he produced several items resembling posters and handed them to Tuoba Chen. After receiving the posters, Tuoba Chen understood which academies his father was referring to. First candidate, Tiando Royal Junior Academy advantages. Among all the academies, Tiando Royal Academy boasts the most formidable faculty, possessing the richest resources and the highest number of aristocrats. Furthermore, graduates willing to pledge loyalty to the empire can attain at least a baronial title. Disadvantages, the presence of numerous aristocrats can lead to potential conflicts. Second candidate, Exotic Beast Junior Academy advantages, offers various unique training methods for beast-type soul masters, with abundant resources and formidable strength. Disadvantages, lacks a powerful background. Third candidate, White Armor Junior Academy advantages, an institution established by the Sacred Dragon Sect, where disciples can access the most plentiful resources and education. Disadvantages, located in the Douluo Empire, making the journey excessively long. After reviewing these academies, Tuoba Chen ultimately chose Tiando Royal Junior Academy. He had considered Notting Academy but found it lacked advantages compared to the others. He could not discern a compelling reason to select Notting Academy. "Father, I have made my decision. I shall attend Tiando Royal Junior Soul Master Academy." Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's response, Tuoba Yin nodded. How should one put it? The choice of Tiando Royal Junior Academy was both anticipated and unexpected. Tuoba Chen has always exhibited a composed demeanor since childhood, engaging in meticulous contemplation before undertaking any endeavor. He embarks on pursuits without hesitation if they are deemed worthy, yet resolutely refrains from those that are not. Among the various academies, the Heaven Do Academy stands out as the most esteemed and stable institution. Having made his choice, there is little more to discuss. After a day of rest at home, the following day, he set forth with Tuoba Chen towards the imperial capital of the Heaven Do Empire. The distance between Bartle City and the imperial capital is relatively short. Thus, the duo arrived within a single day. However, rather than proceeding directly to the Royal Junior Academy of Heaven Do, they first visited the branch of the Spirit Hall. After Tuoba Chen acquired his soul ring, he had yet to register. Once he formally registered, he would be recognized as a qualified soul master and would be entitled to a monthly stipend from the Spirit Hall. Arriving at the branch hall, he gazed upon the magnificent structure before him, feeling a sense of awe. Truly, this was the imperial capital. The Spirit Hall here was far more grandiose than the branch in their city of Badr. Upon entering the branch hall, they were greeted by an elderly man. The elder, upon seeing the two of them, exhibited a look of astonishment and hurried over, exclaiming, "Lord Tuoba Yin, what brings you to the imperial capital? And this young gentleman beside you must be your son. Are you here for his soul awakening?" The elder's recognition of his father took Tuoba Chen by surprise. He had not anticipated that his father possessed such a notable reputation. Chapter 11. Successful enrollment, luxurious dormitory. Actually, I am here to bring him for the Soul Master assessment. Upon hearing this, the elder quickly responded, as expected of Lord Tuoba Yan's child, your talent is evident. At such a tender age, you have already reached level 10. Given that Tuoba Yin was still young, the distinction between 6 and 7 years old appeared negligible to the elder, leading him to believe that Tuoba Chen was already 7. Achieving level 10 as a soul master at that age was quite normal. Indeed, many disciples from prominent sects and illustrious families could accomplish such a feat. The elder produced a crystal ball and placed it before Tuoba Chen, saying, "Young one, do you remember the soul awakening?" Just as before. Gently infuse your soul power into the crystal ball. Tuoba Chen nodded thoughtfully, placing his hand upon the crystal orb, gradually infusing it with his soul energy. Soon, the orb emitted a faint white glow. Level 12. The elder observed the brilliance of the orb, astonished. At such a tender age, he had already surpassed level 10. Should this young prodigy continue his training diligently, he would undoubtedly become a soul saint in the future. After completing the assessment, Tuoba Chen logged into the system briefly before departing with his monthly allocation. Within the Spirit Hall, the elder clutched Tuoba Chen's information, his hands trembling slightly. Quickly, send this documentation to the headquarters of the Spirit Hall, he urged. At 6 years and 4 months, with innate soul power at level 8. This young boy's talent rivals that of the esteemed saintess. It is imperative that I report this matter to the Pope without delay. And we must strive to recruit such a remarkable talent into the Spirit Hall. At the Tiando Royal Junior Academy, a tall figure accompanied by a small one finally arrived at their destination. The Tiando Royal Junior Academy stood prominently beside the Royal Senior Academy, easily identifiable. They promptly located the entrance. At this moment, the academy was in the midst of enrollment. Outside the admissions office, a lengthy queue had formed. Those seeking to register were either affluent or of noble lineage, so the father and son duo had no inclination to cut in line. Instead, patiently joining the end of the queue. Progress was slow, likely due to the nobility of the applicants. Nearly every individual who applied seemed to gain acceptance. Their faces adorned with smiles as they entered the academy. Observing this scene, Tuoba Chen furrowed his brow. Logically, the acceptance rate should not be so high. Glancing toward the admissions office, he noticed an obsequious old man and shook his head, questioning whether he had come to the right place. Nevertheless, having arrived, he resolved to stay and observe. After an hour, he finally reached the registration desk. Upon seeing the father and son, the old man inquired, "Who might you two be?" "Tuoba Chen. I am Tuoba Chen, the esteemed president of the Sacred Dragon Commerce Association, holding the title of a first-class earl. This is my son, Tuoba Chen." Upon speaking, Tuoba Chen presented a certificate from the Spirit Hall and an earl's insignia for the other party to examine. Upon seeing the documents, the elder smiled warmly and said, "Aha, it is indeed an honor to meet an earl. Allow me to assist you in processing your son's enrollment manual." Taking hold of Tuoba Chen's certificate, the elder was taken aback upon reviewing the details. Innate soul power at level 8, 6 years and 4 months of age, soul power at level 12. And a martial soul of the white-armored earth dragon. With this astonishing information, the elder promptly remarked, "My lord, your son possesses exceptional talent and qualifies for enrollment in our academy's elite class without any tuition fees. Moreover, he shall receive monthly stipends from the Tiando Academy. Here is the documentation provided for you, along with your son's dormitory key. Due to his remarkable gifts, he has been assigned a private room." After handing over a white sheet of paper and a key inscribed with the number 29, the elder directed the father and son towards the dormitory before they departed. The elder had spoken loudly enough for those behind them to hear every word, and many took note of Tuoba Chen's name, unbeknownst to the father and son. Or perhaps indifferent even if they were aware, they proceeded to find the dormitory. After assisting Tuoba Chen, Tuoba Chen took his leave. As the president of the Commerce Association, he was typically very busy. Having taken a week off for Tuoba Chen, he could not afford to remain absent from work any longer. Once Tuoba Chen had departed, Tuoba Chen began to survey his new abode. The dormitory at the Tiando Royal Junior Academy was quite splendid, perhaps due to his status as an elite class student. He had been granted a private room, complete with an en-suite bathroom, all necessary furnishings, and an area of approximately 100 square meters. Not only that, but his dormitory was a luxurious villa containing a total of only 15 rooms. Within this residence was a dedicated kitchen staffed by a cook, as well as a laundry facility where someone would assist in washing their clothes daily. On the first floor, there was an opulent common room where students could engage in thoughtful discussions during their leisure time. Upon witnessing these amenities, Tuoba Chen felt a sense of wonder. Was this the life of nobility? Although his family was reasonably affluent and his parents had always treated him well, he had never experienced such dedicated service before. After organizing his belongings, Tuoba Chen immediately immersed himself in cultivation, having acquired a soul ring. His physical prowess and soul power had significantly increased. However, he had yet to engage in formal training, leaving him uncertain of his current capabilities. As for greeting his future roommates, he decided to postpone that until classes commenced the following day. With that, Tuoba Chen devoted himself to the training of the dragon transformation technique. For hours later, he exhaled in relief, having successfully combined physical exercise with the dragon's breathing technique, sustaining it for the entire duration. As he practiced, his body gradually acclimatized to this method of breathing. Unlike ordinary training, this technique became progressively easier to execute the further one advanced. Tuoba Chen was confident that within 2 months, he would completely master the first level of the dragon transformation technique and begin to pursue the second. Suddenly, just as he was about to take a break after his training, a knock resounded at the door. Tuoba Chen felt a tinge of curiosity regarding who might seek him out at this hour, as it seemed he had no acquaintances in the imperial capital. Could it possibly be a visit from a roommate? Despite his exhaustion, he did not wish to turn anyone away. So he mustered the energy to drag his weary body to the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by a young gentleman clad in a dapper tailcoat. "Young Master Tuoba Chen," the youth addressed him, "I am Sangzi, the supervisor of this dormitory. It is time for dinner. Please accompany me to the dining hall." Tuoba Chen was taken aback by this revelation but quickly composed himself. It was no surprise to have attendants tending to his garments and a chef preparing meals on his behalf. Chapter 12. The elite class nodding, he replied, "Thank you." Sangzi smiled at Tuoba Chen's polite demeanor, which he found quite endearing. After their brief exchange, Tuoba Chen followed Sangzi to the dining hall on the first floor. Inside, A long table was already occupied by 8 children, and given that there were only 15 student rooms in total, it appeared several others had yet to arrive. As he approached the table, the gazes of his peers turned towards him. It had been quite some time since any newcomers had graced apartment 2. Tuoba Chen was the sole new addition this year, inevitably drawing their attention. Once seated, Sangzi began skillfully serving the dishes. Observing this, Tuoba Chen felt puzzled. Was he not waiting for the others? Sangzi quickly noticed the look of confusion on his face and inquired, "Is something the matter, young master Tuoba Chen? Are you dissatisfied in any way?" Tuoba Chen voiced his concerns, and upon hearing them, Sangzi chuckled lightly. "Young master, you may not yet be aware, but in apartment 2, only those with innate soul power of 8 or above are permitted to reside, though the Tiando Empire is abundant in talent. Those with innate soul power at level 8 are exceedingly rare. Even among those who achieve this level, most are disciples of prestigious sects and noble families, who typically train within their sects rather than enroll in the academy. Thus, with your arrival, there are only 9 students in apartment 2. Listening to Sangzi's explanation, Tuoba Chen began to understand the academy's situation. Indeed, many promising talents from prominent sects and families were cultivated in-house, while most wild geniuses were often taken by the Spirit Hall, resulting in the scarcity of talent at the Tiando Royal Junior Academy. After grasping the context, the child seated at the head of the table suddenly introduced himself. "Welcome, newcomer. I am Lu Yi, a Black Panther martial soul, 9 years old, and a level 19 agility type battle soul master. What is your name?" Taken aback by the sudden address, Tuoba Chen quickly regained his composure and replied, "I am Tuoba Chen, a white-armored Earth Dragon martial soul, 6 years old, and a level 12 strength type battle soul master." Lu Yi did not display any astonishment at this revelation. Although claiming to be 6 years old and at level 12 sounded impressive, he did not mention whether Tuoba Chen was 6 years and a few months. In Lu Ye's mind, he likely assumed Tuoba Chen was already nearing 7 years of age, having seen the most talented individuals break through to level 14 just before turning 7. "Welcome, Tuoba Chen. From this day forth, you are one of us in apartment 2. After Tuoba Chen expressed his gratitude, everyone took turns introducing themselves, and soon they began their meal. The dinner was delightful, with the academy providing an abundance of exquisite fare, including unlimited steak, chicken breast, and fish. Upon returning to his room, Tuoba Chen resumed his practice of the Tsanglong technique, adopting that peculiar posture once more. This time, he persevered for a full hour and 15 minutes. Unlike the first level of the transformation technique, which became increasingly simple with practice, the bizarre posture of the Tsanglong technique grew more challenging the longer he maintained it. After practicing all night, as was the case the previous day, Sangzi knocked on his door to escort him to class. Sangzi would only guide him once, as he had his own commitments. Thus, he merely needed to show him the way. Arriving at a building that resembled a castle, Tuoba Chen sighed, remarking that the life of the wealthy was indeed monotonous and tedious. Approaching the castle, he quickly located his classroom, the first one in the first year, also known as the distinguished class. Upon entering, his gaze swept across the room, and he immediately noticed a blue-haired little girl who was beaming at him. Seeing her smile, Tuoba Chen swallowed hard. She shouldn't be attending the Beast Mastery Academy. What was she doing at the Tiando Royal Academy? Meanwhile, in Bartle City, Tuoba Yin and Long Gong were seated together, enjoying tea. "Xiaoyan, you have worked hard on this matter," said Tuoba Yin. "Senior, you flatter me. After all, Xiao Chen and I are betrothed. It is only fitting that they attend the same academy to foster their relationship." Tuoba Chen sat in the second-to-last seat on the far left of the classroom, gazing melancholically out the window. In contrast, Meng Yiran beamed at Tuoba Chen, who sat beside her. The classroom was sparsely populated, with only 20 students, as this was an elite class, admitting only those whose soul power exceeded level 7, thus accounting for the scarcity of talent. Their desks were arranged in a manner that left a significant gap between them. The reason Meng Yiran occupied the seat next to him was that she had forcibly ousted the small boy who previously occupied that position, merging their desks into one, resulting in the current arrangement. At that moment, the other students discreetly scrutinized their indiscreet behavior. At such a tender age, engaging in flirtation amidst the future flowers of the nation. What a spectacle. However, no one dared to voice their thoughts. Most had already felt the wrath of Meng Yiran 2 days prior. Meng Yiran's grandparents were formidable figures, akin to title Douluo. And although those present were either wealthy or noble, very few hailed from families with such esteemed titles. It was a stroke of luck that this fierce girl had not turned her attention towards them. Among those present, only Tuoba Chen, Shuepeng, and 2 other boys remained unperturbed by Meng Yiran's presence. Yet, despite his youth, Shuepeng had learned the art of restraint and understood the wisdom in avoiding conflict with scions of such influential families, thus refraining from intervening. Nonetheless, curiosity piqued his interest, prompting him to observe their interactions from the shadows. Feeling the intense gazes around him, Tuoba Chen could no longer endure the scrutiny and turned his head to meet Meng Yiran's eyes. The sudden eye contact took Meng Yiran by surprise, causing a pair of suspicious blushes to bloom on her previously pale face. However, upon recalling that this individual was her fiancé, she decided to let Tuoba Chen gaze at her freely, even leaning in closer. The surrounding classmates widened their eyes in astonishment. Was it about to happen? Would the legendary kiss finally unfold? Ping instinctively covered his eyes with his hands, peeking through the gaps between his fingers to steal a glance at the two approaching faces, just as the scene began to progress in the direction everyone anticipated. An incongruous voice broke the tension from the doorway. Ahem. Class is commencing now. Upon hearing this voice, the students cast furious glares at the teacher who had appeared at the entrance, nearly overturning their desks in frustration. Chapter 13. The lesson despite their well-bred upbringing. No one truly dared to cause a scene. Both Tuoba Chen and Meng Yiran hurriedly averted their gazes, flustered. Meng Yiran couldn't help but ponder whether he had just intended to kiss her. How could he behave in such a manner? That insufferable teacher should have arrived a little later. Subsequently, a vivid image of the two of them sharing a kiss surfaced in her mind, and she felt a crystalline droplet of saliva appear at the corner of her mouth. Fortunately, she reacted swiftly, wiping it away with haste, then feigning composure as she turned her head aside, pretending not to notice Tuoba Chen. Tuoba Chen now found himself in a state of complex emotions. He had merely intended to convey a warning glance, urging the other party not to stare at him so intently. However, it appeared that Meng Yiran misinterpreted his intent. The irritating voice from the podium rang out again. Hello everyone, I am Qin Ming, the new teacher at the academy, and I will also be your homeroom teacher. From now on, I will be in charge of arranging your courses. He proceeded with the roll call. Mo Hen, present. Uxian, present. Qin Ming's voice was melodious, effortlessly engendering a sense of fondness among the students. Yet, Tuoba Chen was indifferent to Qin Ming's charm. If memory served him correctly, Qin Ming hailed from Shrek Academy, which suggested that his teaching methods would likely mirror that of Shrek. However, given the superior resources of the Tiando Royal Junior Academy, should he adopt Qin Ming's approach to cultivation, he could potentially achieve greater results with less effort. In that moment, Tuoba Chen's gaze towards Qin Ming grew fervent. Noticing Tuoba Chen's intense stare, Meng Yiran felt a pang of dissatisfaction. He had never looked at her that way. Could it be that he harbored an affection for men? This disconcerting thought flitted through her mind for but a second before she dismissed it. How could that be possible? She vividly recalled the first time she encountered Tuoba Chen, during her awakening at the Spirit Hall, where she had seen many others awaiting their turn. Among the crowd, Tuoba Chen stood out, exuding an exceptional aura. Perhaps it was his presence or his looks, but Meng Yiran felt as though she were ensnared by an unseen force. Though she was young, she recognized this feeling as affection. Later, upon learning that she was Tuoba Chen's fiancée, she nearly fainted from excitement. In that moment, she believed herself to be the happiest person in the world. Now, with Tuoba Chen in the same academy as herself, she vowed not to squander this opportunity and to secure him firmly by her side. Thus, Meng Yiran spent the entire morning lost in her fantasies, hardly absorbing any of the lesson. In contrast, Tuoba Chen listened intently, finding Qin Ming's teaching style clear and concise, enabling him to grasp the core concepts effortlessly. He resolved some minor issues he had encountered in his training, and for the first time, Tuoba Chen felt that attending the Tiando Royal Junior Academy was truly a fortuitous decision. At least he had a commendable teacher. The morning lessons concluded swiftly, and Tuoba Chen felt quite satisfied with the class. Qin Ming, too, quietly noted Tuoba Chen, for he had observed that during the lesson, he was the only student fully engaged. Teachers often exhibit a bias towards diligent learners. After lunch, the afternoon classes commenced, typically consisting of practical combat or physical training. Since it was the first day of class, the practical combat session was designed to gauge the students' abilities. As for the instructor for this session, it remained Qin Ming. Not due to the academy's inability to hire new teachers, but rather because Qin Ming was a versatile talent. When he was recruited, the academy's higher-ups recognized his multifaceted skills and decided to have him manage a single class, allowing him to focus solely on that responsibility. Thus, even though he taught every subject for his class, his workload was comparable to that of other teachers, as they were required to teach multiple classes. With a higher salary, there was little room for complaints. Qin Ming arrived punctually, pleased to find all the students gathered on the playground. These children, primarily from noble families, understood the importance of punctuality, and the typical, boisterous nobles were indeed a rarity in daily life. Seeing that the combat instructor was Qin Ming again, Tuoba Chen felt content. Qin Ming surveyed the crowd, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Tuoba Chen. Today, we will conduct a practical combat session. Let me observe your strengths. Now, warm up for 15 minutes, and we will commence the official combat assessment afterward. Understood. Upon hearing Qin Ming's words, the group dispersed in excitement, each beginning their warm-up. Tuoba Chen quietly retreated to a corner to regulate his breathing. His dragon breathing technique required a minute of preparation before he could enter its state. Although Qin Ming appeared to be scanning the crowd, his gaze never strayed far from Tuoba Chen. Having reviewed the profiles of all the students the previous day, he was acutely aware that none in this class could rival Tuoba Chen. Even upon their first encounter, he could distinctly sense Tuoba Chen's unique aura. While the other children were undoubtedly talented, they still bore the marks of youth, and Tuoba Chen stood among them like a tiger cub amidst a pack of wolf cubs. Igniting Qin Ming's curiosity, the 15 minutes of warm-up passed swiftly, and everyone regrouped. Qin Ming feigned a casual glance across the students before announcing, Tuoba Chen and Mo Hen, step forward for the first match. Surprised to hear his name called, Tuoba Chen hadn't anticipated being selected first. He had intended to observe the other's strengths to devise a combat strategy. However, there was no choice now but to engage. The crowd parted, forming a large circle to facilitate their view of the impending battle. Before commencing, Mo Hen introduced himself. Mo Hen, level 11 Assault Soul Master, Martial Soul, Lion. I look forward to your guidance. In response, Tuoba Chen, exhibiting politeness, replied, Tuoba Chen, level 12 Assault Soul Master, Martial Soul, White Armored Earth Dragon. Please enlighten me. The spectators' expressions shifted upon hearing the levels of both participants. Despite their exceptional talents, they had only awakened their martial souls a few months prior. With the majority still below level 10 and lacking their own soul rings, how could they possibly contend with these two? Meng Yiran was equally astonished upon realizing Tuoba Chen's level. They had awakened their martial souls together, yet she was only at level 9 while he had reached level 12. This sudden disparity took her by surprise. Let us go, Mo Hen declared, undeterred by the fact that Tuoba Chen held a higher rank. Lion, manifest. With that, Mo Hen transformed into a small lion, a yellow soul ring appearing around him as he charged at Tuoba Chen without hesitation. One could only attribute this approach to youthful folly. From the perspective of Tuoba Chen, possessing the soul of an adult, Mo Hen's technique was riddled with flaws. It was time to demonstrate to this young lad the cunning of adulthood. He shouted loudly, White Armored Earth Dragon, manifest. Instantly, white scales enveloped him, and a spectral white dragon appeared behind him. In a hushed tone, he uttered, Earth Spike. His voice was so soft that the spectators failed to notice the activation of his skill. As the two, brimming with vigor, faced off, the crowd held their breath in anticipation. Who would triumph in this clash of the dragon and the lion? Mid-charge, Mo Hen stumbled as a sudden spike erupted beneath his feet, sending him crashing down in a most undignified manner. Tuoba Chen seized the opportunity and charged forward, delivering a decisive kick to the opponent's chin. Mo Hen was sent soaring into the air, unconscious upon impact. Witnessing the scene, the crowd was astounded. What had happened to the so-called battle of the century? They had clearly seen the sudden emergence of spikes from the ground beneath Mo Hen's feet, a testament to Tuoba Chen's cunning. The ferocity of Tuoba Chen's earlier kick lingered in their minds, and they silently vowed to avoid provoking this insidious and formidable character in the future. With Mo Hen incapacitated, Tuoba Chen emerged victorious. Qin Ming, however, did not perceive Tuoba Chen's tactics as particularly despicable. Instead, he felt a sense of relief within this group of righteous youngsters. The presence of a rogue like Tuoba Chen seemed rather refreshing. It offered a chance for broadening their horizons, teaching them that not all battles among soul masters would be conducted with honor. They would need to adapt to such underhanded methods without delay. Yet, this also meant that he could not gauge Tuoba Chen's true strength. His intention in pitting Tuoba Chen against Mo Hen was to assess the latter as capabilities. But the disparity in their powers had resulted in a swift defeat for Mo Hen. As he observed Tuoba Chen being enthusiastically embraced by Meng Yiran upon his return to the sidelines, Qin Ming made a decision. Tuoba Chen, step forward. Xuebang and Longan, you two will be his opponents this time. Xuebang, startled by the mention of his name, cast a glance at Tuoba Chen. This seemed rather unfair. Although Tuoba Chen had indeed dispatched Mo Hen with remarkable speed, it had been through a sneak attack, and he felt unprepared to face him alongside Longan. This sentiment was shared by Longan. Both were earnest and upright youngsters who believed that duels should be equitable, devoid of situations where one faced two adversaries. Before they could voice their thoughts, Qin Ming discerned their hesitations. You should both take him on together. There is absolutely no chance of defeating Tuoba Chen alone. Together, you may stand a chance. Qin Ming did not exaggerate. He genuinely believed that in a one-on-one confrontation, no one could overcome Tuoba Chen, given his advantage in soul power and his unscrupulous fighting style. Hearing Qin Ming's words, they found it difficult to argue. If the teacher insisted on this arrangement, they would comply. Meng Yiran cast a worried glance at Tuoba Chen. She had witnessed Longan's prowess during a recent altercation with her classmates, and now, with the addition of Prince Xuebang, it seemed that even Tuoba Chen would find it challenging to prevail against them. Noticing Meng Yiran's concern, Tuoba Chen, not being devoid of empathy, felt that if she genuinely cared for him, there was no need for him to maintain an aloof demeanor. After all, she was quite endearing. Soon, the three stood in the arena. Xuebang introduced himself. Xuebang, Martial Spirit, White Swan, level 11 Assault Type Soul Master. Longan, Martial Spirit, Ironclad Dragon, level 11 Assault Type Soul Master. Upon hearing their declarations, Tuoba Chen exchanged a glance with Qin Ming, deducing the latter's intentions. If they were so eager to assess his strength, he would gladly oblige. Tuoba Chen, Martial Spirit, White Armored Earth Dragon, level 12 Assault Type Soul Master. After revealing his martial spirit, Tuoba Chen did not immediately launch an attack. Despite agreeing to a 2-on-1 encounter, Xuebang and Longan felt a twinge of discomfort, perceiving this as an unworthy victory. Qin Ming sighed as he observed the earnestness of Xuebang and Longan. These two were too principled. They would face significant challenges in the future. Longan was somewhat better off, but Xuebang, as a prince, needed to be more pragmatic. Perhaps, due to the awkwardness of their standoff. Longan was the first to break the silence, lunging toward Tuoba Chen. Having witnessed the fate of Mo Hen, he kept a vigilant eye on the ground, wary of being ensnared by the spikes beneath his feet. Tuoba Chen furrowed his brow. It was unacceptable for the young man to be distracted during battle. He inhaled deeply, his physique seemingly expanding, and should one lift his garment, the prominent veins beneath his skin would be visible. This was the effect of the dragon breathing technique, augmenting his speed, strength, and other physical attributes by at least 40%. This was merely a fraction of the potential power he could harness if he mastered the dragon breathing technique completely, which would yield even more terrifying enhancements. Comparable to the manifestation of a martial spirit, Longan, possessing keen senses, distinctly felt a significant shift in Tuoba Chen's aura. Yet he could not articulate what was amiss. Nevertheless, having already charged forth, retreating would be a loss of face. He steeled himself for the confrontation. First soul skill. Dragon Claw. Longan's inaugural soul skill, derived from a clawed dragon, allowed him to augment his power and speed by 50%, and upon use, it bolstered his defenses by 10% for 1 minute, with minimal consumption, indeed, a remarkable skill. However, akin to Mo Hen before him, Longan's attacks were rife with openings in the presence of Tuoba Chen. Having previously clashed with a clawed dragon in the Sunset Forest, he was well acquainted with its combat techniques. His response was straightforward. He retracted his right leg and leaned back, deftly evading his adversary's strike. Longan's dragon claw gouged a small crater into the ground, seizing the moment while Longan was still in the throes of his attack. Tuoba Chen suddenly lifted his knee, making intimate contact with Longan's abdomen. The impact sent Longan soaring for 2 seconds. His body contorted into an inverted U shape before crashing to the ground, his eyes glazed over and spewing forth the milk he had consumed that morning, his backside raised high. Akin to Mo Hen, rendered unconscious. Alas, I inadvertently struck your stomach. My sincerest apologies. Chapter 15. The avalanche strikes. The avalanche falls, witnessing Longan's dire state. Xuebeng's expression grew grave. Tuoba Chen had not resorted to any underhanded tactics. He had decisively vanquished Longan with a single, genuine blow. Regret washed over him for not joining forces with Longan earlier. Though it might lack honor, two would stand a better chance of victory and be spared from punishment. The image of the two of them unconscious caused Xuebeng to swallow hard. After all, I am a prince. Wouldn't he treat me in such a manner? Would he? With this thought in mind, he advanced, albeit with a sense of tragic valor. At this juncture, the anticipation among their peers intensified. Xuebeng, a prince, wielded the White Swan martial spirit, renowned in the Spirit Master realm, rivaling even the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon of the top 3 sections. Thus, from their perspective, Xuebeng was the strongest individual in the class, though Tuoba Chen's exceptional performance in the previous bouts left them uncertain of Xuebeng's chances. In the eyes of their classmates, this confrontation had become the ultimate contest of Class 1. The victor would be crowned the strongest. As they beheld Xuebeng's agile form, a chorus of astonished gasps erupted. Look, Prince Xuebeng is making his move. Bang, bang, bang. Prince Xuebeng has fallen. Tuoba Chen would not hesitate to strike against Xuebeng simply because he was a prince. On the contrary, he would employ even greater force. With a series of powerful punches, he nearly brought his opponent to the brink of death. Of course, his actions were not motivated by a sense of resentment towards the affluent, but rather stemmed from the undeniable fact that Xuebeng's strength surpassed that of the other two, reaching a level that warranted Tuoba Chen's serious engagement. Thus, he unleashed a combination of blows designed to render him utterly incapacitated in battle. Qin Ming observed Tuoba Chen's performance keenly. Now, the 3 most formidable fighters in the class had been swiftly defeated by him. The other children, who had yet to obtain their soul rings, stood no chance against him. Tuoba Chen, you may take a rest now. With that, Qin Ming made a few notes in his notebook. Upon hearing this, Tuoba Chen decided to train alone in a corner. Subsequently, apart from a few auxiliary spirit masters, the remaining individuals engaged in combat exercises one by one. Alright. Today's practical test concludes here. Everyone is dismissed. Understood. With that, everyone dispersed in a flurry. As Tuoba Chen was about to take his leave, Qin Ming suddenly called out, Tuoba Chen, please stay for a moment. Caught off guard by the unexpected summons, Tuoba Chen felt a twinge of confusion. Although he had performed admirably today, it seemed he was not particularly familiar with Qin Ming. He shook his head vigorously, dismissing the thought after all. Qin Ming was his teacher, and he was merely a student. Presumably, there was a matter he wished to discuss. With this reasoning, he approached Qin Ming. Meanwhile, Ming Yiran cast a glance at the lingering Tuoba Chen, her expression shifting subtly as if she had made a resolute decision. And then she turned to walk towards the dormitory alone. Tuoba Chen followed Qin Ming into his office. Teacher Qin, did you call for me? Sitting back in his chair, Qin Ming paused briefly before speaking. Tuoba Chen, I am quite pleased with your performance today. Compared to Xuebeng and the others, you remained composed, acted decisively, and appeared to exert considerable effort. To be honest, although this is my first time teaching, I feel it may be a long while before I encounter a student as exceptional as you. What do you mean, Teacher Qin? Tuoba Chen inquired. Sensing the underlying implications of Qin Ming's words, his heart began to race, as if his suspicions were indeed accurate. Hearing Tuoba Chen's question, Qin Ming chuckled softly, amused by the boy's keen sense of caution. So, Tuoba Chen, to ensure that your talents are not squandered, while it is likely that you already possess a reasonable and scientific training regimen, I earnestly request your consent to craft a personalized training program for you. Upon hearing Qin Ming's proposal, Tuoba Chen thought to himself, as expected, May I ask, Teacher Qin, we have only just met today. Why do you wish to assist me? Why do I wish to assist you? Qin Ming paused for a moment before continuing, because I cannot bear to see something precious wasted. You possess talent and a willingness to work hard, which compels an educator to extend their help. Moreover, is there truly any other reason needed for a teacher to aid their student? Tuoba Chen was momentarily taken aback by Qin Ming's response. Indeed. What other justification could there be for a teacher's assistance? The very essence of choosing a career in education lies in nurturing outstanding students. Understanding Qin Ming's intentions, Tuoba Chen felt no need to hesitate. Thank you, Teacher Qin. Qin Ming smiled. No need to thank me. This is my voluntary choice. However, could you first undergo a test with me? What kind of test? Tuoba Chen instinctively asked. Suddenly, Qin Ming's expression shifted to one of seriousness. You shall spar with me. 10 minutes later, Tuoba Chen limped back to his dormitory. Do not misunderstand. He was not injured, merely exhausted. Watching Tuoba Chen's retreating figure, Qin Ming slowly jotted down notes in his small notebook. Tuoba Chen, age 6, soul power level 12, possesses combat awareness far surpassing his peers. His fighting style is peculiar and variable. His soul power seems to include armor-piercing capabilities, and his strength and speed exceed those of a soul master of the same rank by 40 to 50%. With that, Qin Ming closed his notebook. Having gathered all the information he needed for the day, a vague training method began to crystallize in his mind, though it would require several more days to refine. Meanwhile, in the spirit hall, Bibi Dong scrutinized several documents in her hands. Hulaina, martial spirit, fox demon, innate soul power, full, age, 8, level, 19. Xiaoyu. Martial spirit, moonblade, innate soul power, level 9, age, 9, level, 20. Yen, martial spirit, flame lord, innate soul power, level 9, age, 9, level, 20. Tuoba Chen martial soul, white armored earth dragon innate soul power, level 8 age, 6 level, 12. Upon reviewing this information, Bibi Dong remarked, Bye Dong, Hulaina. Xiaoyu and Yen are determined to recruit me into the martial soul hall. As for Tuoba Chen, there is no need to seek him out. As for the others, anyone unwilling to join our martial soul hall must be dealt with accordingly. Zhu Yueguan responded, Yes, your holiness. With that, Zhu Yueguan withdrew. Shortly thereafter, a ghostly figure emerged from the corner of the hall. Bibi Dong inquired, How is the situation with the 4 lower sects progressing? Reporting to your holiness, our people have begun contacting individuals from the 4 lower sects, and they have started to establish some interactions with our martial soul hall. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong nodded and glanced at Tuoba Chen's profile. The Holy Dragon Sect will eventually become part of our martial soul hall. For now, I entrust you to nurture this young lad. Chapter 16. Where is he? Meanwhile, Tuoba Chen, hastening back to his dormitory, unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure training alone by the Swan Lake. However, he merely cast a glance before departing, for he was exceedingly hungry and craved steak and chicken breast to replenish his protein. After returning to the dormitory and slowly savoring the specially prepared dinner made by Sangzi on the first floor, he retreated to his room. Yet, instead of succumbing to slumber immediately, he retrieved a glowing green herb from his azure dragon pendant and swallowed it whole. Instantly revitalized, he commenced his practice of the azure dragon technique. The herb he had just ingested was known as the awakening herb, which alleviates fatigue without any side effects, and even aids in the expulsion of impurities from the body. He possessed dozens of such herbs within his azure dragon pendant, alongside other restorative herbs, all of which were provided by Uncle Emma when he gifted him the pendant. If it weren't for his overwhelming fatigue today, he might have forgotten about the herbs altogether. However, it was not the appropriate time to utilize them just yet. Once he began to cultivate the dragon transformation technique and broke through the first level, he could then use these herbs for a medicinal bath. 2 days later, the absence of Qin Ming, who had not sought him out, left Tuoba Chen feeling as though he were being toyed with. Was it necessary for him to follow the same path as Tang San and seek a master? The prospect of apprenticeship felt awkward for him as a modern individual, leaving him feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Fortunately, as the afternoon physical education class concluded, the teacher announced, All right, class. Today's lesson ends here. Dismissed. Goodbye, teacher. As the students dispersed, Tuoba Chen intended to leave when he suddenly felt someone grip his arm. Turning around, he heard Qin Ming instruct, Follow me. The two of them traversed a narrow path, arriving at a desolate rocky cliff. Tuoba Chen surveyed his surroundings, perplexed as to why he had been brought to this place. Qin Ming, however, harbored no intentions of concealing the truth, stating, Tuoba Chen, starting tomorrow, your afternoon classes will be conducted here. If my memory serves me right, your martial soul, the white-armored earth dragon, is of the earth attribute. This facility is the most suitable training ground for earth attribute students in our academy, and training here should significantly accelerate your progress. Upon hearing Qin Ming's words, a faint memory flickered in Tuoba Chen's mind. It seemed that such simulated training environments were only found in prestigious noble academies. He was astonished to discover that the Tiando Royal Junior Academy possessed such a facility. Indeed, thank you, Teacher Qin Ming, he replied, in response to Tuoba Chen's gratitude. Qin Ming smiled. In truth, they were currently situated within the Tiando Royal Senior Academy. The pathway they had traversed was merely a corridor connecting the two institutions. Though Qin Ming chose not to disclose this information, over the past few days, aside from formulating a training regimen for Tuoba Chen, he had also specially requested this training venue from the academy. Fortunately, the higher-ups of the institution placed great importance on talent development, and upon learning of Tuoba Chen's innate abilities, they consented to his request. Subsequently, Qin Ming quietly retrieved from his soul guide device a vest, a pair of black autumn trousers resembling tights, several wrist guards, and a sheet of white paper. Tuoba Chen gazed at the seemingly heavy attire, swallowing hard. Qin Ming remarked, "This vest and these thermal trousers are crafted from special materials, each weighing approximately 40 pounds. The wrist guards and ankle guards each add another 10 pounds. From today onward, apart from cultivating your soul power and sleeping, you must wear this weighted gear during your training. Furthermore, follow the recipe provided to procure the necessary herbs. And after each training session, indulge in a medicinal bath to restore your body's expended vitality." Upon finishing, he handed the items to Tuoba Chen. The moment Tuoba Chen grasped them from Qin Ming, he felt the weight pulling down on his hands. Had it not been for the lingering effects of his dragon breathing technique, he doubted he could have lifted them at all. After a moment of contemplation, he realized that until he could sustain the dragon breathing for 10 hours a day, it would be unwise to wear this outfit constantly. Qin Ming was unaware of Tuoba Chen's true capabilities. He was assessing his endurance based on his own dragon breathing experience. Not realizing that Tuoba Chen's strength was still developing, he was acutely aware of his own physical condition and would not overexert himself unnecessarily. He estimated it would take him a month to reach the point where he could don this ensemble at all times, except during meals and soul power training. After that month, he was confident that he would be able to maintain the dragon breathing for 10 hours a day. In front of Qin Ming, he donned the outfit and then returned, as his training was set to officially commence the following day. He intended to discuss the transformation into a dragon technique with Qin Ming then. After all, only a white-armored Earth Dragon Soul Master could cultivate that technique, and it was customary for them to possess such skills, relieving him of concerns that Qin Ming might covet his abilities. Upon returning to his dormitory, he resumed his practice of the Songlong technique as usual. Time flew by, and a month had swiftly passed. Today was a momentous occasion. Meng Yiran had achieved a breakthrough to the 10th level, becoming the 5th Soul Master in their class to do so, and the first female to reach this milestone. Following her advancement, designated personnel would escort her to the hunting soul forest of the Tiando Empire to hunt soul beasts. She could also seek assistance from others if she preferred. Ultimately, the choice of how to proceed was hers alone. Throughout this month, his relationship with Meng Yiran had grown significantly closer, teetering on the edge of unspoken affection. The more time he spent with her, the more he found her endearing. And the notion of her being his fiancée no longer seemed so daunting. Naturally, it was not only Meng Yiran who had progressed. His own achievements were commendable as well. Over the past month, his soul power had ascended from level 12 to level 13, and he could now sustain the dragon breathing technique for 12 hours. Today marked the weekend, a rare day of respite from training. This was not due to a desire for idleness, but rather Qin Ming, seeing his relentless dedication, had insisted he take a break and explore the marketplace. As he surveyed the bustling market, he found himself at a loss for where to wander, his thoughts consumed with training. Ultimately, he could only meander through the stalls while maintaining his dragon breathing state. Suddenly, a collision occurred. "Watch where you're going. You bumped into me." "Apologies, my apologies." Prince Schwebing. "Never mind, it wasn't intentional." After exchanging a few words with Longan, Schwebing turned back to survey the market. "Where did everyone go? I just saw him shopping a moment ago." Perplexed, Schwebing called out to Longan, "Have you seen Tuoba Chen?" Longan, equally bewildered, shook his head. "It's quite strange. He was right in front of us just a moment ago. How can he have vanished so suddenly?" "Are you looking for me?" A voice from behind startled the two. Schwebing turned to find Tuoba Chen and quickly exclaimed, No. I was merely admiring the pleasant weather and decided to take a stroll." Tuoba Chen fundamentally disbelieved their explanations. Since the moment he stepped out of his dormitory, these two individuals had begun to trail him. Initially, he thought it was merely a coincidence. However, after visiting several locations, he became certain they were indeed following him. "Snow Avalanche Prince, speak plainly. Why are you tailing me?" Confronted by Tuoba Chen's inquiry, Snow Avalanche felt a surge of anxiety. He could not forget the series of martial strikes he had endured a month prior, leaving him unconscious for 4 hours, the remnants of pain still lingering. Fear of the individual before him gripped him. Nevertheless, considering the formidable prowess of Tuoba Chen, Snow Avalanche resolved to attempt a dialogue. "Tuoba Chen, might you consider being my friend?" "Friend?" "Certainly." Upon hearing this response, Snow Avalanche was taken aback, unable to believe the ease with which Tuoba Chen had acquiesced. He had anticipated that someone of such formidable strength would be aloof, requiring multiple entreaties before agreeing to friendship. The unexpected turn of events left him discombobulated, akin to a perennial underachiever in class suddenly forming a bond with a high-achieving peer. While Snow Avalanche was not an underachiever, he felt a similar sense of bewilderment. Thank you. How about this? Since you've agreed to be my friend, allow me to present you with a gift." With that, Snow Avalanche reached for his soul-guiding device, intending to retrieve an item. However, Tuoba Chen promptly halted him. What was this? Snow Avalanche was a prince. Why did he seem so subservient in the act of friendship? No need for that. If you truly wish to be my friend, there is no requirement for such displays. He spoke plainly, believing that friendship with overly formal individuals would be burdensome. If that were the case, it would be better to forego the relationship altogether. The maneuver executed by Tuoba Chen left Xueping at a loss for how to proceed. Observing the flustered Xueping, he let out a sigh. Attributing the chaos to the misdeeds wrought by Qian Renxue, it is likely that Xue Qinghe has already met his demise. Otherwise, given the circumstances surrounding the imperial family of the Heavenly Dou Empire, Xueping would not exhibit such irrational behavior. Tuoba Chen, how about this? Since we are now friends, let me treat you to a meal. After all, he was at a loss for what to do. And sharing a meal with the two of them seemed pleasant enough. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's words, Xueping quickly nodded, saying sure. Subsequently, Tuoba Chen led the two of them to a tavern that appeared rather elegant. Of course, he did not order any wine. Only a few meat dishes and 2 plates of beef. Xueping and Long followed suit, remaining silent. As the dishes had yet to arrive, Tuoba Chen began to feel somewhat bored. Suddenly, he inquired, Prince Xueping, what made you want to befriend me all of a sudden? Oh, it's nothing. I just think you were quite impressive, Xueping replied shyly, revealing his discomfort in dealing with unfamiliar individuals. Although he recognized that the other party was likely seeking to amass influence due to Xueping's situation, Tuoba Chen found no fault in this. After all, Xueping truly ought to establish some power for himself. Soon enough, the dishes were served. After swiftly finishing the 2 plates of beef and engaging in a few casual conversations, Tuoba Chen took his leave. He had been away for quite a while, and he presumed Qin Ming wouldn't chastise him upon his return. Watching Tuoba Chen's retreating figure, Xueping felt a sense of relief. Grateful that Tuoba Chen was not an unapproachable person, Longan suggested, Your Highness Xueping, let us head back. On their way back, Tuoba Chen happened to pass by a herbal medicine shop and suddenly remembered that Qin Ming had given him a list for a medicinal bath, which he had yet to use. The herbs he possessed were of medium to high quality, while the list provided by Qin Ming contained mostly low-grade herbs. And he still needed several more to concoct the bath. With this thought, he entered the herbal shop. As he stepped inside, a shop assistant approached him, asking, Sir, what can I assist you with? Dressed in the uniform of the Tiando Royal Junior Academy, Tuoba Chen received prompt attention. After all, individuals from the Royal Academy, even if they were merely children, were not likely to be impoverished. Presenting the list, he asked, how much for a portion of each herb on this list? The shop assistant glanced at the list and replied, Sir, these herbs are of low quality and quite inexpensive. Basically, you can purchase a portion for just 4 gold soul coins. He did not inflate the price simply because the customer was a soul master. It was against the regulations of their chamber, and anyone caught overcharging for tips would be expelled. Nodding, Tuoba Chen estimated the price to be reasonable and said, I would like 50 portions of these herbs, delivered to room 9, apartment 2 of the Tiando Royal Junior Academy. After this, he produced a purple card, intending to pay by card. The shop assistant nodded eagerly, certainly, please wait a moment. 50 portions would amount to 200 gold soul coins, granting him a commission of 10 gold soul coins, which was quite a sum. After completing the transaction, the shop assistant handed Tuoba Chen a white token, stating, Sir, this is the token of our 7 Treasures Chamber of Commerce. Anyone who spends over 100 gold coins in our establishment receives this junior membership token. 7 Treasures Chamber of Commerce? Is it affiliated with the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School? Indeed, sir. Your expenditure of 200 gold soul coins has been recorded, and you are now a junior member, entitled to a 5 discount on purchases. Once your spending reaches 1,000 gold soul coins, you may exchange it for a mid-level membership token, allowing you a 10 discount on future purchases. Hearing this, Tuoba Chen smiled, sensing the allure of the offer. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School was indeed clever in implementing such membership tiers to encourage consumer spending. No wonder it was the wealthiest sect in the Douluo continent. Reflecting on his own Holy Dragon Chamber of Commerce, he couldn't help but compare. While his white-armored Earth Dragon martial spirit was formidable, it seemed less advantageous in business. Unlike the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, which could appraise treasures, his strength merely provided a slight edge as a bodyguard. Should he ever become the sect master, he would certainly establish a mercenary guild, which might prove more lucrative than a mere chamber of commerce. Suddenly, while lost in thought, Tuoba Chen collided with someone. As he picked himself up off the ground, he was bewildered to see a young man sprawled before him. Rushing to assist him, he exclaimed, My apologies. Are you all right? The young man appeared slightly dazed from the impact, which was understandable considering Tuoba Chen's considerable weight. Chapter 18. The first encounter with Yu Tianhing felt dizzy. Having been deep in thought when a heavy object collided with his abdomen. Caught off guard, he naturally fell to the ground, his head striking a nearby stone. Fortunately, given his status as a great soul master, his resilience was commendable. He felt a bit lightheaded but sustained no serious injury. After a moment, he noticed the anxious expression of the younger boy before him. Yu Tianhing, not harboring any ill feelings, gently patted Tuoba Chen's head, saying, It's all right, little brother. Just be more careful next time. The unexpected gesture left Tuoba Chen momentarily taken aback. Truthfully, having a boy barely older than a child pat his head left him with mixed emotions. Noticing that the other was also wearing the Tiando Royal Junior Academy uniform, Tuoba Chen asked. So, you are also a student of the Tiando Royal Junior Academy? Yu Tianheng nodded in affirmation, and Tuoba Chen, realizing the situation, added, let me escort you back to school. I saw you hit your head. He genuinely worried about the other's well-being, especially since the collision had been quite forceful. After a brief conversation, Yu Tianheng found himself unable to refuse, ultimately accompanying Tuoba Chen to the academy's infirmary. Once the school doctor confirmed that Tuoba Chen was unharmed, Yu Tianheng felt relieved. Tuoba Chen introduced himself. Senior, my name is Tuoba Chen, a student from Class 1. Should anything arise in the future, please feel free to seek me out. He proceeded to share his various contact details, almost as if fearing Yu Tianheng would struggle to find him. He was, after all, a normal person who could not bear the thought of causing harm without remorse. He had held back during his earlier interactions with Shuepeng and the others, recognizing that they were all classmates and there was no need to foster enmity. Amused, Yu Tianheng chuckled, finding this younger student quite entertaining. He had never encountered such an amusing junior before, who seemed almost motherly. Very well, Tuoba Chen. I am Yu Tianheng, a student from Class 5. If you ever find yourself in need, don't hesitate to approach me. I am the top student at the academy. After all, surprised, Tuoba Chen realized that in his rare outing, he had collided with none other than Yu Tianheng. There is indeed a certain affinity between myself and these supporting characters. Very well, brother Yu Tianheng, I shall remember that. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Farewell, junior. After Tuoba Chen's departure, the school doctor remarked to Yu Tianheng, it seems you have a fondness for this junior. Yu Tianheng cast a glance at the doctor and replied, Tuoba Chen, the foremost genius of this year's cohort at the Tiando Royal Academy. Effortlessly outshone 3 others in his first class, even surpassing the Avalanche Prince in that impressive display. He is known for his diligent training, earning accolades from the esteemed teacher Qin Ming, renowned throughout the academy. I find it essential to cultivate a friendship with him. The doctor quipped, oh. So you intentionally collided with him, then? Yu Tianheng rubbed the small bump on the back of his head and said, that was an accident. Quick, apply some medicine. It hurts terribly. Of course, young master, I shall attend to it immediately. Tuoba Chen was oblivious to the conversation between the two individuals. Upon returning, he commenced his cultivation. But after half a day, he felt an unusual discomfort throughout his body. It was still midday, and he had ample time to practice for the afternoon. With approximately half an hour remaining before dinner, Tuoba Chen ceased his exercises and began to stretch on the ground. Suddenly, there was a series of knocks on the door. Is Mr. Tuoba Chen in? I am from the Seven Treasures Trading Association. The medicinal herbs you ordered have arrived. Please step out to sign for them. Upon hearing the voice outside, Tuoba Chen hurried to open the door. As he swung it open, a somewhat frail-looking man appeared before him. The man crouched down and said, Sir, please inspect the goods. If everything is in order, kindly provide your signature. Very well. After counting the items, he confirmed there were indeed 50 portions. And the types of herbs matched his order. Once he signed, the man moved the herbs into the room. He preferred not to reveal the effects of the Songlong pendant to outsiders, opting for the minor inconvenience of having them delivered instead. After all, his current strength was still limited, and it was wiser to keep the pendant's abilities concealed. After dinner, Tuoba Chen rested for a while without cultivating his soul power. Instead, he engaged in a rigorous set of push-ups and various high-intensity exercises until he was utterly exhausted. Only then did he cease his training and step into the medicinal bath that had been prepared earlier. Having procured the items, he was determined to test their efficacy. Before entering, he applied a crushed herbal concoction known as cold grass all over his body. This was a precaution advised by Qin Ming. Without this layer of herbal juice, the scalding hot medicinal water could potentially burn his skin. Thus, it was prudent to take extra care. With the herbal juice applied, Tuoba Chen appeared greenish all over, and his lower body felt a chilling sensation, causing goosebumps to rise. He hastily entered the medicinal bath, and as the coldness gradually dissipated, it was replaced by a warm, tingling sensation. The medicinal bath quickly began to take effect, starting to mend the damage inflicted during the day. Due to an overwhelming sense of comfort, Tuoba Chen succumbed to slumber. The following morning, before the sun had risen, he awoke to find the surrounding potions had transformed from a deep green to a clear liquid, indicating that he had completely absorbed the medicinal properties. He felt invigorated, as if a new spirit coursed through him. After refreshing himself and cleansing his body of impurities, he performed a set of radiocalisthenics, a routine he had adhered to since his previous life, specifically the 9th set. The reason for this practice stemmed from a long-standing habit, as radiocalisthenics offered numerous benefits, such as allowing the mind to rest while relaxing the muscles, enhancing cardiovascular function, promoting blood circulation, increasing metabolism, and alleviating fatigue. In his former job, he had not engaged in formal exercise. Rather, he relied solely on these calisthenics to maintain his vitality. 2 days later, Tuoba Chen awaited someone at the academy's entrance. It was the day Meng Yiran was returning, and their relationship had blossomed into a pleasant camaraderie, warranting a warm welcome. Soon, he spotted Meng Yiran approaching, accompanied by 2 familiar figures, Long Gong and Shipa, who had returned with her. From a distance, Meng Yiran noticed Tuoba Chen waiting and hurried over, leaping into his embrace, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Brother Chen, have you missed me these past few days? She inquired playfully. Indeed, but kindly release me. Our esteemed seniors are nearby. Tuoba Chen replied, struggling gently to extricate himself. Upon hearing this, Meng Yuran let go. Gazing at him with sweet affection, Long Gong observed the scene with a chuckle, shaking his head in amusement, recognizing that his daughter had finally found companionship. He was pleased, especially after hearing about Tuoba Chen's current prowess from Meng Yuran, and he regarded him favorably as a prospective son-in-law. Ah, little Chen. I see you're studying here as well, quite a coincidence. Long Gong remarked. Greetings, Senior Long Gong and Senior Shipa. Yes, it is indeed a serendipitous encounter. I had no idea Iran was also enrolled here. Such coincidence. I have ample reason to suspect that you and comrade Tuoba Yin conspired to uncover my school's location before sending Meng Yuran here. Long Gong jested. Haha, you too. Little Chen, your father will surely be pleased to learn that you are at the same school. By the way, when summer vacation arrives, do remember to visit my family with Iran. I have something to entrust to you. Though Tuoba Chen was unaware of the nature of the item Long Gong intended to bestow, he nonetheless responded courteously, certainly, Senior Long Gong. After bidding farewell to Long Gong and Shipa, Tuoba Chen returned to his tranquil routine. As spring gave way to autumn, the semester swiftly passed. Qin Ming, with a beaming smile, addressed the students. All right, everyone, this marks the final class of the semester. Tomorrow, we commence the final examinations, and once you pass, the break will begin. A student interjected, Teacher, what if we fail the exam? Yusin, that's an excellent question. However, it is best that everyone succeeds, Qin Ming replied, maintaining his cheerful demeanor. But teacher, what happens if we do not pass? Yusin pressed. Rest assured, everyone will pass, Qin Ming persisted with a smile. Yusin continued, Teacher, but everyone will pass, he interrupted, his eyes narrowing into slits, his tone taking on an unsettling calmness. Yusin gulped. Oh, our teacher, we will definitely pass. With Yusin's declaration, the somber expression on Qin Ming's face dissipated, replaced by a cheerful smile. Very well, class dismissed. After Qin Ming departed, Shueping turned to Tuoba Chen. Her face pale with fear. Brother Chen, if we fail, will we perish? Tuoba Chen nodded slightly, fully aware of Qin Ming's expression just moments ago. He recalled a time when he was utterly exhausted and failed to complete a task assigned by Qin Ming, which had elicited the same look from him. The following day, he had nearly faced dire consequences at Qin Ming's hands. Having experienced such terror firsthand, Tuoba Chen understood the gravity of the upcoming examination better than anyone else. After class, Tuoba Chen was once again summoned by Qin Ming. Xiao Chen, achieving a top 3 position in this exam is the only way you will pass in my eyes, understood? Although Qin Ming spoke with a smile, Tuoba Chen felt as though he were being watched by a venomous serpent. Recognizing the futility of resistance, he replied, I understand. Teacher Qin. Very well, return and rest. We have an examination tomorrow. Yes, goodbye, teacher. Upon returning to his dormitory, Tuoba Chen continued his rigorous training as usual, later practicing his soul power while soaking in a medicinal bath. This semester, his progress with the dragon transformation technique had not been as smooth as he had hoped. He still could not maintain the dragon breathing state for a full 24 hours. There was always 1 hour each day when he could not achieve the desired state. He was uncertain as to why this occurred, but he was relieved that summer vacation was approaching, allowing him the opportunity to consult his father about the issue. Aside from the dragon transformation technique, his other training was progressing well. He could now sustain the Azure Dragon technique for 2 hours, and his soul power had successfully reached level 15. He was able to summon 3 earth thorns at once, with a notable increase in their potency. Furthermore, his soul power was sufficient to support the use of earth thorns 8 times during combat. For reasons unknown, he sensed that his soul power exceeded that of his peers by a significant margin, approximately 50% more. However, this discrepancy also meant that he required 50% more soul power to level up compared to others. This was an unexpected discovery, and he was well aware that it was not an issue with the Azure Dragon technique or the Dragon Transformation technique, but rather appeared to be related to his martial soul. He resolved to clarify these matters during the summer break. The following day, early in the morning, all first-year students gathered in the square of the Tiando Royal Junior Academy. On the podium, alongside the teachers from various classes and the principal, stood a strikingly handsome young man. Upon his appearance, the student beside him, Shuebing, began to tremble uncontrollably. In an instant, Tuoba Chen deduced the identity of this individual, Xue Qinghe. More specifically, it was Qian Rinxue disguised as Xue Qinghe. Tuoba Chen gently patted Shuebing's back and reassured him. Do not be anxious, it's just the final exam, which occurs every semester. Comforted by Tuoba Chen's words, Shuebing glanced at him, gradually relaxing and nodding. I understand. Brother Chen. Although Tuoba Chen did not explicitly state that Shuebing feared Xue Qinghe, the latter felt significantly more at ease in Tuoba Chen's presence. Despite being only a few days older, Tuoba Chen exuded a sense of security reminiscent of Xue Qinghe, a feeling he cherished. Standing on the podium, the principal addressed the students. Dear students, our school's final examination will take the form of a hunting battle. Do you see the forest behind you? After a brief pause, the crowd seized the opportunity to look back and discern the forest the principal had mentioned. Once everyone had a clear view, he continued, in this hunting battle, Your targets will be your fellow classmates. There are 8 classes in the first year, and we will begin with Class 8. Each class will enter the forest one by one, and each of you will have 3 lives upon entry. The hunting battle will operate on a points system. For every life you take from another, you will earn 1 point. The criteria for success is to incapacitate your opponent or force them to concede. Be advised, you must not cause death or permanent injury to your opponents. Teachers will monitor your actions from the air, tallying your points and ensuring that there are no deliberate acts of harm. After losing a life, you will not lose another within the next hour. Aside from fleeing, all actions are prohibited. Those who exhaust their 3 lives will be eliminated. And those who take the last life of an opponent will acquire half of their opponent's points. Ultimately, only those in the top half of the point standings will pass the final assessment. Students who do not pass will be required to attend an additional month of classes during the summer break, while those who do pass may return home to rest. The top 10 will receive special rewards. The examination will span 3 days, and food must be sourced independently, as bringing food from outside is forbidden. That concludes the rules. I hereby declare the hunting battle officially commenced. Upon hearing the principal's rules, students from classes 5 to 8 wore expressions of despair. They were the weakest in the academy. With innate soul power generally below 5, and after a single semester, none had yet broken through to level 10. It was evident that many of them would be among the first to be eliminated. Chapter 20, The Hunting Battle, Part 2, with a sense of tragic resignation. The 50 students from Class 8 were the first to venture into the forest. This class was known for its dismal talent. Their innate soul powers were merely 2 or even 1. They had paid the highest tuition fees upon enrollment and were relegated to the lowest class. Sharing cramped accommodations with 8 individuals and receiving the poorest treatment, Tiando Royal Academy was indeed a harshly realistic environment where talent and strength were paramount. It resembled a brutal ecosystem where only the fittest survived and the weak faced inevitable elimination. Each year, many students from the academy's underperforming classes chose to withdraw, unable to endure the relentless pressure. Yet, some still believed that Tiando Royal Academy was the finest institution in the entire Tiando Empire. Convinced that admission would guarantee a prosperous future, unaware that they were thrusting their children into a perilous abyss, Tuoba Chen gazed at the students of Class 8, letting out a sigh of relief that he was not among them. Though such thoughts may seem somewhat selfish, he harbored no intentions of aiding them. Perhaps it would be better for them to realize the harsh realities of the Tiando Academy sooner and voluntarily withdraw. As Class 8 entered the forest, students from other classes fixed their eyes upon them, well aware that they were the easiest prey, handed to them on a silver platter, especially the students from Class 7, who could only target Class 8. With each subsequent class entering, it finally became time for Tuoba Chen's class to proceed. Just as they were about to step into the forest to hunt, Qin Ming suddenly called out to everyone, reminding them that only those within the top 60 would pass. He added cheerfully that he would take good care of those who needed to stay behind for remedial classes. Upon hearing this, the 15 battle spirit masters from Class 1 rushed into the depths of the forest, as if struck by lightning. The reason there were only 15 was that 5 others were support-type spirit masters, who had different assessments to attend to. Once inside the forest, Tuoba Chen found himself unhurried. He would inevitably encounter others. He had seen students from different classes before. It could be said that among the first-year spirit masters, none could match his prowess. However, considering the potential for alliances among others, he remained cautious during his journey. After all, with so many martial spirits around, should one happen to counter his, and he was not alert, it could lead to disastrous consequences. He certainly did not wish to endure another one of Qin Ming's devilish punishments. Not long after entering the forest, he reached his anticipated destination, the Tiando Royal Junior Academy's forest. Home to the national tree of the Tiando Empire, the Tiando tree, which towered approximately 3 times higher than ordinary trees. As he surveyed the surroundings, he discovered numerous Tiando trees growing within the academy's forest. The tree before him was the closest, and without hesitation, he began to climb it. To gather intelligence on others, he decided to seize the high ground first. This Tiando tree stood about 50 meters tall, and after 10 minutes, Tuoba Chen reached its pinnacle. Breathless, he acknowledged that climbing trees was quite exhausting, and given the tree's girth, he could not wrap his arms around it entirely. He relied solely on his strength to ascend. Fortunately, he obtained the relevant information he sought. He began by surveying the terrain of the forest, as he would be living there for 3 days. And the more comprehensive the intelligence, the better. After a thorough examination, Tuoba Chen quickly grasped the layout of the forest. It formed a circular structure, with a massive lake situated at its center, and as if arranged deliberately, each Tiando tree was spaced closely together. He then observed the current distribution of personnel. Since they had not been separated for long, and considering that the first-year students were merely 6 years old, their distances from one another were not great. Soon, Tuoba Chen identified a direction, the southeast, where the majority of individuals were congregated. Upon locating his prey, he swiftly initiated his hunting action, sliding down from the Tiando tree and leaping onto the trunk of a regular tree, then jumping to another trunk, advancing with the agility of a nimble monkey. Under normal circumstances, with his martial spirit, such agility would be unattainable. However, through his training in the Songlong technique, his spirit power was imbued with effects like armor breaking, acceleration, and lightness. By concentrating a small amount of spirit power beneath his feet, he achieved his current agility. Aang, do you think we will pass this assessment? One of the boys asked. Fear not, we too are the elite of Class 2. In our combined strength, who could possibly rival us? Aside from those few devils in Class 1? Replied Aang confidently. Just as he finished speaking, he felt an unsettling gaze upon him. Instinctively looking up, he immediately spotted Tuoba Chen above him, causing him to stumble back in fright. Greetings. I believe someone just referred to me as a devil, Tuoba Chen remarked. Tuoba Chen, what do you intend to do? I must warn you, there are two of us, and we both possess spirit abilities. You might not necessarily defeat us. Aang stammered, his voice lacking conviction, as he himself doubted the words he uttered. He had witnessed Tuoba Chen's prowess before and understood the disparity in their strengths. He was merely attempting to bolster his courage. However, his companion remained much calmer and quickly declared, Martial Spirit, Manifestation. First Spirit Ability, Prison. With that, a ribbon materialized in the boy's hand and swiftly lunged toward Tuoba Chen as if it had a mind of its own. A Control-type Spirit Master. Upon seeing the opponent's move, felt a twinge of surprise. Control-type Spirit Masters were the nemesis of Assault-type Spirit Masters. Alas, today, the opponent they encountered was Tuoba Chen. Martial Spirit, Manifestation. First Spirit Ability, Earth Spike. He countered. Just as the ribbon was about to touch him, his Earth Spike struck first, to avoid causing any permanent harm. He deliberately softened the tips of his Earth Spikes, preventing them from inflicting severe injury. Nevertheless, his formidable attack power was beyond what a mere level 10 Control-type Spirit Master could endure. As the Earth Spike, or rather, the Earth Pillar, collided with the abdomen of the Control-type Spirit Master, he immediately fell to his knees, clutching his belly. Cold sweat pouring down his forehead as if he were enduring immense pain. He glanced up at Tuoba Chen, realizing this was the might of the strongest in Class 1. Soon after, he collapsed, rendered incapable of further combat. Having dispatched one opponent, Tuoba Chen shifted his attention to the boy named Aang. Wait, I concede, Aang exclaimed, hurriedly tossing the white flag of surrender provided by the Academy. Chapter 21, The Hunting Battle, Part 3, Observing the Area from Above. The supervising teacher saw this unfold and promptly awarded Tuoba Chen with 2 additional points while deducting a life from each of the 2 boys. After eliminating 2 adversaries, Tuoba Chen had no intention of pursuing further conflict with them. He immediately set out to seek his next target. Given his hunting speed, he could likely accumulate more than just 2 points within an hour. Encountering students from other classes, he could often resolve conflicts without even employing his spirit abilities. Easily overcoming them, of course, this was contingent upon their numbers not exceeding 5. Otherwise, he would find himself in a challenging situation. Although Qin Ming had assigned him the objective of placing within the top 3, he was not content with merely achieving 3rd or even 2nd place. He aspired to be the foremost among first-year students. Thus, his singular focus was on claiming the title of first. However, the greatest obstacle to realizing this ambition was the sheer size of the forest. If certain students remained hidden in obscure corners, it would prove difficult for him to locate them. He needed to devise a strategy. It was impractical to have him climb the tiendo trees each time to spot his targets before advancing. Such an approach was inefficient. Moreover, others would be on the move as well, making it highly likely for him to miss his quarry, resulting in a significant waste of time. He recalled the principal's speech earlier that day, and suddenly, an idea struck Tuoba Chen. He looked up and swiftly spotted the teachers moving above the forest. Unbeknownst to him, the instructors in the sky flew not very high, allowing Tuoba Chen to catch a glimpse of their faces. In an instant, Tuoba Chen realized something profound and understood what he needed to do. In the afternoon, a student from Class 4 was sprinting desperately through the forest, as if a terrifying creature were in pursuit. However, his escape was destined to be futile. Suddenly, a colossal earthen pillar emerged before him, striking him in the abdomen. The attack was so unexpected that he failed to react in time, and he was sent flying backward. Though the force of the pillar was immense, it appeared that the assailant bore no intent to harm him, as he suffered no substantial injury upon landing. As he turned over, he noticed a pair of legs suddenly appearing before him and realized something. Silently, he retrieved a white flag from his pocket. Upon seeing the white flag, the legs before him turned and departed in a different direction. Watching the figure fade away, he sighed. It was only the first day, and he had already exhausted 3 of his lives. Now, he was certain he would have to attend summer classes at school. The instructor overseeing this area noticed Tuoba Chen's actions with a hint of curiosity. Although aware of Tuoba Chen's formidable strength, he found the boy's efficiency astonishing. Within just half a day, he had amassed over 20 points. It was as if he possessed knowledge of everyone's locations, consistently advancing toward those present. Furthermore, his stamina seemed almost superhuman, as if he required no rest whatsoever. Just as he pondered this, Tuoba Chen suddenly glanced up at him. Their eyes met, and a realization dawned upon him. Could this young lad be utilizing him to pinpoint the locations of other participants? Indeed, as the instructor was responsible for a vast area, he often spotted various students and would need to change direction to track their movements. To confirm his suspicion, he quickly set off toward another student's direction, and, unsurprisingly, Tuoba Chen, who had been stationary, immediately began moving in the same direction. Astounded, the instructor thought, This boy is indeed using me to locate others. No. Now that I am aware of it, I cannot allow him to exploit me any further. I must halt my movements. As he suddenly stopped, Tuoba Chen froze for a moment, pondering whether he had been discovered. No choice remained. If he would not assist him, he would have to seek help elsewhere. With this in mind, he swiftly moved toward another instructor, having anticipated the possibility of such a scenario. After all, he was not the sole proctor present. He could simply switch to another without violating any rules of the game. As time passed, the sun gradually descended in the western sky, signaling the approach of night. Aware of this, Tuoba Chen began searching for a hiding spot, for combat under the cover of darkness was decidedly unfavorable for him. He had already expended considerable energy throughout the day, and even he was in dire need of rest to replenish his strength. During his recent hunt, he had fortuitously passed by a central lake within the forest, where some fish spirit beasts could serve as nourishment to restore his energy. Meanwhile, Mangiran and Mohen and others gazed at the setting sun, their eyes glimmering with anticipation. The sun had finally dipped below the horizon, and they awaited this very moment. The dragon had succumbed to slumber, and the night belonged to them. As the last rays of light faded, darkness enveloped the land. Mohen, who had been meditating atop a great tree, abruptly opened his eyes and surveyed the pitch-black surroundings. A cold, ruthless smile crept upon his lips. His martial spirit, the lion, was a member of the feline family, and his vision at night was no less formidable than by day. In fact, it was even stronger. As night fell, he knew that, aside from Tuoba Chen, even the avalanche would not pose a challenge to him. This night was destined to be one of wakefulness. While roasting fish by the lakeside, Tuoba Chen suddenly heard a distant scream. His hand trembled, causing the fish to tumble into the flames. He hurriedly rescued his fish from the fire. Upon inspecting the charred remains, Tuoba Chen grimaced. It was burnt beyond recognition. How can one eat this? Do they not require rest? He grumbled. After a brief tirade, he settled down again, retrieving another sturgeon he had caught, and began to roast it slowly. Although others were on the move, he remained unperturbed, for in the end, all these points would belong to him. Let them do the labor for him. After finishing his dinner, he fashioned a small earthen shelter using earth spikes and took a brief rest within. The following day, as the sun rose, its rays illuminated the peculiar earthen dwelling where Tuoba Chen had spent the night. He immediately roused himself. Frankly, he had not slept well, as the continuous screams from the previous night had kept him awake. These people truly cannot learn to be a tad gentler? Must they create such a ruckus? Are they determined to keep me from sleeping? Just as Tuoba Chen was lost in these thoughts, a familiar voice echoed from above. Attention, students. Can you hear me? I shall now announce the results of yesterday's hunting battle. A total of 213 participants took part in this hunt, and after yesterday's fierce competition, 59 have been eliminated, leaving 154 remaining. Now, I will report the standings of the top 10 scorers. First place, Tuoba Chen, with 59 points. Second place, Mohen, with 41 points. Third place, Avalanche, with 39 points. Fourth place, Mangiran, with 35 points. Upon hearing the principal's announcement, Tuoba Chen was taken aback. He had not anticipated accumulating as many as 59 points. It seemed that many of those eliminated had already possessed points, which was advantageous for him, as knowing his score would allow him to devise different strategies and provide him with greater peace of mind. Mohen, upon hearing the broadcast, found it hard to believe. While Tuoba Chen was indeed powerful, he had heard that the white-armored earth dragon was not particularly adept in speed. The efficiency of the hunt ought to be rather low. Could it be that among the hunters, there are individuals who already possess points, and they are down to their last life, only to encounter him? After much contemplation, Mohen concluded that this was the only plausible explanation. Otherwise, given Tuoba Chen's white-armored earth dragon, it would be nearly impossible for him to achieve such a high score. According to his plan, he should have caught up with, if not surpassed, Tuoba Chen by last night. It was truly unexpected that he found himself trailing by 18 points. Having come to this realization, Mohen did not succumb to despair. There were still 2 days remaining, ample time for him to overtake Tuoba Chen. Reflecting on the semester, where he had been consistently overshadowed by Tuoba Chen, Mohen couldn't help but clench his fists, not out of animosity towards Tuoba Chen, but rather driven by his own fierce ambition. Mohen was an individual of exceptional tenacity, unable to accept such a substantial disparity between himself and others. As a result, he had devoted himself tirelessly to his training this semester, exerting effort that could rival that of Tuoba Chen, which had elevated his soul power level even above that of the Avalanche Prince, reaching the same level 15 as Tuoba Chen. Yet, despite this, he had never triumphed over Tuoba Chen in practical combat. He felt a surge of determination. This hunting battle presented a splendid opportunity. Although his lion spirit might falter against the white-armored earth dragon in direct confrontation, hunting was undeniably his forte. Meanwhile, the other participants reacted similarly upon hearing the principal's announcement regarding soul power. As for the students from other classes, they listened to the principal's broadcast with expressions of utter disillusionment. Without exception, the top 10 were all from Class 1, with even the lowest scorer achieving 20 points. The stark disparity in strength instilled a profound sense of urgency among the other classes, prompting many to form teams in an attempt to resist the formidable Class 1. Tuoba Chen employed the same strategy as yesterday, meticulously tracking his teacher. After all, in preparation for the upcoming final examinations, nearly all the flying instructors in the school had been summoned. As for the teacher he had followed yesterday, it remained a mystery why they had not informed the others of his actions. The principal, observing the list of score rankings in his hands, remarked, "Chen, your class has performed admirably, although Class 1 has always been formidable. Never before has a class managed to place all its members in the top 20 on the very first day. Principal, you flatter us. This achievement is solely due to the students' hard work. I have played little part in it," Qin Ming responded modestly. "Haha, there is no need for such humility, Teacher Qin. If, by the end of the rankings, more than 10 students from Class 1 manage to maintain their positions in the top 20, I shall grant you a reasonable request." Initially lacking enthusiasm, Qin Ming's interest peaked at this declaration. "Principal, is that truly the case?" "Indeed, Teacher Qin. With 2 days remaining, take your time to contemplate what reward you desire." "Understood." Tuoba Chen surveyed the group of individuals surrounding him, feeling somewhat taken aback. Was he caught in an ambush? Just moments ago, he had once again accompanied his teacher in search of prey. This time, they had indeed located it. But the target group was rather sizable, a team consisting of 11 members, predominantly from classes 3 and 4. The individuals opposite him were acutely aware of their own limitations, fully cognizant of the difficulty they faced in passing the upcoming final examination. Consequently, upon entering the forest, they had unanimously opted to band together, as this was their only hope for success in the assessment. To be honest, this was the first time he found himself confronting such a multitude. Could he possibly emerge victorious? A sense of apprehension gripped him. Yet he was not alone in his anxiety. The 11 individuals before him shared a similar trepidation. The average strength of those from Class 3 was merely at level 8, while Class 4's was even lower, averaging at level 7. This meant that none among them possessed a soul ring at that moment. Tuoba Chen, renowned within the academy as a formidable practitioner, had already become the subject of awe and reverence within merely 2 days of the semester's commencement. Whispers of his exceptional prowess circulated widely, particularly tales of the Avalanche Prince, who, despite being only 1 rank beneath him, failed to withstand even a single blow. For those among them who had yet to acquire a soul ring, the prospect of enduring a strike from him seemed tantamount to certain demise. Thus, despite their overwhelming numerical advantage, a sense of trepidation loomed within their hearts. The two sides remained locked in a tense standoff for approximately 1 minute. Ultimately, it was a bold assault from one of the opposing soul masters that shattered the silence, and the battle was poised to erupt. Earth Spike. 5 minutes later, Tuoba Chen began to flee, realizing that he had overestimated himself. During this period, he had felt invincible among his peers, and the myriad rumors surrounding him had led to a certain arrogance, culminating in this grave misjudgment. Although his soul power was indeed superior to that of his contemporaries, taking on 11 opponents simultaneously was still beyond his capabilities. Nevertheless, he had made some progress. Only 8 individuals continued to pursue him, 3 of whom he had already incapacitated, earning himself 3 points. These 3 were vanquished by his earth spikes, which, while formidable and capable of launching unexpected assaults, bore a significant drawback. After deploying them, he would be rendered immobile for 3 seconds. Furthermore, there existed a special condition for unleashing the earth spikes. One must have a part of their body in contact with the ground. After all, his earth spikes were a manifestation of altering the earth structure through soul power. Typically, when he activated the spikes while wearing shoes, it inadvertently diminished their potency, prompting him to occasionally use his hands to touch the ground, thus amplifying their effectiveness. The range of his earth spikes was limited to 10 meters, and in those brief 3 seconds, he had already endured numerous strikes. Chapter 23, The Hunt, Part 5. Students from classes 3 and 4 were not entirely inept. As soul masters, they possess significantly greater strength than the average person, and a punch delivered by them could be quite painful. As a result, Tuoba Chen now bore multiple bruises on his body, and the pain hampered his ability to strike effectively. Thus, he chose to momentarily retreat from confrontation, strategizing for a more opportune moment to engage. He intended to eliminate small groups of 2 or 3 with a single, decisive strike using his earth spikes. After more than 10 minutes, he finally evaded that team. "Ah, I can finally catch my breath," he thought. Reflecting on his carelessness and vowing to avoid such mistakes in the future, he then returned to the central lake where he had rested the previous night, recalling the medicinal herbs that could heal his wounds, which were now fortuitously available for use. Meanwhile, Shuelang gazed apprehensively at the 5-man team before him, feeling a sense of dread. What was happening? Just yesterday, they had been reveling in their prowess, and today they were thrust into a battle formation. Recognizing the precarious situation, Shuelang opted not to confront them head-on but instead chose to flee. His white swan martial spirit, while explosively powerful, lacked sufficient defense, rendering him vulnerable to encirclement. On another front, Longan and his companions faced a similar predicament. However, they opted not to band together, adhering to Qin Ming's directive that prohibited them from acting as a unit. The principal observed the image projected by the soul power and remarked, "Prince Qinghe, it appears that Shuelang has found himself in a perilous situation." In response to the principal's query, Qinghe smiled and replied, "It is of no concern. The students from Class 1 are equally ensnared in difficulties. I trust he will endure. By the way, Principal, could you provide me with the information regarding a student named Tuoba Chen? I sense great potential in him. Upon hearing Xueqing his request, the principal nodded and instructed Qin Ming to procure Tuoba Chen's dossier. As the Tiando Royal Academy was fundamentally an institution for nurturing royal talent, there was no objection to the request. Before long, Tuoba Chen's information was delivered to him in its entirety. After a thorough examination, Xueqing remarked, "This young fellow possesses commendable strength. Achieving level 15 at such a tender age is impressive, though his innate talent seems somewhat lacking. With a baseline soul power of only level 8, what a pity." The principal, in agreement with Xueqing's assessment, nodded thoughtfully. He himself had an innate soul power of level 8 and had once been youthful and impetuous, believing that such a level was remarkable. However, he later came to understand the vast chasm that existed between levels 8 and 9. In his earlier years, he could compensate for this gap through diligence. But as he progressed, particularly after reaching Soul Saint status, the disparity became glaringly evident. Many of his contemporaries who had attained level 9 had since reached level 85, while he remained stuck at level 79, never having crossed the threshold into the realm of Soul Douluo. Thus, upon learning of Tuoba Chen's innate soul power being level 8, his interest in the freshman chief diminished significantly. Meanwhile, Qin Ming, having overheard their conversation, wished to advocate for Tuoba Chen but found himself at a loss for words. Standing helplessly to the side, casting a forlorn glance at the two. Shifting back to Tuoba Chen, he had finished applying the medicinal herbs. Due to the effects of the dragon breathing technique, his absorption of the medicine occurred at an accelerated rate, and within just over an hour, his injuries had nearly healed, allowing him to move without discomfort. With his injuries now fully mended, it was time to seek retribution, for he was not one to harbor grudges. He believed in addressing grievances promptly. To accurately locate the group responsible for his plight, he climbed the tiando tree beside the central lake and quickly discerned their whereabouts. He soon spotted his targets, who were making their way westward. Tuoba Chen leapt gracefully into the air, plunging directly into the central lake, before swiftly emerging ashore, gliding through the dense forest like a specter. "Boss, do you think that after we confronted Tuoba Chen, he might rally others to seek vengeance against us?" "Rest assured, that will not happen." Before the examination commenced, I received word that their instructor had issued a decree prohibiting Class 1 from forming teams. For this hunting competition, they must operate individually, otherwise they would face a dreadful punishment. Thus, we shall simply wait here. As they conversed, they continued to search for prey. Tuoba Chen gazed intently from the treetops, observing the group of individuals below. Although the 11 individuals hailed from different classes, their roles were distinctly defined. 2 defensive soul masters and 2 assault-type soul masters stood at the forefront, flanked by 2 agile soul masters on either side, while 3 control-type soul masters occupied the center. A purely agile soul master scouted the surroundings, and the final member, a level 9 assault-type soul master, brought up the rear. The entire team advanced methodically, witnessing their formation. Tuoba Chen had to concede that the commander of this group possessed a certain skill. If he were to launch a surprise attack, he would find it challenging to identify a weak point, as any attempt to breach their ranks would likely result in concentrated fire. However, defeating them was not insurmountable. Tuoba Chen recognized several flaws within their team. Firstly, despite their numbers, the strongest among them was merely at level 9. He could easily dispatch a level 12 soul master, rendering a level 9 opponent insignificant in his eyes. Secondly, the sheer size of their team made them cumbersome and inflexible. Discovering a target was one thing, capturing it was another matter entirely. Ultimately, while their formation was commendable, the rest of their capabilities fell short. Yet, he could not recklessly assault this team. After all, an individual's strength was limited. Ideally, he would prefer to eliminate the commander first, as doing so would secure a considerable advantage in the ensuing battle. Unfortunately, the 2 control-type soul masters at the center obstructed his approach, and it was uncertain whether they were indeed the commanders. Left with no choice, he decided to bide his time, waiting for a suitable opportunity to strike. Fortune smiled upon him, as not long after, such an opportunity presented itself when this team encountered another group. In stark contrast to the former, this new team comprised only 6 members, all from the second class. Among them, 3 had obtained soul rings, while the remaining 3 had also reached level 9, suggesting that they were not necessarily destined to lose. Both sides exuded confidence in their abilities, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Charge! A sudden shout, the source of which was unknown, ignited movement from both groups, plunging them into a chaotic melee. Meanwhile, the teacher observing from above began to twitch at the corners of his mouth, having distinctly heard Tuoba Chen's battle cry. It was a reckless act that teachers typically dreaded, as such skirmishes often resulted in injuries amidst the chaos of numbers. The monitoring of soul power by Xueqing revealed Tuoba Chen's antics, prompting an involuntary chuckle until the principal's gaze fell upon her. At which point she quickly regained her composure, remarking, "This little fellow is quite amusing." The principal nodded in agreement, acknowledging that those of a more cunning disposition often outlasted the forthright. In the forest, the commotion from the battle attracted onlookers, drawing them closer to the fray. Tuoba Chen understood that he needed to act swiftly, otherwise, the points at stake would be claimed by others. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, He stealthily positioned his hands on the ground from his hiding spot in the bushes. Earth spikes. He whispered softly. Suddenly, 3 inconspicuous yet swift earth spikes erupted from the ground, targeting the carotid arteries of the 3 combatants in the corner. Striking this area with the proper force would temporarily deprive the brain of blood, causing them to faint. Of course, he needed to control the strength carefully, ensuring the tips of the spikes were softened to avoid serious injury. Having been influenced by Qin Ming's teachings and subjected to daily training in soul power control, he executed the maneuver flawlessly. The spikes struck precisely, leading to a momentary deprivation of blood flow to the brains of the 3 individuals, causing them to collapse instantly. A phenomenon often referred to as oxygen deprivation. He could have opted for a less scientific method of incapacitation, such as a physical stun by delivering a powerful blow to the abdomen, inducing a state of unconsciousness through overwhelming pain. However, such a method would expose him and consume more soul power, so he chose restraint for the sake of scoring points. In the midst of the fray, the 3 fallen individuals went largely unnoticed until Tuoba Chen executed 2 more similar operations. The leader of the 3rd and 4th class team finally sensed something amiss. He had indeed noticed each time a team member went down. The first instance, when 3 collapsed simultaneously, had raised his suspicions. He recalled that Tuoba Chen had previously eliminated 3 of their team members with earth spikes in a similar fashion. However, he had not witnessed the spike's emergence at that moment, leading him to dismiss it as mere coincidence. Yet, with the 2nd and 3rd occurrences, it became increasingly evident that this was no mere chance. 3 individuals collapsing simultaneously was too coincidental to ignore. "Stop," he shouted urgently. Unfortunately, despite the volume of his voice, no one heeded his call. The participants, all young and hot-headed, were too engrossed in battle to pay attention to an 8th-level control-type soul master. Upon hearing the command to cease, Teia's lips curled into a wicked smile. "At last, I've found you." The control-type soul master did not relent after a single failure. He persisted, imploring, "You must stop fighting." No sooner had his words left his mouth than a slender earth spike pierced his neck, causing him to darken in vision and pale in complexion before collapsing to the ground. With the only peacemaker now incapacitated, the chaos escalated further. Seizing the moment, Tuoba Chen unleashed a flurry of strikes. Thanks to the diminutive size of the earth spikes, he conserved considerable soul power, allowing him to deploy them multiple times. With the duration of rigidity reduced to merely 2 seconds, it was only when the number of combatants dwindled to 4 that the remaining participants began to notice their surroundings. A young boy from the 2nd class exclaimed, "What is happening? Why is everyone unconscious? Mingyan, get up. Stop pretending to be dead." He vigorously shook one of the plump boys sprawled on the ground. The chubby boy named Mingzun, as described by him, was the most resilient among them, possessing a martial spirit of the stone-armored turtle, whose primary soul skill was to enhance defensive capabilities. Thus, he suspected that his old classmate was feigning unconsciousness to avoid being hit. However, after shaking him vigorously several times without eliciting any response, he realized that Mingzun had indeed lost consciousness. Faced with 3 adversaries glaring menacingly at him, he felt a twinge of fear. Although he had surpassed level 10 and possessed his first soul skill, he was a control-type soul master, lacking significant offensive power. Among his foes were 2 agile attack specialists, who were particularly adept at countering him, alongside a formidable strength-type fighter. He was, in truth, no match for them. Nevertheless, clinging to the notion of taking at least one adversary down with him, he resolved to make a stand. Just as he readied himself, a towering earthen pillar rapidly loomed before him, and before he could comprehend the situation, he succumbed to unconsciousness. The remaining trio were already familiar with Tuoba Chen and well aware of the immense power of his earth spikes. However, surrender was not an option, as each of them had only 1 life left. Losing it would result in their immediate elimination. Aware of their impending doom but devoid of any escape plans, they exchanged glances. The soul strength-type soul master charged directly at him, while the other 2 agile attackers circled around, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Yet, as one might know, although agile attackers are swift, their offensive capabilities are often disappointing. In a scenario where the disparity in strength is too vast, their attacks would feel akin to a mere scratch. Being particularly fragile, they would succumb to a powerful blow instantly, their position akin to that of an ADC in a battle. Tuoba Chen barely glanced as 2 formidable soul masters from the agility category advanced, only to be abruptly thwarted by 2 immense spikes emerging from the ground, sending them out of the match. Now, the only competitors remaining on the field were himself and the opposing powerhouse, engaging in a true one-on-one confrontation, undisturbed by any external distractions. Witnessing the swift elimination of his 2 comrades, the aggressive soul master instinctively recoiled, inadvertently tripping over a branch and tumbling to the ground. As Tuoba Chen approached, the adversary shouted in desperation, "Do not come any closer." Chapter 25, The Hunting Battle, 7. Though fear gripped him, he had no intention of surrendering. This was his final life. With uncertainty surrounding the status of his allies, he feared the consequences of elimination. He had no desire to retake classes. However, Tuoba Chen remained indifferent to his opponent's trepidations. Taking a deep breath, he propelled himself forward with explosive force, akin to a cannonball, and delivered a precise punch to the opponent's jaw, sending him out of the match. Witnessing this unfold, the supervising teacher in the heir silently awarded Tuoba Chen 37 points. Among those he had just eliminated, many were clinging to their last life, and with a substantial number of points already accumulated, his score surged significantly. Having dispatched this small team, he began to seek new targets. Initially, he contemplated guarding the fallen bodies, but upon reflection, he discarded that notion. Firstly, it would be an egregious waste of time. Secondly, he was reluctant to accrue points through such means. Thirdly, their earlier skirmish had attracted the attention of nearby organized teams, making him a prime target due to his considerable bounty. After all, even children possess a sense of vanity. Who wouldn't he want to claim the prestigious title of defeating the top student? Thus, after considerable deliberation, he resolved to vacate the area. His current score was already sufficiently high, and it would be more prudent to hunt smaller teams or solitary individuals, avoiding unnecessary risks. Having expended considerable soul power in this battle, he intended to return to the Central Lakes camp to recuperate before proceeding further. After Tuoba Chen departed, a small team of around 7 to 8 individuals quickly gathered in the vicinity. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, all teams unanimously opted for retreat. Their commanders were not foolish. They understood that the climax would occur on the final day when all novices and inferior teams would be eliminated, making it unnecessary to incur avoidable losses at this juncture. The principal and others observed the soul power projection, repeatedly expressing their astonishment. This child possesses commendable character, able to resist temptation and withdraw from perilous zones in a timely manner, thus maintaining himself in optimal condition. Shui Qinghe, hearing the principal's remarks, nodded in agreement. Indeed, Tuoba Chen's performance was commendable. Although, due to his soul power, the likelihood of him becoming a title Douluo in the future seemed slim. His ascent to a soul Douluo was virtually assured. With such a temperament, he would undoubtedly rank among the elite within the soul Douluo echelon, making it worthwhile to seek an alliance if necessary. Qin Ming, observing the two, felt a sense of secret delight. Humph. Now you recognize how formidable our Tuoba Chen truly is, and yet you deemed him unworthy of cultivation. How absurd. Beside the central lake, Tuoba Chen gazed across the lake at Mo Hen, who was drinking water, contemplating the notion of eliminating him. However, the distance proved too great. Should he approach, Mo Hen would likely flee before he could reach him. Thus, he watched helplessly as Mo Hen finished his drink and made his escape. Though Tuoba Chen harbored intentions of hunting his rival, he was acutely aware that Mo Hen was the only individual in their class whose speed and endurance matched his own. The white-armored earth dragon, inherently a defensive and strength-oriented martial soul, had been significantly enhanced by the Songlong technique, allowing him a remarkable increase in speed. This had rendered him quite agile when pursuing lower-ranked soul masters. Nevertheless, both he and Mo Hen understood that even with the Songlong technique's augmentation, his speed still lagged behind that of his counterpart. Thus, he refrained from engaging in such a futile expenditure of energy. After a day spent hunting several small teams, time slipped away unnoticed. That evening, Tuoba Chen chose not to linger by the central lake for rest. With Mo Hen having already visited, the area was no longer secure. He had not yet succumbed to the arrogance of believing he could triumph over his adversary in the event of a surprise attack. After all, he was not the sole individual making progress this semester. Subsequently, he selected an unremarkable large tree, intending to lean against it and endure the night. As he gazed at the brilliant starry sky, Tuoba Chen unconsciously parted his lips, his eyes wide open. Minutes passed in tranquil silence. Tuoba Chen shook his head vigorously, perplexed by his current state. Perhaps it was the consequence of being a traveler from another realm, rendering him somewhat out of sync with this world. Whenever he found himself alone, if he did not engage in any activity, he would unwittingly slip into a daze. This was a peculiar affliction he had not encountered in his previous life. The following day, he was roused from his slumber by the principal's announcement over the loudspeaker. Dear students, I would like to report the results of yesterday's hunting competition. Following an intense contest, it is unfortunate that a considerable number of students have been eliminated. As of now, only 39 students remain in the forest. Now, I will disclose the scores of the top 10 participants. First place, Tuoba Chen, with 121 points. Second place, Mo Hen, with 91 points. Third place, Shui Peng, with 79 points. Fourth place, Longyan, with 55 points. Fifth place, Meng Iran, with 47 points. Upon hearing the principal's broadcast, Tuoba Chen was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that Long and would surpass Meng Iran. However, it did not take long for him to grasp the reasoning behind it. Meng Iran's innate talent could not compete with Long Yan's, given that one possessed an innate soul power of level 8, while the other boasted level 9. Furthermore, Long Yan was the son of Long Ling, the renowned captain of the royal guard of the Tiando Empire, which inherently provided him with greater access to training resources compared to Meng Iran. Thus, it was hardly surprising that he outperformed her. In fact, it was rather astonishing that Meng Iran had initially ranked above Long Yan. Another individual who stirred Tuoba Chen's reflections was Shui Peng. Throughout the semester spent in Shui Peng's company, he had come to understand the essence of this remarkable person. Intelligent, kind-hearted, gifted, and diligent. Shui Peng displayed none of the arrogance typically associated with royalty, never once using his noble status to belittle others. The more accomplished Shui Peng became, the deeper Tuoba Chen's sentiments grew. In the future, to conceal his true self, he would be compelled to feign mischief, even refraining from enhancing his own abilities. He would wrap himself in a facade of flamboyance, living as an entirely different person, engaging only in frivolity, forsaking study, and occasionally bullying others, thus leading a life that felt more torturous than death itself. Tuoba Chen pondered to himself that if he were not a time traveler, it would be utterly impossible to possess such remarkable talent for cultivation as Xueping. To simply relinquish it would be inconceivable. Fortunately, his patience held intrinsic value. In this life, he was determined to befriend Xueping. Even if Tang San chose not to assist him, he would offer his own help. After listening to the broadcast, Tuoba Chen stretched his limbs, as he had not performed the morning exercises for 3 days, and he felt quite uncomfortable. It was not that he was unwilling, rather, he was acutely aware of a certain instructor at the Tiando Royal Academy, known as Ying Feng, who possessed a martial soul called the Eye of the Heavenly Emperor, estimated to be around level 60. This martial soul had a rather extraordinary ability. It could monitor all happenings within a designated area and project them through soul power. He had been fortunate enough to witness this phenomenon once, had he not seen it with his own eyes. He would never have believed that a soul emperor could oversee the entire Academy's activities. Chapter 26, The Hunting Battle, Part 8, Fortunately. The Eye of the Heavenly Emperor lacked the ability to see through walls, which meant that the instructor could not observe the students in their rooms, thus allowing Tuoba Chen's cultivation methods to remain undisclosed. However, he could hardly believe that such an important event as the final examination would go unmonitored by this teacher, which was precisely why he felt unsettled after 3 days of neglecting his exercises. Yet, he found himself reluctant to engage in them, for it would be challenging to justify such behavior. Therefore, he chose to abstain, considering that this was the final day, with most students having been eliminated. Those remaining surely possessed numerous points. He could not afford to falter, should that madman Mo Hin eliminate 2 individuals carrying 30 or 40 points. His own position would be jeopardized. Xueping gazed at the familiar figure before him, his lips twitching uncontrollably. He had just escaped from a small team of 5. And now, in a mere instant, he found himself confronted by this devil. Tuoba Chen watched with great interest as Xueping prepared to engage him. Normally, Xueping's physical prowess would outpace him. However, as a prince, he dedicated most of his time to profound literature, enhancing his cultural acumen, for he might one day govern a nation. This, however, resulted in a significant reduction in his physical training, rendering him considerably weaker than Tuoba Chen. If Tuoba Chen pursued him relentlessly, escape would be futile. Yet, Xueping had no intention of fleeing. Instead, he adopted a stance of defiance. Fully aware that Tuoba Chen would not relent simply because they were friends, he also desired no leniency, as it had been a semester of preparation, and it was time to evaluate his abilities. Chen, let us do this. Do not hold back. Xueping's expression was one of indignation, facing Tuoba Chen's nonchalant demeanor, which only fueled his frustration. Yet, he found himself powerless against his rival. Observing Xueping's exasperated expression nearly caused Tuoba Chen to break into laughter. Xueping was a source of endless amusement. His greatest joy lay in teasing Xueping, relishing the sight of his friend's frantic, yet helpless expressions. Remarkably, Xueping bore a forgiving nature, never harboring grudges. Tuoba Chen had countless methods to vex him and yearned to test them all on Xueping. Once Xueping composed himself, he declared earnestly, Chen, I am truly coming at you now. Unable to contain himself any longer, he summoned his white swan martial spirit. And the first soul ring illuminated. First soul skill, Cold Wind. Upon uttering this, a biting gale surged around them, enveloping the vicinity in an icy tempest. Tuoba Chen felt a slight discomfort. Xueping, as a prince of the Tiando Empire, naturally possessed formidable soul skills. His first soul skill stemmed from a top-tier ice-type soul beast, the Extreme Ice Beast, and the age of Xueping's first soul ring had reached 400 years. The skill Cold Wind was the most potent ability granted by the Extreme Ice Beast. Within a certain radius, all enemies except for himself experienced a 20% reduction in speed and soul power flow, while he himself gained a 20% increase in ice attribute attacks and overall attack power. This attribute could easily be deemed exceptional. After all, his Earth Spike was not nearly as impressive. Once Cold Wind took effect, Xueping charged toward Tuoba Chen. After a semester of training, Xueping was no longer the novice who could be easily subdued by a mere combination of punches. Thanks to Cold Wind, he was able to match Tuoba Chen in combat for a fleeting moment. After about a minute of fighting, Tuoba Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Xueping had indeed grown stronger. He was no longer the same opponent who would fall at the first combination of blows. However, Tuoba Chen found himself in a dilemma. Due to their close proximity, he was reluctant to use Earth Spike. After all, utilizing it without full power would result in insufficient damage. If he failed to incapacitate Xueping, he would be left vulnerable and might suffer a reversal. Conversely, using it at full strength could easily injure the prince in front of so many witnesses, which would be detrimental to his reputation. Initially contemplating holding back, Tuoba Chen now realized that he would likely face defeat if he did not exert his full strength. Suddenly, Xueping was struck by a punch, leaving him momentarily dazed. He shook his head, blood streaming from his nose, and gazed at Tuoba Chen, who had assumed a fighting stance. What just happened? He had seen Tuoba Chen inhale deeply. and then it seemed as though his fist had elongated during the attack. Given the length of Tuoba Chen's arm, he should not have been able to reach him, which was why Xuebang hadn't dodged earlier. Yet, he dismissed it as a mere illusion. A minute later, Xuebang lay on the ground, quietly retrieving a small white flag from his pocket. Upon witnessing Xuebang's surrender, Tuoba Chen immediately ceased his assault and helped him up. The once composed Xuebang now bore a swollen face, struggling to articulate his words. Chen Guo, how did that happen? Despite the unclear enunciation, Tuoba Chen understood him. With a hint of mystery, he replied, a secret. Having said that, he departed, leaving Xuebang bewildered in the wind. Until now, Xuebang had not made any mistakes. This was his first lost life, and he still had 2 chances left. Thus, he did not linger, quickly seeking refuge. His face burned with pain, and engaging in further combat would undoubtedly hinder his performance. To maintain a position within the top 10, it was prudent for him to be cautious. In contrast, Tuoba Chen and Mo Hin were scavenging for prey. Observing the scene, the principal suddenly proposed, Your Highness Xuechinghe. Shall we wager? Oh, what shall we wager? Xuechinghe, feeling a bit bored merely watching the competition, was intrigued by the principal's words. Who do you believe will emerge as the champion of this hunting battle? Given that it was the final day of the hunt, everyone was laden with points. Mo Hin also had a chance to surpass Tuoba Chen, prompting Xuechinghe to ponder before finally responding. I believe it will be Tuoba Chen. Although his martial spirit is not particularly suited for pursuit, he possesses commendable character and capabilities. Mo Hin is also competent, but he falls slightly short in comparison. Upon hearing Xuechinghe's answer, the principal responded, Very well. Since your highness has placed your bet on Tuoba Chen, I shall bet on Mo Hin. I wager my cold spirit grass against your earth spirit mushroom. Xuechinghe chuckled, so it appears that the principal has set his sights on the earth spirit mushroom. However, the cold spirit grass is no less valuable. I accept your wager. Chapter 27, The Hunting Battle, 9. The principal felt a surge of joy at Xuechinghe's response. The cold spirit grass was indeed comparable to the earth spirit mushroom, yet their effects differed greatly. The cold spirit grass significantly enhanced physical attributes, particularly benefiting those who practiced body cultivation techniques. The principal himself did not practice such techniques, rendering the cold spirit grass less beneficial for him. However, the earth spirit mushroom was different. It could help individuals break through their limits. Having been stuck at level 79 for 5 years, and now in his 60s, he might never advance to Soul Douluo without external assistance. While it was true that Tuoba Chen was somewhat stronger than Mo Hin, the principal could no longer afford to be choosy. Any glimmer of hope for breaking through to Soul Douluo was worth pursuing, and he could only pray for Mo Hin's victory. Once the wager was established, the principal turned to Qin Ming and said, All right, Qin Ming. It is now nearly certain that your classmates will secure positions in the top 10. Do you have any rewards in mind? Surprised by the principal's sudden inquiry, Qin Ming replied, Principal, I would like the right to use the gravity training room for a month. The principal was taken aback. While a month's access to the gravity training room was indeed valuable, wouldn't it be more appealing to aim for a promotion? If Qin Ming advanced even once, he would gain unrestricted access to the gravity training room. Nonetheless, respecting Qin Ming's choice, he said, Very well. Relieved by the principal's affirmation, Qin Ming had not requested the gravity training room for himself, but rather for his students. Having grown accustomed to Zhao Wujia's gravitational pressure during his time at Shrek, the gravity training room held little utility for him. However, it would greatly benefit his students, who were advancing rapidly. Training there during their summer break would solidify their foundations. An hour later, Xuebang gazed despairingly at Mo Hin, lamenting his misfortune. Just moments ago, he had battled Tuoba Chen, and now he faced Mo Hin. Surely, this was the epitome of bad luck. Had it not been for Xuebang's unchanged attire, one might not have recognized him, as his face was swollen beyond recognition. Realizing he could not escape, Xuebang resignedly retrieved a small white flag from his pocket, surrendering his precious second life. Fortunately, Mo Hin did not press him further. After collecting the points, he graciously departed. Watching Mo Hin's retreating figure, Xuebang pondered the direction he had taken. After a moment of contemplation, he decided it would be wise to follow. Standing atop the crown of the tiendo tree, Tuoba Chen surveyed his surroundings. Inevitably, there is a sense of disappointment. The large teams have essentially been eliminated, and the remaining individuals are exceptionally well concealed. Remarkably, he has yet to encounter anyone aside from the avalanche. The supervising teacher has also become aware of his exploitations, leaving Tuoba Chen with limited means to locate others. To conserve his energy, he refrains from descending, instead crouching silently among the treetops, awaiting the emergence of his next prey. As he scans his surroundings, a small yellow dot suddenly catches his eye, prompting him to look closer. A light yellow dress and tousled hair. Indeed, it is unmistakably Uxin. The appearance of a new target propels Tuoba Chen into a state of readiness. He pays no heed to the fact that she is a girl, for they are all merely children, and girls often mature earlier than boys. He possesses every justification for a surprise attack. However, just as he prepares to descend, he inadvertently spots 2 familiar figures, one black and one white, Mo Hin and Xueping. Xueping is stealthily trailing Mo Hin, maintaining a considerable distance, and they are both approaching his direction. Should they discover him, they would undoubtedly conspire against him. contemplating this predicament. Tuoba Chen quickly retreats to the branches of the Tiando tree, utilizing its broad leaves to obscure his presence. After a considerable time, he observes Yuxian approaching. Grumbling to herself, these students from classes 3 and 4 are simply absurd. Is it truly necessary to form a small team of 5 or 6? Fortunately, I am swift. Otherwise, my last chance would have been squandered. Upon hearing Yuxian's words, cold sweat trickles down Tuoba Chen's forehead. She possesses quite the fiery temperament. Nevertheless, upon learning that she has but one life remaining, Tuoba Chen's mind begins to wander. If his memory serves him right, when the principal made the morning announcements, Yuxian was ranked 10th, with precisely 30 points. If he were to eliminate her now, aside from the additional point for the kill, he would acquire half of her points, thereby increasing his total by 16 points, solidifying his claim to the top position. With Mo Hen and Shui Ping still at a safe distance, he has ample opportunity to dispatch Yuxian. To avoid alarming her, he cautiously descends from the back of the tree. Although he strives to remain silent, as he nears 5 meters from the ground, Yuxian senses an anomaly. Her instincts warn her of a presence nearby. Yet, upon surveying her surroundings, she finds no one. A growing sense of foreboding envelopes her. Better to believe in the possibility than dismiss it, she promptly activates her vine martial spirit, vigilantly scanning the vicinity. Come out, I can see you. Though Yuxian has not truly detected Tuoba Chen, fortuitously, her shout is directed precisely towards the Tiando tree where he is concealed. Tuoba Chen was somewhat taken aback by the fact that he had been discovered so easily. Since his presence was now known, there was no point in concealing himself further. He leapt down from the tree and, with a graceful roll, landed right before Yuxian. Upon seeing the suddenly appearing Tuoba Chen, Yuxian swallowed hard. Why is this madman here? Before entering the forest, she had fervently prayed not to encounter this cultivation fanatic, yet now that she had, she found herself at a loss as to how to escape. Tuoba Chen, surrender, for you know that the disparity in our strengths is insurmountable. Escape is futile. Upon hearing his words, Yuxian had no intention of capitulating. She had barely managed to secure her position in the 10th place, and should she be eliminated now, her points would undoubtedly plummet out of the top 10. Surrender was out of the question. A desperate struggle might still afford her a chance to turn the tables. Observing the expression on her face, Tuoba Chen realized that the matter at hand would have to be resolved through physical means. With that thought, he offered no further pleasantries and declared, Earth Spike. Boom. A colossal stone pillar erupted from the ground, hurtling towards Yuxian's back. Before she could react, Tuoba Chen unleashed a merciless strike to the back of her head. Yuxian felt a resounding crash echo in her mind, and her consciousness faded into oblivion. Chapter 28, The Hunting Battle, and, having secured 16 points, Tuoba Chen prepared for the arrival of 2 more prey. Meanwhile, Mo Hen found himself in a similar predicament. Having only encountered Xuelang thus far, and was yet unaware of Xuelang's pursuit, a sense of urgency gripped him. This was the final day. The last opportunity of the semester to surpass Tuoba Chen. This time, Tuoba Chen opted not to hide in the Tianshou tree, as it proved too cumbersome to remain concealed there. Instead, he utilized the characteristics of his Earth Spike ability to excavate a hole in the ground, burrowing himself within and covering the top to resemble ordinary terrain. When someone passed by, he could emerge for a surprise attack. As for breathing concerns, his dragon breathing technique allowed him to maintain normal respiration even in thin air, requiring only a couple of small openings for adequate airflow. Upon witnessing this scene, Shui Qinghe rubbed her eyes, reflecting inwardly that Tuoba Chen was indeed no ordinary child. She could hardly believe that at just 6 years old, he could manipulate his soul power with such precision. Previously, his ability to control the Earth Spike to the precise threshold of incapacitating his opponent was already remarkable. Now, he displayed an understanding of modifying its operation to alter geological structures, essentially crafting his own soul technique. Was this truly a mere 6-year-old child? The principal bore an expression of disbelief, finding it outrageous. He no longer doubted that Tuoba Chen, with only an innate soul power of level 8, could potentially ascend to the rank of a titled Douluo. After all, the feats Tuoba Chen accomplished now were beyond his own capabilities in the past. However, he wished for Tuoba Chen to temper his brilliance. If this continued, not only would the Earth Spirit Grass be lost, but the Cold Spirit Grass would also vanish. Seeing Tuoba Chen's performance, Qin Ming felt a swell of pride. Were it not for the principal and Shui Qinghe's presence, he would have already begun boasting about having mentored such a prodigious student. Before long, Mo Hen approached the vicinity of Tuoba Chen's ambush. Previously, Tuoba Chen had exhibited formidable combat skills and his Earth Spike ability, but had not revealed any other capabilities, leading Mo Hen to perceive no anomalies. He advanced confidently, unaware that Tuoba Chen had detected his slow approach. Upon reaching this location, Mo Hen remained vigilant. Among the remaining participants, there were no weaklings, and he needed to prepare thoroughly. As he proceeded, he sensed the soil beneath his feet felt unusually soft, a sign that something was amiss. Suddenly, without warning, 3 earth spikes shot up from the ground. Mo Hen reacted swiftly, dodging 2 of the spikes with ease. However, the last spike had an awkward angle and grazed his calf. Tuoba Chen had not held back with this spike, intending to injure his opponent and hinder his escape. Feeling the sting in his calf, Mo Hen cursed his misfortune. Recognizing the signature of the Earth Spike, he was acutely aware of who had ambushed him. Now, with his calf injured, escape became a daunting challenge. Although he could endure the pain, blood loss would weaken his leg, rendering him unable to flee. He had no choice but to conclude this encounter swiftly. "Come out, Tuoba Chen, I know you are here." As he spoke, a delicate, pale hand suddenly emerged from the earth before him. The unexpected sight startled Mo Hin, causing him to inadvertently aggravate his leg wound. Hiss. Next, Tuoba Chen's head surfaced from the ground. Gazing at his adorable visage, Mo Hin broke into a sweat. When had this child learned such ghastly tactics? Subsequently, Tuoba Chen sprang forth, taking advantage of the moment when the Earth Spike was momentarily immobilized. Mo Hin had envisioned numerous methods of Tuoba Chen's emergence, yet never anticipated he would emerge from below the earth. "Yield, Mo Hin, you know you cannot match me, especially with your leg injured. Your only advantage in speed is gone." Hearing Tuoba Chen's words, Mo Hin did not concede. Rather, he silently activated his lion martial spirit. It was evident he intended to engage Tuoba Chen in combat. Witnessing this, Tuoba Chen sighed. If verbal persuasion failed, he would have to resolve the matter physically. First soul skill, Beast Transformation. As both combatants unleashed their martial spirits, Mo Hin activated his first soul skill. Beast Transformation enhanced his strength and speed by 30%, and granted an additional 50% attack bonus for his first 3 strikes. Having fought Mo Hin on numerous occasions, Tuoba Chen understood the potency of this technique. Dragon breathing. Full concentration state. Inhaled deeply, and instantly his skin flushed a vivid red, as if filled with blood. The dragon's breath, in a state of total concentration, enhanced all physical attributes, speed, strength, defense, by 55%. This enhancement increases with the proficiency of the breathing technique, capping at 60%. This state lasts for 1 hour, after which he would be unable to enter the dragon's breath state for the remainder of the day. If the duration of a single use does not reach 1 hour, the recovery time follows a ratio of 5 to 1. In the ordinary state of dragon's breath, the enhancement received is half of that in total concentration. And in total concentration, one can utilize the rapid circulation of blood to elongate their own bones, thus extending their attack range. Previously, he employed this technique when confronting the avalanche. Today, he had only been in total concentration for 5 minutes and had already fully recovered, feeling completely confident against Mo Hin. Observing Tuoba Chen's condition, Mo Hin's expression turned grave. He had heard of the Sacred Dragon Sect's transformation technique, a legendary skill that could grant immense power akin to awakening one's martial soul in the early stages. He had often fallen victim to this very technique. Tuoba Chen took the initiative, launching a straightforward attack towards Mo Hin. Mo Hin crossed his arms defensively in front of his chest, successfully blocking Tuoba Chen's strike, though he was still forced back several steps by the overwhelming force. Seizing the advantage, Tuoba Chen did not relent. He charged forward and delivered a knee strike that left Mo Hin's hands numb and lifted him several centimeters off the ground. Following this, he raised his arms high and brought them crashing down onto Mo Hin's back. A relentless series of attacks ensued, leaving Mo Hin gasping for breath. Ultimately, after a solid uppercut knocked Mo Hin's chin, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Thus, the 27th bout between Mo Hin and Tuoba Chen concluded in defeat. Throughout the hunting battle, Tuoba Chen remained close to Mo Hin, and once the hour of protection elapsed, he would swiftly eliminate one of Mo Hin's lives. Chapter 29. Thank you. Qinghagu. As Mo Hin's last life was claimed by Tuoba Chen, the principal felt a deep sense of despair. It appeared he would never transcend to the level of soul Douluo. He then looked at the smiling Shui Qinghe, trembling as he retrieved a small purple wooden box from his soul guide. He had previously paid little attention to the first-year students, never anticipating that Mo Hin, also at level 15, would be so thoroughly bested by Tuoba Chen. It was unexpected. How could someone lacking strength in their strikes possibly reach level 15? After the hunting battle concluded, students gradually emerged from the academy's forest. The principal promptly adjusted his demeanor, preparing to host the closing ceremony. Those who had already been eliminated had long exited the forest, leaving only a handful of students. Upon seeing the crowd emerge, the principal addressed them. Students. As the summer sun blazes, after a semester of hard work and these 3 days of intense competition, the hunting battle has finally reached its conclusion. Some students have demonstrated exceptional performance, while others have not met expectations. However, overall, we have witnessed many shining moments from everyone. After delivering a lengthy speech, the principal finally transitioned to the main event, awarding the top 10 students. First place, Tuoba Chen, with a score of 239 points. Second place, Longan, with 94 points. Third place, Mengyuran, with 69 points. Fourth place, Mo Hin, with 46 points. Fifth place, Dio, with 45 points. Ninth place, Shuelang, with 39 points. Overall, the top 10 remained largely unchanged, albeit with some shifts in ranking. Longan could hardly believe his ears upon hearing his position. He had never dreamed of securing second place. Mengyuran shared his astonishment, fully aware of Mo Hin's and others' capabilities, yet upon seeing the scores, she began to understand. Those few likely encountered Tuoba Chen on the final day, resulting in their unfortunate elimination. These 10 students were the most outstanding of the entire first-year cohort, receiving special accolades from the academy. Students ranked 4th to 10th would each receive 500 gold soul coins, while the top 3 would earn 1,000 gold soul coins and a beginner membership card from the Tiando Merchant Association. The second place winner would receive 3,000 gold soul coins and an intermediate membership card, while the first place winner would be awarded 5,000 gold soul coins and a senior membership card. The Academy's rewards seemed rather pedestrian, merely monetary. Tuoba Chen wished to express his disdain for such practices, pondering why they could not substitute the cash for rare, high-grade medicinal herbs. After the principal concluded his speech, he invited Xue Qinghe, the president of the Tiando Merchant Association and a prince, to speak. Tuoba Chen was somewhat taken aback. Xue Qinghe seemed to have quite the breadth of responsibilities, managing the Tiando Empire's Merchant Association in addition to his princely duties. Upon taking the stage, Xue Qinghe, much like the principal, rambled on for a while. However, the audience's reaction differed. The young ladies gazed at him with starry eyes, while the boys looked on in admiration at the Tiando Empire's prince. Is this truly the caliber of students at the Tiando Royal Academy? Tuoba Chen mused in amusement. Suddenly, Xue Qinghe remarked, in this hunting battle, one student has exhibited extraordinary performance, and I have decided to personally award him a special prize. At this declaration, all eyes turned to Tuoba Chen, whose final score of 239 surpassed the previous highest record of 199 set by the valedictorian Yu Tianheng by a notable margin of 40 points. It was clear that Xue Qinghe referred to him. As expected, Xue Qinghe continued, this distinguished student is none other than Tuoba Chen. Strangely, though Xue Qinghe simply called his name, the audience seemed to elongate it in their minds. Momentarily stunned, Tuoba Chen was unsure how to respond, surrounded by envious gazes. Should he approach the stage? Yet, Xue Qinghe had not invited him up. Qin Ming, noticing Tuoba Chen's daze, playfully nudged him, urging, aren't you going to the stage? Seeing Tuoba Chen still in a stupor, he took it upon himself to guide him to the platform. Upon reaching Tuoba Chen, Xue Qinghe smiled and presented him with the cold spirit grass he had won from the principal, stating, Tuoba Chen, this is your reward. The cold spirit grass is immensely beneficial for those practicing body refining techniques. You should be familiar with the dragon transformation technique. When used in conjunction, it can significantly accelerate its effectiveness. Cold spirit grass. Tuoba Chen had heard of this herb before. Tuoba Yin had once mentioned to him that the Han Ling grass was the spirit of all herbs. If the disciples of the Sacred Dragon Sect could obtain a single Han Ling grass, their cultivation of the transforming dragon technique would be significantly enhanced. Suddenly receiving such a generous gift, Tuoba Chen was momentarily perplexed by the intentions of Xue Qinghe. Was she not yet replaced by Qianren Xue? Upon witnessing this, Qin Ming playfully tapped Tuoba Chen's head and urged, why don't you express your gratitude to Princess Xue Qinghe? Thank you, Princess Qinghe. Tuoba Chen responded. Observing his reaction, Xue Qinghe chuckled softly, surprised that Tuoba Chen, who had been so cunning during the competition, appeared so innocent in reality. Taking advantage of her height, she patted Tuoba Chen on the head and said, Tuoba Chen, there is no need to stand on ceremony. I rather like you. From now on, you may call me Brother Qinghe. May I call you Xiao Chen? The sudden display of camaraderie sent shivers down Tuoba Chen's spine, until Qin Ming once again tapped his head, prompting him to respond, thank you, Brother Qinghe. At this, Xue Qinghe smiled, finding it delightful how easily children could be appeased. Meanwhile, Xue Bing watched the two interact from below the stage, feeling a twinge of unease. The principal nearly choked on his own breath. His precious Han Ling grass was given away so casually. However, considering that Tuoba Chen was a student of his academy, he felt a sense of relief, rationalizing that it was still being bestowed upon one of his own, a form of additional reward. With this thought, he felt reassured. He then muttered a few words before announcing the conclusion of the final examination, stating that the rankings would be posted on the Academy's bulletin board the following day. Students who passed would be free to return home, while those who did not would remain at the Academy for an additional month of classes. Upon hearing this, a wave of sighs arose from the crowd. Subsequently, Tuoba Chen made arrangements to meet Ming Yi Ran the next morning at 8 o'clock at the school gate. After bidding farewell to Xue Bing and the others, he returned to his dormitory and indulged in a much-needed slumber. Chapter 30. Defining the relationship. The next morning, Tuoba Chen awoke to find the clock's hands pointing to 8:30. Suddenly recalling his appointment, he hurriedly raced toward the school gate. There, Ming Yi Ran was pacing back and forth. Why are they not out yet? We agreed to return together at noon. After a considerable wait, Tuoba Chen finally arrived, looking disheveled. Ming Yi Ran, somewhat irritated, exclaimed, why are you so late? We agreed to meet at 8. In response to her admonition, he instinctively replied, I apologize. I lost my way on the journey of life, which caused my delay. Unconvinced by Tuoba Chen's whimsical excuse, Ming Yi Ran retorted, lost on the journey of life? I hardly believe you. With that thought in mind, she placed her hands on Tuoba Chen's waist and executed a dramatic spin. Tuoba Chen inhaled sharply, a chill running through him. Woman, you have provoked my ire. Yet, this sentiment remained confined to his thoughts, for he recognized that the tardiness was indeed his own fault. Shortly thereafter, the two boarded the same carriage for their return journey. As Ming Yi Ran revealed, her family had now moved directly across from his, rendering the neighbors, thus, They could visit each other at will throughout the summer vacation. Upon receiving this news, Tuoba Chen felt a pang of discontent. That insufferable woman intended to disrupt his cultivation. He could already envision his meticulously planned training being derailed by her interference. 2 days later, at the gates of Bartle City, Tuoba Yin, Ningyu, and the formidable couple of dragon and serpent awaited the return of their children. Xiaoyan, inquired Lord Dragon, how do you think their relationship has progressed? What stage have they reached? Reflecting on his son's singular focus on cultivation, Tuoba Yin shook his head and replied, Senior, as far as I know. Xiaoqian is not one to take the initiative. If Iran does not do so either, their relationship may remain stagnant. Is that so? I get the impression they are advancing rather swiftly, remarked Lord Dragon. Oh, what leads you to this conclusion? He continued, gesturing towards Tuoba Chen and Ming Iran, who were approaching hand in hand, their demeanor unmistakably intimate. Tuoba Yin could scarcely believe his eyes. Was the seemingly vibrant individual truly his son? He had never displayed such behavior before. Noting the closeness between the two, Lord Dragon smiled, recognizing that this development would be advantageous for his future plans. The two young individuals, upon spotting their parents awaiting them at the city gate, felt a rush of embarrassment. Ming Iran hastily attempted to withdraw her hand, only to find it firmly held by Tuoba Chen. What are you doing? Grandfather and the others are watching us, she exclaimed. Why fret? We are already betrothed. Is it so wrong to hold hands? He replied confidently. Moreover, we have already confirmed our relationship. Do you not wish to be my fiancée? With sincerity gleaming in his eyes, he gazed at Ming Iran. Her face flushed crimson, reminiscent of a ripe tomato, as she realized that she had indeed pursued Tuoba Chen, who had never uttered such words before. His sudden confession brought forth a blend of sweetness and shyness within her heart. Meanwhile, the two fathers, one a soul sage and the other a soul Douluo, overheard their tender exchange. The esteemed Tuoba Yin was taken aback today. For before him stood a figure he could hardly believe. Was this truly his son? Had some creature seized control of him? What had he learned at the academy? Lord Long's reaction was even more pronounced. What did establishing a relationship mean? Could it be that this wretched Tuoba Chen had? Upon realizing this, he bellowed. You little scoundrel, what have you done to my dear Iran? She is but 6 years old, you rascal. Hearing Lord Long's words, Tuoba Chen was utterly bewildered, while Ming Iran's face flushed a deeper crimson. Had he not merely held her hand? They had not even shared a kiss. Even if they had, what of it? Ming Iran was not his superior but his fiancée, and he had every right to hold her hand. Moreover, he had not even gone that far. Regaining his composure, Tuoba Yin hurriedly interjected, Predecessor, please, remain calm. You both are in this state, and you expect me to be calm? Let me tell you, Tuoba Yin. If that wretched boy has harmed my granddaughter in any way, I shall skin him alive. Lord Long's face flushed with anger, and the thought of his 6-year-old granddaughter being taken advantage of made him tremble with rage, his hands and feet icy despite the sweltering heat. However, after an earnest conversation with Tuoba Chen, Lord Long gradually began to regain his composure. Oh, you mean to say that you were still merely in the hand-holding stage and have not engaged in any other inappropriate actions? No, how could that be? Esteemed Lord Long? Rest assured, Tuoba Chen replied. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's clarification, Lord Long's ire subsided. Very well, since you have returned, you and Iran shall accompany me home. I have something to give you, and I have already spoken with your parents. You need not return today. Tuoba Chen cast a glance around and discovered, as he had anticipated, that Tuoba Yin and Ningyu were indeed fading from sight, showing no intention of bringing him, their son, back home. Subsequently, under Ming Iran's eager gaze, he followed Long Gong back to their residence. Upon arriving at Long Gong's abode, Tuoba Chen was momentarily taken aback. Although the exterior appeared identical, Long Gong's home seemed remarkably spacious. As he surveyed the surroundings, observing the artificial mountains, bamboo groves, and babbling brooks, he fully comprehended the wealth possessed by Long Gong. Hey, you little rascal, why are you still standing there? Hurry inside. Oh, coming. Long Gong ushered Tuoba Chen and Ming Iran into a room, stating, Tuoba Chen, do you know why I have come to find you? I'm not aware. I humbly await your guidance. Long Gong replied, you shall soon find out. With that, he produced a crystal ball. Iran, Tuoba Chen, place your hands upon this crystal ball. Oh, all right. The two complied, resting their hands on the crystal sphere. Now, each of you must inject a trace of your soul power into it. Following his instructions, they did as told. A stream of black soul power and a stream of white soul power merged within the crystal ball. The white power was warm and righteous, while the black was chilling and ominous. Though these two energies were starkly opposed, they fused together seamlessly. Ming Iran and Tuoba Chen both gazed in wonder. Even Long Gong and Shipu were visibly excited by this spectacle. Excellent. Long Gong exclaimed thrice, noticing the curious gazes of the two younger individuals. He cleared his throat and continued, have you ever heard of the soul fusion technique? Yes, I have heard of it. I know that the soul fusion technique of Long Gong and Shipu is the legendary dragon snake fusion, powerful enough to rival a title Douluo. Surprised by Tuoba Chen's knowledge of their fusion technique, Long Gong remarked, I did not expect you to be so well informed. Therefore, you must be aware of what I intend to teach you today. With such clarity, Tuoba Chen realized, Senior, Are you suggesting that we just... Indeed. What you just experienced was a test of your soul compatibility. As you can see, your compatibility has reached 100%, making you fully capable of cultivating the soul fusion technique. Upon hearing this, Tuoba Chen felt a sense of unreality, as did Meng Yiran. The idea of suddenly being able to wield such a divine skill felt dreamlike. Observing their lingering confusion, Long Gong decided to elaborate. Xiao Chen, Yiran. You are aware that your birthdays are merely one day apart, correct? They nodded, acknowledging this fact. Tuoba Chen was born on January 1st, while Meng Yiran was born on December 31st. Do you know the exact time of your births? They shook their heads, admitting ignorance on this matter. Seeing their expressions, Long Gong began to explain. Yiran, you were born at 11:59 p.m. on December 31st, the last minute of the day, and indeed the last minute of a year. The closing of a year coincides with the most sinister day in the legends of Douluo continent. Hearing this, both were taken aback, as Meng Yiran had not realized the significance of her birth time. Long Gong continued. Now, listen closely, for what I am about to reveal will astound you even more. Xiao Chen, you were born 1 minute past midnight on January 1st. How extraordinary. You herald the new year, the prologue of a new year, and according to legend, this day is when the yang energy is at its peak. Moreover, as you entered this world, 2 shooting stars fell simultaneously, one in the far north and the other in the far south. The more Long Gong spoke, the more mystical the narrative became, leaving the two in awe. But he was not finished yet. Your soul powers are a dragon and a snake. One male and one female, embodying the yin and yang, perfectly balanced. Even your innate soul power is identical. You are truly a match made in heaven. With such fortuitous circumstances, I suspected you might have the potential to master the soul fusion technique, and today's test confirmed it. Long Gong himself was astonished at the improbability of these events, yet here they stood, a testament to the extraordinary. Upon hearing this, Tuoba Chen and Meng Yiran were momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless as they grappled with their emotions. They exchanged glances, pondering the thought, could it be that we are truly destined for one another? Long Gong clasped their hands together and said, do not doubt it. You are indeed a match made in heaven. This is a predestined bond bestowed upon you, so embrace it. Yes, I understand, Senior Long Gong. Indeed, I comprehend, grandfather. Observing their affirmative responses, Long Gong smiled and remarked, Little Chen, I shall entrust Yiran to you from this moment forth. You must take good care of her for me. Certainly, Senior Long Gong, Tuoba Chen replied with unwavering assurance. Very well, now let us commence our training in the martial soul fusion technique. Tuoba Chen, is this really something I can learn without any preparatory work? What kind of preparation could possibly be necessary? Allow me to enlighten you. The martial soul fusion technique is such that individuals with a perfect martial soul affinity, like yourselves, will grasp it effortlessly in a short span. As for those with a lower affinity, they may never hope to master it in their lifetime. Some matters are simply predestined by the heavens and cannot be altered. Understood. Elder Long, do you still address me as Elder? Long Gong suddenly remarked with a stern tone. Grandfather. Ah, Little Chen, you are such a good child. Well, I shall cease my jesting and impart to you the method for utilizing the martial soul fusion technique. You must join hands, and one party will channel their soul power into the other's body. Remember, the recipient of the soul power must not resist. They must completely surrender their body to the other. Otherwise, the martial soul fusion technique is destined to fail. Upon hearing Long Gong's words, the two of them gulped nervously. What will happen if it fails? If it fails, then it fails. What else can be done but to try again? Tuoba Chen initially believed that failure would entail grave consequences. However, upon realizing that there were none, he felt at ease to proceed. He then turned to Meng Yiran and said, Yiran, allow me to channel my soul energy towards you. With a simple affirmation, their hands intertwined, and a duality of soul energy, one white and one black, emanated from their beings. The white soul power emanating from Tuoba Chen gradually flowed towards Meng Yiran. Long Gong observed this scene, nodding in approval. Both of them were astute enough to fully comprehend his words. They simply needed to wait, as the initial use of a martial soul fusion technique could take some time. Before long, a terrifying and malevolent black mist began to envelop them, rendering Long Gong unable to discern the situation within. Accompanied by an overwhelming pressure, the black mist slowly dissipated, revealing a colossal black python before Long Gong. This was a success. Without fear of the black serpent, Long Gong approached it directly, inquiring, Can you hear me, Yiran, Xiao Chen? We can. The python suddenly spoke. Yet the voice that emerged was that of Meng Yiran. Upon hearing this, Long Gong smiled. It was Tuoba Chen who had transferred his soul power into Meng Yiran, naturally allowing her to take the lead. All right, Yiran, Xiao Chen, you may now dissolve the martial soul fusion technique. We will subsequently test whether Xiao Chen can take the lead. With that, the python nodded, and a wave of black light enveloped them, returning them to their original forms. The martial soul fusion technique had succeeded, a truly fantastical occurrence. Although it had consumed a substantial amount of soul power, Tuoba Chen could distinctly sense the terrifying strength of the black python they had just formed together. Although he was not a great soul master, he felt that even a great soul master would struggle to wield such formidable power. As their abilities grew, The power of this martial soul fusion technique would only intensify. Now, little ones, let us bestow a name upon this martial soul fusion technique, Long Gong suggested. Tuoba Chen and Meng Yiran exchanged glances before simultaneously declaring, the Serpent of Dusk. This name had spontaneously surfaced in their minds the moment they achieved fusion. The Serpent of Dusk? A splendid name, Long Gong replied. Now, let us see if Xiao Chan can take the lead. Yiran. Channel your soul power into Xiao Chan and observe what emerges under his guidance. Chapter 32. Fusion failure all right, Grandpa. With that, the two joined hands once more, and this time. Meng Yiran's black soul power began to flow gradually towards Tuoba Chen. Long Gong nodded in approval, noting that everything seemed to be proceeding smoothly. However, just as he finished nodding, the output of soul power came to an abrupt halt, and they both released their hands, collapsing weakly to the ground. Witnessing this, Long Gong felt puzzled. Could this mean failure? That seemed unlikely. Upon further reflection regarding their previous state, he realized that this was not a failure, but rather a consequence of the overwhelming power of the martial soul fusion technique led by Tuoba Chen. As they were merely rank 10 or so soul masters, the Serpent of Dusk had nearly exhausted their soul power. A technique led by Tuoba Chen would undoubtedly be even more potent, and with their current reserves, they likely could not sustain it. Meng Yiran had already fainted from the depletion of her soul power, while Tuoba Chen, having trained extensively, barely held on. Rallying his spirit, he exclaimed, Grandpa Long Gong. Have we failed? After a moment's contemplation, Long Gong replied, in a certain sense, you have failed, yet it can also be said that you have not. What do you mean by that? Your method is sound. The issue lies in your insufficient soul power to maintain this martial soul fusion technique. Once you ascend in rank, this problem will resolve itself, so do not dwell on it too much. Oh. With that, Tuoba Chen also fell back, unable to endure any longer. Observing the two unconscious children, Long Gong chuckled softly and carried them to their room for rest. The following day, upon gazing at the crimson ceiling above, Tuoba Chen realized he was not at home. The events of the previous day were still vividly etched in his memory, although surreal. The fatigue in his body affirmed that everything that transpired was indeed real, and he and Meng Yiran had successfully executed a martial soul fusion technique. Stretching lazily, he threw off the covers and sprang to his feet. Despite lingering weariness, it mattered little. He was the type who could not return to slumber once awake. As he approached the door, it swung open abruptly, revealing Ningyu standing before him with a bowl of porridge. Mom, what are you doing here? He exclaimed, somewhat surprised. Why can't I be here? Our home is just across the street. I heard from Grandpa Long Gong that you and Yiran fainted due to insufficient soul power while practicing the martial soul fusion technique. I came to check on you. Is that not permissible? Of course. Well then, drink your porridge. With that, Ningyu placed the porridge on the table within the room. Tuoba Chen hurriedly fetched 2 chairs and began to consume the nutritious porridge Ningyu had prepared. Drink slowly. Be careful not to burn yourself. As he drank, Tuoba Chen's eyes began to glisten with moisture. Observing this, Ningyu felt a pang of sympathy. How much hardship had this child endured outside? To the point of shedding tears over a bowl of porridge? With this thought, Ningyu instinctively reached out to pat Tuoba Chen's head. Mom, did you put chili in this? Tuoba Chen sobbed. Having been a resident of Yangcheng before his rebirth, he could not tolerate even the slightest hint of spiciness. The same was true in this life. Upon hearing this, Ningyu retracted her outstretched hand, having momentarily forgotten that Tuoba Chen could not handle spicy food. No, it is merely your imagination. Oh. After finishing breakfast, and with Meng Yiran still unconscious, he could only bid farewell to Long Gong and Snake Grandma before returning home. For he had a multitude of questions he wished to pose to Tuoba Yin. Upon arriving home, he found it still early, and Tuoba Yin had yet to leave for work. After all, the Holy Dragon commerce was not faring particularly well. Tuoba Yin remarked that he was busy yet not busy at all. Why did he express this sentiment? It was because each time he attended the Chamber of Commerce, he dealt with trivial matters of little significance. Thus, in reality, his absence from work would not cause any disruption. The vice president could easily manage everything in his stead. Tuoba Chen observed Tuoba Yin, who was seated on the sofa engrossed in a newspaper, and stealthily glanced at the publication, which bore the name Coco Daily. Subsequently, he inadvertently caught sight of a headline proclaiming 12-year-old genius soul master engages in such acts against classmate, and a remark suggesting that mingling with these 4 types of individuals could yield significant benefits throughout the academic year. A seemingly ordinary girl had uttered a statement that rendered the crowd in awe of him. Sensing Tuoba Chen's presence, Tuoba Yin lifted his gaze and inquired, "What is it? Do you need something?" Perhaps due to the fact that Tuoba Yin had 2 daughters, Tuoba Chen felt no excitement upon his return. "Father, I have some questions regarding my cultivation," he stated. "Go ahead, ask," Tuoba Yin replied. "I have managed to sustain the dragon breathing technique of the transformation dragon art for 23 consecutive hours at the first level. Yet I am perplexed as to why I cannot progress further despite my diligent efforts. Furthermore, I perceive that my rate of soul power cultivation is somewhat faster than others. Yet I require more soul power to level up, which ultimately slows my progression. What could be the reason for this?" After Tuoba Chen finished articulating his concerns, Tuoba Yin nodded, clearly aware of the answers to both queries. "Xiao Chen, I am pleased to see you reach this level of mastery in such a short time. As for why you were unable to advance beyond 23 hours, the explanation is quite straightforward. The essence of the dragon breathing technique lies in its unique breathing method, which enhances blood circulation and fortifies your internal organs, thus significantly augmenting various attributes. Having expressed this, Tuoba Chen continued, however, you must recognize that at your age, the capacity of your internal organs is limited. Sustaining 23 hours is already remarkable, and your soul power is still modest. For an average soul master, it is virtually impossible to progress to the second level before reaching level 20. Tuoba Chen comprehended his father's implication, that only grand soul masters could attain the second level. Yet, he still felt a pang of dissatisfaction as he queried, Father, is there truly no alternative? After a moment of contemplation, Tuoba Chen replied, there is a solution, albeit not without its requirements. If you possess high-grade body-refining medicinal materials, you could comprehensively enhance your physical attributes, thereby meeting the prerequisites for further cultivation of the transformation dragon art. After Tuoba Chen finished speaking, a glimmer of light flashed in Tuoba Chen's eyes, and he hurriedly retrieved the cold spirit grass awarded from the fall of the Azure Dragon. Upon seeing the small wooden box that Tuoba Chen produced, Tuoba Chen felt a sense of confusion. Could it be? Subsequently, Tuoba Chen opened the small box, revealing the cold spirit grass within. This is, Little Chen. How did you come by the cold spirit grass? There is still a chapter that remains unfinished. It will be posted before 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Chapter 33, The 5 Elemental Dragon, Third Update, Seeking Recommendations. To be honest, Tuoba Chen truly did not anticipate that Tuoba Chen would possess such a treasure as the cold spirit grass. Although it may not be classified as the most elite of medicinal herbs, it is certainly not far from it. More than sufficient to assist Tuoba Chen in breaking through the first layer of the transformation dragon technique, and it may even aid him in his future cultivation. This is a special reward given to me by Prince Xueqinghe for achieving first place in my final exams. Upon hearing this, Tuoba Chen was somewhat taken aback. The royal family? No wonder. Only the imperial family could be so extravagant. However, he pondered whether Tuoba Chen's connection to the royal family was a blessing or a curse. Tuoba Chen, is this permissible? Certainly, it is. I shall soon enlighten you on the correct usage of the handling herb. For now, allow me to elucidate the reasons behind the considerable amount of soul power required for your advancement. Upon noticing that Tuoba Chen was prepared, he began, Little Chen. You must understand that any martial soul bearing the name dragon is generally more formidable than the average beast martial soul. Among them, the white-armored earth dragon stands out as a paragon. However, with such strength comes a significant price. Little Chen, you may be unaware that long ago, 5 martial souls, namely, the white-armored earth dragon, the blue electric tyrannosaurus, the azure wind songlong, the one-horned fire explosive dragon, and the pure water blue dragon, were regarded as the most potent among their elemental counterparts, collectively known as the 5 elemental dragons. The powers of the 5 elemental dragons are closely matched, exhibiting a delicate balance of mutual enhancement and restraint. Yet now, the pure water blue dragon and the azure wind songlong are on the brink of extinction, while the one-horned fire explosive dragon can only be derived from mutations of the other 4 dragon types. Consequently, in contemporary times, one predominantly encounters soul masters of the blue electric tyrannosaurus and the white-armored earth dragon on the main thoroughfare. As Tuoba Chen absorbed this historical context regarding the 5 elemental dragons, Tuoba Chen continued. As for why you feel that the soul power required for your upgrades surpasses that of other soul masters, it is due to the superior physical resilience of our 5 elemental dragons compared to the average soul master. We possess a greater capacity for soul power, necessitating a larger volume to fill it. Moreover, as the representative of the earth element, the cultivation demands of the white-armored earth dragon are substantially greater than those of the other elemental dragons. This explains why the ranks of our white-armored earth dragon soul masters are generally lower than those of the blue electric tyrannosaurus soul masters. Having listened intently, Tuoba Chen now understood the rationale behind this phenomenon and felt a surge of relief, grateful that he had inherited Uncle Mo's Azure Dragon technique. Otherwise, he feared being left far behind by his contemporaries. Well then, do you have any further questions? None. If there are no further inquiries, go take a bath and wait for me in your room. Tuoba Chen, with a bashful expression, caught the attention of Tuoba Chen, who remarked, You little rascal. What are you daydreaming about? It seems you haven't bathed in days. Are you unaware of the overwhelming odor that clings to you? I still need to prepare some auxiliary medicinal herbs to complement the cold spirit grass for the medicinal bath. Do remember to add a generous portion of your mother's blue heart grass to help expand your skin pores and enhance the absorption of the medicinal properties. Oh, understood. Tuoba Chen replied. Stop the chatter and hurry along. Yes. With that, Tuoba Chen dashed to the bathroom, where he meticulously washed himself before returning to his room to await Tuoba Yan's arrival. The thought of soon utilizing the cold spirit grass to ascend to the second tier of the dragon transformation technique filled him with uncontainable excitement. Before long, Tuoba Yan entered the room. Tuoba Chen hurriedly glanced over and noticed that Tuoba Yan's hands were empty. Where's the handling grass? He inquired. It's being boiled. Tuoba Chen replied, but it is not yet ready. I came to ask you to assist in tending to the fire. As Tuoba Chen arrived at the center of his courtyard, he indeed discovered a large iron vat simmering there, filled with a pure white liquid. Observing this scene, he tilted his head in confusion and remarked, "What is this? Why is the medicine being brewed in the middle of the yard? Am I supposed to take a medicinal bath here?" With a hint of skepticism, Tuoba Chen continued, "Isn't Hanlian grass just an ordinary herb?" "Foolish boy," came the reply. "Do you truly think Hanlian grass is just an ordinary medicinal material? Its very name signifies its intense coldness. It requires the combination of dozens of fire attribute herbs to be simmered over a fierce flame for at least 4 hours to alleviate its chill. Only when the sun's energy is at its peak can you immerse it, otherwise. With your current meager abilities, you would instantly freeze into an ice sculpture upon entry. The fire must be kept blazing continuously. Now, I shall take my leave to rest. You must tend to the fire, adding more wood if it diminishes, and replenish the water every half hour. Do you understand?" "Understood." Tuoba Chen felt a twinge of curiosity, sensing that his father had become considerably more irritable. Could it be that his prolonged companionship with the Elder Dragon Lord had influenced him? After Tuoba Chen departed, Tuoba Chen fixated intently on the large iron vat. When the flames dwindled, he stoked the fire. When the water level decreased, he replenished it. This was a matter of great significance, as it pertained to his potential breakthrough to the second tier of the transformation dragon technique. And he could not afford to be careless. 4 hours later, Tuoba Chen returned and observed Tuoba Chen, who was still adding firewood. "Enough, little Chen," he said. "No need to add more. It's sufficient now. It is just noon, and you may enter." Finally, the time had come. Tuoba Chen quickly stripped off his clothes and stepped inside. To his surprise, the moment he submerged, a gentle coolness enveloped him. The medicinal properties of the Hanlian grass began to permeate his being, as the effects of the Lanshan grass had not yet dissipated. He found himself in a state where all his pores were wide open. There was no need for conscious control. If he remained still, his body would naturally absorb the medicinal energy. An hour passed, and he could distinctly feel a chill seeping into his body, circulating throughout. Gradually, tiny black particles began to emerge from his skin, as the cold energy slowly purged the impurities within him. After 4 hours, the residual cold energy began to fortify Tuoba Chen's physique from the inside out. He could noticeably sense that his heartbeat was stronger than before, and his breathing had become more effortless. He felt revitalized. Ultimately, it took a total of 9 hours for Tuoba Chen to complete this medicinal bath. As the energy from the Hanlian grass was fully absorbed, the water in the tub began to warm. With this realization, Tuoba Chen opened his eyes and gazed at the foul-smelling water surrounding him. Hastily, he climbed out of the tub and rinsed himself with clean water. After washing, he felt invigorated, as if his body had become considerably lighter. Chapter 34, Transformation of Appearance. Although it was nearing midnight, Tuoba Chen, who had just bathed and emerged unclothed, felt no chill whatsoever. It is worth noting that the temperature difference between day and night in the Douluo continent is significant. The weather during the day and night is like 2 different seasons. He speculated that perhaps the Hanlian grass had enhanced his cold resistance, though he was uncertain of the extent. However, this was not his primary concern at the moment. He was more focused on whether he had successfully advanced in the dragon breathing technique. To confirm this, he would have to wait 24 hours. If he could continue utilizing the dragon breathing technique after that time, it would mean he had fully mastered it. For now, despite the late hour, he felt no fatigue. Perhaps it was due to the extended rest he had taken in the tub during the day. Brimming with energy, he decided to practice through the night, eager to discover the extent of the enhancements brought by the Hanlian grass. After a night had passed, Tuoba Chen let out a sigh of relief. The Hanlian grass was indeed formidable. Although it did not directly enhance his soul power, it significantly bolstered his physical attributes. His strength had increased by approximately 30% compared to before. One should not underestimate this increase. Now, with the dragon breathing technique in its total concentration mode, he could amplify his physical attributes by 60%. Thus, with this 30% enhancement, he could almost double his strength compared to his previous state when he was not in total concentration. This augmentation was undeniably remarkable. Although less than 24 hours had passed, he could distinctly sense his progress. In the past, maintaining the dragon breathing technique for such a duration would have left him somewhat fatigued. However, at present, using the technique felt as effortless as breathing normally, devoid of any discomfort. Yet, to be prudent, he decided to wait until the full 24 hours had elapsed before commencing his training on the second layer of the transformation into dragon technique. As dawn broke, he saw no reason to continue his training. Approaching the bathroom, he washed away the sweat accumulated from his workout. After his shower, Tuoba Chen stood before the mirror and was momentarily taken aback. Who is this? How handsome. Although he did not vocalize his astonishment, internally, he was exclaiming in delight. Rubbing his eyes to confirm that he was not mistaken, he realized that his appearance, which had been striking before, was now utterly transformed. Having absorbed the Hanlian grass, he had grown taller, approximately 5 centimeters. His skin resembled exquisite jade, translucent, and even gleaming with a subtle radiance. His facial features, once merely handsome, had become breathtaking, drawing one's gaze irresistibly. His eyes, originally a deep black, now sparkled with an enchanting blue hue, while his hair had turned white without exuding any hint of age, instead imparting an ethereal aura. It would not be an exaggeration to say that with longer hair concealing his throat, one could easily mistake him for a girl. However, despite his striking appearance, Tuoba Chen did not come across as effeminate. Rather, he exuded a certain allure. Initially, he did not perceive the shift in demeanor. But as he looked into the mirror, an unconscious smirk appeared on his face, transforming his aura entirely. At that moment, his smile seemed to possess a captivating charm. After confirming that there were no other changes, he donned his clothes and exited the bathroom. To appear more composed, he attempted to maintain a neutral expression, though internally he was bursting with laughter. After all, everyone has an innate desire to be beautiful, regardless of gender. Who wouldn't wish to appear more handsome or alluring? He was no exception, and his newfound attractiveness delighted him. He then made his way towards the living room. Although Ningyu was a wealthy lady, she was remarkably diligent, rising early each morning to prepare breakfast for her family. She tasted the soup she had ladled into a small dish, satisfied with the flavor. The oil in the frying pan had reached the ideal temperature, prompting her to take out the shrimp dumplings she had prepared and fry them until golden. It was nearly 7 o'clock, the usual time for breakfast in their household. Suddenly, she noticed a stranger with blue hair seated at the dining table, facing away from her. Due to his increased height, his silhouette was markedly different from what she remembered. Hearing a noise from behind, Tuoba Chen swiftly turned around. The moment Ningyu caught sight of his face, disbelief washed over her. You are Xiao Chen? Yes, Mom, it's me. Although she had heard from Tuoba Yin that Tuoba Chen might undergo some changes, she never anticipated such a transformation. However, she quickly composed herself. After all, despite the changes in appearance, he was still her son. Yet she couldn't help but wonder if this newfound handsomeness would lead him astray in the future. Ningyu's calm reaction left Tuoba Chen with a slight sense of disappointment. He had harbored a flicker of hope for some compliments. Shortly thereafter, Tuoba Yin arrived. Glancing at Tuoba Chen, "Wow, son, you've undergone quite the transformation." Tuoba Chen, "Do not be angry, do not be angry, do not hold it against them." The reactions of the two were far from what he had envisioned. Praising your offspring might lead to dire consequences. However, during breakfast, their gaze remained fixated on his face. And Tuoba Yin had finished his soup without the slightest awareness. Clearly, their inner sentiments were not as tranquil as they appeared, particularly Tuoba Yin, who merely masked his astonishment with a facade of calmness. After breakfast, Tuoba Chen intended to visit Long Gong's residence to check if Meng Yiran had awakened. Unexpectedly, he was halted by Tuoba Yin. "Little Chen, are you heading out?" "Yes. What is the matter?" "Come with me." "Oh." Although he was unaware of Tuoba Yin's intentions, he was confident that he would not lead him astray, so he followed. Soon, Tuoba Chen found himself in Tuoba Yin's room, filled with curiosity about why his father had brought him there. Subsequently, Tuoba Yin retrieved an exceptionally stylish suit from the wardrobe and said, "This is for you. Try it on and see how it fits." Chapter 35. Mo Long Mo Hu. Though uncertain of Tuoba Yin's true intentions, Tuoba Chen acquiesced. Once he donned the suit, his entire demeanor transformed. Previously, for the sake of convenience, Tuoba Chen had always opted for a simple short-sleeved shirt when going out, nothing too outdated, yet decidedly ordinary and unremarkable. After switching into this outfit, his aloof aura escalated from a mere 7 to a full 10, evoking a sense of intimidation while simultaneously igniting a yearning for closeness. Upon seeing Tuoba Chen in the formal attire, Tuoba Yin smiled and inquired, "What do you think? Are you satisfied?" Tuoba Chen promptly nodded and remarked, "Quite satisfactory." "Indeed. However, it is rather sweltering. In this scorching summer, might I be perceived as a lunatic for wearing this?" After Tuoba Chen finished speaking, Tuoba Yin suddenly adopted a serious expression and remarked, "What are you saying? Are you not aware of your current appearance? Wearing that original outfit, revealing so much flesh. Are you not afraid of being abducted?" Tuoba Chen, "Well, Dad, it seems that I am a boy, so there shouldn't be a need for this when I go out." Tuoba Yin, "What is wrong with boys? They must take extra care of themselves when they go out. Your father is correct. Heed his advice." Unbeknownst to me, Ningyu emerged from the side, echoing the sentiment. Tuoba Chen, "Indeed, physical attractiveness reigns supreme. They previously had no concerns regarding safety. However, after being compelled to don a trench coat, Tuoba Chen was determined to step outside. In truth, due to his absorption of the cold spirit herb, his body temperature had become slightly lower than that of the average person, rendering him impervious to the heat. He merely found it peculiar to wear a trench coat in the sweltering summer. Just as Tuoba Chen opened the door, he was taken aback to find two burly men with formidable physiques squatting at his doorstep. Tuoba Chen spoke softly, inquiring, "May I ask who you are?" Upon observing Tuoba Chen's demeanor, a suspicious flush crept upon the face of the burly man on the left, while the one on the right averted his gaze entirely, his body trembling slightly. The man on the left replied, "You must be young Master Tuoba Chen. We are the guards of the Sacred Dragon Merchant Association. Madam Ningyu has just informed us that from today onwards, we shall serve as your personal protectors. Henceforth, whenever you venture out, we shall accompany you to ensure your safety." Found himself momentarily taken aback by the seemingly pragmatic nature of his parents. I apologize, dear guardian, but might I request a brief delay before I venture out? Certainly, young master, they replied in unison. After shutting the door, he hurried towards his parents' chamber. Suddenly, the door swung open with a bang. With a bright smile, Ningyu inquired, "So, my son, are you satisfied with the guardian I selected for you?" Upon hearing her confirmation, was at a loss for words. "Mother, could you possibly dismiss the guards? I prefer to go out alone. Having too many followers feels rather uncomfortable." Before he could finish, interjected, "What discomfort could there possibly be? My dear boy, both of them are our trusted subordinates, possessing strength at the Soul King level. With their presence, we can rest assured. Otherwise, given your current vulnerability, it is indeed perilous for a young man to be unprotected." Subsequently, under the relentless persuasion of his parents, he found himself reluctantly accompanied by 2 guardians as he stepped outside. Truth be told, their residence was merely a street away from Meng-Iran's, and yet he felt the absurdity of needing 2 protectors for such a short distance. This unexpected parental concern caught him off guard. "Honey, do you think our son has become so handsome that he no longer needs to train?" Ningyu mused. I believe he might be fine. With his current looks, he could easily make a living based on his appearance alone. Seeing him work so hard at training makes me hesitant. Perhaps a more casual approach would suffice. I shall discuss with Senior Long to encourage Iran to put in a bit more effort, perhaps even have her protect him in the future. Indeed, that seems reasonable. Unaware of the conversation transpiring, had returned to his doorstep. 2 burly men spotted him, with one stammering, "Why, young master, are you planning to go out?" "Yes, indeed. May I inquire about your names?" "It feels rather impolite to refer to you simply as guardians." Upon uttering these words, he felt a chill run down his spine. Not due to the presence of the 2 men, but rather from the realization that his courteous inquiry had left him feeling rather peculiar. "Am I becoming soft?" The 2 guardians exchanged flustered glances. Despite having encountered many charming children, none had appeared as striking as. The larger man responded promptly, "Young master, I am M.O. Long. And this is M.O. Hu. Mr. is our savior, and we are now in your service as your guardians. You may command us as you wish." With a respectful bow, M.O. Long averted his gaze, fearing that prolonged eye contact with the charming boy might overwhelm him. "Very well, M.O. Long and M.O. Hu. Please refrain from calling me young master. Xiao Chun will suffice. I look forward to your assistance." M.O. Long insisted, "That would be improper. While you may choose how to address us, we must call you young master." His earnest expression left no room for argument. Reluctantly, conceded, "All right then, M.O. Long, young master. Where are you headed? Would you like us to procure a carriage for you?" "There's no need. My destination is just across the street." He gestured towards Meng-Iran's home. A mere 10 meters away. Realizing the proximity, M.O. Long swallowed his words. Indeed, a carriage was unnecessary. Thus, the 2 guardians accompanied to Meng-Iran's doorstep. Knock, knock, knock. "Is Senior Long home? This is Xiao Chen, here to see Iran." His purpose was to practice the martial soul fusion technique with Meng-Iran. The last attempt had taken an extensive amount of time, and though Senior Long assured him that such delays were only typical during the initial fusion, he wished to confirm this once more for peace of mind. Before long, the door swung open, revealing Meng-Iran. She momentarily froze upon seeing the unfamiliar yet striking figure of, flanked by 2 imposing guardians. While his appearance had dramatically transformed, she recognized him immediately, having spent a semester in his company. Yet, the extent of his change was astonishing. "Iran, are you all right?" asked, waving his hand before her face. Snapped back to reality. She stammered, "I am fine." Immediately, she lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Was she embarrassed to look at him? Tuoba Chen is not a fool. How could he possibly miss the obvious feelings of Meng-Iran? He inwardly lamented that, regardless of the world. It seems that beauty grants one the liberty to act as one pleases. Unable to let the young lady take the initiative, he took Meng-Iran's hand and said, "Let us proceed inside." After instructing the 2 guards to wait for them at the entrance, he led Meng-Iran into the courtyard. As they walked, Meng-Iran occasionally glanced up at him, only to quickly lower her gaze whenever he turned his head, with Long Gong and Sheepa both away on errands. Their solitude rendered the atmosphere more intimate, devoid of any other presence. "Chen, what brings you here today?" Although Meng-Iran was technically his senior by a day 2 minutes. To be precise, Tuoba Chen, reluctant to be seen as the younger one, had always been addressed as brother by her. "I have come to practice our martial spirit fusion technique. Our previous attempt was rather sluggish, and I believe it would benefit us to refine it further." "Very well," she replied. With that, Tuoba Chen grasped Meng-Iran's hand once more, and they began to channel their soul power into one another. In an instant, a swirl of black smoke enveloped them, and they reformed into the Dusk Serpent. Indeed, Long Gong had not deceived them. The second fusion was markedly quicker, and subsequent attempts would prove even swifter. "Iran, let us assess our power," he suggested. Sensing his intention, Meng-Iran deftly maneuvered the Dusk Serpent towards a room in her home. Soon, they arrived at the training chamber, which housed a small iron figure marked with numerous symbols along with various other objects. This was where Meng-Iran typically honed her skills. Upon entering, Meng-Iran commanded the Dusk Serpent and struck the small iron figure with its tail, leaving a noticeable dent in the formerly smooth surface. Surprised by the ferocity of their attack, she marveled at the destructive potential of their fusion technique. Yet, the demonstration was far from over. She raised the serpent's head and unleashed a torrent of venom upon the iron figure. In an instant, the small iron figure was engulfed in dark venom, which began to corrode it. Within approximately a minute, a significant portion of the figure had been devoured. Once the test was complete, the two promptly dispelled their martial spirit fusion. Despite the brief duration of their union, it had consumed a considerable amount of their soul power, leaving Tuoba Chen acutely aware of his own limitations. In a genuine confrontation, he and Meng Yiran in their dusk serpent form might only endure for about half a minute. With this in mind, he turned to Meng Yiran and said, "Yiran, let us conclude for today. I must return to my training. Are you leaving already? Won't you stay a bit longer?" She inquired with a hint of disappointment. "No, I came to ensure our martial spirit fusion could be executed smoothly. Now that I have achieved that goal, I must return to my practice. Please refrain from seeking me out during my training. I prefer solitude." "Understood," she replied. And with that, Tuoba Chen departed with his two guards. To enhance the strength of their fusion technique, he knew he must dedicate himself to rigorous training. Meanwhile, Meng Yiran remained in the room, lost in thought, occasionally breaking into a silly smile, oblivious to her own musings. Upon returning home, Tuoba Chen hurried to the training room. Unlike before, when he engaged only in push-ups and other bodyweight exercises, his recent refinement with the handling grass had significantly bolstered his physical capabilities, allowing him to incorporate weight training into his regimen. After a 10-minute warm-up run to break a light sweat, he began his workout in earnest, retrieving his specially crafted barbell from the corner to commence lower body training. The equipment in this training room had all been custom-made by a blacksmith he had personally commissioned. Having started his training at a young age, he had previously only utilized a small sandbag nearby due to his childhood limitations. 17, 18, 19. The youthful sound of his exertions echoed through the training room. For hours later, as noon approached, he transitioned to stretching exercises, knowing the importance of maintaining flexibility to avoid muscle tightness from his training. After a 15-minute stretching session, it was just in time for lunch. Upon reaching the dining table and surveying the spread, Tuoba Chen was bewildered. Where were the steaks and chicken breasts? Hadn't he instructed his mother that he wished to have those after each workout? Why was he faced with fried pork chops instead? Noticing his confusion, Ningyu asked, "What's wrong, little Chen? Why aren't you eating?" "Mom, why has the menu changed?" "I usually have boiled chicken breasts and steaks," he replied. "You've been eating the same thing repeatedly. The meat is tough and tasteless. I can barely enjoy it myself. Today we have pork chops, sourced from a century-old soul beast, which offer far superior nutritional value than beef. Trust me, this is far more beneficial than your chicken breasts." After her explanation, Tuoba Chen found it difficult to dispute her logic. If the pork truly came from a century-old soul beast, it would undoubtedly surpass the usual chicken in both nutritional value and flavor. However, he couldn't help but wonder about the costs involved, as ordinary soul beast meat was already several times more expensive than regular meat, let alone that of a century-old beast. Enough pondering. My father is a merchant. This expenditure is trivial, he concluded. "Understood, mother," he said before diving into the pork chop with gusto. As he savored each bite, he reflected on how long it had been since he had enjoyed pork, a longing that traced back to his past life and a certain bad incident. While Tuoba Chen relished his meal, Ningyu barely touched her food, opting instead to occasionally serve him more dishes, which he gratefully accepted without discrimination. Finding joy in this act of serving, Ningyu soon filled his bowl to the brim with various delicacies. 20 minutes later, Tuoba Chen patted his small belly, feeling quite satisfied. Ningyu inquired, "Aren't you going to eat more? Why have you only consumed so little?" Upon hearing this, Tuoba Chen shot her a look and replied, "Mother, I have already devoured 6 large bowls. I truly cannot eat any more." It was then that Ningyu noticed the towering pile of bones beside Tuoba Chen's bowl, confirming that he had indeed eaten quite a lot. Nevertheless, she instinctively remarked, "You are nothing like your father. Let me tell you, when your father was your age, he could eat 10 bowls. 10 bowls. Tuoba Chen glanced at the bowl before him, which was nearly the size of his own head, and fell into contemplation. The wisdom of adulthood informed him that Ningyu was merely boasting. To validate his suspicion, he maintained a steady gaze upon her, feeling somewhat embarrassed under his scrutiny. Ningyu instinctively felt the urge to retort, "Mom, are you deceiving me?" Suddenly exposed by Tuoba Chen, her face flushed momentarily, and she boldly exclaimed, "You child, do you not trust your mother's words? Go back to sleep." Here emerged the classic adult tactic of resorting to loudness when logic failed. "If my voice is loud enough, I must be right. You are my son, you must listen to me." Clearly, in the face of such an ultimate strategy, Tuoba Chen found himself at a loss. Before Meng Yiran, he could strike with force, yet before Ningyu, he could only acquiesce. Perhaps this is the nature of men. After a refreshing nap and a brief session of training, the evening finally arrived. He sensed the rhythm of his steady breathing. It had been 24 hours since he last utilized the cold spirit grass. He could ascertain whether his dragon breathing technique had reached its complete stage. Martial Soul, manifest. Upon activating his martial soul, he meticulously examined every part of his body, only to find little change. Was it not said that each layer of mastery would result in an evolution? After scrutinizing for quite some time, he arrived at the conclusion that his scales appeared slightly shinier, and the soul energy consumption upon activating his martial soul seemed to have diminished. Was that all? The benefits of this evolution felt rather meager, yet it was still preferable to having none at all. He retrieved the dragon transformation technique and began to delve into its second layer. The second layer, dragon form, like the dragon breathing technique, served as a foundation for the subsequent layers of the dragon transformation technique. The dragon form involved mimicking the shape of a dragon through specialized techniques, executing various high-difficulty movements to bring one's form closer to that of a dragon. However, this second layer could only be practiced while the martial soul was activated. And to be precise, it was not the body's form that transformed, but rather the manifestation of the martial soul, signifying the initial shift from an earth dragon to a holy dragon. First, one must achieve a semblance of form, gradually delving deeper. However, practicing the second layer required caution. Activating the martial soul while executing dragon form would result in a substantial drain of soul energy, often preventing one from completing an entire set before energy depletion halted further practice. Additionally, upon completion, one would experience an intense hunger, necessitating a substantial supply of high-grade meat. Training in dragon form would be more restrictive than other exercises, yet it would enhance physical prowess rapidly, along with an increase in total soul energy and recovery speed. Moreover, after mastering this layer, the martial soul would undergo significant transformation. Essentially, it would become more aesthetically pleasing. The dragon form comprises 347 movements. Mastering the ability to execute this entire sequence twice while the martial soul is activated would signify complete mastery of the dragon form. However, it was already quite late, and he felt fatigued. He decided against practicing the dragon form that evening and, as usual, entered the prepared medicinal bath. He aimed to recover the energy expended during his training earlier that day while also practicing the Azure Dragon technique. With the considerable enhancement in his physical strength, he should be able to endure the first layer of the Azure Dragon technique for a longer duration. After a night's rest, Tuoba Chen opened his eyes, observing the remnants of medicinal residue in the water, and smiled. Remarkably, he had managed to sustain his practice of the Azure Dragon technique for 2.5 hours, a half hour longer than usual, which naturally brought him joy. After cleansing himself, he proceeded to breakfast, gazing at the various soul beast meats laid out on the table, alongside Ningyu and her husband waiting expectantly. Tuoba Chen realized why the household had switched from ordinary ingredients to soul beast meat since yesterday. It was likely that Tuoba Chen had anticipated his breakthrough to the second layer of the dragon transformation technique, thus necessitating an ample supply of energy-rich high-grade meat. Having devoured his breakfast, Tuoba Chen was called by Tuoba Chen. He turned around in confusion and asked, "What is it, Dad? Is there something you need?" Tuoba Chen nodded slightly. Subsequently, he retrieved a substantial bag of jerky from his soul-guiding device, which appeared to weigh around 40 to 50 pounds. Tuoba Chen, Xiaochen. This jerky is crafted from the flesh of a 10-year-old soul beast. Should you feel famished during your cultivation, partake in this to replenish your soul energy. In the future, our daily meals will consist of meat from century-old soul beasts, aiding you in swiftly surpassing the second layer of the transformation into dragon technique. Upon hearing Tuoba Yan's words, Tuoba Chen felt deeply moved. Although his family was quite affluent, it was essential to acknowledge that the Sacred Dragon Chamber of Commerce was an asset of the Sacred Dragon Sect, as far as he was aware. His father earned approximately 2,000 gold soul coins each month, and if he wished to earn more, it would be a trivial endeavor, considering he was the head of the chamber. However, Tuoba Chen was a man of unwavering integrity, holding a profound disdain for petty theft and deceit. Thus, he had never exploited his position for personal gain. It was precisely due to his exemplary character that the Sacred Dragon Sect entrusted him with the management of the Sacred Dragon Chamber of Commerce. While earning 2,000 gold soul coins monthly was indeed substantial, the expense for century-old soul beast meat was not negligible. Though soul beast meat was the most affordable aspect of a soul beast, even so, the monthly expenditure would likely exceed several thousand gold soul coins. Father, actually, last time Uncle Emo gave me quite a bit of pocket money. I can purchase the soul beast meat myself. Though Tuoba Chen had likely accumulated some savings over the years, Tuoba Chen felt a twinge of guilt. Hearing Tuoba Chen's words, Tuoba Chen paused and said, "Xiaochen, there is no need for concern. This soul beast meat is, in fact, a form of subsidy for you." A subsidy? What does that mean? Tuoba Chen inquired, puzzled. What else could it mean? It is quite literally what it implies. But what does that imply? Please clarify. Observing Tuoba Chen's earnest expression, Tuoba Chen replied, "All right, let me elucidate." Afterward, Tuoba Chen prepared himself, adopting a serious demeanor, signaling that he was ready to listen. Seeing his son like this, Tuoba Chen smiled and remarked, "Xiaochen, you have truly changed. You are much more lively than before." "Tuoba Chen, I have changed, so what? Indeed, I have transformed significantly. Now, let me discuss the matter of subsidies with you. Little Chen, you must understand that although you have never visited the Holy Dragon Sect, you remain a member of it. Due to the necessity of cultivating the transformation dragon technique, we at the Holy Dragon Sect raise numerous spirit beasts for sustenance. Each member of the sect, upon reaching the second level of cultivation, is entitled to apply for subsidies from the sect. Members of differing statuses can receive varying degrees of support. Ordinary disciples may claim 500 pounds of spirit beast meat monthly, outer disciples 1,000 pounds, inner disciples 2,000 pounds, and core disciples 3,000 pounds along with 500 gold spirit coins. Oh. Tuoba Yan's expression did not convey deceit. After all, his father was a steward, which surely afforded him the opportunity to qualify as an outer disciple. Upon reflection, this realization significantly reduced his family's expenses, leaving him feeling somewhat moved, though he wished to reclaim that sentiment. Nevertheless, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Would 3,000 pounds of food suffice for a month? Furthermore, what kind of soul beast were they raising? Their prolific nature suggested they must be fed something extraordinary, perhaps even akin to the mythical Jin Kola. However, he refrained from voicing these inquiries, deciding to await his training session to ascertain whether such a quantity of meat would indeed be necessary. As for Douluo continent, well, it was unlikely that Jin Kola existed here, or so he presumed. Subsequently, he inquired, "Father, what level of disciple am I?" To which his father replied, Due to your grandfather's esteemed position as the Grand Elder of the sect, you are classified as a core disciple. Tuoba Chen, I have never mentioned this before, but within our Sacred Dragon Sect, any child whose innate soul power reaches level 8 can be considered as one of the heirs to the position of the sect leader. Presently, there are only 5 individuals, including yourself, in the Sacred Dragon Sect whose innate soul power exceeds level 8. Therefore, if you were to accelerate your training, it is possible that you may one day ascend to the role of sect leader. The sudden and explosive remarks made by Tuoba Chen left Tuoba Chen in a state of bewilderment. What was happening? He had unexpectedly acquired a Grand Elder, and he had suddenly become one of the heirs to the sect's leadership. Wasn't the position of sect master traditionally inherited by the master as offspring? No. In the Tian-Do Empire, the system is hereditary. In the Xing-Luo Empire, however, the situation is markedly different. Nearly all sects, large and small, operate under the principle that leadership is determined by merit. As long as one possesses a direct lineage with a martial soul and the requisite strength, anyone is eligible to inherit the position of sect master. Upon hearing Tuoba Yan's words, Tuoba Chen could vividly imagine the fierce competition that prevailed in the Xing-Luo Empire. Initially, he had thought that only a few families, like those of Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing, operated in such a manner, but to his surprise, it appeared to be the prevailing ethos throughout the entire Xing-Luo Empire. No wonder the people of the Xing-Luo Empire exuded such an intense aura of killing intent. It was evidently a product of their environment. Tuoba Chen inquired, might this lead to any complications? In response, it was said, certainly. Throughout the illustrious history of our Sacred Dragon Sect, there have been numerous inept leaders. Fortunately, the Elder Hall provides a system of checks and balances. And given that the Starfall Empire predominantly operates under similar circumstances, we have yet to encounter any significant issues. Upon hearing this account from Tuoba Chen, he gained insight into the circumstances surrounding the Sacred Dragon Sect. However, realizing that he was one of the heirs to the sect's leadership made matters considerably more manageable. With only 4 rivals, there remained a viable opportunity to contend for supremacy. Tuoba remarked, moreover, there is something I have yet to share with you. What is it? Tuoba Chen inquired, somewhat perplexed, wondering just how many matters remained unknown to him regarding their family. In truth, the Sacred Dragon Chamber of Commerce belongs to our family, not the sect, and my monthly earnings exceed 2,000 gold coins. Tuoba Chen, the expression black question mark face JPG conveys a sense of confusion or disbelief. Literally interpreted, it suggests that I have always been a second-generation wealthy individual. However, it would be more accurate to describe myself as a third-generation affluent heir, as this business association was funded by your maternal grandfather. Your grandfather has only one daughter, your mother, which signifies that you are his only grandchild and the sole heir to the business association. After Tuoba Chen finished speaking, Tuoba Chen was utterly bewildered. The volume of information he had absorbed today was simply overwhelming. He had lived a stable life in this world for many years, only to be abruptly informed that he was one of the heirs of the Sacred Dragon Sect, and that the Sacred Dragon Chamber of Commerce was indeed his family's enterprise, making him the sole legal heir. This revelation felt akin to an ordinary office worker discovering that his father, who had always seemed to lead a mundane life, was actually the owner of the very company he worked for. The sensation of unexpectedly receiving such fortune was undeniably exhilarating. At the very least, he would no longer have to worry about resources for cultivation in the future. Took a deep breath and inquired, are my sisters aware of this matter? Indeed, came the reply. If they are all aware, then why have they kept it from me? Can't they inherit the business guild? The response was, they kept it from you because you are a boy. Your mother fears that if you grow up in a too privileged environment, you might go astray. Moreover, I wish to temper you a bit, which is why I didn't mention it. As for your sisters, the guild was established with the support of your grandfather, who harbors a bias towards sons over daughters. However, he has only one daughter, and when you, his grandson, came into the picture, his excitement was immense. Had he not been preoccupied with important matters, he would have taken you in by now. Upon hearing this, found himself at a loss for words and could only ask, then why are we discussing this now? Shouldn't you continue to keep it from me? Times change, explained. Had you been as charming back then as you are now, we would not have been so callous, and perhaps none of this would have happened. After concluded his explanation, S' expression remained impassive. Sighing, felt weary. Life was rife with deceit. Adults were indeed complex beings. With that thought, he quietly made his way to the training room. Although fatigued, a flicker of excitement coursed through him. Yet he resolved to continue his cultivation. 2 months later, upon witnessing dejected demeanor, asked, "What troubles you?" "I'm going to train," he replied. "Oh. Remember to take some jerky with you, and don't overexert yourself. Your mother would be concerned. Alternatively, if you truly prefer not to train, you could inherit our family fortune. I can find someone trustworthy to oversee the guild for you, and you can spend your days in leisure." "Understood," responded calmly, not outright dismissing the suggestion. Should he indeed inherit the guild, he would likely be reluctant to manage it, preferring to focus on his training. At this point, even being told that he was S' father would not surprise him. His capacity for astonishment had been thoroughly exhausted. All he wished was to delve into the intricacies of the dragon-shaped technique. In truth, upon learning of his background, he did not display excessive fervor, merely offering a slight smile. Internally, he was elated, yet he maintained an outward composure, unwilling to bring shame upon himself as a traverser. Such thoughts were not unreasonable. After all, if one day you were preparing for work and suddenly received a call from your father informing you of an inheritance worth hundreds of billions, would you not be ecstatic? Upon entering the training room, steadied his mindset and gradually opened the dragon transformation technique, beginning to examine the contents of the dragon-shaped technique. The technique contained minimal text, predominantly illustrations, each accompanied by the name of a corresponding movement. Among them, the first illustration occupied an entire sheet, depicting a figure with numerous meridians marked with blue and red arrows. Annotations indicated that the blue arrows represented the normal flow of soul power in a person, while the red arrows indicated the direction of soul power flow during the cultivation of the dragon-shaped technique. This meant he needed to consciously alter the flow of his soul power while practicing the technique. Subsequently, he scrutinized the names of the advanced movements: Rising Dragon, Turning Dragon, Fierce Dragon Roars, Flying Dragon in the Sky, Dragon Dance, Dragon Fist, Dragon Claw, Dragon Breath, Dragon Hunt, Dragon Feasts, Great Dragon Catches Small Fish, Dragon Roll, 2 Dragons Play with Pearls, Dragon Claw Hand, and Dragon Gives Birth to 9 Offspring. Upon reading these names, S' mouth twitched uncontrollably, unsure of what to ask. The movements bore an uncanny resemblance to the flamboyant catchphrases of Black Tiger Afyu, and he felt a modicum of resistance. However, considering that so many disciples of the Holy Dragon Sect practiced them, he reassured himself that it should be fine. With that thought in mind, he began to attempt controlling the soul power within his body, directing it to flow in the direction of the red arrows illustrated in the dragon transformation technique. To his surprise, what he initially anticipated to be a challenging endeavor proved to be remarkably simple. He successfully altered the direction of his soul power flow with ease. Although he was aware that using cold spirit grass would significantly accelerate the training of such body refinement techniques, he believed it had little to do with this aspect of soul power control. Reflecting on his time at the academy, he recalled how Qin Ming had made him practice soul power control for an hour each day. Thanks to Qin Ming's guidance, he could control his soul power with precision during battles. Thus, it made sense that his current success in this endeavor stemmed from that training. Having successfully redirected his soul power flow, he began to slowly learn the more intricate movements of the dragon-shaped technique, which were inherently challenging due to the anatomical differences between dragons and humans. During his training, he occasionally faced particularly difficult movements that caused a significant depletion of his already accelerated soul power. Ultimately, spent an hour executing 112 movements, completely exhausting his soul power. Upon finishing, an unprecedented wave of hunger washed over him. He retrieved the jerky that had just given him and sat down to devour it. This piece is rabbit meat. Oh, and this one is wild boar. After consuming the jerky, he observed the noticeably diminished supply and understood why the core disciples received such generous meat provisions. Practicing these techniques indeed consumed a considerable amount of meat. Additionally, he gained insight into the types of soul beasts the sect raised, primarily pigs and rabbits, both prolific creatures, especially rabbits, which could produce 6 litters a year, yielding between 1 to 15 offspring each time, demonstrating an astonishing reproductive rate. No wonder. Raising such rapidly reproducing soul beasts would indeed suffice to meet the sect's meat supply needs. Moreover, judging by the size of this jerky, the rabbits must have been nearly half a meter long, truly a testament to their status as soul beasts. After finishing the jerky, he commenced his soul power cultivation. Approximately an hour and a half later, his soul power was fully replenished. The reason for this swift recovery was primarily due to his low level. Although his soul power surpassed that of his peers, it was still relatively limited. Thus, the process of recovery did not consume much time. Once rejuvenated, the training resumed. And due to the mental preparation, he directly executed 142 movements during the second session, until his soul power was nearly depleted. Noticing the clock, which indicated it was nearing noon, Tuoba Chen opted to resist the temptation of the delectable meat snacks, engaging in further training before heading off for a meal. Thus, Tuoba Chen's days unfolded in a cycle of training, eating, training, indulging in medicinal baths, practicing the Tsanglong technique, and, when fatigued, naturally succumbing to slumber. 2 months later, a summer vacation drew to a close and the day of school approached. The entire family gathered at Mo Long's tavern to host a farewell celebration for Tuoba Chen. Ningyu remarked, "Little Chen, if you truly wish to abandon the path of a soul master, feel free to return and inherit the family business. I will always protect you, no matter what." Tuoba Chen, after finishing the meal, Tuoba Yin took out a purple card containing 50,000 soul coins and said, "Little Chen, use this money for now. Buy some more soul beast meat for yourself. If it's not enough, write to Dad, and he will send you more." Tuoba Chen did not refuse. After 2 months of a lavish lifestyle, he had completely acclimatized. In truth, once accustomed, the life of the wealthy is rather mundane. His family had always exhibited signs of affluence, and now they were merely more prosperous. Tuoba Chen expressed that accepting his father's allowance was devoid of any pressure. In the course of these 2 months, his soul power had not seen significant progress, remaining stagnant at level 15. It would be inaccurate to say he was entirely stationary. Rather, his advancement was somewhat sluggish, as he was now merely a hair's breadth away from reaching level 16. After all, throughout this summer, he had devoted the majority of his time to honing his physical prowess. It was not that he lacked the desire to level up swiftly, but rather that he had stumbled upon a crucial phrase in the final page of the Dragon Transformation Technique half a month ago. The phrase stated that should one achieve perfection in the Dragon Transformation Technique before reaching level 20, their physical strength would be drastically enhanced, allowing them to absorb a soul ring with a maximum age of no more than 1,200 years. Upon reading this, Tuoba Chen felt a jolt of realization and subsequently dedicated most of his training time to mastering the Dragon Transformation Technique. However, the probability of success was rather slim. In the annals of their Holy Dragon Sect, only the second leader, Tuoba Gang, had ever succeeded, and no one had accomplished it since. The primary reason was that ordinary members of the Holy Dragon Sect could not even break through the first layer of the Dragon Transformation Technique before attaining the rank of Great Soul Master. If they could not surpass the first layer, how could they hope to cultivate the second? Moreover, even those with exceptional talent who managed to advance to the second layer before reaching level 20 faced formidable challenges. If they deliberately stunted their growth at level 20 to train in the Dragon Transformation Technique, not only would they struggle to progress, but they would also squander their prime training period, rendering the effort counterproductive. After all, not everyone had access to the Cold Spirit Grass and the Azure Dragon Technique as aids. It is widely acknowledged that failing to break through to level 30 by the age of 20, without external assistance, essentially precludes any opportunity to ascend to the rank of Soul Sovereign thereafter. Furthermore, even if one were aware that external aid could facilitate a breakthrough, the required items were certainly not commonplace. Who would invest such high-grade medicinal materials in a failure who had not even achieved Soul Sovereign by the age of 20? Hence, most individuals do not exert excessive effort to perfect the Dragon Transformation Technique before reaching level 20. They have never witnessed peers achieving perfection in the technique prior to level 20. Since this is the norm, why should they strive harder? Elevating their soul power seems far more appealing. They have not encountered those rare prodigies and thus believe their efforts are sufficient. In summary, these 2 factors largely explain why the majority fail to break through before reaching level 20. Of course, there are those who are obstinately determined, often faring even worse than the aforementioned groups. If they fail to gain insight in a timely manner, they risk becoming stuck as great soul masters for life. However, upon careful analysis of his own situation, Tuoba Chen felt a strong sense of opportunity. After all, he was still not yet 7 years old, and within these 2 months, he had already managed to execute 231 moves in a single bout. His rapid progress was primarily attributed to the Cold Spirit Grass. This remarkable herb not only fortified his physical strength, but also accelerated his recovery capabilities. His body's organs, including the heart and lungs, had undergone rigorous refinement. Beyond attributes such as explosive power and speed, his self-regulatory abilities had also been enhanced, leading to improved endurance. He could sense that if this continued, he would likely break through to the second layer of the Dragon Transformation Technique even before reaching level 20, perhaps at level 19. Although the next day marked the beginning of school, Tuoba Chen did not squander the remaining hours of the night and trained until he fell asleep. The following day, early in the morning, Meng Yuran was waiting at his doorstep. Due to time constraints, the couple, Snake Lady and Dragon Lord, accompanied them to school. Upon arrival, he discovered that, in addition to the 2 elders, Mo Long and Mo who were also present, seeing them filled Tuoba Chen with an unsettling premonition. He greeted the Dragon Lord and Snake Lady. "Good morning, Grandfather Dragon Lord, Grandmother Snake Lady." "Hello, Xiao Chen." Since Tuoba Chen's appearance had markedly improved, the Dragon Lord had ceased to scold him, a classic case of double standards. Such is the nature of the Dragon Lord, quite amusing indeed. He then turned to the Mo brothers and inquired, I'm just heading to school. You 2 aren't planning to tag along, are you?" "Of course, young master. We are your personal bodyguards. Wherever you go, we shall provide round-the-clock protection, as per the orders of the master and madam." Tuoba Chen turned around and nodded at Tuoba Yin and Ningyu. Well, he resigned himself to the situation. Having 2 soul kings to protect him was actually quite advantageous. After all, he harbored no secrets, so it was of little consequence. All right, Xiao Chun, let us depart. The new school year begins tomorrow, and we must set forth swiftly. Indeed, Senior Long Gong. With that, he joined them aboard the exclusive carriage reserved for Long Gong and his entourage. The mode of transport employed by Long Gong and Shi Pu was markedly different from ordinary carriages. The beasts pulling the vehicle were a unique species known as dragon horses, said to be born from the union of dragons and horses. Their speed surpassed that of regular horses significantly, and the ride was remarkably smooth, rendering any discomfort non-existent. However, these soul beasts appeared to be far more ferocious than typical equine soul beasts, with numerous accounts on the continent of dragon horses trampling their handlers to death. Generally, no ordinary person would dare to rear such creatures, save for formidable figures like the legendary Long Shi. Long Gong himself took the reins, while Mo Long and Mo Hu each rode their own horse, maintaining pace without the burden of pulling the carriage. Thus, within the carriage were only Shi Pu, Tuoba Chen, and Meng Yiran. Shi Pu, adept at reading the atmosphere, noticed that Meng Yiran had been gazing at her since boarding, intermittently peering out of the window. Shi Pu promptly remarked, "Yiran, why don't you converse with Xiao Chun while I step outside to chat with the old man?" "Yes, Grandma, please go ahead." With that, Shi Pu exited the carriage to engage in conversation with Long Gong. Tuoba Chen, resting with his eyes closed, was unaware of the subtle exchanges between the two and merely heard their voices. Once Shi Pu had left, Meng Yiran could scarcely contain her laughter. At last, she had the opportunity for solitude. She quietly retrieved a lovingly prepared bento from her soul guide device, saying, "Chengu, are you hungry? Have something to eat." Upon hearing Meng Yiran's voice, Tuoba Chen opened his eyes and gazed at the four-tiered bento before him, nodding slightly. "Thank you." This was his first time receiving a bento from a girl other than his mother, as he had never had a girlfriend before. The excitement bubbled within him. Yet as he accepted the bento, he felt a twinge of emotion. He inadvertently noticed some small cuts on Meng Yiran's hands, clearly sustained while cooking. This sight stirred something within him, prompting Meng Yiran to quickly withdraw her hands. Seeing this, he felt a pang of guilt. It was hard to imagine not finishing the meal, especially given his recent increase in appetite. Upon opening Meng Yiran's bento, he was momentarily taken aback. The top tier was entirely filled with meat dishes, featuring an array of soul beast meats, all beautifully cut and neatly arranged. Each type of meat was prepared differently, showcasing a perfect balance of color and aroma that was utterly tantalizing. The second tier contained half meat and half vegetables, including carrots and shredded potatoes, with each carrot intricately carved into heart shapes. The third tier held rice, while the fourth boasted a colorful assortment of fruit platters. Just the sight of this bento revealed the immense effort the creator had devoted to its preparation. Meng Yiran must have spent considerable time on it. Before he could begin eating, Meng Yiran produced 2 bottles and said, "I prepared some orange juice and lemonade. If the meat becomes too rich, drink some lemonade. If you're thirsty, have some orange juice. Thank you for your hard work, Yiran." Tuoba Chen found himself at a loss for how to express his gratitude. Upon reflection, he realized that he had never truly done anything for Meng Yiran, not even offering a small gift. Instead, it was Meng Yiran who had consistently supported him silently, never uttering a complaint. He was not particularly adept at sweet talk, so in response to Meng Yiran's heartfelt gestures, he merely uttered a simple acknowledgement of her efforts. However, he recognized that he could not allow this dynamic to persist. He must find an opportunity to reciprocate her kindness, at the very least, by presenting her with a gift to convey his sentiments. It was inappropriate for a young lady to be so consistently proactive. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's words, Meng Yiran quickly replied, "It's no trouble at all." She genuinely meant it. In fact, she found joy in her actions, believing they were her rightful duties. After all, she was the one pursuing Tuoba Chen, and as he continued to excel, her happiness was tinged with anxiety about potentially losing him. During their time at school, her maturity allowed her to keenly perceive the admiration many girls held for Tuoba Chen, owing to his exceptional abilities and striking appearance. She often caught glimpses of girls stealing glances at him or deliberately striking up conversations, while Tuoba Chen, despite being a fervent practitioner of his craft, was also quite talkative, engaging effortlessly with anyone who approached him. This left Meng Yiran feeling helpless and apprehensive, as those girls were no less impressive than herself, being students of the Tiando Royal Academy with commendable backgrounds. In light of the many who admired Tuoba Chen, she felt somewhat unworthy of him. It was only after their reunion at the academy that she recognized his extraordinary talent surpassed her own. Despite both possessing innate soul power at level 8, Tuoba Chen seemed to ascend rapidly, leaving her struggling to keep pace. The disparity in their strengths became her greatest source of anguish. Fortunately, the existence of their martial soul fusion skill gave her a sense of value in his life, but she realized that this alone was insufficient. Just having a fusion technique did not guarantee that Tuoba Chen would choose to be with her. There were no stipulations mandating that those with a fusion skill must become partners. Although Tuoba Chen was her fiancé, she remained uncertain about his feelings, prompting her to consider enhancing herself in other ways, such as culinary skills, which she deemed a worthy pursuit. Moreover, she noticed that Tuoba Chen had never shown impatience with her, nor had he ever expressed dislike, even when she occasionally intruded during his conversations with other girls. It was possible he had felt annoyed, but at the very least, He was willing to maintain a facade of patience. In her heart, she believed Tuoba Chen liked her more than he disliked her. His words prior to the summer break, "We have confirmed our relationship. Do you not wish to be my fiancée?" lingered in her mind, bringing her immense joy at the thought of being his betrothed. Thus, as Tuoba Chen heartily consumed the lunchbox prepared by Mangyran, she watched him with a smile, both immersed in their own thoughts. Unbeknownst to each other, Tuoba Chen felt like a cad, burdened by guilt towards Mangyran, while she grappled with feelings of inadequacy and anxiety. Each contemplated how to surprise the other next. In the evening, not far from the imperial city, a hotel served as their temporary refuge. With the city sealed off for the night, they decided to rest there until morning. The group gathered in the hotel lobby, engaging in casual conversation while waiting for their meal to be served. Noticing the two brothers, Mo Long and Mo Hu, standing nearby, Tuoba Chen called out, "Elder brother Mo Long, elder brother Mo Hu, come and join us. Dinner will be served shortly." To his invitation, the brothers shook their heads, responding, "That would not be proper, young master. As servants, how could we dine with our master?" Before Tuoba Chen could respond, Long Gong interjected, "When I call you over, you should come. Does young master Tuoba's word not hold weight?" The brothers exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback, before acquiescing. "Then we shall humbly comply. Thank you, young master, thank you, Senior Long Gong." They had initially hesitated to join the table, fearing the disapproval of Long Gong and Shipa, but with the latter's encouragement, they felt no need for further pretense. Watching how Long Gong's word carried more authority than his own, Tuoba Chen rolled his eyes. After all, the brothers had accompanied him for 2 months. When had he ever regarded them as mere servants? He noted this slide in his mind. As the group continued their conversation, the inn's door swung open. However, aside from the waiter, no one else paid attention, as it was commonplace for new guests to arrive. In another part of the hotel, Feng Xiaotian was brimming with excitement, having just acquired his second soul ring. From that day forward, he would be recognized as a level 20 soul master, remarkable for someone not yet 10 years old. Among his peers at the academy, he was the fastest to reach this milestone. Regrettably, the imperial city was closed, preventing him from sharing this joyous news with his beloved Huo Wu. Thus, he resolved to make do with the tavern for the night. "Thank you, teacher, for your support today. This meal is on me," he declared. The teacher chuckled. "No need for such formality. This is rightfully yours." As he searched for a seat, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Mangyran. He mused to himself, "What a delightful girl. She rivals Huo Wu in charm." Yet, he quickly dismissed the thought. "What am I thinking? My heart belongs to Huo Wu alone." I merely glanced at that girl out of curiosity. His eyes then wandered to Tuoba Chen, where he paused, unintentionally exclaiming, "How adorable." His teacher, puzzled, asked Xiaotian, "What did you just say?" "Oh, nothing, teacher. I found a seat. Let us sit over there," he replied, pointing to the empty table beside Tuoba Chen. "Very well. Let's take that spot," the teacher agreed. After their conversation, the two walked over, with Feng Xiaotian deliberately choosing a seat that afforded him a view of Tuoba Chen. Once seated, the waiter presented him with the menu. After placing his order, he began to steal glances at Tuoba Chen intermittently. The moment he laid eyes on her, it felt as if his heart had been struck. This sensation was reminiscent of his previous encounter with Huo Wu, yet now it was far more intense. Feng Xiaotian's breath quickened. He had never seen such a beautiful girl. Her long, flowing white hair, skin as tender as dewdrops, and her large, starry eyes captivated him. When she spoke, her lips formed an adorably pouty expression that made one yearn to take a bite. Then Tuoba Chen smiled, a gesture so enchanting that it nearly stole Feng Xiaotian's very soul. Observing the dazed expressions of those around her, she suddenly realized her smile had a magnetic allure. Quickly masking her smile, she turned to Long Gong and inquired, "Senior Long, do you think the dishes here are delicious?" Suddenly summoned by his name, Long Gong snapped back to reality. "Bah," he thought, "how embarrassing to be lost in thought at my age." However, he couldn't help but acknowledge that Xiao Chun indeed looked stunning when she smiled. Feeling a bit awkward, he replied, "Well, in such a quaint little establishment, the food is likely mediocre. If you desire something truly delectable, Xiao Chun, I could venture outside to catch a soul beast for roasting. How does that sound?" Long Gong's unexpected suggestion took Tuoba Chen by surprise. She had merely asked casually, yet he responded with utmost seriousness. What was going on with Senior Long? Could it be that he harbored some improper thoughts? Meanwhile, the others, drawn into the conversation, began to emerge from the dazed enchantment that Tuoba Chen had unwittingly cast upon them. Mangyran now dared not glance at Tuoba Chen's face, fearing she might lose her composure, while Shipa reacted similarly to Long Gong. As for Mo Long and Mo Hu, the two simpletons remained in a state of oblivion. Tuoba Chen felt as though someone was watching him, and he cast his gaze around in a sweeping circle. Witnessing this scene, Feng Xiaotian hastily lowered his head, unsure of why he felt compelled to do so, acting on instinct. Upon realizing that no one was observing him, Tuoba Chen helplessly ran his fingers through his hair, noticing that it had grown somewhat long. Over the past 2 months, he had been diligently training, and his once moderate hair had now grown to the point of covering his ears. It was precisely for this reason that Feng Xiaotian had inadvertently mistaken him for a girl. After Tuoba Chen averted his gaze, Feng Xiaotian resumed his surreptitious observations, albeit with a touch more discretion this time. Noticing Feng's demeanor, the teacher inquired, Xiaotian, what troubles you? Why is your face so flushed? Staring blankly, Feng replied, Teacher, I have fallen in love. Ah, so that little girl, Huowu, has finally agreed to you. Well done, lad. With that, Feng Xiaotian offered an awkward smile. His affection for Huowu was an open secret, hence the teacher's assumption was not surprising. However, he was in no mood to elaborate. He simply lacked the inclination. Once more, he cast a glance towards Tuoba Chen. It was peculiar, apart from her undeniable cuteness. He felt that there was something distinctly different about her compared to other girls, yet he could not articulate what that difference was. It was as if some otherworldly charm was drawing him in. Nevertheless, she was currently dining, and he deemed it inappropriate to intrude upon her meal. He needed to find a more suitable opportunity. After some time, as Tuoba Chen and her companions finished their meal and prepared to ascend to their rooms, Feng Xiaotian seized the chance to excuse himself, claiming he needed to visit the restroom. Although the teacher sensed something unusual about Feng today, he rationalized that the excitement of having become a Grand Soul Master was a perfectly normal reaction, and thus he dismissed it, saying, go on, with a simple Feng followed Tuoba Chen and her group upstairs. Coincidentally, the restroom was located on the upper floor, so they did not suspect anything as he trailed behind them. It was only after he observed Tuoba Chen entering her room and discerned her door number that he decided to retreat. Aside from the brothers Mo Long and Mo Hu and the couple Gao Shi Long and Shi Fu, Tuoba Chen and Meng Yuran each had their own rooms. Meng Yuran, however, had expressed a desire to share a room with him, but Tuoba Chen declined, citing his intention to cultivate that evening. It was not a matter of propriety between the sexes. He genuinely needed to focus on his training. To avoid disturbing her, he believed it best to secure a separate room. Opening the Dragon Transformation scripture, Tuoba Chen warmed up before immediately commencing his familiar cultivation routine. The dragon raises its head. The dragon turns, the evil dragon roars, the flying dragon soars, the dragon begets 9 sons. While Tuoba Chen was engrossed in his cultivation, he typically remained oblivious to the happenings around him. Thus, he was unaware when Feng Xiaotian stealthily approached his door and left an envelope at its threshold. The following morning, Tuoba Chen awoke feeling a bit peculiar as he had not indulged in a medicinal bath the night prior, leaving his body somewhat achy. Upon opening his door, he discovered a yellow envelope resting at his feet. What could this be? For me, perhaps? Let me take a look, he mused, picking up the envelope from the ground. He retreated into his room, eager to examine its contents. Meanwhile, Feng Xiaotian, who was hiding nearby and witnessed this scene, breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that Tuoba Chen had noticed the envelope. Chapter 43. The invitation to the banquet. Returning to his room with the envelope, Tuoba Chen felt a sense of curiosity about its sender. Could it possibly be from Iran? As he tore open the envelope, pure white stationery was revealed within, and he began to peruse its message. From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I have been profoundly captivated. This afternoon at 6 p.m., I shall await you in the little grove on the outskirts. Let us not part until then. Tuoba Chen, after reading the note, found himself at a loss for words. What was this? It could not possibly be written by Meng Yuran. The frantic handwriting and the outdated expressions were perplexing. Was this an invitation for confrontation? Nevertheless, after contemplating, he decided to go, as it was the heartfelt intention of a young girl, and it would be best to clarify things with her. Upon stepping outside and surveying the surroundings, he noticed no one was present. Ah, she must have left. Is anyone there? I've seen the envelope you gave me, and I shall keep the appointment. With that, Tuoba Chen descended to meet with Long Gong and Shipa. Once he departed, Feng Xiaotian, who had been squatting in the corner, emerged with a blissful expression. He said he would keep the appointment. Hee hee. Feng Xiaotian's teacher regarded him with confusion, pondering the source of his inexplicable joy. What had caused the boy to smile so foolishly? Was reaching level 20 truly such an extraordinary milestone? Or perhaps he was elated at the prospect of meeting Huowu. The teacher found the whims of today's youth utterly baffling. Upon arriving at the academy and escorting Tuoba Chen and Meng Yuran back to their dormitory, Long Gong and Shipa took their leave. Back in the familiar confines of his dormitory, Tuoba Chen inhaled deeply, relishing the familiar scent. Ah, the same old formula. Dormitory, I have missed you dearly. Is that you, little Chen? Sangzi queried, his brow furrowed in confusion. Upon first seeing Tuoba Chen, his instinct was to remind him that this was the boys' dormitory and girls were not permitted. However, upon a closer inspection, he realized this young girl bore an uncanny resemblance to Tuoba Chen. Recalling that during the last final examination, the prince had rewarded Tuoba Chen with a frost spirit herb, which was said to alter one's appearance, he inquired directly. It is I, Uncle Sangzi. Upon hearing the response, Sangzi confirmed the identity of the newcomer. Little Chen, congratulations. It seems you have fully assimilated the effects of the frost spirit herb. Yes, indeed. Sangzi's recognition pleased him immensely. The fact that he could identify him at a glance and discern the cause of this transformation spared him the trouble of elaborating. Subsequently, Sangzi gestured to the 2 figures behind him, asking, and who are these 2? Oh, these are my guards, Brother Mo Long and Brother Mo Hu. Oh, I see. At the Tiando Royal Academy, students were permitted to bring guards, and the academy would arrange accommodations for them, albeit for a fee. After exchanging a few words with Sang Zi, Tuoba Chen retreated to his room. Upon entering, he found everything just as tidy as when he had left, indicating that Sang Zi had been diligent in maintaining his quarters during his absence. He resolved to express his gratitude at the earliest opportunity. Once he had organized his belongings, Tuoba Chen immediately immersed himself in cultivation, for he had not practiced the previous day, nor had he indulged in a medicinal bath the night before, leaving him feeling rather unwell. However, after merely half an hour of practice, a familiar voice echoed from outside. "Brother Chen, are you there?" Hearing that voice, he ceased his cultivation, opened the window, and glanced down. Indeed, it was Xuebang, who seemed remarkably well-informed, arriving just after his return. Upon seeing Tuoba Chen at the window, Xuebang was momentarily stunned. He was aware that the frost spirit herb could alter one's appearance, but he had not anticipated it could also change one's gender. Moreover, Tuoba Chen had transformed into a rather attractive young woman. Should he still address him as brother? Or was it now appropriate to call her big sister, or perhaps something more intimate? In that fleeting moment, Xuebang's mind raced through countless audacious thoughts. Tuoba Chen observed the dazed Xuebang, unaware of her thoughts. He assumed she was startled by his transformed appearance, after all. Such a drastic change could understandably leave one momentarily unrecognizable. Not wishing to leave her waiting idly at the foot of his building, he decided to descend and inquire about her intentions. As Tuoba Chen vanished from view, Xuebang realized he was likely coming to seek her out. Panic set in. How should she address him? It seemed inappropriate to call him elder brother Tuoba Chen now. Before she could formulate her thoughts, Tuoba Chen approached her, inquiring, "Xuebang, is there something you wish to discuss with me?" "And no, not really, Jingge," she stammered. "How do you feel about this transformation?" "Feel? What feeling could arise from looking more handsome?" "Naturally, I am elated." "Tuoba Chen, what feeling could I have?" "Of course, I feel elated," he replied with utmost honesty. However, upon hearing this, Xuebang felt as though his worldview had been shaken. It turned out that his tough elder brother had a penchant for adopting a feminine persona. With this thought in mind, the corners of Xuebang's mouth began to twitch. Nevertheless, he did not forget the purpose of his visit to Tuoba Chen, saying, "Chen, brother Chen, although the Tuoba Chen before me may no longer be the same, I shall continue to address him as such." "What is it?" Tuoba Chen inquired. "Well, brother Chen, I mentioned your affairs before our esteemed father. After hearing about you, the emperor expressed considerable interest. Coincidentally, our family will host a royal banquet in 3 days, and I am here to invite you to attend. Would that be agreeable?" "Of course, I would be delighted to attend," Tuoba Chen replied without hesitation. He had yet to meet the king, and the Snowy Night Emperor was certainly one of the rulers of the two great empires. He yearned to witness the legendary Snowy Night Emperor's grandeur, which might prove beneficial in his future governance of the Sacred Dragon Sect. Furthermore, a royal banquet would likely attract many distinguished guests. Perhaps even Douluo would be present. And if he could cultivate a favorable relationship with him, he might secure 2 precious herbs from Douluo's garden. Indeed, 2 herbs. His ambitions were clear. Those 2 herbs were Daimu Bai's celestial mushroom and Zhu Zhuqing's water fairy bone. The celestial mushroom was for his own consumption, while the water fairy bone was for Mengaran. As for why he did not choose Tang San's herbs, he was somewhat aware of his own limitations. Lacking the Xian Yu hand, he feared that reaching into the ice and fire yin yang eyes would be rather perilous. The other 2 herbs, however, posed no such lofty demands. He could simply procure a couple of small jade boxes and gather some herb harvesting tools. There would always be a way. As for Tang San's herbs, he thought better of it. Even if he managed to acquire them, he would not dare consume them, fearing the consequences of poisoning. Yet, all of this remained mere speculation. It was uncertain whether Douluo would even attend the banquet, and even if he did, forging a connection would not be guaranteed. Explaining how he knew of Douluo's herb garden would also prove difficult. Truly, it was a vexing dilemma. Despite all this, he resolved to attend. It would be beneficial to broaden his horizons. Xuebang, observing Tuoba Chen lost in thought, suddenly exclaimed, "By the way, brother Chen, do you possess formal attire?" "Oh, it seems I do not. Would this outfit suffice?" Tuoba Chen gestured to the formal wear gifted by his father. He thought it might serve as adequate evening wear. Seeing Tuoba Chen in such a manner, Xuebang immediately recalled that brother Chen had previously been a boy, and it was improbable that he possessed any women's formal attire. How foolish of me, he thought. Thus, he declared, "Brother Chen, allow me to gift you a dress. You only need to arrive in 3 days." "Very well, thank you," Tuoba Chen replied, not rejecting Xuebang's kind offer. The two had become quite good friends, and it would be impolite to decline such a heartfelt gesture. He resolved to assist Xuebang in the future as well. "Then it is settled, brother Chen. I shall take my leave now." "All right." After sending Xuebang on his way, Tuoba Chen resumed his training, not ceasing until 5 o'clock in the afternoon. He had not forgotten their morning agreement. He was known for his punctuality. A brief stretch and a shower later, he made his way to the outskirts, aiming to arrive precisely 50 minutes early. To be prudent, it was best to arrive ahead of time. After tidying up, Tuoba Chen set off. Due to his brisk pace, he reached the outskirts with 15 minutes to spare. However, he noticed someone had already arrived, seemingly waiting for someone as well. Yet, the individual was a cool little boy, likely not the person he was expecting. For some reason, Tuoba Chen felt an uncanny sense of familiarity with the boy, who appeared quite excited upon seeing him. Suddenly, a dreadful thought crossed his mind. Could it be that Feng Xiaoyan had arrived 2 hours prior? He had been rehearsing how to approach Tuoba Chen before his arrival. With 15 minutes still to go, Tuoba Chen had unexpectedly arrived early. In that instant, Feng Xiaoyan felt both surprise and joy. He was shocked that he had not yet perfected his approach, yet thrilled that Tuoba Chen had come ahead of schedule. Could it be that he likes me and wanted to avoid making me wait? Feng Xiaoyan pondered, seeing the cool little boy approaching him. Tuoba Chen felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Please, don't come any closer. Alas, his thoughts went unheard, as Feng Xiaoyan could not perceive his inner turmoil. As the boy halted before him, Tuoba Chen's last shred of hope dissipated. Without allowing Tuoba Chen to speak, Feng Xiaoyan introduced himself. Hello, little sister. My name is Feng Xiaoyan. I stand at 1.55 meters, am 9.5 years old, and I am the sole heir of the Wind Wolf clan, possessing the mutated martial soul, the Gale, two-headed wolf. From the moment I laid eyes on you yesterday, I was utterly captivated. I sat at the table opposite you. Whether you remember me or not is inconsequential. Would you grant me the opportunity to protect you for a lifetime? As he spoke, Feng Xiaoyan's cheeks flushed crimson, and he dared not meet Tuoba Chen's gaze. So, this is Feng Xiaoyan. Observing the little fellow, who stood 10 centimeters taller than him, Tuoba Chen finally understood why he struggled to win over Huo Wu. He lacked the charm and eloquence to endear himself to girls. Tuoba Yin, I sincerely apologize, but I cannot reciprocate your sentiments. Before he could finish his statement, Feng Xiaoyan, in a fit of urgency, interjected, Why? Why do you refuse? You hardly know me. Trust me, grant me this chance, and I shall demonstrate my genuine affection for you. No, it is not a matter of love. Rather, he was interrupted yet again. Then what is it? I am not unattractive, and my family is respectable. To be fair, unless one is a prince or princess, even the daughter of a clan leader from the 7 great sects could be pursued, should I, with a bold heart, choose to do so. As Feng Xiaoyan spoke, his emotions heightened. Fearing Tuoba Chen's rejection, his voice grew increasingly louder. Finally, Tuoba Chen could not endure any longer. Why are you shouting so loudly? He exclaimed. Once he had finished, Feng Xiaoyan fell silent and then quietly explained, I am sorry. I did not intend to raise my voice. Immediately, he regretted his outburst, realizing how poor his impression must have been in Tuoba Chen's eyes. Well, it is not due to your looks, nor your family background, and certainly not because I harbor any dislike for you. Then what is the reason? Since none of these are issues, why do you still reject me? Because I am a man. Feng Xiaoyan. What? I believe I just heard you utter something quite remarkable. You are jesting, are you not? Allow me to reiterate, I am a man, and I am not joking. You must be joking. How could you possibly be a man? What must I do to convince you that I am not a woman? A kiss will suffice. Then I shall believe you are indeed a man. Surely, you wouldn't mind. As soon as he uttered those words, Feng Xiaoyan regretted it, noticing the murderous glint into Tuoba Chen's eyes, which instilled a sense of fear within him. All right, come here. I shall bestow upon you a kiss. The tremor in his voice hinted at a semblance of anger. However, was taken aback, for the other party had genuinely acquiesced. His astonishment led him to overlook the underlying tone. Gazing upon its delicate visage and adorably plump lips, felt a flush creep onto his face. Despite being a male, he found this moment quite delightful. Noticing the glimmer in his eyes, S expression gradually shifted from ire to a squinting smile, cheerfully proclaiming, Come on, brother Xiaoyan, I wish to kiss you. All right, I am coming. Duh. With that, shyly presented his crimson cheeks, feeling both bashful and exhilarated. As he beheld the face before him, continued to smile warmly. Brother Xiaoyan, please close your eyes. It would be quite embarrassing for me if you kept them open. Very well, I shall close my eyes. S voice quivered as he hastily shut his eyes. At the moment closed his eyes, S expression underwent a dramatic transformation. He discreetly spat into his hands and began to rub them together. Hearing the sound, felt a twinge of anxiety. Is it not ready yet, little sister? Almost done, brother Xiaoyan. Please wait a moment. It shall be ready shortly. Subsequently, amidst expectant countenance, Tuoba Chen's fist struck fiercely against his chin. The sudden, excruciating pain coursing through Feng Xiaoyan's jaw nearly rendered him unconscious. I curse you, you great-headed demon. With a series of moves, Dragon Claw, twin dragons emerge from the sea, flying dragon in the sky, dragon raises its head, dragon turns, dragon form fist. And dragon gives birth to 9 offspring. Tuoba Chen ultimately beat Feng Xiaoyan into unconsciousness before ceasing his assault. As he departed, he cast a glance at the pitiful state of Feng Xiaoyan. Tuoba Chen paused for a moment. Brothers, the cover has changed to one that aligns with the protagonist's temperament. Those who agree, give a shout out. Chapter 45. The O plan. After finishing with Tuoba Chen, he departed. Today had been quite unfortunate, encountering such an extraordinary individual. And to top it off, having to kiss him, did he not value his own life? After making an effort to calm his emotions, he considered that the other party was still a child. Although the Douluo continent lacked laws for the protection of minors, The other did not seem to harbor any malicious intent. It was merely their behavior that irked him, and leaving them here seemed far too perilous. He found a relatively safe spot, constructed a small shelter using earth spikes, and then took his leave. The following day, a warm ray of sunlight filtered through the cracks of the earthen house, falling upon Feng Xiaotian's face. Suddenly, the eyelashes of Feng Xiaotian, who had been in a deep slumber, fluttered. Moments later, he awoke, gazing around in confusion. Why am I here? Didn't I acquire my second spirit ring yesterday? How did I end up in this rather shabby earthen dwelling? It seemed he had come to the imperial capital to find his sister, Wu Wu. Yet he felt he had forgotten something of great importance. Rising to his feet, he was immediately struck by a sharp pain coursing through his body. What is happening? Why'd I hurt so much? He began to recall the events of the previous day but could only remember the silhouette of a girl with white hair. The mere thought of her caused the corners of his mouth to involuntarily lift in a smile. Meanwhile, Tuoba Chen commenced the first class of the new semester. The moment he entered the classroom, the previously noisy environment fell into an immediate hush. Except for Meng Yiran, the female classmates looked on in bewilderment, while the male classmates unabashedly stared at him. Especially that rascal Mo Hin, who usually maintained a serious demeanor, solely focused on cultivation, now appeared utterly captivated. What was that liquid by his mouth? It was evident he was quite the lecher. As for the other students, he could only lament that this was the future hope of the Tiando Empire. Look at them. Are they elementary school students? Each one unable to tear their gaze away from a pretty face. It is rather amusing. After taking his seat amidst the fervent stares, Qin Ming entered shortly thereafter. Having greeted Qin Ming the day before, there was no pretense in his demeanor, although internally he remained far from composed. Eventually, after taking attendance, the class realized that this beautiful girl was actually their senior, Tuoba Chen, plunging the atmosphere into an eerie silence. Clearly, they struggled to accept this revelation. But Tuoba Chen paid no heed. He had grown accustomed to the astonished expressions of others. Frankly, after a while, it became mundane. What else could surprise them? Their pupils widening. Mouth's agape was all too predictable. The morning cultural class unfolded under the eager gazes of his peers. He felt no shame. After all, he was merely being observed by a group of children. What was the worst that could happen? In truth, he found it somewhat enjoyable. The morning lessons were trivial compared to the afternoon's practical session. It was well known that the first class of a new semester was typically a practical one, as the teacher would assess everyone's capabilities through their performance. Practical classes inevitably involved some physical contact. Accidental brushes in sensitive areas were not uncommon. During lunch at the Royal First Dining Hall, the boys from Class 1 gathered, whispering conspiratorially. Schwebing, I think Chengu should be a girl now. Longan, I second that. I believe Chengu is indeed a girl. I think Chengu is a boy. A sudden discordant voice drew everyone's attention. Schwebing, Uxian, how did you get in here? A girl from their group had infiltrated their midst, prompting the others to contemplate whether to disperse. Seeing them about to scatter, Uxian quickly pleaded, wait, don't leave me out. I promise not to tell anyone. Please, I beg you. Seeing the sincerity in her eyes, Shuebong felt she was not lying and replied, all right, you can join us, but you must swear not to reveal our plan. Yes, I swear if I spill, I will never know evil. A chillingly fierce oath. The group was moved by Uxian's determination and agreed to her inclusion. Then, Shuebong glanced around, noting that no one was paying them any mind, and so he whispered, the name of this plan is the O Plan, representing our primary objective. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Longan, Shuebing, how do we confirm it? The group chimed in, deliberating on a method of confirmation, which posed a challenge. Observing their expressions, Shuebong, with a mysterious air, stated, the method of confirmation is simple. There is a practical lesson in the afternoon, and my plan is to select one among us to challenge Chengu. This warrior must not only possess strength but also a valid reason to confront him. The only ones who fit this criterion are myself, Longan, and Mo Hin. As Schwebing spoke, the group nodded affirmatively and continued to listen. During the afternoon's practical class, we will challenge Chengu under the guise of sparring. And in practical lessons, physical contact is inevitable. Accidental touches in sensitive areas cannot be avoided. Upon hearing this, the group instantly grasped the implications, and a layer of wariness towards Shuebong emerged. After all, he was indeed ruthless in targeting their senior. What if Tuoba Chen turned out to be a man? Nevertheless, they agreed to the plan. Uxian, overhearing, felt her face flush and muttered a curse against perverts. Yet her curiosity about Tuoba Chen's gender prevailed, prompting her to stay involved. Mo Hen stood aside, wishing to partake in the discussion but reluctant to compromise his aloof demeanor. Yet, the thought of being the challenger and possibly encountering a situation where Tuoba Chen was not a boy filled him with embarrassment, causing a flush to creep across his face at the mere thought of it. Unbeknownst to the others, they were engrossed in serious matters. Then, Schwebing whispered, this plan must succeed. Failure is not an option. Yes. Chapter 46. Schwebing's rise and fall. Ultimately, the decision rested upon the brave soul willing to challenge Tuoba Chen. To be honest, only Mo Hin genuinely wished to take on the task. Schwebing and Longan were fearful of being beaten by Tuoba Chen. especially since he had already displayed formidable prowess without the use of the cold spirit herb, and now he had absorbed it. However, for the sake of pride, Mo Hen refrained from voicing his eagerness and instead feigned disdain. Ultimately, to put it plainly, this task involves capturing a living target, which is rather unbecoming. Observing the expressions of the two, Xuepeng felt a sense of helplessness and said, "Let us draw lots. Whoever draws the short stick will take on the challenge." Upon hearing this, the two nodded, considering it a feasible solution. Subsequently, Xuepeng produced 3 wooden sticks, 2 long and 1 short. The individual who drew the short stick would face Tuoba Chen. At this moment, the 3 harbored entirely different sentiments. Xuepeng fervently hoped to avoid drawing the short stick. He could vividly imagine that if he were to confront Tuoba Chen in front of everyone, his demise would be imminent. Long shared a similar sentiment. Only Mo Hen silently prayed in his heart, fervently wishing to draw the short stick, as he believed that trading a wife for a beating was a worthwhile exchange. Although there was a possibility of not securing a wife, it was still an investment worth making. The 3 of them drew their sticks, and soon the outcome was revealed. Xuepeng had drawn the short stick. Seeing the noticeably shorter stick in his hand, Xuepeng fell into contemplation. Mo Hen looked somewhat regretfully at the long stick he held, but the attention of the crowd was fixated on Xuepeng, leaving little notice for him. Xuepeng's expression was one of resigned bravery. In the afternoon, on the playground, Qin Ming stood in the center and announced, "Today we will have a practical combat lesson. We shall commence testing to see if anyone has become complacent over the summer break." Before he could finish, Xuepeng suddenly interjected, "Teacher Qin Ming, I wish to challenge Tuoba Chen." Taken aback by this unexpected interruption, Qin Ming felt a twinge of annoyance, yet was surprised to hear Xuepeng voluntarily challenge Tuoba Chen. He was aware that Tuoba Chen's soul power had not increased in the past 2 months, while Xuepeng had previously been only 1 level below him. Over the past 2 months, Xuepeng must have made some progress. He had initially intended to pair Mo Hen against Tuoba Chen, but since Xuepeng had stepped forward, he saw no reason to oppose. Qin Ming addressed Tuoba Chen. "Tuoba Chen, are you willing to accept Xuepeng's challenge?" "I am." "Very well. Then it shall be the 2 of you." With that, just as in their first practical lesson, everyone formed a large circle around them. Xuepeng gazed at this familiar scene, feeling an ominous premonition. Once both were adequately prepared, Qin Ming promptly declared, "Begin." Instantly, both activated their martial souls. And Xuepeng's first soul ring emitted a soft yellow light, enveloping the entire arena in a chilling aura. Xuepeng unleashed the cold wind. Subsequently, under the eager gazes of the spectators, Xuepeng charged forward. Look, Xuepeng is at it again. Rising Dragon Fist. Bang. Xuepeng has fallen again. Xuepeng lost consciousness, and Tuoba Chen emerged victorious. Their battle mirrored the scene of their first encounter, with Tuoba Chen dispatching Xuepeng within 5 seconds once more. Observing the collapsed Xuepeng, Tuoba Chen shook his head. In truth, Xuepeng was even easier to handle than Longan at this point. After all, thanks to the tempering with cold spirit grass, his resistance to cold had significantly improved. And the cold wind technique was designed to slow down opponents with low temperatures. Tuoba Chen was, in essence, Xuepeng's natural nemesis. The rapid conclusion of their bout caught Qin Ming and the others by surprise, in seeing Xuepeng's pitiful state. None of the boys dared to step up for a challenge. Mo Hen too realized that Tuoba Chen's strength had vastly surpassed that of 2 months prior. Even if he were to fight, he would likely meet a similar fate as Xuepeng. Just as an eerie silence enveloped the boys, Yu Exine suddenly declared, "Teacher, I wish to challenge Brother Chen." Her unexpected proclamation startled the 2 girls beside her. "Yu Exine, are you out of your mind? That is Tuoba Chen. You can't possibly defeat him. Did you not see Xuepeng's gruesome fate just now?" "Indeed. Yu Exine, don't be rash." Despite her friend's pleas, Yu Exine remained resolute, asserting, "It's all right. I just want to give it a try. Besides, I am a control-type soul master, which counters strong assault types. I might just have a chance." Upon hearing this, her 2 friends ceased their attempts to dissuade her, recognizing her determination. In stark contrast to the girls' reactions, the boys regarded Yu Exine with expressions of admiration, silently vowing, "Good luck, we're rooting for you." Xuepeng, being carried away, managed to raise his thumb in approval towards her. Approaching Tuoba Chen, Yu Exine felt a twinge of uncertainty. During the previous hunting battle, he had attacked her without hesitation. However, that had been in a forest, with no audience and a focus on rankings. Now, in this ordinary practical lesson, surrounded by spectators, he would surely show her some leniency, she hoped. Bolstered by the prospect of a lenient Tuoba Chen, she felt a flicker of confidence as she reached out with her vines, inadvertently brushing against him. Though her heart raced, she stood tall, embodying grace and confidence. After confirming her genuine intent to fight Tuoba Chen, Qin Ming acquiesced. Facing Yu Exine, Tuoba Chen remained unperturbed. In his worldview, all soul masters were equal, regardless of gender. He held no intention of going easy on her. Then, Qin Ming announced, "Begin." With that, Tuoba Chen charged toward Meng Iran, aware that Yu Exine, as a control-type soul master, posed a significant threat to him. He was not a fire attribute assault type, and if ensnared by her vines, it would take considerable effort to break free. Seeing Tuoba Chen approach with fervor, Yu Exine panicked. Did he possess no gentlemanly decorum? Just as she thought this, her vines unfurled toward him. First soul skill bind. she exclaimed, casting her vines to weave a large net, intending to ensnare him. However, Tuoba Chen faced her with complete composure, utilizing the skills he had honed over the past 2 months to effortlessly navigate through the gaps in her vines. He then delivered a swift kick to Uxin's abdomen. She was sent flying 2 meters, curling up like a shrimp. After confirming that Uxin had lost consciousness, Qin Ming declared, "The battle is over. Uxin has lost the ability to fight, and Tuoba Chen is victorious." Chapter 47. A feast following the pattern set by Xue Peng. Uxin was similarly carried away on a stretcher to the infirmary. Witnessing this scene, Qin Ming realized he would have to personally assess Tuoba Chen's capabilities once again. 3 days later, in the boys' dormitory, room 9, Tuoba Chen gazed with bewilderment at the 3 formal outfits laid before him: a light yellow long dress, a gothic Lolita ensemble, and a snow-white princess gown. Meanwhile, Xue knelt trembling in the corner. Tuoba Chen casually set down a few sets of clothing and shifted his gaze towards Xue. Although Tuoba Chen's expression was rather indifferent, Xue could not help but feel a chill down his spine. "You haven't cut your hair, so who can you blame? I don't see what's so unusual about you still being a boy." Xue inner monologue. "Brother Chen, I apologize." Smack. Xue received a sharp slap to the back of his head. "I often find myself pondering the contents of your mind. Have the books you've read been in vain? What thoughts occupy your mind? Are you truly unaware that the handling grass lacks the ability to transform?" Tuoba Chen stood nearby, recounting a lengthy tirade, while Xue knelt in the corner, his eyes glistening with tears, absorbing every word. This was utterly terrifying. Xue had never endured such torment before. For a fleeting moment, he wondered if Tuoba Chen had been swayed by Xue Qinghe. 3 minutes later, Tuoba Chen emerged from the dormitory, his demeanor remarkably refreshed, clad in the formal attire gifted by his father. This ensemble felt far more comfortable. Meanwhile, Xue trailed behind him. Appearing as forlorn as a neglected spouse, his eyes still slightly reddened, betraying the remnants of his recent tears. Tuoba Chen turned his head to glance at him and remarked, "Now you know regret. Why didn't you inquire earlier?" Xue, however, offered no response, merely lowering his gaze to the ground, too timid to meet his eyes. It was only when Tuoba Chen turned away that Xue fixed a furious stare upon the back of Tuoba Chen's head. "I, Xue, shall never forget the humiliation of today. Tuoba Chen, I will seek vengeance," he thought bitterly. After walking for a considerable distance, Tuoba Chen noticed the silence behind him and saw that Xue had remained in place. He shouted, "Hurry up. What are you dawdling for? Coming, brother." Xue swiftly conceded upon hearing Tuoba Chen's voice. A gentleman seeks revenge. A decade is not too long to wait. For now, he must endure. 8 decades hence, when Tuoba Chen can no longer walk, he shall deal with him then. Subsequently, aboard Xue's carriage, Tuoba Chen arrived at the gates of the Imperial Palace. He instructed Mo Long and Mo Hu to wait at the entrance, as this was the Imperial Palace, and it was futile to attempt entry. Upon seeing them, the guards promptly bowed and announced, "We pay our respects to His Highness, Xue. No need for formalities. Rise." Xue replied. As they approached the palace, an air of regality enveloped him, transforming him into a figure reminiscent of a prince, much to Tuoba Chen's surprise. Xue then guided him into the palace. Having been in the capital for some time, this marked Tuoba Chen's first visit to the palace. Igniting a flicker of curiosity within him, though he concealed it, only casting sidelong glances at his surroundings. Contrary to the opulent palaces depicted in dramas, the palace of the Tiandu Empire predominantly featured a soothing white palette, evoking a sense of tranquility. The walls, composed of an unknown material, emitted a soft white glow, while overhead, a grand emblem of a white swan adorned the ceiling. As they ventured deeper, the security intensified markedly. Although Tuoba Chen could not discern the strength of the guards, he surmised they were formidable. Before long, they spotted a familiar silhouette. Xue he sensed someone observing her from behind, and turned to find Xue accompanied by a small figure that seemed vaguely familiar, a boy. As she noticed Tuoba Chen's Adam's apple, with her sharp memory, she quickly recognized Tuoba Chen's identity and warmly waved to them. However, upon seeing Xue felt a twinge of fear, recalling some unsettling memories. Tuoba Chen sensed the emotional fluctuations of Xue and gently patted his back. Smiling as he suggested, "Let us go greet him." Xue glanced at him and nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the two approached Xue Qinghe. "Brother Qinghe, it has been a long time." "Indeed, it has been a while, Xiao Chen. After using the handling grass, you have become exceedingly adorable. If you were a young lady, Brother Qinghe would surely be captivated by you." "Haha, you jest, Brother Qinghe." In response, Xue Qinghe affectionately ruffled Tuoba Chen's hair and said, "Xiaobong, you should take Xiao Chen inside quickly. The banquet is about to commence." "Yes, of course, brother." With that, Xue took Tuoba Chen's hand and hurried into the banquet. Xue Qinghe observed their departing figures, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. He could not fathom why Xue always seemed to exhibit a palpable fear of him. Had he been mistreated by the former Xue Qinghe, or had he witnessed something unsettling? With this thought lingering, Xue Qinghe, Chairman Xue, resolved to find an opportunity to assess the situation further. Thus, they arrived at the banquet. The moment Tuoba Chen entered, numerous gazes turned towards him. or more precisely, towards Xuebing. Nearby, an announcement echoed, His Highness Xuebing has arrived. Subsequently, a continuous stream of people surged forward to greet Xuebing. Witnessing this scene, Tuoba Chen quickly remarked, I shall take my leave to explore other matters. I will seek you out later. Without waiting for Xuebing's response, he swiftly departed. As he watched Tuoba Chen's retreating figure, the goodwill he had just garnered at Xueqing's place evaporated instantaneously. It was truly a display of disloyalty. Nevertheless, he had to muster his courage to face these bothersome adults. After Tuoba Chen departed, he retrieved a glass of grape juice from the dining table and stood silently in a corner, observing the guests attending the banquet. After a considerable time spent searching, he failed to locate Douluo but did spot a familiar face, Yu Tianheng. Seemingly sensing Tuoba Chen's gaze, Yu Tianheng turned to meet his eyes, and in that fleeting moment, he immediately recognized the boy before him, who had undergone a remarkable transformation since their last encounter in the previous semester. He then addressed his companion, Dugu Yin, saying, Yin, a friend of mine has arrived. Let us go and greet him. Dugu Yin nodded in agreement, and together they made their way toward Tuoba Chen. Tuoba Chen politely greeted. Hello, senior sister, senior brother. How do you do, junior? Before Yu Tianheng could respond, Dugu Yin interjected, playfully pinching Tuoba Chen's cheek with her green nails. To be frank, Tuoba Chen felt somewhat disdainful. Though it was their first meeting, the moment Dugu Yin laid eyes on Tuoba Chen, two heart-shaped symbols sparkled in her gaze, not because she had developed a fondness for him, but rather due to his undeniable cuteness, which left her utterly defenseless. As for how she recognized Tuoba Chen as a boy, it stemmed from her inability to accept that Yu Tianheng was acquainted with such an adorable girl. Thus, he must be a boy, indeed, a boy. Chapter 48. 2 years observing Tuoba Chen's troubled expression, Yu Tianheng chuckled softly. All right, Yin. Do not tease Tuoba Chen any further. If you keep pinching him, he might actually cry. Who said I'm going to cry? I'm not. Yu Tianheng. Don't make wild claims, thought Tuoba Chen. Nevertheless, upon hearing this, Dugu Yin ceased her antics, as she was quite obedient to Yu Tianheng's words. Once she released her grip, Tuoba Chen let out a sigh of relief. Her grip had been somewhat forceful, leaving his face slightly reddened. Although he had yet to meet Dugubo, encountering Dugu Yin was still fortunate. Dugubo was incredibly fond of his granddaughter. And if he could not forge a relationship with Dugubo through special means, establishing a rapport with Dugu Yin would suffice. He certainly would not overlook the celestial herbs from Dugubo's medicinal garden. After exchanging a few words with Yu Tianheng and the others, the star of the evening, the Snow Knight Emperor made his grand entrance, accompanied by Dugubo. As the Snow Knight Emperor entered, everyone bowed in his direction. The etiquette of Douluo continent bears resemblance to that of the West. Upon encountering a royal, one might kneel on one knee at most. While a simple bow suffices in most cases, Tuoba Chen found the bowing quite acceptable. The Snow Knight Emperor surveyed the surroundings and declared, Everyone, please rise. Let us all relax today. There is no need for such formality. Upon his words, the crowd stood, resuming their conversations, though still somewhat restrained. Dugubo quickly spotted Dugu Yin and approached them. Upon seeing Dugubo, Tuoba Chen was taken aback. He appeared remarkably youthful. Quite different from the image he had conjured while watching anime, he seemed more like an older brother than Dugu Yin's grandfather. Upon reaching them, Dugubo paid no heed to Tuoba Chen or Yu Tianheng. In his eyes, only his granddaughter Dugu Yin mattered. Yin, how are you? Are you enjoying the banquet? Yes. I'm having a great time, and I even met a new junior. She replied, pointing at Tuoba Chen. Dugubo glanced at Tuoba Chen, silently noting that the boy was rather good-looking. However, to him, there were countless exceptional young men and women he had encountered. While Tuoba Chen's appearance was commendable, it was ultimately strength that mattered most. Consequently, he merely nodded at Tuoba Chen before departing, leaving Tuoba Chen with no opportunity to even say hello. Not only did he leave, but he took Dugu Yin with him. Without even exchanging contact information, how could he possibly build a relationship now? Tuoba Chen and Yu Tianheng remained in place, exchanging a glance and a wry smile. The two sturdy men found themselves at a loss for conversation. In Yu Tianheng's eyes, Tuoba Chen was still but a child. He had devoted his youth solely to cultivation, devoid of a proper childhood, and thus had little to say. Similarly, Tuoba Chen regarded Yu Tianheng as merely a boy, for he felt himself to be but 20 years old and hardly knew the other well enough to engage in meaningful dialogue. Before long, Xue Feng finally extricated himself from his previous engagements and rushed over to seize Tuoba Chen, whisking him away to meet the Snow Knight Emperor, leaving Yu Tianheng standing alone in solitude. The Snow Knight Emperor regarded Tuoba Chen and nodded with satisfaction, remarking, Little Chen, you truly are a person of remarkable stature. Xue Feng often speaks of you, detailing your close bond. What say you, Little Chen? Would you consider serving in the Tiando Empire in the future? The Snow Knight Emperor was not a pedantic ruler. Otherwise, he could not have led the Tiando Empire to such parity with the Xinglua Empire. He placed great emphasis on nurturing talent and had frequently listened to Xue Feng's praises of Tuoba Chen. Although Xue Feng was still quite young, he was exceptionally astute. And the Snow Knight Emperor was a commendable parent who thoroughly contemplated the suggestions put forth by his child, assessing their viability. After having sent someone to investigate Tuoba Chen's background, he discovered that the young man was indeed a promising prospect. with the potential to attain the title of Douluo in the future. Moreover, given his strong rapport with Shui Feng, winning him over would not be a daunting task. Upon hearing the Snow Knight Emperor's words, Tuoba Chen felt a mixture of surprise and honor. After all, he was merely a child, and the king himself was extending an invitation for him to serve. However, he was resolute in his decision to decline, for he aspired to inherit the Holy Dragon Sect. Your Majesty, if an opportunity arises in the future, I shall certainly consider serving the Tiando Empire, he replied, though inwardly reluctant. He felt it prudent to acquiesce to the king's offer, as rejecting it would seem impolite. The prospect of serving in the future remained uncertain. Should he ascend to the position of sect master, who would return to serve in the empire? The Snow Knight Emperor, noticing the sincerity in Tuoba Chen's gaze, smiled and said, "Very well, I believe in you, little Chen. Should you wish to serve our empire after your graduation, I promise you a minimum title of Viscount." The emperor's words drew the attention of those nearby. Participants at this banquet typically held titles no lower than Count. While the Viscount title might not seem particularly significant, the emperor's promise carried great weight. What extraordinary qualities did this young man possess? Gaining the Snow Knight Emperor's commitment warranted further investigation into his background upon returning. "Thank you, Your Majesty," Tuoba Chen said, kneeling on one knee before the emperor. However, upon closer inspection, one might notice that his knee hovered a mere centimeter above the ground. This was Tuoba Chen's final act of defiance. A true kneel was out of the question, but a semblance of submission sufficed. "All right, little Chen. Please rise and join Shui Feng at the banquet," the emperor urged. "Yes, Your Majesty," Tuoba Chen replied before the emperor permitted their departure. Ultimately, he did not form any new acquaintances throughout the evening. The anticipated scenario of someone approaching him for conversation did not materialize. On the journey back, Shui Feng had intended to accompany him, but Tuoba Chen declined, preferring not to trouble others unduly. Upon returning to his dormitory, he resumed his training as usual. Concluding the day, days turned into weeks, and aside from the regular hunting assessments, he encountered no significant events. Occasionally, he would meet Meng Yiran for a date and chat with Shui Feng, sometimes crossing paths with Du Guyan. The remainder of his time was predominantly dedicated to cultivation. 2 years later, with a crash of dragon power, Tuoba Chen executed the final move of the dragon-shaped technique, exhaling a sigh of relief. It had been 2 years, more precisely, 2.5 years since he had arrived at the Tiando Royal Junior Academy. He had finally perfected the dragon-shaped technique and had also achieved the remarkable milestone of reaching level 20. Observing Tuoba Chen's pause, Mo Long and Mo Hu inquired, "Young master, have you completed your training?" "Indeed, I have completed my training. I have finally perfected the dragon-shaped technique. It is time to acquire my second soul ring," he replied with a smile. Chapter 49, The Rampant Dragon Returning to the Sunset Forest. Tuoba Chen's mood was markedly different from his previous visit. On the last occasion, he had been accompanied by Tuoba Yin, but this time, he was joined by Mo Long and Mo Hu. Moreover, the soul ring he sought was not merely of 100 years age but rather 1,000 years. Though the pursuit of a 1,000-year soul ring bore considerable risk, there have been instances of success in the past, thus, it was not beyond the realm of possibility and was worth the endeavor. Upon entering the Sunset Forest, the tranquility of the surroundings prompted Mo Long and Mo Hu to adopt a vigilant stance. The forest was teeming with formidable soul beasts, and even the two Soul Kings could easily meet their demise if caught off guard, especially with Tuoba Yin, a liability, in their company. As they ventured deeper, they soon encountered several hundred-year soul beasts at the periphery, but these creatures were not suitable for Tuoba Chen, nor was their objective to capture such beasts. They proceeded further into the forest, and after a day of exploration, they reached the boundary between the outer and inner forest, a region abundant with 1,000-year soul beasts, precisely their destination. As night fell, they sought a seemingly safe spot to rest. Mo Long and Mo Hu took turns keeping watch. It was not that Tuoba Chen was too lazy, but rather that he was the one being protected. Tasking him with watch duty could lead to disaster, rendering their expedition pointless. For safety's sake, it was prudent for the two brothers to alternate the night watch. This arrangement was strongly advocated by Mo Long and Mo Hu, and Tuoba Chen did not resist, understanding that a child required ample rest. The stillness of the night took on an eerie quality. Through the crevice of the tent, Tuoba Chen gazed at the starry sky, uncertain whether he would successfully absorb the Millennium Soul Ring this time. Should he fail, he would forfeit all that he currently possessed, and the fate of the Holy Dragon Sect would mirror that of its original narrative, descending into decline. Those familiar to him would undoubtedly suffer greatly. Therefore, he could not afford to fail. With a resolute touch of the azure dragon pendant upon his chest, Tuoba Chen steeled his determination. 2-century-old hyenas appeared around the campsite, eliciting a sense of alertness. And Mo Long hyenas are social creatures, and if these two were mere ordinary members of a pack, it was certain that at least one among them was over 1,000 years old. Should the hyena pack decide to launch an assault, while Mo Long and Mo Hu would remain unperturbed, Tuoba Chen might be in peril. Fortunately, it seemed that the two hyenas sensed the formidable aura emanating from Mo Long and refrained from recklessness, retreating after a couple of snarls. At dawn the following day, the trio rose early to continue their search for a suitable soul beast for Tuoba Chen. As this region was frequented by Millennium soul beasts, They encountered 4 or 5 such entities throughout the morning. However, none were fitting for Tuoba Chen. After all, as a wielder of a dragon martial spirit, the ideal choice would be a dragon-type soul beast, though a close second would be an earth attribute soul beast, specifically one with scales. Around 2 in the afternoon, Tuoba Chen and his companions finally encountered a suitable soul beast, a frenzied dragon with a cultivation level between 1,000 and 100 years, being of the same dragon lineage. This frenzied dragon should possess a high compatibility with his martial spirit and was precisely within the desired age range for his soul ring. Tuoba Chen resolved that this was the one. However, they did not act immediately, as the situation was somewhat peculiar. The frenzied dragon was engaged in a fierce battle with a frost wolf of comparable cultivation, nearing a resolution. Observing this, Tuoba Chen and his companions remained patient, as the frenzied dragon held the upper hand, with the frost wolf on the brink of defeat. For them, it sufficed that Tuoba Chen would deliver the final blow to the frenzied dragon, while the frost wolf could assist in exhausting the dragon's strength. As the clash intensified, the frost wolf sustained increasing injuries but showed no inclination to flee. By all accounts, it should have retreated long ago. Noticing that the frost wolf consistently shielded a particular direction, Tuoba Chen suddenly had an epiphany and exclaimed, "Imo Long, Imo Hu, quickly, incapacitate that frenzied dragon." Though uncertain of the rationale behind his command, he expected them to act without hesitation. The 2 formidable attack-type Soul Kings launched their assault, their overwhelming presence startling both Millennium Soul Beasts. Before the frenzied dragon could react, Imo Long delivered a powerful punch to the back of its neck. Crack. Whether it was merely an illusion or not, Tuoba Chen perceived the sound of bones fracturing as the frenzied dragon collapsed to the ground. The White Wolf, witnessing this spectacle, chose not to flee but instead fixed them with a fierce gaze. Despite appearing exceedingly weakened, blood oozing from its numerous wounds, it did not retreat an inch. Observing this, the brothers Imo Long and Imo Hu exchanged astonished glances, pondering whether the White Wolf had lost its senses. Upon witnessing this scene, Tuoba Chen sighed deeply. Such grievous wounds. It seemed the White Wolf would not survive. "Uncle Malong," he said, "let us drag the body of the ferocious dragon to a distant place for absorption. We must not disturb this White Wolf any further." "Yes, young master," responded Malong, grasping the tail of the dragon and pulling it away into the distance. As Tuoba Chen and his companions gradually departed, the White Wolf could no longer withstand her suffering and collapsed with a resounding thud. At that moment, Tuoba Chen, who had only just stepped away, returned swiftly, parting the underbrush where the White Wolf had been guarding. Indeed, 3 small White Wolf pups, still in their infancy, lay nestled there. The fallen mother, upon witnessing this sight, widened her eyes in shock, yet she found herself powerless to act. Those vile humans had come to seize her offspring in her hour of weakness. Noticing the White Wolf's distress, Tuoba Chen approached her, cradling the 3 pups, and spoke gently. "I sincerely apologize for not recognizing your guardianship over your young. I assure you, I shall care for them, and once they have matured, I will return them to the Soul Beast Forest." Though the White Wolf could not comprehend his words, she sensed no malice in Tuoba Chen's demeanor, and her expression softened slightly. Now too feeble to resist, she could only hope that he was not a foe. With this thought, she gradually closed her eyes. Upon witnessing the White Wolf's demise, Tuoba Chen refrained from disturbing her remains. She was a noble mother, and the Sunset Forest was her rightful sanctuary. He then embraced the 3 pups and slowly made his way toward Malong and Mohu. By the time he arrived, the ferocious dragon had regained consciousness, though it appeared weak, likely due to a broken neck vertebra. Marveled at the resilience of the soul beast, its vitality remarkably tenacious. He entrusted the care of the 3 small wolves to Imohu before approaching the ferocious dragon. The dragon seemed to sense his intentions, however. Its body was firmly restrained by Imo Long, rendering it utterly immobile. Chapter 50. The purple-striped beast Tuoba Chen unsheathed his cold iron dagger and swiftly extinguished the life of his adversary. Subsequently, a pale purple soul ring gradually emerged from the lifeless body. Observing this soul ring, Imo Long hesitated and inquired, "Young master, do you truly wish to absorb this soul ring?" Tuoba Chen cast a glance at him and nodded. He could indeed hunt a 700-year-old soul beast to seek stability. Yet, what would that mean for the efforts he had invested over the past 2 years? Wasn't it all to obtain the Millennium Soul Ring before him? Having finally arrived in Douluo continent, who would willingly settle for mediocrity? After delivering his response, Tuoba Chen promptly seated himself to commence absorbing the soul ring before him. Imo Long and Imo Hu, witnessing this scene, hurriedly began to keep watch around them. Within Tuoba Chen's consciousness, a small figure sheltered within a protective barrier was engaged in a fierce battle with a colossal dragon. The dragon relentlessly assaulted the small figure's barrier, with each strike causing the protective shield to dim imperceptibly, while simultaneously rendering the dragon's form increasingly ethereal. Occasionally, massive spikes would erupt from the ground, launching themselves at the dragon in an attempt to disrupt its assault on the barrier. Imo Hu, observing Tuoba Chen still enveloped in the absorption process, spoke up, "Brother, do you think the young master will be all right? It has been a full hour of absorption. This duration seems excessively long." Imo Long paused momentarily before responding. "Let us wait a little longer. The young master is not one to act recklessly. Since he has made his choice, we must trust in him. He will surely succeed in his absorption. Just as he finished speaking, a sudden rustling emerged from the surrounding grass. Instantly, Imo Long and Imo Hu heightened their vigilance. Tuoba Chen was at a critical juncture in his absorption, and any disturbance could prove catastrophic. Should they encounter a soul beast ambush at this moment? It would be akin to a thunderbolt striking the very heart of Tuoba Chen's endeavor. Gradually, a deep purple giant python slithered forth from the underbrush. Upon sighting this creature, Imo Long and Imo Hu widened their eyes in astonishment. The purple-patterned python. Among serpent-type soul beasts, it was considered a high-level entity. And this particular specimen measured an impressive 7 meters in length, likely boasting a lifespan of 7,000 years. Both Imo Long and Imo Hu had attained the 58th level. Should they join forces, defeating the purple-patterned python would be a trivial task under ordinary circumstances. However, this was no ordinary moment. Tuoba Chen was in the midst of a crucial absorption, and any inadvertent interference could lead to dire consequences. With this thought in mind, the two immediately manifested their martial souls, both of which were blood tigers, a formidable lineage. Once their martial souls were activated, they aimed to leverage their overwhelming pressure to drive the beast away. The purple-patterned python sensed their intent and momentarily trembled, yet it did not retreat. It was acutely aware that the two were protecting the human juvenile behind them. The young master appeared to be at a pivotal moment of undisturbed concentration. And the python was unwilling to let go of such an opportunity, especially since humans were its favored prey. Having tasted human flesh a few months prior, the python was unable to forget the sweetness of that delectable meat, now that it had fortuitously encountered humans again, and they seemed to be in a special state. It was not about to let them escape easily. Noticing the greedy glint in the python's eyes, Imo Long cursed, "This beast intends to devour us." No sooner had he spoken than the purple-patterned python lunged toward Tuoba Chen like an arrow released from a bowstring. Seeing this, Imo Long and Imo Hu could no longer hold back. They simultaneously activated their first soul rings, and two enormous tiger claws shot toward the python. The purple-patterned python opted to confront their attack head-on. In an instant, the python's head collided with the two tiger claws, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Although Imo Long and Imo Hu had exerted their utmost to shield Tuoba Chen, he still inadvertently felt the impact of the residual force. Witnessing the fierce dragon before him dissipate, Tuoba Chen breathed a sigh of relief. After such a prolonged struggle, he was finally on the verge of vanquishing his opponent. Just as he prepared to deliver the final blow and complete his absorption, an overwhelming tremor surged through him. Suddenly, his spiritual entity was gravely wounded, and the once ethereal dragon consciousness shattered completely. This residual force inflicted significant damage upon Tuoba Chen, yet fortuitously, it also facilitated his successful absorption of the dragon's soul rings, which he had nearly completed. Imo Long and Imo Hu, however, remained oblivious to Tuoba Chen's plight. They only beheld him collapse to the ground, blood streaming from his eyes and nose. Upon witnessing this, both Imo Long and Imo Hu's eyes turned crimson with concern. In an instant, their fifth soul rings illuminated simultaneously, with Imo Long's form rapidly expanding while Imo Hu radiated an ominous metallic sheen. Soul Eating Blood Tiger, Diamond Blood Tiger. The two unleashed their soul 10,000-year soul rings, and the purple-patterned python immediately sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from them, realizing the precariousness of its situation. Yet, it was too late. Imo Long clutched the python's tail tightly. The once-escaping python's body stiffened under the immense pull, and as it turned to retaliate against Imo Long, it opened its mouth only to have its two most lethal fangs shattered by Imo Hu's powerful fists. The searing pain sent the purple-patterned python into a frenzy, thrashing wildly. However, Imo Long and Imo Hu had no intention of letting it off easily. Imo Long forcibly pried the python's gaping maw open, while Imo Hu relentlessly battered the python's remaining fangs until they were utterly destroyed. 20 minutes later, the once mighty purple-patterned python had been reduced to a pitiful state. Its mouth gushing blood, its skin stripped away, and its body riddled with numerous gaping wounds. Its eyes had become hollow voids. Yet, despite its dire condition, it was still alive. Imo Long and Imo Hu were determined not to grant it a swift release. They intended to prolong its suffering until it succumbed slowly to death. Soon, the rich scent of blood attracted a horde of soil wolves, who, upon seeing the disfigured python, showed no disdain and eagerly began to tear into its flesh. Thus, the purple-patterned python was devoured alive. In the end, only a skeletal frame remained at the scene, while Imo Long observed the gruesome spectacle with indifference, and Imo Hu tended to Tuoba Chen with great care. Before long, Tuoba Chen regained consciousness. Seeing him awake, Imo Long and Imo Hu rushed over, anxiously inquiring, "Young master, how do you feel? Are you well?" "I'm fine. I have succeeded," Tuoba Chen replied. Hearing his words, Imo Long and Imo Hu finally exhaled in relief. It was a stroke of fortune that he had achieved success. Otherwise, they would have faced a daunting explanation to Tuoba Yen. Tuoba Chen continued, however, "I have sustained some injuries and may require a few days to recuperate. Let us first exit the Sunset Forest. Young master, please do not rush. Look at this," Imo Long exclaimed, drawing forth a gleaming piece of bone from behind him. Upon witnessing the revelation, Tuoba Chen was taken aback. This is a soul bone. However, I did not discover its presence within the body of the mad dragon I previously vanquished, he remarked. "Indeed, young master. This is not the soul bone of the mad dragon, but rather that of the violet-patterned fierce beast that ambushed us subsequently. It is a left leg bone. Approximately 7,000 years old, Mo Long explained. Hearing Mo Long's words, Tuoba Chen expressed his confusion. Then why present it to me? You should keep it for yourselves. It bears no relation to me. Although Tuoba Chen felt a slight temptation, he ultimately declined Mo Long's generous offer. The soul bone was indeed remarkable. Yet his aspirations demanded a soul bone that was no less than 10,000 years in age. While this 7,000-year-old bone was acceptable, it fell short of his requirements. Furthermore, it truly had no connection to him, as it was solely the result of Mo Long and Mo Hu's efforts. It seemed unjust to simply hand over something they had painstakingly acquired. Moreover, bestowing it upon either Mo Long or Mo Hu would likely yield greater benefits, potentially enabling one of them to ascend to the rank of Soul Emperor. Mo Long was somewhat astonished by Tuoba Chen's refusal. After all, this was a soul bone, a coveted treasure sought after by soul masters. Having reached the age of 37, he and Mo Hu believed their greatest achievement in this lifetime might only be that of a soul emperor. Keeping the soul bone for themselves seemed of little use. It would be far more advantageous for their young master, whom they had watched grow like their own child, to utilize it. Each time they witnessed Tuoba Chen's development, their hearts swelled with joy for him. Ultimately, however, Tuoba Chen did not alter his decision. The soul bone remained with Mo Long and Mo Hu, and how they chose to handle it was entirely their own affair. A week later, at the Tiando Royal Junior Soul Master Academy, in a secluded training ground dedicated to Earth-type soul masters, Tuoba Chen endeavored to hone his newly acquired soul skill. For an entire week, he had been recuperating, and it was only the day before yesterday that his injuries had fully healed. However, to be prudent, he dedicated an additional 2 days to further practice. After a week of inactivity, he felt an undeniable itch for action. At that moment, Mo Long stood before Tuoba Chen and declared, "Young master, I am prepared." Nodding in acknowledgement, Tuoba Chen summoned his martial spirit, exclaiming, "Martial spirit, manifest." Instantly, a spectral white dragon emerged around him, a testament to the successful cultivation of the second layer of the dragon transformation technique. His white-armored earth dragon had evolved once more, previously a portly and rotund creature. It now exhibited sleek lines and a formidable beauty. 2 soul rings materialized around him, one yellow and one purple. Should anyone appear in this moment, they would undoubtedly marvel at his soul rings, particularly the second, which was purple, a phenomenon that defied the norms of the soul master realm. Second soul skill, frenzied dragon transformation. Upon uttering these words, Tuoba Chen's physique expanded to 1.5 times its original size, thick scales enveloping him, transforming him into a dragon-like entity. Frenzied dragon transformation, effect, increases defense and strength by 40%, enhances speed by 20%, and restores 50% of previously sustained damage and soul power. Lasting for 10 minutes. It requires no energy expenditure to activate and can be utilized only once per day. During this period, no other soul skills may be employed. Observing the remarkable effects, Tuoba Chen smiled. Although the inability to use other soul skills while activated and the once-per-day limitation were drawbacks, the advantages it conferred were undeniably substantial. In a life-or-death struggle against an equally matched opponent, when both had expended considerable energy, activating Frenzied Dragon Transformation would instantaneously bolster his attributes, leaving his adversary utterly astonished. Reflecting on this, he felt fortunate that he had chosen to absorb this particular soul ring. Otherwise, he would have missed out on this extraordinary skill. Subsequently, he thrust a punch toward Mo Long's abdomen. Mo Long did not flinch, effortlessly blocking Tuoba Chen's strike with his hand. Yet the impact generated a subtle wave that rippled outward. Bang! Feeling the force of Tuoba Chen's punch, Mo Long chuckled, remarking, "Young master, splendid. That punch must have the power of a typical level 25 assault-type soul master." Level 25, you say? Tuoba Chen murmured to himself, reflecting that due to the absorption of a Millennium Soul Ring for his second soul ring, his level had surged directly to 22, achieving an impressive attack power equivalent to that of a level 25 at this stage. Nonetheless, he felt a tinge of disappointment. After all, in the original narrative, Tang San and his companions frequently advanced through significant stages while battling formidable foes. Shaking his head at this thought, Tuoba Chen concluded that he simply needed to exert more effort, vowing to intensify his training in the future. With approximately 6 months remaining before Tao Gu would assist Tang San in awakening his powers in Shahan Village, the storyline would soon resume. While he believed that Tang San, given his personality, would not trouble him as long as he did not provoke him, Tuoba Chen felt it prudent to enhance his strength swiftly. He had no desire to make enemies. However, should anyone cross him, he would not quietly endure it. He sought to bolster his power for the sake of his own freedom, unwilling to be beholden to the whims of others. Observing from the shadows, Qin Ming was astonished by the unfolding scene. Wow, this young man, he thought, with his own capabilities, he could easily discern the enhancement bestowed upon Tuoba Chen by his second soul skill. Moreover, the second soul ring being purple was unexpected. Tuoba Chen had never mentioned it before. Initially, he had intended to offer guidance out of admiration for Tuoba Chen, but as their time together progressed, Tuoba Chen consistently surprised him with feats that seemed far beyond those of an 8-year-old child. Having spent over 2.5 years observing the first-year students, he noted that, Aside from Tuoba Chen, even the most diligent students like Mo Hin and Xuebing occasionally felt disinclined to train. A natural behavior since people are not machines and require relaxation. However, Tuoba Chen was different. He resembled an unyielding training machine, perpetually immersed in his practice, resting only once every 3 months. After concluding his examination of his second soul skill, Tuoba Chen returned home alongside Mo Long, as their final exams were imminent. Upon entering the 3rd year, the format of the final exams had changed, transitioning from hunting battles to arena battles, with the addition of academic assessments. The alteration to arena battles was reportedly due to the elevated strength of students in the 3rd year, which could cause undue harm to the academy's forest if hunting continued. To preserve the forest's natural growth, students were no longer required to undergo forest tests from the 3rd year onward, a decision Tuoba Chen wholeheartedly endorsed. The academic assessments, of course, did not encompass subjects such as chemistry or physics. Instead, they involved questions related to soul beasts and soul masters. For instance, inquiries about the length and color of a century-old mandala snake were common. Although these questions posed no challenge to Tuoba Chen, he recognized the necessity of diligent review, as he was not endowed with photographic memory. Furthermore, he had grown accustomed to being an academic achiever, realizing that excellence was not merely a matter of fate but rather a cultivated habit, albeit one not easily maintained. Nevertheless, Tuoba Chen found the endeavor delightful, as being a soul master was a vocation he cherished. The fulfillment of his previous life's aspirations was a stroke of fortune. Even with innate soul power at merely level 8, he would still dedicate himself to diligent training and study. Before long, 3 days had elapsed, and today marked the day of the cultural examination. Rising early, Tuoba Chen arrived at the examination hall, which was their classroom, to find Xuebing, Mo Hin, and others already present. Over the course of 2 years, he had forged significant bonds with several classmates, developing deep friendships. Shortly thereafter, Longan arrived at the examination hall. Qin Ming glanced at the time and, noting that only 15 minutes remained before the exam commenced, declared, "The exam begins," and proceeded to distribute the test papers. As the instructor of the emphasis class, he had the authority to alter the exam schedule at will, and the students had grown accustomed to his ways. Upon receiving the test papers, the students immediately began to write, none opting to cheat, especially with a soul king like Qin Ming overseeing them. As Tuoba Chen scrutinized the Soul Master Knowledge exam, he frowned. This year's questions were particularly challenging. However, it was not long before Xuebing, the first to finish, submitted his paper. Qin Ming, upon reviewing Xuebing's work, cast him an approving glance and allowed him to leave. This scene drew envious glances from the rest of the class. Despite Xuebing ranking 3rd overall in strength, he had consistently held the top position in cultural exams. Eventually, Tuoba Chen and Mo Hin, among others, chose to submit their papers as the exam neared its conclusion. Qin Ming graded with remarkable speed, completing the review of all 20 papers within half an hour. Soon after, they commenced the second examination, which consisted of 4 subjects: fundamentals of soul masters, knowledge of soul masters, knowledge of soul beasts, and recognition of soul beasts. Similar to the previous hunting battles, the top 10 in the cultural exams would receive awards from the academy, which, like before, would be monetary prizes. Tuoba Chen found this somewhat disheartening, as he had no need for money and wondered why the academy continued to offer such mundane rewards. The day passed swiftly, and the results were announced the following day. As anticipated, Xuebing secured 1st place, Tuoba Chen 2nd, and Mo Hin 3rd. Among the top 10, only Longan in 7th place and Ming Yi Ran in 9th hailed from Tuoba Chen's class, while the remainder were from other classes. Tuoba Chen felt no surprise at the results. It was only natural for Xuebing, who often immersed himself in books, to claim 1st place. Though Tuoba Chen also devoted time to reading, he acknowledged that he had not invested as much effort as his peer. As for Mo Hin, he was quite comparable to himself, with only a single point separating their scores. After receiving his reward, Tuoba Chen returned to continue his cultivation. For the arena competition was to be held the following day, and he needed to maintain his optimal condition. The next day, with the sun rising, Tuoba Chen stretched languidly in the bath, and after cleansing his body as per his routine, he made his way to the school playground. Unlike the hunting battles, the arena battles at Tiando Academy were rather unique, being conducted in 8 stages. To be precise, the number of stages corresponded to the number of classes in that age group. Since there were 8 classes at their level, it was divided into 8 segments. Class 1 represented the highest tier, while Class 8 was the lowest. The evaluation began with Class 8, and after the arena battles concluded there, the 7 strongest individuals would advance to compete in the 7th stage. This process continued, with the strongest from each stage ascending to the next, culminating in Class 1 standing at the pinnacle from the outset. Conversely, for Class 8, advancing to Class 1 was an arduous endeavor. The rules were even more outrageous than those of the hunting battles. Nevertheless, it revealed the harsh realities of the world to those at the bottom. Weakness would invite bullying. However, this system seemed excessively lenient to the more gifted students, which explained the prevalence of stubborn offspring in the esteemed Tiando Royal Academy in his past life. Such behavior had been cultivated. Upon learning of the rules for this arena competition, many students from the lower grades felt disheartened, some even contemplating withdrawal from the academy, while a few resilient ones chose to stay on. Chapter 53. The arena competition at 8 o'clock in the morning, all students gathered in the square. Due to Qin Ming's increasingly remarkable performance within the academy, he was designated to officiate this competition. After briefly addressing the crowd to explain the rules, he declared the commencement of the match. In essence, the rules of the arena competition were straightforward, consisting of multiple platforms simultaneously conducting one-on-one matches. Most participants were junior soul masters, approximately at the 10th level, and outcomes were determined swiftly, often within minutes. Within just half an hour, the 7 strongest from Class 8 had been selected. They were afforded merely a quarter of an hour to rest before they were to compete in the advancement from the 7th to the 6th stage. Observing this scene, Tuoba Chen could only sigh. It was not out of pity for them, but rather a lament for the naivety of these children. Despite the academy's treatment, they remained foolishly entrenched in their positions, failing to grasp the institution's true nature even after 3 years. Some from the lower classes had lingered for 6 years, muddling through until graduation, only to face hardship in the intermediate academy and then again in the advanced academy. What purpose did it serve? He wondered what motivated these individuals. Whether it was merely the prospect of attaining a baronial title upon graduating from the Advanced Soul Master Academy, which was, in fact, a rank lower than that of a baron. In Tuoba Chen's view, such aspirations were utterly unnecessary, yet it was their choice, and he held no authority to pass judgment. In the span of a single day, the arena competitions from the 8th to the 2nd stages were completed without incident, culminating in the 7 individuals advancing to the 1st stage, all from Class 2. Due to the fact that arena battles could only involve battle soul masters, Class 1 had only 15 students participating. Just before the matches commenced, Qin Ming unexpectedly announced, "Classmates, I must inform you that the rankings will affect your scores. The total number of students in each class will remain unchanged. Different rankings will lead to different class allocations. For instance, if one of the 7 participants from Class 2 ranks within the top 15, they will be transferred to Class 1, while the student from Class 1 with the lowest rank will be demoted to Class 2. The previously calm crowd erupted into a cacophony upon hearing Qin Ming's words. With voices rising in both joyous exultation over personal advancement and anguished cries over potential demotion, Tuoba Chen felt little about the entire situation. He was not at risk of demotion. After all, he was the sole Grand Soul Master among the students present, even without utilizing any soul skills. His formidable physical prowess would likely render his opponents powerless against him. Once the members of Class 2 had rested, Qin Ming swiftly announced the commencement of the arena competition. The matches were to be determined by a drawing of lots, not by the contestants themselves, but rather by Qin Ming personally. He randomly selected 2 slips of paper from a small box, glanced at them, and declared, in the first arena, the first match, Tuoba Chen from Class 1 versus Yushi from Class 2. Without hesitation, he drew 8 more slips, announcing the participants for the other 4 arenas. Upon hearing his name, Tuoba Chen felt unsurprised. After all, there were only 22 individuals remaining, making his chances of being drawn significant. However, upon learning that his opponent was Tuoba Chen, Yushi nearly buckled at the knees, almost fainting from fear. His luck seemed abysmal, having drawn the top student of the grade at random. Although the odds of victory appeared slim, the prospect of advancement was too enticing to disregard. Thus, he leaped with determination onto the arena stage. Tuoba Chen did not opt for a particularly ostentatious entrance. He simply strolled onto the arena with a measured grace. However, even this unassuming act of walking exerted considerable pressure on his opponent. As soon as Tuoba Chen's name was announced, the audience instinctively directed their gaze towards the first arena. It could be said that, although 5 arenas were simultaneously hosting matches, only one truly captured the attention of the crowd, for Tuoba Chen's brilliance was undeniably radiant. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Yushi felt her legs weaken. Losing in front of such a large audience was an exceedingly humiliating prospect. Soon after, the 2 contestants introduced themselves. Yushi, Martial Soul, Black Serpent, Level 15 Assault Type Soul Master. Tuoba Chen, Martial Soul, White Armored Earth Dragon, Level 22 Assault Type Great Soul Master. The moment Tuoba Chen proclaimed his level, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd, and even Xue Feng and his companions turned their attention towards him. The fact that Tuoba Chen has ascended to level 22 without uttering a word to any of them is astonishing. Just 2 weeks ago, they were all still at level 19. How could he have reached level 22? Shouldn't he be at level 20? Subsequently, as both sides revealed their martial souls, they finally understood the reason. On Tuoba Chen, there appeared 2 soul rings, one yellow and one purple. Yushi stared wide-eyed in disbelief. How is this even possible? The soul ring combination of Tuoba Chen has completely subverted his understanding of soul rings, leaving him utterly bereft of confidence in this battle. To face an opponent with a 20th level soul ring is already excessive. The addition of a millennium soul ring renders the situation nearly insurmountable. As the competition commenced, Tuoba Chen charged forth with great speed. Yushi, quick to respond, activated his first soul skill, Dragon Body. In that instant, an energy armor enveloped him, exuding formidable defensive prowess. Meanwhile, Tuoba Chen refrained from utilizing any soul power, delivering a mere punch to his opponent's shoulder. The impact was akin to being struck by a colossal hammer, causing Yushi to experience excruciating pain in his right shoulder, rendering his entire arm powerless. Before he could even gather his wits, Tuoba Chen's second strike landed squarely on his chin. Due to the nature of the attack, Tuoba Chen applied only a moderate amount of force, yet even this was sufficient to incapacitate Yushi, who succumbed to the unbearable agony and fainted. Tuoba Chen concluded his inaugural match with remarkable simplicity, leaving the audience in awe of his prowess. Why was he so formidable when everyone else was merely 8 years old? A wave of relief washed over those competitors still in the resting area, grateful to have evaded this formidable adversary. However, the prospect of facing him soon filled their hearts with trepidation. Before long, the matches on other platforms reached their conclusion, and without exception, every student from Class 1 emerged victorious. Qin Ming nodded in satisfaction, although he often remarked that they were the weakest cohort he had ever trained. The truth was he had only guided this one class. Deep down, he held a sense of pride in his students. The first day of the arena battles ended, with the remaining contests scheduled for the following day. As was customary, the matches concluded swiftly and monotonously, with the higher-ranked classes decisively overpowering their lower-ranked counterparts. Naturally, there were rare instances where students from the lower ranks managed to advance. Upon returning to his dormitory, Tuoba Chen practiced 2 sets of dragon form exercises before resuming his cultivation of the Azure Dragon technique. After 2 years of dedicated training, he had finally reached a critical juncture in his Azure Dragon technique, on the verge of a breakthrough. In truth, he devoted more attention to this technique than to the transformation into dragon method. However, the difficulty of advancing in the Azure Dragon technique had stymied his progress for some time. As for the third tier of the transformation into dragon method, he was not in a hurry to cultivate it, having been advised by his father that after breaking through the second tier, he needed to practice for an additional month to solidify his foundation before proceeding to the third tier. While he was midway through his training, a sudden knock echoed at his door. Pausing his practice, Tuoba Chen glanced outside, puzzled by the late visitor. He opened the door to reveal Tuoba Yin standing before him, accompanied by an elderly gentleman. In disbelief, Tuoba Chen exclaimed, "Father, what brings you to the school? And who is this behind you?" Tuoba Yin, somewhat exasperated, recounted how he had been enjoying a peaceful day at home when, much like the present moment, a knock at the door had heralded the arrival of his own father, who immediately demanded to see his grandson. Despite informing his father that Tuoba Chen was at school and would return in just 2 days, the elder had persisted, prompting Tuoba Yin to make the hurried journey to the Tiando Royal Junior Academy. Tuoba Yin said, "Little Dust, I have yet to introduce you. This is your grandfather, Tuoba Ming." Upon hearing this, Tuoba Ming gazed with excitement at his little grandson, whom he had never met before. Tuoba Chen, bewildered, stared at the robust elder standing behind Tuoba Yin, asking, "Grandfather, what is going on?" Noticing Tuoba Chen still in a daze, Tuoba Yin continued, "Little Dust, are you not going to invite us in for a visit?" Tuoba Yin suddenly spoke up, quickly realizing the situation. "Oh, father, grandfather, please come in." Upon entering Tuoba Chen's chamber, the two surveyed the surroundings, nodding in approval. Indeed, as expected of the Royal Academy, the accommodations are quite splendid. "Father, grandfather, what brings you here this time?" Upon the conclusion of Tuoba Chen's words, Tuoba Yin responded, "Your grandfather has come to seek you, wishing to escort you back to the Sacred Dragon Sect. As for the specific reasons, you shall uncover them upon your arrival. Now, hasten to gather your belongings, for we are to journey to the Douluo Empire." At Tuoba Yin's words, Tuoba Chen appeared utterly bewildered, exclaiming, "What on earth? Father, I fear it cannot be done at this moment." "Why not?" "Because tomorrow marks the final day of the semester assessment, and I wish to complete it before departing." Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's response, Tuoba Yin seemed poised to express further thoughts, but Tuoba Ming interjected, "Very well, that is acceptable." Tuoba Yin was taken aback, questioning, "What? Wasn't it urgent? Why is it suddenly permissible now?" He was thoroughly perplexed, noticing the expression in his son's eyes. Tuoba Ming replied, "Who said it was urgent? That matter won't commence for over half a month. I merely yearn to meet my little grandson." "Oh." Tuoba Yin replied, his face devoid of expression. "I did not expect you to be such a father, now that you have a grandson. You seem to have forgotten your son." Meanwhile, Tuoba Chen was quite intrigued by the unexpected appearance of his grandfather. He had previously heard tales of his grandfather being a grand elder of the Sacred Dragon Sect, while the sect's leader held the title of Douluo. Thus, it stood to reason that his grandfather, being a grand elder, must indeed be a formidable soul Douluo. Noticing his grandson regarding him with those bright, sparkling eyes, Tuoba Ming smiled and said, "Little Chen, I apologize for not having visited sooner. Do you harbor any resentment towards your grandfather for this absence?" There was a hint of remorse in Tuoba Ming's tone as he spoke. Tuoba Chen shook his head. His parents had always treated him well. He had never truly experienced hardship and had grown up in a rather indulgent environment. There was little for him to lament. He was merely curious about his grandfather. As for why the elder had not visited him before, that was of no consequence, seeing that his young grandson harbored no feelings of aversion towards him. Tuoba Ming breathed a sigh of relief. In truth, he had been quite anxious during the journey, as he had never met his 8-year-old grandson before. He feared that the child might dislike him, but it seemed that the outcome was quite favorable. "Tuoba Chen, is my grandfather Contra?" Suddenly, Tuoba Chen spoke up. surprising Tuoba Ming, who nodded in response. Tuoba Chen continued, inquiring about the purpose of his visit. He felt that the old man had not seen him for 8 years and had come hastily, likely due to urgent matters. Indeed. Tuoba Ming nodded but refrained from revealing the specifics of his visit. Instead, he first asked, has Xiao Qing already broken through the first layer of the dragon transformation technique? Upon hearing Tuoba Ming's words, Tuoba Chen's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Observing his countenance, Tuoba Ming was taken aback and exclaimed, Xiao Qing, you haven't broken through the first layer yet. Have you? I heard from your father that you had already surpassed the first layer of the dragon transformation technique. There was a hint of panic in Tuoba Ming's tone. If Tuoba Chen had not yet achieved this breakthrough, then his trip would have been in vain, and Tuoba Chen would miss out on the benefits within the sect. No. Grandpa, I have already advanced to the second layer. I'm uncertain as to why you ask this. After a moment's reflection, he decided to speak frankly, as the elderly gentleman seemed quite fond of him, and he felt no need for concealment. What? The second layer? How could that be? After uttering these words, Tuoba Ming realized he had somewhat lost his composure. Yet, he could hardly be blamed. In his youth, he too had attempted to cultivate the second layer of the dragon transformation technique before reaching level 20, but had evidently failed, wasting precious time in his training. Otherwise, he might have achieved the rank of a title Douluo by now. Upon hearing that Tuoba Chen had remarkably broken through to the second layer, Tuoba Yin felt a surge of urgency in his breath. Initially, he had harbored little hope regarding his father's words, yet now, an overwhelming sense of optimism enveloped him, illuminating his path ahead. Chapter 55. Departure. Observing the two in their animated discussion, one could only wonder what matter had captivated them so. Ultimately, it was Tuoba Ming who addressed him, saying, Xiao Chen, to speak candidly, I have come to invite you to participate in our Holy Dragon Sect's decennial grand feast. The Holy Dragon Banquet. What is the Holy Dragon Banquet? Tuoba Chen inquired, intrigued by its formidable name. Noticing the confusion on Tuoba Chen's face, Tuoba Ming continued. Explaining this can be rather complex, so I shall simplify it. If you accompany me back to attend the Holy Dragon Banquet, you will find that the young direct descendants under 10 years of age who have achieved a breakthrough to the first layer of the transformation dragon technique will engage in friendly competition. The top 3 will earn the opportunity to enter the Sacred Dragon Pool, which is immensely beneficial for us, the White Armor Earth Dragon Soul Masters. Do you understand? Tuoba Chen nodded slightly. He understood that it was indeed a favorable opportunity for him. Are you willing to go? I am. The name Holy Dragon Pool sounded quite formidable, and he would not let any chance to enhance his strength slip away. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's agreement, Tuoba Ming smiled contentedly. He and Tuoba Yin then departed to find a place to stay, mentioning they would come to watch his match the following day. After watching Tuoba Ming leave, Tuoba Chen resumed his training. Although he was curious about the Holy Dragon Banquet, maintaining his condition was paramount as he had a match the next day. In the same examination venue as the previous day, only the last 8 students from the 3rd year remained who had yet to participate in the assessment. From the audience, Tuoba Chen spotted Tuoba Ming's figure. His grandfather indeed cared for him, as evidenced by his presence at the match. Noticing Tuoba Chen's gaze, Tuoba Ming gestured a sign of encouragement, to which Tuoba Chen responded with a smile. On the stage, unlike the previous day, Qin Ming and the old principal briefly introduced the event before announcing the start of the competition. As before, the finals would also follow a draw format. Qin Ming glanced at the 2 slips of paper in his hand and announced, the first match, Douluo versus Tuoba Chen. With only 8 participants, there would be no need for 4 platforms that would compete one by one, allowing the matches to conclude swiftly. Surprised to hear his name called, Tuoba Chen did not expect to be the first to compete for 2 consecutive days. As for his opponent, Douluo, he was somewhat familiar with him. Douluo was a classmate known for his pale skin and villainous appearance, embodying the archetype of a rogue. He was rather peculiar, preferring solitude and shunning sunlight. With a martial spirit that resembled a vampire, every encounter with Douluo reminded Tuoba Chen of something unpleasant. When Douluo learned he would face Tuoba Chen, he felt indifferent. It was inevitable they would meet, and losing held little significance, as he could still remain in the first class. Upon taking the stage, Douluo introduced himself. Douluo, martial spirit, vampire, level 18 agility type soul master. Tuoba Chen, martial spirit, white armored earth dragon, level 22 strength type soul master. Simultaneously, both unleashed their martial spirits. As the audience beheld the yellow and purple soul rings adorning Tuoba Chen, Tuoba Ming and Tuoba Yin were left astounded. They were aware that achieving the second level of the dragon transformation technique at full mastery before reaching level 20 could elevate the age of one's second soul ring to below 1200 years. However, only one person in the entire history of the Holy Dragon Sect had accomplished this feat, and it was utterly unexpected that Tuoba Chen had achieved it as well. Instantly, Tuoba Ming's heart swelled with elation, regardless of anything else, based on the merit of those 2 soul rings. His grandson would certainly have a share in this year's Holy Dragon Pool. Facing Tuoba Chen in person, Douluo felt an immense pressure. Nevertheless, he did not concede outright. Utilizing his first soul skill, Blood Demon, Douluo's hair turned completely white in an instant, his eyes emanated a sinister red glow, and his teeth and nails became exceptionally sharp, transforming him into a figure reminiscent of the legendary vampire. Upon witnessing this, Tuoba Chen felt a twinge of disdain towards Dior's current demeanor. In his past life, he held a strong aversion to the supernatural, for such entities were indeed terrifying. Consequently, he resolved to swiftly conclude this battle. He invoked his first soul skill, Earth Spike. As he spoke, the ground erupted with 3 colossal stone spikes, simultaneously lunging towards Dior from various angles. Through rigorous practice, although he could still summon only 3 earth spikes at once, their potency had significantly increased. Moreover, the time spent in a state of immobilization after usage had decreased from 3 seconds to 1. He calculated that once he reached approximately level 27, the immobilization period would vanish entirely. Dior, with his aloof and composed demeanor, was nonetheless limited in strength. The angles of the 3 earth spikes were particularly cunning. Ultimately, he managed to evade 2, but the most lethal one carved a deep wound across his thigh. Feeling the sharp pain radiate from his leg, Dior's expression soured. He had anticipated that Tuoba Chen would be formidable, yet he did not expect to sustain injury from a single strike. After inflicting the injury on Dior's thigh, Tuoba Chen did not relent in his assault. He propelled himself forward, akin to a cannonball, and surged towards Dior. As he raised his knee to strike, Dior, being a sensitive attack-type soul master, reacted swiftly. He raised both hands to block the incoming attack, though he was still pushed back a few paces. His hands tinged with numbness. Remarkably, the wound on his thigh inflicted by Tuoba Chen had already begun to mend, albeit partially. The onlookers, such as Avalanche and others, were taken aback by this spectacle, surprised that the usually unassuming Dior displayed such remarkable prowess. As Tuoba Chen continued to prepare for his assault, Dior raised his hand in surrender. He had no intention of continuing the fight, for the disparity in power was overwhelmingly vast. He was indeed no match for Tuoba Chen. Observing his opponent's concession, Tuoba Chen promptly ceased his advance, showing no desire to prolong the confrontation. Qin Ming, witnessing the turn of events, swiftly declared the outcome of the match. The subsequent bouts were rather uneventful. During the semifinals, Tuoba Chen once again defeated Avalanche. And in the finals, he triumphed over Mo Hen, securing first place as per usual. The audience was not particularly surprised by this outcome, however. With Tuoba Chen now at level 22, the gap between them seemed to widen further, leaving them with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Upon seeing his grandson crowned champion, Tuoba Ming wore a proud expression, affirming that his grandson surpassed that lad Tuoba Haiyan by leaps and bounds. He could already envision the astonished faces of the old-timers at the Sacred Dragon banquet upon witnessing his grandson's soul ring configuration. After claiming victory and receiving his award, Tuoba Chen informed Ming Yiran of his intention to depart for a period, before following Tuoba Ming away. Though Tuoba Ming may be a man of simplicity, he was determined not to leave a poor impression on his grandson during their first journey together. Hence, prior to their departure, he had arranged for a luxurious and smooth carriage to ensure that Tuoba Chen would enjoy a more comfortable return journey. Considering the considerable distance to the Holy Dragon Sect within the Star Luo Empire, 1 week later, in the bustling city of Holy Dragon, Tuoba Chen observed the ordinary citizens around him, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Was the Star Luo Empire truly as fierce as rumored? He could not perceive any signs of such vigor. Instead, the townsfolk appeared remarkably uncomplicated. Just as this thought settled in his mind, he was drawn to a commotion ahead. Upon shifting his gaze, he noticed a fruit vendor reprimanding a thief caught stealing fruit. Not far from this scene, 2 men collided and, unwilling to apologize, engaged in a brawl. Such incidents were commonplace in the Star Luo Empire, and Tuoba Chen furrowed his brow, perplexed. Indeed, the reputation of the Star Luo Empire for its simple folk seemed well-deserved. Sensing Tuoba Chen's disquiet, Tuoba Ming felt somewhat embarrassed. In truth, the situation in Holy Dragon City was rather atypical within the Star Luo Empire. While other cities also struggled with order, none were as chaotic. Nevertheless, Tuoba Chen remained unfazed, for he had previously heard tales of the Empire's robust citizenry. "Grandfather, let us proceed," he urged, eager to discover the appearance of the Holy Dragon Sect. "Very well. Let us go," Tuoba Ming replied. After more than an hour's journey, they arrived at the entrance of the Holy Dragon Sect, which, despite not being in decline, still held its status as one of the lower 4 sections. The imposing entrance featured 2 colossal statues of white-armored earth dragons, and the grand door, forged from an unknown special metal, exuded a sense of strength. At the entrance stood 2 robust outer disciples, resembling bulls in stature, who were tasked with guarding the gate. As Tuoba Ming approached, they immediately greeted him, one disciple looking up and saying, "Elder Ming, you have returned." "Indeed, I have. Please inform the sect master that I have brought my grandson with me," Tuoba Ming replied. The mention of grandson prompted the disciple to glance at Tuoba Chen, who, after 2 years, had shed his earlier androgynous appearance, now exhibiting a more handsome visage that garnered immediate fondness. Realizing this, the disciple hastily went to relay the message, while Tuoba Ming escorted Tuoba Yin and Tuoba Chen into the inner hall to await the sect master's arrival. Shortly thereafter, a boisterous voice resonated from outside. "Old Ming, I hear you have brought your grandson. Let me take a look." As the words fell, a 2-meter tall, robust middle-aged man strode towards them with purpose. Recognizing the newcomer, Tuoba Ming stated, "Indeed, this is my grandson," as he gently pushed Tuoba Chen forward. He then explained, "Little Chen, this is our current sect master, Tuoba Shi, and also a close friend of mine. You may address him as Grandfather Shi." In an instant, Tuoba Chen responded, "Greetings, Grandfather Shi." "Haha, Little Chen. How delightful to meet you," Tuoba Shi exclaimed. The Holy Dragon Sect was predominantly filled with muscular men, making Tuoba Chen's delicate frame a rare sight. Tuoba Shi found Tuoba Ming's friend's grandson to be quite endearing, far more so than his own. However, upon noticing Tuoba Chen's slender limbs, he speculated that the boy's strength might be lacking, for the disciples of the Holy Dragon Sect were accustomed to rigorous training, even the children appearing more robust than the average. Tuoba Chen's appearance suggested a lack of strenuous exercise, and while Tuoba Shi's initial impression was favorable, Tuoba Ming might find it challenging to leverage his own reputation to secure an opportunity for Tuoba Chen in the Holy Dragon Pool. After all, the resources of the Holy Dragon Sect were allocated to those with merit, not squandered on an inconsequential pretty face. Sensing Tuoba Chen's thoughts, Tuoba Ming encouraged, "Little Chen, show Grandfather Tuoba Shi your soul ring." "Ah, very well," Tuoba Chen replied. Tuoba Chen readily agreed, and soon after, the white-armored earth dragon manifested, with 2 soul rings, one yellow and one purple, appearing around him. Upon seeing the light purple soul ring, Tuoba Ming instantly understood what had transpired. As one of the only 2 individuals in the Sacred Dragon Sect who had cultivated the dragon transformation technique to the 7th layer, he was well aware of the significance of a 1,000-year soul ring. "Excellent, excellent, excellent." Tuoba Shiren repeatedly uttered 3 words of praise. It had been many years since such a prodigy had emerged from the Holy Dragon Sect. However, upon scrutinizing Tuoba Chen's stature, he pondered whether Tuoba Chen had deliberately suppressed his cultivation of the dragon transformation technique. After all, at merely 8 years of age, Tuoba Chen stood at an impressive height of 1.55 meters, truly a little giant among his peers, albeit just a small sprout in front of Tuoba Shiren. Yet, for the sake of caution, Tuoba Shiren inquired, "May I ask, Little Chen, how old are you this year?" He genuinely did not know Tuoba Chen's age, and if the child were already over 10, it would raise concerns. Frankly, even if he were to break through to the 2nd layer of the dragon transformation technique before reaching level 20, it would be of little significance, given the extensive time spent in cultivation, making it challenging for him to become a titled Douluo in the future. "I am 8.5, Tuoba Chen replied candidly. Upon hearing this, Tuoba Shiren breathed a sigh of relief. At 8.5, and already at level 20, having surpassed the 2nd layer of the dragon transformation technique, Tuoba Chen was indeed a rare gem in the annals of the Holy Dragon Sect. "Tuoba Shi, excellent. Xiao Chen, you truly excel. I assure you. As long as you remain with the Sacred Dragon Sect, 60% of our resources dedicated to talent cultivation will be invested in you." Tuoba Shi's promise is indeed significant. Prior to the emergence of Tuoba Chen, this privilege was enjoyed solely by his son, Tuoba Haiyun. Although Tuoba Shi later intended to ally with the Spirit Hall, this does not imply that he is a tyrant. In truth, he is quite fair and does not engage in self-serving schemes. Furthermore, had there been no presence of Tang San and his companions, allying with the Spirit Hall would have been a prudent decision, considering the Hall's prominence at the time. Supported by a formidable army of soul masters and the backing of 2 deities, in hindsight, joining the Spirit Hall was indeed the optimal choice, with the only variable being the emergence of Tang San. However, with someone knowledgeable of history like him now present, while it may be challenging to prevent the Sacred Dragon Sect from joining the Spirit Hall, ensuring the sect's safety is certainly feasible. He had not anticipated enmity with Bibi Dong and Tang San, nor had he considered the possibility of assassinating Tang San while he was still young. After all, he is an idealistic and ambitious young man who would not readily take the life of someone with whom he has no grievance. Moreover, given his current rate of advancement, it seems Tang San would struggle to match him. A visit to Douluo for some celestial herbs could propel him even further. Tuoba Chen acquiesced to Tuoba Shi's proposal, for to refuse would be folly. 60% of the resources of the Sacred Dragon Sect are devoted to the cultivation of talent. Merely contemplating this prospect evokes a sense of envy. Although he had previously amassed considerable resources for his own cultivation, he would not mind acquiring a bit more. Upon receiving Tuoba Chen's agreement, Tuoba Shi smiled and said, "Very well, my child. As this is your first visit to the Sacred Dragon Sect, I shall have Haiyan show you around, allowing you to become acquainted with your peers. Just wait here for a moment." "Yes, Grandpa Shi," Tuoba Chen replied. With that, Tuoba Shi, along with Tuoba Ming and Tuoba Yen, departed. Not long after his companions left, an imposing figure, towering at 2 meters, appeared before him. Gazing at the muscular man, Tuoba Chen surmised that this must be the legendary Tuoba Haiyun. Upon encountering Tuoba Haiyun, with a countenance reminiscent of Sima, remarked, "Tuoba Chen, indeed, it is I, follow me." With that, he departed. Tuoba Chen eagerly followed behind, casting glances at the person beside him, who appeared somewhat intimidating. This was his initial impression. First, Tuoba Haiyun led Tuoba Chen to the first attraction of the Sacred Dragon Sect, pointing to a magnificent edifice in the distance. That is the Hall of Justice, where the sect punishes disciples who have erred. The introduction of the Hall of Justice as the first sight was rather unexpected. Was he doing this on purpose? However, Tuoba Chen soon realized that Tuoba Haiyun was earnest in his explanations, devoid of any jest, so he listened attentively. As they traversed the grounds, Tuoba Haiyun meticulously described each location, responding thoughtfully to any queries without a trace of impatience. After approximately half an hour, Tuoba Chen had grasped the general layout of the Sacred Dragon Sect and gleaned insights into Tuoba Haiyun's character: serious, solemn, patient, and somewhat endearing. This was his assessment of the individual, overall, a diligent and sincere person, who did not dismiss him simply because he was a child. Eventually, they arrived at the final destination, the training arena. Tuoba Chen observed many young disciples, similar in age to him, engaged in practice. Most were employing standard training methods, with a few attempting the second tier of the transformation dragon technique, though those individuals appeared to be in their teenage years. Upon reaching this place, Tuoba Haiyun remarked, "All right. I have shown you all the places you can visit in the Sacred Dragon Sect. I must go practice now. If you need anything, feel free to find your grandfather." After speaking, as Tuoba Haiyun turned to leave, he found himself surrounded by the disciples in the arena. "Hello, Brother Haiyun. Brother Haiyun has arrived. Everyone, come see Brother Haiyun." Witnessing this scene, Tuoba Chen chuckled. It seemed this fellow was quite popular. Although Tuoba Haiyun maintained an air of calmness, he stood still, which struck Tuoba Chen as curious. Observing more closely, he noticed that Haiyun's complexion appeared slightly flushed. Was he shy? While he found this speculation rather absurd, there seemed no other explanation. Should he lend a hand? After pondering for a moment, he noticed Haiyun's cheeks growing even more rosy. Sighing, he gradually pushed his way into the crowd. Most of those present were merely children of 8 or 9 years, and with his advantage in soul power, he effortlessly maneuvered to the center of the throng. "Brother Haiyun, didn't the sect master summon you for something? You should go. Don't mind me. I am already familiar with this place," he called out, his voice loud enough for all to hear, prompting the crowd to glance in his direction. Upon hearing that the sect master sought Haiyun, they readily parted to make way. Tuoba Haiyun, understanding the situation, cast a grateful glance at Tuoba Chen before making his way through the crowd. Watching Haiyun's retreating figure, Tuoba Chen couldn't help but smile. It was quite difficult to imagine such a towering figure, standing at 2 meters tall, being so bashful. At this moment, all eyes turned to Tuoba Chen, a face unfamiliar to them, stirring their curiosity about who he might be. Surrounded by a group of rambunctious youths, he felt a twinge of panic, especially considering that these youngsters boasted an average of 8-pack abs. "Who are you? Why have I never seen you before?" one particularly shorter boy challenged. But Tuoba Chen chose not to respond. The boy's tone was far too abrasive for his liking. Thus, he turned to walk away. Suddenly, he felt a hand grasping his own. "I'm talking to you. Don't leave. Are you close with Brother Haiyun? Answer me." While Tuoba Chen generally maintained a good temper, he would not tolerate the provocation of such a troublesome child. "Let go." Tuoba Chen spoke with an icy indifference. Due to the nature of the Hanlian grass, his demeanor appeared frigid whenever he refrained from smiling, exuding an air of unyielding authority in serious moments. The child who had grasped his hand was momentarily taken aback, instinctively releasing his grip in compliance. After the child relinquished his hold, Tuoba Chen prepared to depart, realizing there was no common ground between himself and this group of children. As he turned to leave, an inexplicable fury surged within Tuoba Yu. As the son of an elder, it was the first time someone had treated him so rudely in public. He perceived the gazes of those around him as mocking, despite the fact that they had hardly paid him any attention. In a fit of irrationality, Tuoba Yu swung a punch toward Tuoba Chen's back. As his fist drew closer to its target, a thrill of excitement spread across his face. "You'll soon witness my prowess," he thought defiantly. Sensing the commotion behind him, Tuoba Chen swiftly turned and landed a precise blow to Tuoba Yu's chin, immediately sending a front tooth flying from his mouth. Tuoba Yu, in agony, pressed his hands against his mouth, crouching on the ground. Tuoba Chen merely cast a glance at him before departing, dismissing the ill-mannered brat. Even without intervention, it was inevitable that someone would teach him a lesson eventually. The excruciating pain in Tuoba Yu's mouth was unbearable. Yet what tormented him more was the gaze of those around him. He had always been a person who valued his reputation, priding himself as the second most talented among the younger generation, second only to Tuoba Haiyun. Now, having his front tooth knocked out by a seemingly delicate young man was a disgrace he could not bear. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he exclaimed, "You scoundrel! What is your name? My grandfather is the 4th elder. Return now and bow to me in apology, or I shall not let you off easily." Tuoba Chen, unfazed by his words, continued on his way, regarding the encounter as futile, engaging with someone devoid of logic, seeking trouble for no reason, and boasting like a fool was simply a waste of time. Chapter 58. Exaggerated treatment. Having left the martial arts arena, Tuoba Chen proceeded toward the dwelling arranged for him by Tuoba Shi. The residence was not far from the arena, but he had only glimpsed its entrance and had yet to ascertain its true nature. Nevertheless, given that his grandfather was the Grand Elder, he presumed it would not be lacking in comfort. Upon arriving at the residence, Tuoba Chen entered through the gate of a quaint little courtyard. The first sight that greeted him was a pristine patch of open ground. To the left, various training equipment was neatly arranged, while the right side was adorned with an array of weapons. Directly ahead stood a rather ordinary-looking house. Observing this scene, Tuoba Chen nodded in approval. It was satisfactory, resembling a place where practitioners of a martial arts sect like the Sacred Dragon Sect would reside. While appearing simple, it lacked nothing essential. After circling the house, he prepared a tub of water in the bathroom and placed the necessary herbs for his upcoming training into the tub, starting to concoct the medicinal bath he would need later. He then moved to the small open area to begin his practice. Halfway through a set of dragon form exercises, the courtyard gate was unexpectedly pushed open, drawing his instinctive gaze. Tuoba Chen also turned to look at him. At that moment, Tuoba Chen maintained the soaring dragon posture, his head turned toward Tuoba Chen. Noticing the puzzled expression on Tuoba Chen's face, Tuoba Chen leisurely raised his right hand, pointing at the soul guide artifact on his finger, and said, "Training materials." With that, he approached Tuoba Chen and emptied the contents of the soul guide before him. Instantly, a mound of herbs, resembling a small hill, piled up at Tuoba Chen's feet. After delivering the materials, Tuoba Chen departed, leaving Tuoba Chen in a daze. The herbs before him were all familiar: black moongrass, with silver flower, blue radiant stone. They were all top-tier materials. Approximately 30 portions in total, enough for a month of cultivation, far superior to the previous set he had used. Estimating the value of the herbs, Tuoba Chen realized they were worth over 80,000 gold coins, meaning that the Sacred Dragon Sect spent at least 80,000 gold coins monthly on his medicinal baths, not to mention other resources. However, instead of feeling elated, he was overwhelmed by a heavy sense of pressure. This represented 60% of the resources allocated for the younger generation of the sect. As he made his first appearance at the Sacred Dragon Sect, merely showcasing his dragon transformation technique, he had already garnered the attention of the sect leader. It seemed that the Sacred Dragon Sect had not seen many talents in recent years. He had heard that Tuoba Chen had an innate soul power of level 9 upon awakening, and his grandfather was also at level 9. Yet, in their generation, not a single individual had reached that level. Moreover, the white-armored earth dragon martial soul cultivated slowly, requiring additional time for the dragon transformation technique. Tuoba Chen sensed a hint of desperation in Tuoba Chen's actions. As long as a titled Douluo emerged from the younger generation, the Sacred Dragon Sect could at least maintain its position among the lower 4 sections. Subsequently, Tuoba Chen produced a slip of paper and began to patiently explain the usage of the herbs to Tuoba Chen. He refrained from disclosing that he had previously enjoyed this level of treatment, for reasons unknown. Upon hearing from his father that the sect's cultivation resources would be heavily tilted toward Tuoba Chen, he felt a sense of relief. It was not that he lacked the desire to train, but rather that he found the pressure overwhelming. Observing Tuoba Chen's solemn expression, Tuoba Chen understood his thoughts. He opened his mouth to speak, but found no words, ultimately offering a simple, "Do your best," before leaving Tuoba Chen alone with the pile of herbs, lost in contemplation. However, Tuoba Chen quickly reassured himself. He was a transmigrator, the legendary Protagonist. If he could not succeed, who could? With this thought in mind, he immediately set about preparing a new medicinal bath as instructed by Tuoba Chen. Before returning to resume his training, before beginning this new round of practice, he selected a fruit known as the infinite fruit from the array of herbs and consumed it in a few bites. This fruit was rich in energy, but it was not suitable for use in a medicinal bath. It could only be consumed raw. Its purpose was straightforward: upon consumption, the energy it contained would gradually seep into the host's body during training, aiding in the enhancement of physical strength. The infinite fruit could be considered the most precious among the herbs, priced at 2,000 gold coins each, with a top-tier membership card from the Seven Treasures Trade Association. One could purchase it for only 1,500 gold coins. Previously, Tuoba Chen had found the cost prohibitive and refrained from using it. Now, however, he found himself in a position to utilize such high-grade materials for cultivation daily. After consuming a single fruit, he executed 3 sets of dragon form exercises before finally halting and stepping into the already prepared advanced medicinal bath. The moment he entered the bath, he experienced a peculiar sensation, distinct from the refreshing feeling of previous medicinal baths. This bath, crafted from high-quality materials, was incredibly viscous, making him feel as if he had submerged into a thick gel. Simultaneously, as he began to train, he discovered that not only were his physical ailments healing, but his training speed was also accelerating. If the previous Tsunglong technique had increased his speed from 1 to 1.5, now it was elevated to 2. He could distinctly feel his skin, flesh, bones, marrow, and organs gradually enhancing. However, a sense of concern began to creep in. Would these herbs prove too potent? Once absorbed, he would undoubtedly be bursting with energy, leaving him unable to sleep at night. Would he need to train throughout the night? After worrying, he felt a surge of exhilaration. With such abundant resources at his disposal, should he still fail to surpass Tang San, he might as well accept defeat. It took him a full 4 hours to completely absorb the resources, and once finished, he was treated to the sect's special nutritious meal. After all, being a key training target of the sect, his meals were transformed into 3 daily servings of meat from century-old soul beasts, with a special treat of millennium soul beast meat on weekends. It was said that even Tuoba, she did not enjoy such privileges, as he savored the unknown soul beast jerky in his hand. Tuoba Chen could not help but lament the drabness of the lives of the wealthy. Why was it that every time he felt he was living in luxury, the heavens would remind him otherwise? Tuoba Chen held a deep disdain for such opulent living, and to spare others from experiencing similar torment, he resolved to endure it alone. Mua, this jerky is truly delightful. Chapter 59. Cousins. Afterward, Tuoba Chen practiced diligently until the late hours of the night before finally succumbing to sleep. It was not that he was genuinely fatigued, but rather he considered that at his young age, it was prudent to reserve some time for slumber. After all, what if he could not grow tall in the future? Meanwhile, Tuoba Yu, who had just returned to his residence after having a tooth knocked out by Tuoba Chen's punch, noticed that the previously unoccupied courtyard across from him was now illuminated. Intrigued, he pondered the significance of this light. There were a total of 15 such courtyards here, inhabited by the 14 grandchildren of 8 elders and Tuoba Yunhai. The fact that the courtyard across was lit hinted that a descendant of one of the elders had moved in. Although curiosity piqued him, he decided to wait until the following day to pay a visit, as it would be more courteous to get acquainted with new neighbors. He had just visited his grandfather to inquire about Tuoba Chen. Although he did not know the boy's name, he could easily identify him by appearance. After all, the children of Shenlong sect generally possessed a sturdy and honest demeanor, and Tuoba Chen was rather exceptional in that regard. With these thoughts in mind, he lay down to sleep, but due to the lingering pain in his mouth, he tossed and turned until the late hours. At the break of dawn, long before sunrise, Tuoba Chen arose. The medicinal herbs he consumed yesterday had proven overly nourishing. To be frank, he still felt a surplus of energy within him, leaving him restless and unable to sleep. Opting to rise and exercise, he retrieved a long and used weighted garment from his dragon fall. Previously, he had refrained from wearing it due to the challenging nature of practicing the dragon form technique. However, it seemed that this weighted garment would now serve a purpose. Once donned, Tuoba Chen felt only a slight heaviness in his body. After all, compared to before, his physical strength had ascended to an entirely different level. Yet, this was merely the beginning. He anticipated that training while wearing it would undoubtedly provide a markedly different experience. In the early morning, knock, knock, knock. As Tuoba Chen was drenched in sweat from his training, he suddenly heard a knock at the courtyard door. Is anyone there? I am Tuoba Yu, your neighbor. The voice from outside struck a chord of familiarity in his mind, yet he could not quite recall who it belonged to. He approached and opened the courtyard door to find a child standing before him, missing a front tooth. Tuoba Chen. Tuoba Yu found himself in a rather awkward situation, and after a prolonged silence, he let out a huff and departed. Observing the retreating figure, he wondered if this mischievous child had truly come to pay a visit. Rubbing his head, he realized that perhaps the child was not as intolerable as he had initially thought. Reflecting on his actions from the previous day, he acknowledged that perhaps he had been a tad excessive in knocking out the other's front tooth. Nevertheless, he could not be bothered to chase after him. Admitting fault was out of the question, and it was clear that the other party would not have acted unless provoked. Ultimately, he concluded that the blame lay with the other person. Thus, Tuoba Chen pondered as night descended. Tuoba Chen entered the medicinal bath with a weary countenance. Truth be told, he had not felt such exhaustion in quite some time, yet he was invigorated. He had completely assimilated the boundless fruit today, albeit at the cost of excruciating pain with every slight movement of his arms. Nonetheless, this sacrifice was entirely worthwhile. Given his current pace of cultivation, he could sense the visible enhancement of his physical strength. As a result, the capacity for soul power within his body would naturally increase, for the sturdier his physical vessel, the more tightly he could compress his soul power. This iterative process would inevitably lead to a higher threshold for the years his next soul ring could endure. As for the exact extent, that remained uncertain. However, he could enlist Tuoba Meng's assistance to assess his limits. Knowing where his boundaries lay would clarify the duration that his soul rings could withstand. Of course, there was a minor drawback. The soul power required for his ascension had increased. Yet, this was a trivial concern, as he possessed ample resources for cultivation, ultimately resulting in an acceleration of his training. 6 days later, within the Sacred Dragon Sect, individuals constantly traversed the main hall, seemingly preparing for something. Tuoba Chen pushed open the unadorned wooden door, stepping out of the small courtyard for the first time in 6 days. During this interval, he had not squandered a single moment. Meals had been delivered to him, his garments washed, and aside from his training, there was little that required his personal attention. As fate would have it, just as he was about to exit, he encountered the little rascal whom he had knocked a tooth out of with a single punch. Tuoba Chen was somewhat taken aback. The dawn was just breaking, likely a little past 5 o'clock, and judging by the lad's demeanor, he appeared to be heading towards the training grounds. It was quite unexpected to find the little fellow so diligent. Upon catching sight of Tuoba Chen, Tuoba Yu immediately turned to leave. In the past few days, he had discerned the identity of the young prodigy before him, the grandson of the esteemed elder Tuoba Meng, who, at the tender age of 8, had already transcended to the second tier of the transformation of dragons technique, surpassing even his own peer, Haiyun Ge. Though still youthful and not yet of high rank, the sect was already investing considerable resources in his training. It was merely a matter of time before he eclipsed Tuoba Haiyun. Regret washed over Tuoba Yu for ambushing Tuoba Chen on that fateful day, and upon seeing him today, he hastily made his exit. Observing the reaction of Tuoba Yu, Tuoba Chen had no intention of pursuing him to mock. After all, the child was likely aware of his own fear now. Reflecting on the encounter, he resolved to be more careful in future confrontations, lest he inadvertently knock out another's teeth. With these thoughts in mind, he ambled toward the main hall, where a capable-looking elder was busily orchestrating the arrangements for the Sacred Dragon Feast. Upon Tuoba Chen's arrival, the elder paid him no heed, not out of unfamiliarity, but because he was Tuoba Yu's grandfather, the fourth elder of the Sacred Dragon Sect, Tuoba Chen. Though Tuoba Chen was undoubtedly talented, the memory of having lost his grandson's tooth lingered, making it difficult to view him favorably. Having spent only a short while in the hall, Tuoba Chen soon grew weary. What was the purpose of his outing? Strolling about yielded no enhancement to his cultivation. It would be wiser to return and train. However, just as he turned to depart, he noticed 3 small figures peeking from behind the door, their heads barely visible. Approaching them, he startled the trio. Standing before them, Tuoba Chen inquired, "Who are you, and why are you spying on me?" Yet, the children were unafraid. After all, he was merely an 8-year-old boy, and with his charming appearance, he hardly bore the visage of a villain, easily winning the affection of the young ones. "Tuoba Chen, we are your younger brothers and sisters," one slightly older boy explained. Yes, your younger brothers and sisters," chimed in a little girl beside him. "Younger brothers and sisters," echoed the last boy. "Younger siblings, you say? It seems my father has several brothers and sisters," Tuoba Chen mused. "What brings you to seek me?" Yes, mother sent us to find you," they chorused. Their synchronized response was quite impressive. Tuoba Chen surmised that their mother was likely his aunt, though he wondered what she required of him. Nonetheless, he reassured himself that she would not wish him harm. "Very well. Lead the way," he instructed. The 3 children responded in unison. They took hold of Tuoba Chen's hands and guided him toward the residence of the steward. In the Sacred Dragon Sect, the direct descendants enjoyed their own accommodations, and the steward was no exception. From a distance, he spotted his father engaged in conversation with a robust young woman, who, he presumed, was his aunt. True to his expectations, upon seeing her, the 3 little ones dashed toward the woman, who promptly scooped each of them into her arms. Upon seeing him, Tuoba Yin immediately greeted, "Xiao Chun, this is your aunt, your father's sister. Xiaoyu, this is my son. What do you think? Handsome, isn't he?" After Tuoba Yin finished speaking, Tuoba Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, Tuoba Chun was rather handsome. "Hello, aunt," Tuoba Chun said politely. Hello, little Chun," Tuoba Yu replied, affectionately ruffling his hair. Feeling the warmth on his head, Tuoba Chun was somewhat displeased. In his hometown, there was a superstition that patting one's head stunted growth. In his previous life, he stood at a mere 159 centimeters. He recalled a time during military conscription when all his other metrics were qualified, yet he ultimately fell short at the height requirement of 160 centimeters. This incident had left him with lingering insecurities about his stature. He hoped that in this lifetime, he could grow a bit taller. Thus, he harbored a strong aversion to such head-patting gestures. However, upon observing the impressive biceps of his aunt, Tuoba Chen chose to acquiesce. Upon observing, Tuoba Yin chuckled softly and remarked, "All right, Xiaoyu," cease caressing Chinnare's head. He does not appreciate it. With that, Tuoba Yu withdrew her hand. Subsequently, Tuoba Yin continued. "This summer, you shall accompany your aunt to learn about soul force control." Soul force control? To be candid, Tuoba Chen has already attained a commendable level of proficiency in soul force control. He can even alter the manner in which he employs his soul skills, having reached the stage of creating his own techniques. After all, having studied under Qin Ming for 2.5 years, he is no fool. It is improbable that he would lack the ability to control his soul force. Nevertheless, Tuoba Yin persisted in his monologue, stating, "As white-armored Earth Dragon Soul Masters, we often waste considerable amounts of soul force during the usage of our skills due to the abundance of soul force within us. Thus, it is imperative that we learn to master this control to prolong our endurance in battle. In this regard, your aunt possesses far greater talent than I. By following her, your progress will be swift." Upon hearing Tuoba Yin's remarks, Tuoba Chen found himself at a loss for how to respond. For he had already mastered the control of soul power to an exceptional degree. However, in order to avoid hindering his own cultivation progress, he ultimately declined the offer. "I apologize, aunt. I believe my command over soul power is sufficient, and I do not require further instruction." Tuoba Yin and Tuoba Yu were both taken aback by Tuoba Chen's refusal. Made it clear that could not refuse anything related to cultivation. Did he not understand the advantages of mastering soul power? However, before could speak, interjected, "Little Chun, If that is the case, I shall not force you. Her tone was unmistakably displeased. In the Sacred Dragon Sect, numerous juniors sought her guidance, yet she often dismissed them. It was only due to the fact that he was her elder brother's child that she felt compelled to intervene. Upon hearing S. tone, realized that she had misunderstood him. To avoid unnecessary confusion, he decided it best to clarify. Aunt, please do not be upset. It is not that I do not wish to learn from you. Rather, I have already mastered the technique of controlling soul power, hence I did not want to trouble you. Was somewhat taken aback by S. response. As he was unaware of his son's progress at school, in his mind, it was already quite commendable to have achieved such results at his age. He could hardly fathom that he had the time to delve into the intricacies of soul power control. Shared a similar sentiment. Seeing their expressions, it was evident they were skeptical. With a sigh, proposed, how about I demonstrate? They were eager to witness whether his claims held any truth. Despite standing before a soul emperor and a soul saint, felt no trepidation. During his 2 years at the academy, he had nearly perfected the application of his first soul skill, exploring every conceivable use. My martial soul, manifest. Upon uttering these words, 2 soul rings, one yellow and one purple, emerged around him. S. eyes widened with astonishment. Although she had heard of his soul ring configuration, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. Stirring her curiosity, Earth Spike, without any forewarning, unleashed the Earth Spike skill upon the training Iron Man in's courtyard. Instantly, 3 robust, sharp spikes pierced the Iron Man. Perhaps due to the Iron Man's formidable hardness, the spikes did not penetrate, but the contact produced a harsh metallic screech. Observing this, nodded in approval. To execute such an Earth Spike at merely level 22 was indeed remarkable. However, she believed that achieving this was not overly challenging. With sufficient soul power input, it could be accomplished. If's claim of mastering soul power were limited to this, she would feel somewhat disheartened. Fortunately, showed no intention of retracting his martial soul, indicating that he had more to showcase. Taking a deep breath, his first soul ring glowed once again, but this time the name of the skill he invoked was different. Earth Sink. As he spoke, the ground beneath the Iron Man suddenly became exceptionally loose, causing the heavy iron figure to sink, leaving only its head exposed. This sight astonished both and his sister. Had truly developed a self-created soul skill, reaching such heights during his time at the academy? Yet, his performance was far from over. He manipulated the earth to raise the Iron Man back to the surface and then declared, Earth Burial. With that command, the soil around the Iron Man surged upward, enveloping him entirely and sealing him within, creating an airtight tomb. The principle behind the Earth Spike was to alter the Earth structure. Over the past 2 years, he had transformed his first soul skill into something akin to a technique of earth manipulation, allowing him to change the structure of the ground to a certain extent at will. After demonstrating several more skills, he finally retracted his martial soul, feeling satisfied that he had sufficiently proved his ability to control his soul power. Turning around, he found both individuals regarding him with solemn expressions. With a grave expression, Tuoba Chen inquired, Chen, just how many soul techniques of your own creation have you mastered? His tone was solemn, as he believed he knew his son well. However, the proficiency displayed by the young man exceeded his expectations, rendering him almost unrecognizable. In response to Tuoba Chen's question, he replied nonchalantly, 17 in total. I have collectively named them Earth Escape. Although Tuoba Chen was unfamiliar with the concept of Earth Escape, he refrained from asking further questions, realizing that excessive inquiries would only serve to make him seem verbose. Conversely, Tuoba Chen's aunt exhibited even greater enthusiasm than Tuoba Chen. She playfully wrapped her arm around Tuoba Chen's neck and exclaimed, Well done, young man. You are indeed your father's son. It seems my previous intention to teach you is somewhat unnecessary. Your control over soul power likely surpasses ours. You truly are remarkable. The words spoken by Tuoba you were not merely a display of modesty. The mastery of soul force is inherently linked to one's innate talent. Some individuals may dedicate their entire lives to practice without notable progress, while others might grasp it within mere days. Clearly, Tuoba Chen possesses a remarkable aptitude in this regard. Subsequently, Tuoba Chen engaged in a conversation with Tuoba Yu, who adeptly persuaded him to assist in caring for her children. After spending an entire day together, he learned the names of the 3 little ones, the eldest, Tuoba Ri, the second, Tuoba Yu, and the youngest, Tuoba Xing. How convenient for their parents to have chosen names that reflect the celestial bodies. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the grand Saint Dragon Feast commenced. The Saint Dragon Sect was illuminated with a plethora of lights, as every direct disciple of the sect gathered for this decennial celebration. With all present and accounted for, the esteemed Tuoba Shi raised his cup, draining its contents in one swift motion before proclaiming the initiation of the feast. A chorus of cheers erupted from the crowd. For the occasion was indeed special. All the culinary offerings consisted of the flesh of century-old soul beasts, and the beverages were crafted from rare medicinal herbs. The outer disciples, who seldom encountered such delicacies, eagerly indulged themselves. Amidst the festivities, Tuoba Chen felt somewhat out of place, not due to pretentiousness, but because he had recently dined on the meat of millennium-old soul beasts. Given the gathering of everyone, he felt compelled to attend. especially since the Saint Dragon battle was to be held on the final day and rumors hinted at additional activities in the coming days. Though unaware of what these events entailed, he deemed it prudent to participate, confident that he would not regret it. 3 hours later, as the guests reveled in their feasting and merriment, Tuoba Chen observed that the crowd had nearly finished their meal and stood to announce, "It appears that everyone has dined sufficiently. I hereby declare the commencement of the first day's festivities of the Sacred Dragon Feast, the Beast Battle." His declaration was met with a cacophony of cheers, a testament to Tuoba Chen's esteemed presence. Subsequently, the attendants began to instruct the crowd to step back, forming a large circle. Within this cleared area, attendants stationed themselves at intervals, seemingly to safeguard the spectators. Tuoba Chen then noticed, in the distance, a cage being gradually pushed forward. With his keen eyesight, he discerned the creature confined within, a wind leopard. This soul beast, renowned for its swiftness, appeared to be at least 100 years old based on its size. The emergence of the soul beast instilled a sense of unease among the onlookers. It was unlikely they would be expected to battle this wind leopard, especially considering that many among them were merely first-ring soul masters. Their soul rings procured with the aid of their elders, with little to no experience in combat against soul beasts. Gazing at the 2-meter-long wind leopard within the cage, trepidation filled their hearts. However, Tuoba Chen remained unfazed. He had fought against soul beasts even before acquiring his first soul ring. During his 2 excursions to the Sunset Forest, he engaged in battles with soul beasts before locating his target, and through years of study, he had gained substantial insight into the characteristics of various soul beasts. The wind leopard before him was indeed among the elite in terms of speed, with few soul beasts capable of rivaling it in that regard. Nonetheless, the wind leopard was not without its shortcomings. While its explosive power was formidable, its endurance was lacking. If it could not defeat its opponent within 20 minutes, it would likely succumb to fatigue. Although the white-armored Earth Dragon Soul Masters were primarily offensive in nature, they possessed greater defensive capabilities and abundant soul power. In combat against ordinary soul masters, they typically prevailed through attrition, often overwhelming their opponents unless a decisive strike was assured. Thus, the wind leopard should not pose an insurmountable challenge for them, especially given that the attributes of the white-armored Earth Dragon were inherently advantageous against the wind leopard in direct combat. Furthermore, the wind leopard before him appeared significantly emaciated, suggesting it had not fed in quite some time. While hunger could indeed incite a beast's ferocity, its physical condition would greatly impact its performance. This particular wind leopard would likely exhaust itself after merely 15 minutes of combat, and its explosive power would be diminished. However, the other members of the sect, lacking Tuoba Chen's extensive knowledge, were evidently beginning to panic. Tuoba Chen, upon witnessing this wind leopard, you should have grasped the essence of the beast battle. Indeed, the beast battle entails a fierce clash with century-old soul beasts. At this juncture, the faces of the younger generation turned pale. However, Tuoba Chen continued, "Fear not. For the choice to participate in the beast battle lies solely in your hands. Furthermore, should you choose to engage, we assure your safety. This wind leopard has not fed for an entire week, rendering it exceedingly weak. Of course, its hunger has made it quite irritable. Yet, should you approach the combat without trepidation, the price of minor injuries is a small sacrifice for victory. Moreover, should any extraordinary circumstances arise, rest assured that 11 soul saints are present to protect you, and I can guarantee that your lives will remain unharmed." After Tuoba Chen concluded his statement, the crowd felt significantly reassured. Knowing that there was no immediate danger to their lives, they were not entirely averse to taking action. However, despite their words, none were inclined to take the initiative. Just as Tuoba Chen was contemplating his approach, Tuoba, who was not far from him, suddenly declared, "Allow me to take the lead." With that, he stepped forward resolutely. Tuoba Chen was somewhat taken aback upon seeing this fellow, not expecting this mischievous child to possess a modicum of courage. Tuoba gazed at his companions, who looked at him with adoration, feeling a sense of pride swell within him. Although he was merely 8 years old, he had already attained level 18, a remarkable achievement within the Sacred Dragon Sect, considering that their progression was considerably more arduous than that of others. With a gaze of admiration, Tuoba Chen glanced at his counterpart. Although Tuoba displayed a hint of arrogance, he indeed possessed the confidence to back it up. Chapter 62, The Giant Hyena. As Tuoba made his entrance, the wind leopard was also released from its cage. The surrounding attendants conjured a protective barrier with their soul power to safeguard the younger generation present. Faced with the wind leopard, Tuoba felt a twinge of anxiety. Despite his earlier bravado, the terrifying aura exuded by the spirit beast was palpable. Noticing that Tuoba's legs trembled slightly, Tuoba Chen shook his head. The wind leopard appeared weak at the moment. If Tuoba were not overly anxious, he stood a considerable chance of overcoming it. However, excessive trepidation could diminish his odds of victory. Having already taken the stage, Tuoba had no option for retreat. Steeling his resolve, he faced the wind leopard and declared, "First soul skill, bone sword." Instantly, a skeletal longsword materialized in his hand, and with the weapon in his grasp, he felt a surge of reassurance. Tuoba Chen was somewhat taken aback by the manifestation of Tuoba's soul power. The abilities of soul masters were indeed remarkable. Yet, he pondered the quality of weapons forged from such soul energy. The wind leopard regarded the diminutive figure before it, its eyes gleaming with a fierce crimson light. Famished? It had not completely lost its reason, as the surrounding soul masters were far too formidable. It seemed that only this small adversary was viable for a fight. With that thought in mind, the wind leopard lunged at Tuoba Yu without hesitation. The ensuing spectacle revealed to Tuoba Chen the true potential of the weapon crafted through soul skills. Upon witnessing the movements of the wind leopard, Tuoba Yu raised the bone sword in his hand and valiantly defended against the beast's onslaught. The claws of the wind leopard grazed the bone sword, leaving merely a shallow groove. However, when Tuoba Yu ran his fingers over it, the groove was instantaneously smoothed out. Indeed, the weapon was remarkably sturdy, and as long as one possessed soul power, any damage could be effortlessly repaired. Tuoba Chen began to grasp the concept of weapons forged with such soul techniques. After failing to land a decisive blow, the wind leopard continued its assault, not anticipating that a single strike would vanquish its opponent. Meanwhile, Tuoba Yu, having successfully fended off the attack, felt a surge of confidence. This soul beast was not as formidable as it seemed. Aside from its swiftness, its offensive capabilities were rather unimpressive. Before long, both combatants found themselves locked in a protracted battle. As Tuoba Chen had surmised, after a quarter of an hour, the wind leopard's aggression began to wane, while Tuoba Yu remained remarkably composed. Ultimately, 20 minutes into the confrontation, Tuoba Yu thrust his sword through the wind leopard's throat. At the instant the bone sword pierced the creature's body, Tuoba Chen distinctly observed numerous barbs suddenly manifest along the blade. With a swift pull, Tuoba Yu exacerbated the damage, and the wind leopard collapsed in an instant. The surrounding clansmen erupted into applause for Tuoba Yu. Basking in the accolades, Tuoba Yu felt a profound sense of satisfaction. And Tuoba Shi announced, Tuoba Yu has successfully completed the challenge, earning 100 personal points. Upon hearing these words, Tuoba Yu felt a surge of joy. He had initially believed this was merely a demonstration, unaware that it came with a reward of sect points. The disciples residing within the sect could earn points monthly, which could be exchanged for various items. Outer disciples received 10 points, inner disciples 20 points, and core disciples 50 points each month. While Tuoba Yu was a core disciple, the 100 points he had just earned equated to 2 months' worth of points, allowing him to acquire a wealth of valuable items. As the crowd envied Tuoba Yu, Tuoba Chen recognized the formidable power of weapons created through soul techniques. As for rewards, he was indifferent. His monthly cultivation resources were abundant enough to render such matters trivial. Soon, the carcass of the wind leopard was dragged away, and Tuoba Chen vaguely saw it being sent towards the kitchen. However, his concern was not with the fate of the wind leopard's remains. What mattered more was that the second soul beast was being brought forth. Before him stood a gigantic hyena, a 200-year-old beast. While this creature might pose a challenge to others, Tuoba Chen remained unimpressed. After all, it was merely a 200-year-old soul beast. Perhaps he would be intrigued only if a soul beast of 500 years or more were to appear. Tuoba Chen distinctly recalled that the bite force of a hyena surpasses that of a lion. Although the name hyena contains the word dog, it is, in fact, a member of the feline family, merely resembling a dog in appearance. The reason for its superior bite force compared to a lion, yet its inability to overpower one, primarily lies in the difference in size and the structure of their canine teeth. In terms of size, although hyenas are generally much larger than leopards, they are still slightly smaller than lions. The strength of bite force is determined by the shape of the teeth, yet in combat, it is the canine teeth that matter most. The formidable canine teeth of lions and similar apex predators allow them to easily dispatch hyenas. However, the colossal hyena before them was significantly larger than most spirit beasts of the lion and tiger variety, possessing a strength that likely far exceeded that of the previous wind leopard. Contrary to Tuoba Chen's expectation that the crowd would fall silent the moment the giant hyena appeared, the atmosphere became lively. I want to challenge the second spirit beast. Hey, move aside. Let me in. I want to give it a try. Witnessing this scene, Tuoba Chen shook his head, realizing that these young ones were utterly unaware of the dangers they faced. This 200-year-old giant hyena, measuring 4 meters in length, was evidently much stronger than the previous wind leopard. However, when he turned his gaze to Tuoba Shi, he found the boy stifling a laugh. Tuoba Chen immediately understood. During his previous visit to the library with Tuoba Haiyan, he noticed that aside from a few adults, there were hardly any children present. These youngsters likely had little interest in reading, resulting in a significant lack of knowledge about spirit beasts. If this battle could help them recognize the importance of understanding spirit beasts, then enduring a few minor injuries would be worthwhile. With this thought, Tuoba Chen smiled, realizing that first-hand experience was indeed the best teacher. Ultimately, the one who stepped forward to challenge the giant hyena was a 9-year-old boy. Although this boy was 1 year older than Tuoba Yu, he was still at level 18. And his progress in the first layer of the dragon transformation technique was somewhat slower, making his overall strength comparable to that of his peers. As he entered the arena, the giant hyena was released from its cage. Instantly, the boy felt an overwhelming pressure. The moment the giant hyena was freed, it charged at him with ferocity. Due to the immediate threat, he barely had time to react before being whisked away by a steward. The spot he had just occupied was now filled by the gaping maw of the giant hyena. The recently rescued disciple glanced nervously at the giant hyena on stage. While the surrounding youths fell silent, the air thick with an eerie tension, the boy who had just stepped onto the stage was no novice. He ranked among the top 10 in strength among them, aside from a few who had surpassed level 20 and Tuoba. There were hardly any peers who could rival him. His defeat surprised everyone. Upon witnessing this scene, Tuoba feigned seriousness and remarked, "Is there no one left? What happened to the enthusiasm just moments ago? A mere 200-year-old giant hyena, and yet you all falter at the slightest setback. Tuoba Feng. You had every opportunity to triumph over it, but your overconfidence led you to neglect your spirit and take the stage unprepared. You deserve your defeat. And what of you all? Do you lack even the courage to attempt? If you attended class diligently each day, you would surely understand the weaknesses of the giant hyena." His words left the crowd feeling deeply ashamed, particularly Tuoba Feng, who wished he could vanish into the earth. In truth, Tuoba Shi's admonishment bore a hint of insincerity. The giant hyena had only been starved for 2 days, its strength largely intact, potent enough to breach the defenses of their white armor Earth Dragon Soul Masters. Nevertheless, he spoke thus to encourage them, for without such battles, their growth would be significantly stunted. After a considerable wait, a second challenger finally emerged. Unlike the previous participant, this one was a 21st level Great Soul Master, albeit at the tender age of 10. He had not stepped forward earlier out of disinterest rather than fear, as the prospect of facing a 200-year-old soul beast failed to excite him. Only upon realizing the absence of other challengers did he decide to make an appearance. Tuoba felt a tinge of disappointment upon seeing the second challenger approach the giant hyena. He had hoped for the beast to engage with several more disciples before being sent to the kitchen. However, due to the challenger's status as a great soul master, the 200-year-old giant hyena was ultimately bested, its neck snapped in the struggle. Observing this, Tuoba furrowed his brow. Recognizing that it was unlikely for any soul master below level 20 to step forward now, he then exchanged a few words with the attendant beside him. Shortly thereafter, following the announcement of rewards, a third soul beast was brought forth. As Tuoba Chen beheld the new contender, his gaze sharpened upon the sight of a 500-year-old giant-toothed golden leopard. The 3-meter-long creature within the iron cage commanded his attention, for it was vastly different from the previous wind leopard. In terms of strict comparison, the earlier wind leopard could be likened to the cheetah of the original world, that infamous wild feline. In stark contrast, the giant-toothed golden leopard resembled the leopard, not to be confused with the cheetah, though they appeared similar. The giant-toothed golden leopard's prowess far surpassed that of the cheetah and even exceeded that of the striped hyena. The sect master had indeed orchestrated this challenge with cunning. He first unleashed the relatively weaker wind leopard, and after its defeat, deliberately increased the difficulty by introducing the more formidable giant hyena. Following that, feigning disappointment, he brought forth the giant-toothed golden leopard, which bore a striking resemblance to the wind leopard, creating an illusion that all leopard-type soul beasts were feeble. In reality, the indomitable giant-toothed golden leopard was poised to challenge them. Indeed, a young soul master had already fallen for the ruse, eagerly stepping onto the stage to confront the newly revealed leopard-type soul beast. Tuoba Chen sighed, remarking that a soul master must diligently read and study, otherwise they might remain oblivious to the strength of their opponents, leaving them unaware of how their demise might unfold in the future. Tuoba had not anticipated that there would be challengers who had yet to reach the great soul master level. To be honest, he did not harbor as many thoughts as Tuoba Chen had speculated. He merely dispatched soul beasts in a progressive order of strength. However, he was taken aback to discover that his own disciples could not even distinguish between a wind leopard and a giant-toothed golden leopard. As expected, 3 seconds later, the young soul master was rescued by a steward. The crowd had now come to understand the prowess of the giant-toothed golden leopard. Although its speed did not match that of the wind leopard, its overall melee capabilities utterly surpassed those of the wind leopard, and this was still a 500-year-old soul beast. Tuoba Chen surveyed his surroundings and noted that no one dared to ascend the arena. Thus, he took the initiative to step forward. A soul beast that had existed for 5 centuries indeed possessed the qualifications to challenge him. The moment he made his entrance, he captivated the attention of all present. The elders in attendance were well aware of his significance. He was one of only 2 individuals in the illustrious history of the Holy Dragon Sect to have transcended the second layer of the transformation of the dragon technique before reaching the 20th level. The younger generation recognized him from the day he had decisively knocked out Tuoba's tooth during the martial arts exhibition. Despite the intense scrutiny, Tuoba Chen remained remarkably composed. After all, at the Tiando Royal Junior Academy, he had grown accustomed to being the center of attention on a daily basis. Upon his entrance, Tuoba Chen immediately unleashed his martial soul, with 1 yellow and 1 purple soul ring that dazzled all who beheld them. Due to his consumption of the Hanlian grass, he emanated an aura of chilling coldness that captivated the hearts and minds of those around him. In this moment, although his height was a mere 155 centimeters, his presence loomed at an imposing 280 centimeters, rivaling even the formidable giant-toothed golden leopard. The one most eager for Tuoba Chen's performance was Tuoba, who harbored a fervent hope that Tuoba Chen could vanquish the giant-toothed golden leopard. This desire was not born out of magnanimity or forgiveness for having lost a tooth in their previous encounter. but rather from the notion that if Tuoba Chen triumphed over the beast, the embarrassment of his own lost tooth would diminish, after all, in Tuoba's eyes. Losing to a powerful adversary was not disgraceful. However, should Tuoba Chen falter, it would be he who felt the shame. With this thought in mind, he nearly found himself shouting encouragement to Tuoba Chen. As Tuoba Chen took the stage, the giant-toothed golden leopard instinctively sensed the danger posed by this human cub and hesitated to strike. Observing the leopard's uncertainty, Tuoba Chen placed his hands on the ground. Seizing the opportunity to initiate the attack, with a swift maneuver, he executed the ground spikes. The giant-toothed golden leopard, perplexed by Tuoba Chen's actions, was caught off guard as several slender spikes erupted from beneath its feet without warning. The sharp spikes penetrated its soft abdomen, piercing through to its innards, and blood spilled forth in torrents, signaling its imminent demise. In an astonishing display, the once feared giant-toothed golden leopard succumbed in less than 3 seconds, falling lifelessly at Tuoba Chen's feet. Only Tuoba Yin and Tuoba Yu remained composed, as though they had anticipated this outcome all along. Tuoba Shi was somewhat astonished. Pondering the technique recently employed by Tuoba Chen, it resembled a ground spike yet bore distinct differences. Was it a self-created soul technique? Chapter 64. The Exchange Pavilion. The seasoned elders displayed a semblance of composure, yet those of Tuoba Chen's generation were unable to mask their astonishment. Their eyes fervently scrutinized Tuoba Chen. However, Tuoba Chen himself remained unfazed. Such soul beasts were merely soft in the abdomen, his improved version of the ground spike. The ground spike charge diverged from the original. The traditional ground spike would cause the earth to swell slightly before activation, giving the adversary a chance to prepare. In contrast, the reformed ground spike charge divided a substantial surge of soul power into several smaller streams, resulting in minimal visible change to the terrain during activation. Unless one possessed the ability to perceive the flow of soul power through the soil, there was little to worry about. Not everyone possessed the purple extreme magic eye. And even those who did might not discern the movement of soul power. The ability to achieve a swift defeat stemmed primarily from his overwhelming advantage over the opponent. After all, soul beasts, despite being more intelligent than the wild beasts of the past, still paled in comparison to humans. They could never fathom that Tuoba Chen could launch an assault on their weaknesses without approaching them directly. Thus, he felt no particular emotion upon annihilating the giant-toothed golden leopard. After a considerable time, once Tuoba Chen returned to the audience, Tuoba Shi praised him and rewarded him with 500 points. Subsequently, Tuoba Shi dispatched 2 more soul beasts, each aged 500 years. Initially, he had only prepared 5 soul beasts, as the participants in the beast battles were all seedlings from the family. However, he had not anticipated that 3 would be swiftly eliminated. Ultimately, once all the beasts were vanquished, the beast battle came to an end. With the conclusion of the contest, the remaining individuals faced 2 choices: to return and rest or to continue reveling. Approximately 90% of the clan members opted to continue celebrating, while only a select few, like Tuoba Chen, who adhered rigorously to their physical management, chose to rest or further cultivate. Due to the events of the previous night, many were resting during the day. Yet this was inconsequential, for the Sacred Dragon Feast was held in the evening. In the early morning, Tuoba Chen rose, but unlike his usual routine, he did not continue his workout after completing his morning exercises. Instead, he ventured outside, a rare occurrence. Having earned 500 points from the beast fighting competition the previous day, he found that keeping them was of little use, and it would be more prudent to expend them. Upon arriving at the Exchange Pavilion, Tuoba Chen noticed an elderly man seated at the counter, engrossed in a book. The old man paused at Tuoba Chen's arrival, momentarily taken aback as he searched his memory for the young man's visage and inquired, "Are you new here? I don't believe I've seen you before." Preferring solitude, the elder had not attended the St. Dragon Feast the day before and thus missed witnessing Tuoba Chen's remarkable performance. Acknowledging the elder's question, Tuoba Chen nodded and replied, "Indeed. Esteemed sir, I am a newcomer." The elder continued, "Since this is your first visit, allow me to explain the rules here. To enter the Exchange Pavilion, you must swipe your identity token. You are familiar with what an identity token is, I presume?" Upon hearing this, Tuoba Chen nodded. Recalling how Tuoba Hien had presented him with his exclusive token on the first day he entered the Sacred Dragon Sect. As he produced his identity token, the elder expressed surprise. "I did not expect you to be a core disciple, and a newcomer at that. Your strength is quite commendable. I appreciate your kind words." Tuoba Chen responded. After swiping the token, his personal information appeared beside him. Name: Tuoba Chen, Grand Elder's grandson. Status: core disciple, one of the sect master's heirs. Points balance: 2,000. Stunned by the information displayed, Tuoba Chen wondered, wasn't it 500? Why do I have 2,000? What is the meaning of this? The elder, noticing Tuoba Chen's confusion, explained, "Are you curious as to why you possess such a substantial amount of points?" Tuoba Chen nodded and said, "Do you know why?" "Of course, I know. Tuoba Chen, you have been away for so long that you are not well acquainted with the internal affairs of the sect. As the son of an elder, once you turn 6 and possess innate soul power of at least level 7, you are directly classified as a core disciple within the sect. From that moment on, irrespective of your location, as long as you do not betray the sect, points will be automatically credited to your identity token each month." Upon hearing the elder's response, Tuoba Chen nodded, realizing that he would indeed have 2,000 points. Being 8.5 years old, he had been accumulating points for 30 months since turning 6, earning 50 points each month, totaling 1,500 points. Plus the 500 points awarded for the beast fighting competition, which brought him to exactly 2,000. Contemplating this, Tuoba Chen felt a surge of joy. The sect system was remarkably humane. This meant he could exchange for more items. Subsequently, under the Elder's guidance, he bypassed the first and second levels and directly ascended to the third level. Access to this level required at least the status of a deacon, but Tuoba Chen, as the heir of the sect leader, held an equivalent status, allowing him entry. To his surprise, he found that the third level was filled with a plethora of items. Far more than he had anticipated. There were over 500 varieties of herbs and weapons, and he also discovered the presence of soul-guiding devices not far away. After perusing the selection, he realized he was not lacking in herbs unless they were of the highest quality. The monthly allocation from the sect was enough to keep him well supplied. As for the soul-guiding devices, their prices were exorbitant, and he already possessed the Songlong pendant, making them unnecessary. Thus, he was left with only weapons to consider. In the Douluo continent, many soul masters utilized weapons to some extent, as not everyone could elevate their rank to soul sovereign or higher. Weapons significantly enhanced a soul master's combat capability, especially in lower-tier battles. A well-trained fighter could surpass bare-handed combat even in high-level confrontations. After surveying the entire third level, Tuoba Chen finally focused on 3 weapons. The first was a secret silver meteor hammer, priced at 1,900 points, crafted entirely from secret silver, incredibly heavy, with tremendous lethality. Its flaw lay in its excessive weight, demanding considerable strength from the wielder. The white armor Earth Dragon Soul Masters possessed great power, making this type of hammer weapon particularly suitable for them. The second weapon was the Extreme Ice Emperor's Blade, priced at 1,800 points, made primarily from a special mineral called cold iron, which carried a frost-slowing effect upon attack. The blade was exceptionally sharp, capable of instantly freezing the wounds it inflicted. However, the blade's overwhelming chill could adversely affect the user with prolonged use. This weapon was also highly suitable for him, as he had consumed cold spirit grass, granting him excellent cold resistance. The side effects were negligible for him. This weapon seemed tailor-made for his needs. The final weapon, which Tuoba Chen valued the most, was the Void Cleaving Lance, priced at 2,000 points. Constructed from void stones and earth stones, possessing both ice and earth attributes. When wielded, it allowed ice or earth attribute soul masters to channel their soul power more fluidly, slowly enhancing their soul power recovery speed. It was incredibly sharp, cutting through iron like mud. Its drawback was that only soul masters with ice or earth attributes could use it. After careful consideration, Tuoba Chen ultimately chose the Void Cleaving Lance. For him, the ability to channel soul power was immensely beneficial, especially as he created his unique soul skills, which altered the original method of use and could result in a cumbersome experience. In simpler terms, it would elongate the time he experienced rigidity. With this lance, he would no longer need to worry about that issue, and its minor soul power recovery attribute could serve as a form of recharging, which was quite satisfactory. Additionally, its high cost perfectly matched his 2,000 points. After all, in the exchange hall of the sect, purchasing an expensive item was never a mistake, as the sect would not exploit its own descendants. Furthermore, he had plenty of books at home, so finding a decent set of spear techniques would not be particularly challenging. Once he made his selection, he swiped his identity token for the Void Cleaving Lance and left. As he descended, the elder at the counter glanced at him, somewhat surprised by Tuoba Chen's choice, as most younger disciples typically opted for various herbs. However, being the grandson of the Grand Elder, it was likely he lacked for cultivation resources, considering that 2,000 points was no small sum. With this thought, the elder felt reassured. After bidding farewell to the elder, Tuoba Chen made his way to the library of the Sacred Dragon Sect. Unlike the exchange hall, the library was freely accessible. The reason for this was mainly that the sect's disciples were not particularly fond of reading. They preferred to cultivate in solitude, as learning was often a painful endeavor for most children. Upon approaching the library, he quickly found what he needed: basic spear techniques. He personally believed that mastering spear techniques was essential, especially since he intended to visit Sea God Island in the future. Without a doubt, he would not miss the trials there. After all, for the Shrek 7 monsters, aside from the celestial herbs, the journey to Sea God Island represented their greatest opportunity. Once he became powerful, unless he discovered another more suitable location for divine inheritance, Sea God Island would be among the places he must visit. If he were to obtain the Sea God's divine inheritance, he would acquire the Sea God's trident, as tridents and spears are quite similar in nature. After mastering spear techniques, he could also wield the Sea God's trident effectively. The primary reason for not selecting a trident was that there were no suitable options available in the exchange hall. After registering at the entrance of the library, he returned to his small courtyard, took out the Void Cleaving Lance from the Songlong pendant, and attempted to wield it a couple of times, furrowing his brow. The lance did not feel very comfortable. For him at present, it was too heavy and lengthy. Standing at only 155 centimeters tall, the lance measured an impressive 250 centimeters, making it somewhat unwieldy. However, he reassured himself that as he grew taller, it would become more manageable. Although the void-cleaving lance did not possess a resizing function, he would have to make do for now, believing that he would grow to fit it. Taking out the basic spear techniques, Tuoba Chen diligently practiced the movements detailed within, as the Sacred Dragon Sect's foundational techniques were thoroughly documented, encompassing thrusts, sweeps, blocks, jabs, grabs, and circular motions. Tuoba Chen devoted the entire morning to practicing these fundamental techniques. Given that it was his first encounter with such skills, the results were less than satisfactory. Nevertheless, he managed to form a semblance of proficiency, which appeared somewhat promising. Upon closer inspection, however, one could easily discern numerous shortcomings. Yet, there was little he could do about it, as this was his inaugural foray into marksmanship. Although the outcomes of his practice were not ideal, he harbored no significant disappointment. With diligent practice in the future, unless he utterly lacked talent, it was essential to invest time in honing his skills. Subsequently, he resumed his training in the dragon transformation technique. Time swiftly passed, and soon evening arrived. The proceedings for the next day's Sacred Dragon Feast were largely similar to those of the previous day, featuring a few words from the sect leader, followed by a convivial gathering where everyone indulged in food and drink before the main event commenced. However, unlike the previous day, the following day's contest involved the youth of the sect. This competition was designated for those aged 10 to 25. Akin to the battles among the younger generation scheduled for the next day, albeit with differing rewards, they were not entitled to the Sacred Dragon Pool's benefits, as their physical age had surpassed the threshold. Although the Sacred Dragon Pool would greatly benefit them, it could not achieve perfection. Hence the necessity for differentiated rewards to optimize resource allocation. While this contest was a test among the youth, the younger generation was permitted to participate voluntarily. However, no rewards would be bestowed upon them, as it was unrealistic for a child under 10 to aspire for victory. Nonetheless, it served as invaluable combat experience. Naturally, Tuoba Chen intended to participate in this contest, as opportunities to battle individuals who were just a tier above him were rare. In school, he encountered many novices, while the Amo brothers were exceedingly formidable, leaving few opponents who matched or slightly exceeded his strength. Thus, this contest represented a remarkable opportunity. He promptly registered with Tuoba Shi, who, upon seeing his name, secretly smiled. He was eager to ascertain Tuoba Chen's true capabilities. The beast battle test from the previous day had provided no insights, and he wondered if today's contest would yield better results. Soon, the registration concluded, and the duel was to be conducted under a purportedly fair and transparent drawing system, though it remained uncertain whether Tuoba Shi exerted any clandestine influence over the matches. However, a little manipulation might be beneficial, as Tuoba Shi would likely not pit him against someone whose strength vastly eclipsed his own. Alas, I apologize for the delay in posting due to unforeseen circumstances. Hence, I shall refrain from updating in the early hours. I appreciate your understanding. Chapter 66, Have You Had Enough? Similar to the previous day's stage, the contestants gathered directly at the entrance of the inner hall, which was spacious enough to accommodate their needs, especially since they were not high-ranking spirit masters. Shortly, Tuoba Shi reached into the lottery box, feigning a casual rummage before announcing the first group of initial combatants, Tuoba Chen and Tuoba Yen. As anticipated, Tuoba Chen's name was drawn alongside that of another clan member of comparable strength. Upon seeing his name, Tuoba Chen felt no surprise. Tuoba Shi must be the most eager to ascertain his strength. After all, he had invested considerable resources in Tuoba Chen, and it was only natural for him to gauge whether his investment was worthwhile. The previous day's beast battle had merely showcased Tuoba Chen's erudition and formidable spirit techniques by exploiting his opponent's weaknesses. What Tuoba Shi truly wished to witness was Tuoba Chen's combat awareness and potential. Though Tuoba Shi would not withdraw his support if Tuoba Chen's performance fell short, it was imperative for him to identify any deficiencies in order to devise a more suitable training plan. After all, producing a prodigy was no simple feat, and relinquishing hope was not an option. However, should Tuoba Chen perform egregiously, Tuoba Shi would not squander resources on him. Although the likelihood of such a scenario occurring was minimal, Tuoba Shi harbored hopes for Tuoba Chen's outstanding performance. He had arranged for a clan member named Tuoba Yen to confront him, whose level surpassed that of Tuoba Chen, reaching an impressive level 25. This decision was primarily influenced by Tuoba Chen's second soul ring being a Millennium Soul Ring, which inevitably granted him an edge over soul masters of similar rank. Nevertheless, Tuoba Shi did not expect Tuoba Chen to triumph over his opponent. After all, Tuoba Chen was merely an 8-year-old child, whereas Tuoba Yen had already reached the age of 14. In terms of combat experience, Tuoba Yen was vastly more seasoned, highlighting the significant disparity between a novice and a veteran. Thus, he only hoped that Tuoba Chen could endure the battle without undue humiliation, aiming at least to exchange a few blows. Naturally, a victory would be even more desirable. As the two stepped into the arena, Tuoba Chen was confronted by the sight of a 170-centimeter tall young lady, which induced a considerable amount of pressure upon him, not due to her formidable strength, but rather because of her well-developed physique. Previously, he had managed to regard girls of his age as mere boys, primarily because they had yet to mature physically, allowing him to treat them as playful children without any psychological burden. However, this young lady presented a different challenge. He found himself at a loss. as he considered himself rather conservative. Although he occasionally engaged in playful banter, he had never exploited his youthful identity to partake in any inappropriate antics. Given that this young lady was also of his clan, it was inevitable that their paths would cross frequently in the future. He was keenly aware that any inadvertent contact with her would necessitate taking responsibility, a prospect he wished to avoid. Having resolved this dilemma, he contemplated the areas of her body that he could target during their duel. As for Tuoba Yin, she was not encumbered by such thoughts. Observing the adorable young boy before her, she held no trace of contempt. After all, she had witnessed Tuoba Chen's remarkable prowess in dispatching a soul beast the previous day, a feat she believed she could not replicate. Thus, she felt compelled to summon every ounce of fighting spirit for this encounter. Noticing the seriousness etched upon Tuoba Chen's face, she allowed a slight smile to curve his lips. It was commendable that, despite bearing the title of a genius, Tuoba Chen displayed such caution prior to battle, refusing to underestimate his adversary. She felt a sense of satisfaction with this aspect of his prodigy. He then announced, "The duel begins." In an instant, Tuoba Yin manifested her martial spirit and took the initiative to strike. Observing the imposing figure of the humanoid Mother Tyrannosaurus before him, Tuoba Chen remained remarkably composed, placing both hands upon the ground. "Quake," he declared. However, as Tuoba Yin sprinted forward, she suddenly misstepped, her leg sinking into the earth. And sensing the imbalance in her right leg, she thought to herself that she was in trouble. Nevertheless, Tuoba Chen paid little heed to her predicament. As the moment of rigidity passed, and she had yet to fully extricate herself, he surged forward, aiming a decisive palm strike at her carotid artery. This maneuver was intended solely to temporarily sever her arterial blood flow, inducing a brief state of unconsciousness. A technique he had often employed during his battles over the past 2.5 years, particularly against Avalanche. He held a firm confidence in this strike, assured that it would not inflict any lasting harm upon her physique. Nevertheless, Tuoba Yin was no novice. She had weathered many battles and was not to be compared with the sheltered youth of the academy. She quickly reacted, invoking her second soul skill, Dragon Transformation. In an instant, a thick layer of scales enveloped her form. Tuoba Chen, who had moderated the force of his attack, found that in her eyes, it was akin to a mere tickle. In contrast, Tuoba Yin seized his arm, preventing his escape, and delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. Bang! A muffled sound emanated from Tuoba Chen's abdomen as he felt his innards roiling within him. Tuoba Yin did not relent, seizing this opportunity to unleash a relentless barrage of strikes upon him. After executing a flurry of combination punches, her fist was suddenly grasped by another hand. "Hey, are you done yet?" The unexpected voice resonated from directly ahead, instilling a sense of foreboding within her. Instantly, she felt an overwhelming force pulling at her hand, and she was abruptly yanked out of the fray by Tuoba Chen, who, without hesitation, delivered a powerful punch to her abdomen. In that moment, she too experienced the unsettling turmoil within her belly. The formidable scale she bore did little to mitigate the impact of his assault. Unlike her own attacks, Tuoba Chen offered her no opportunity for reprisal. His unceasing onslaught rendered her utterly defenseless. Ultimately, it was a decisive kick that sent her sprawling out of the competition arena, bringing her suffering to an end. As he observed Tuoba Yin being propelled away, a sense of calm gradually washed over him. This had been a grave misjudgment. He had underestimated his opponent, allowing her to exploit his moment of vulnerability and inflict injury upon him. As a soul master, one should uphold equality, treating all adversaries with the same regard, regardless of gender. This served as a valuable lesson. He ought to refrain from overthinking in the future. Observing the varied reactions from the audience below, some were astonished, while others remained indifferent. The expression on Tuoba Shi's face was rather composed, adhering to convention. Although he had instructed Tuoba Chen not to lose too disgracefully, he was not particularly surprised by Tuoba Chen's victory. After all, the clan member known as Tuoba Yin had only mastered half of the transformation dragon technique thus far. Despite possessing considerable experience, there remained a slight gap in raw strength between him and Tuoba Chen, making Tuoba Chen's triumph unsurprising. Chapter 67, Amir Tuoba Rue. After announcing the results of the match, Tuoba Chen descended to rest. He would soon be required to take the stage again, as a total of 20 young contestants, including himself, were participating in this competition. After the others concluded their matches, he would re-enter the fray, with the top 5 victors receiving rewards from the sect. Upon returning to his position, Tuoba Chen began to replenish his energy with some food. The recent bout with Tuoba Yin had been quite intense, and his abdomen still ached slightly. He picked up a piece of jerky, nibbling on it while watching the ensuing battles. However, just as he took a bite, Tuoba Yin, whom he had just defeated, unexpectedly seated himself beside him, leaving Tuoba Chen feeling somewhat anxious. "Tuoba Chen, yes, is there something you wish to discuss?" Stammering, Tuoba Yin, "It's nothing, I just wanted to check if you were injured. Thank you for earlier, although you struck me quite a few times. It seems only the first blow was forceful. The subsequent hits merely coincided with my own momentum, draining my strength until I was ultimately sent out of the arena, which fortunately left me unscathed. Well, it's only right to give a little leeway since you are a girl." Faced with such a mature and beautiful young lady, Tuoba Chen found himself utterly defenseless. To be honest, he was quite fond of this type, but now that he was involved with Meng Iran, it felt inappropriate to consider other women. It appeared that others were merely expressing their gratitude for his earlier restraint, so it was best not to overthink it. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's response, Tuoba Yan's cheeks flushed slightly as she softly remarked, "Is it because I am a girl? In Shenglong's sect, girls undergo rigorous external cultivation training. It had been ages since anyone had said to her, 'You're a girl, so I will be lenient with you.'" For a moment, her heart was stirred by this unexpected tenderness. However, due to her soft voice and Tuoba Chen's silent recitation of the Great Compassion Mantra, he did not catch her words or notice her expression. Soon, the second match commenced, and Tuoba Chen was taken aback by the participants. One was merely an ordinary direct disciple within the sect, while the other turned out to be Tuoba Heian. The manipulation was evident. Tuoba she had intentionally arranged for a strong and a weak contender, ensuring that some outstanding clansmen would not be eliminated too swiftly. Such underhandedness was truly despicable. Regarding Tuoba Shi's actions, Tuoba Chen felt a profound disdain. Once he ascended to the position of sect leader, he would undoubtedly reform such a system. He would explicitly convey to them that they were inadequate, thus they must face the strong to guarantee their progress and the advancement rate of the powerful. Seeing that he had drawn Tuoba Haiyun, the clansman was taken aback. After all, he was the foremost expert among the younger generation within the clan. How could one possibly contend with that? It was truly a matter of life and death. As expected, once both contenders took the stage, the battle concluded in under a minute due to the immense disparity in spiritual power. Tuoba Chen finally comprehended the prowess of Tuoba Haiyun, who possessed 2 yellow and 2 purple rings, signifying a 4-ring soul master. Although the precise level of Tuoba Haiyun remained elusive, it was evident that he appeared to be no more than 20 years of age. Such innate talent was undoubtedly on par with the likes of Yu Tianheng. However, in comparison to the pinnacle of genius, the gap was still insurmountable. Contemplating this disparity, Tuoba Chen could not help but lament the absence of a top-tier martial soul of his own, akin to Qian Rushiwe's innate soul power of level 20, which evoked a sense of envy. Reflecting on his own progress, he realized that it had taken him 2.5 years merely to attain a semblance of the starting point of those with divine martial souls. Some things, it seemed, could not be envied. Yet, he soon shook his head, reminding himself that possessing the white-armored earth dragon was already commendable. Moreover, heaven had not bestowed upon him an innate soul power of 0, nor had it arranged for a fiancé to withdraw from their engagement. Thus, he had little reason to feel discontented. Once Tuoba Haiyun's battle concluded, the remaining 8 matches, under the covert manipulation of Tuoba Shi, swiftly reached their conclusion. The disparity between strengths rendered the matches lackluster. Tuoba Chen had initially hoped to observe a balanced contest from which he could glean insights, but alas, that was not to be. In the blink of an eye, only 10 contestants remained. Observing those left, Tuoba Chen swallowed hard. While it was true that the younger generation of the Holy Dragon Sect was rather unimpressive, with only Tuoba Haiyun and 2 others having surpassed the Soul Master rank, those 2 appearing to be nearly 25 years of age, their strength was still formidable. Even if Tuoba Shi refrained from manipulating the outcomes this time, the remaining contestants were all at least level 33 Soul Venerables, leaving Tuoba Chen with exceedingly slim odds of victory. Tuoba Shi observed Tuoba Chen below the stage, contemplating whether he should arrange a few more opponents for him. After all, Tuoba Chen had just defeated that female disciple solely relying on his innate combat skills, without utilizing a single soul technique. After a moment of reflection, Tuoba Shi ultimately decided to conduct another test. He then reached into the wooden box and drew out 2 small slips of paper, proclaiming, in the first match, Tuoba Chen will face Tuoba Rue. Upon hearing his name, Tuoba Chen prepared to take the stage. As he stood up, Tuoba Yin, beside him, whispered, "Good luck." Though spoken in hushed tones, Tuoba Chen caught the words and replied, "Thank you." "You're welcome," she responded softly. Among the remaining 9 contestants, Tuoba Rue was the only one whom Tuoba Chen believed he could triumph over. Meanwhile, upon realizing that his opponent was Tuoba Chen, Tuoba Rue's eyes sparkled with excitement. He understood that if he won this match, he would secure a place among the top 5. He was acutely aware of his own strength and had previously regarded entering the top 5 as a matter of fate, feeling considerably weaker than the others. However, the emergence of Tuoba Chen ignited a flicker of hope within him for achieving that goal. Overwhelmed with joy, Tuoba Rue's lips involuntarily curled into a mischievous smile, a manifestation of his infatuated grin. Tuoba Chen gazed at the seemingly simpleton across from him, feeling a sense of helplessness. Was he truly going to engage in combat with this rather naive-looking fellow? Would it adversely affect his intelligence? However, this was not the time to ponder the implications on one's intellect. Although he was older and competing in this match without the prospect of any extraordinary rewards for victory, the original prize would not be diminished. Thus, he resolved to approach the contest with earnestness. After all, what if he emerged victorious? What if indeed? As the 2 competitors took their positions, Tuoba Rue refrained from uttering any words of counsel urging Tuoba Chen to concede. After all, opportunities to triumph over such a prodigy were rare. Should he win against Tuoba Chen today, he could boast of this accomplishment in the future when Tuoba Chen inevitably surpassed him. using it as a badge of honor in his tales of prowess. Noticing the increasingly lewd glint in Tuoba Rue's eyes, Tuoba Chen felt a twinge of irritation. What was wrong with this fellow? Was he a lovesick fool? How dare Tuoba Rue flaunt such arrogance? With Tuoba Chen's annoyance simmering, the battle commenced. Chapter 68. The devious kidney attacker. Unlike the previous match, Tuoba Chen took the initiative to strike first this time. His opponent was a level 33 Soul Master, boasting a soul power advantage of 11 levels over him. He could not afford to adopt the same approach he had used against Tuoba Yin. In response to Tuoba Chen's sudden onslaught, Tuoba Rue adeptly evaded the attack and subsequently unleashed his first soul skill, the Dragon Staff, similar to Tuoba Yu. Tuoba Rue's initial soul skill also involved the creation of a weapon, brandishing the Dragon Staff. Tuoba Rue executed a sweeping strike aimed directly at Tuoba Chen's left side, targeting his abdomen and spine. Clang! As Tuoba Chen raised his hand to block, the Tsulong stick collided with his arm, producing a sound reminiscent of metal striking metal. Tuoba Rue was somewhat taken aback that Tuoba Chen could withstand his assault, but he quickly regained his composure, withdrawing the Tsulong stick and striking towards Tuoba Chen's other side. Observing Tuoba Rue's chosen target, Tuoba Chen felt a flicker of anger. This despicable assailant persistently aimed for his vulnerabilities. Given the underhanded nature of the attack, Tuoba Chen saw no reason to hold back. Taking a deep breath, he successfully defended against Tuoba Rue's next strike, and his first soul ring suddenly flared to life. Earth spikes burst. Instantly, 6 spikes emerged around Tuoba Rue, each aimed at a different part of his body. Due to the disparity in their strengths, Tuoba Chen employed pointed spikes this time. Should they all connect, they would undoubtedly inflict severe injury upon his opponent. Previously, Tuoba Chen had created the impression that he could only summon the earth spikes with both hands touching the ground. Thus, Tuoba Rue was momentarily caught off guard by this unexpected assault. With a series of piercing sounds, 2 spikes managed to penetrate Tuoba Rue's body, one piercing the sole of his foot and the other his right arm, causing blood to gush forth. The excruciating pain ignited Tuoba Rue's fury. Noticing the turn of events, Tuoba Chen felt a sense of impending danger and hastily retreated a few steps. Third soul skill, Demon Dragon Claw. With that declaration, Tuoba Rue's Soul Millennium Soul Ring glowed, and he clawed at the air, sending 3 massive black claw marks hurtling towards Tuoba Chen. Sensing the immense energy contained within the claw marks, Tuoba Chen braced himself for impact. Earth Shield. He commanded the earth to form a rock shield before him. Soon, the claw marks met the rock shield. Although the seemingly formidable shield did not entirely absorb the force of the attack, it did mitigate some of the damage. In the end, when the claw marks struck Tuoba Chen, he was only pushed back a few steps. However, Tuoba Chen was not entirely unscathed, for the recent use of the rock shield had consumed enough energy to allow for 4 uses of the earth spikes. The sudden depletion of his soul energy left his complexion slightly pale. Tuoba Rue was not in a much better position after all. The Dragon Claw was a soul technique that had been honed over a millennium. He could only utilize it 3 times before being utterly depleted of soul power. And once drained, he would lack the energy to participate in subsequent battles. However, upon observing Tuoba Chen's condition, he resolved to unleash the Dragon Claw for the second time. For he had no expectation of defeating anyone else, defeating Tuoba Chen was his sole aim. Tuoba Chen, witnessing the opponent's second assault, felt a sense of resignation and could only summon the rock shield once more for defense. This second rock shield, bolstered by increased soul power output, successfully withstood the onslaught. However, it came at a cost. The sudden drain on his soul power inflicted a tremendous burden on his body, causing a mouthful of blood to spew forth from Tuoba Chen. At that moment, merely a tenth of his soul power remained, and should this continue, defeat was inevitable. Upon witnessing this scene, Tuoba Shi shook his head, realizing that he had overthought the situation. After all, Tuoba Chen was merely an 8-year-old child, and it was indeed somewhat unreasonable to pit him against someone far more experienced than himself. Initially hesitant to intervene, he noticed the pallor on Tuoba Rue's face and decided to take a chance. Second soul skill, Rampaging Dragon Transformation. At that very moment, golden scales adorned Tuoba Chen's body, and his aura transformed into something formidable. The Rampaging Dragon Transformation enhanced his defense and strength by 40%, increased his speed by 20%, and allowed him to recover 50% of the damage he had previously sustained, as well as 50% of his soul power, lasting for 10 minutes without consumption. Usable only once a day. During this period, he was unable to employ any other soul skills. With a significant boost in attributes, Tuoba Chen shifted from defense to offense. Just as Tuoba Rue had completed his second use of the magic Dragon Claw and was still reeling from its effects, Tuoba Chen delivered a powerful punch to Tuoba Rue's left kidney. The intense pain caused Tuoba Rue to break out in a cold sweat. Tuoba Chen felt no remorse. As his strike was not excessively forceful, he merely sought to teach his opponent a lesson. Moreover, Tuoba Rue was the one who had originally initiated the confrontation. Thus Tuoba Chen was simply returning the favor. Subsequently, Tuoba Rue faced a grim fate, overwhelmed by a barrage of relentless attacks until he lost consciousness. The moment Tuoba Rue collapsed, Tuoba Shi promptly declared the outcome of the match. He was thoroughly pleased with Tuoba Chen's performance, an accomplished 2-ring Soul Master triumphing over a 3-ring Soul Sovereign. a feat he himself had never achieved in his youth. After announcing the result, Tuoba Chen leisurely descended from the arena. This battle had drained him considerably, leaving him unable to continue to the next match. Upon returning to his seat, he noticed Tuoba Yin gazing at him with evident admiration, feeling a chill run down his spine. Tuoba Chen wondered why she was looking at him so intently. Was she seeking revenge? At present, he was not a match for Tuoba Yin, but soon realized that his concerns were unfounded. After settling back into his seat, Tuoba Yin kindly fetched some soul beast meat for him, ensuring he would recover his soul power swiftly. She even brought him some special fruit juice, fearing he might choke. Thank you. Tuoba Chen responded sincerely. You're welcome. Just a small gesture. Would you like me to give you a massage? No. Tuoba Chen hurriedly declined, not wanting to inadvertently cultivate any feelings, as he knew he could not explain that to Meng Yiran. Oh, is that so? Then forget it, Tuoba Yin replied indifferently. Although she said this, a sense of disappointment lingered within her. She held some affection for Tuoba Chen, but his clear disinterest was evident, and she would not pursue him relentlessly. Afterward, Tuoba Chen quietly observed the remaining matches from his position. When it was his turn again, he chose to concede, having reached his limit and having performed admirably, thus sparing himself from ridicule for his decision. However, when he received the reward from the sect, he couldn't help but feel exasperated. It was yet another allocation of points, 500 points for finishing fifth. Upon reflection, though, he realized that points could be exchanged for various resources in the treasure pavilion, granting everyone greater options. In the grand scheme of things, it wasn't so bad. Chapter 69. Bullying aside from the competition segment, the banquet proceeded as usual. And once it concluded, he returned home. Shortly after he departed, Tuoba Yin also left. She held a strong affection for Tuoba Chen, thus far. He was unlike any man she had previously encountered. Unfortunately, he was so exceptional that it filled her with despair, and she understood that a relationship between them was improbable. To prevent such feelings from arising in the future, she resolved to dedicate herself to her training, striving to become even more outstanding. Otherwise, she would lack the qualifications to pursue anyone she might grow fond of in the future. In his modest courtyard, Tuoba Chen finished his daily practice of a spear technique and resolved to take a stroll. Today marked the final day of the Sacred Dragon Feast, and in the evening, he was to compete for a chance to enter the Sacred Dragon Pool. Although he believed no junior from the Sacred Dragon Sect could rival him, he preferred to maintain his composure just in case. After a quick wash and changing into a fresh outfit, he ventured out. However, this time he did not intend to confine himself within the sect, with the summer break coming to an end and his return to school imminent. It would be a shame to remain cooped up in the sect during his rare visit to the Xinglua Empire. As he exited his courtyard, he did not encounter Tuoba Yu, likely due to his late departure. Following his memory, he made his way toward the sect's entrance. Suddenly, midway through his journey, he spotted several children from his clan encircling a seemingly frail boy, which struck him as rather peculiar. Haha, Gui, today we've caught you at last. It's been days since we last dealt with you. I've been itching for a bit of fun, proclaimed the leader of the trio, delivering a harsh kick to Gui's abdomen. Due to the boy's frail physique, the blow caused him to double over in pain, clutching his stomach as he sank to the ground. Yet, this ignited no sympathy in his assailants. Instead, one of them slapped him across the face, knocking him to the ground. The three then began to pummel him, interspersing their blows with vile insults. You little bastard from the collateral line. How dare you not greet me? Just like your wretched mother, you were born to be humiliated. The previously silent boy, upon hearing his mother insulted, felt a surge of anger pulse through him. Instinctively, he attempted to rise and retaliate, but as he lifted his head, he was met with a foot that sent him crashing back down. The boy with a malicious demeanor planted his foot on Gui's face. What's the matter? Do you still wish to resist? Am I not speaking the truth, little bastard? No. Do not insult my mother, you scoundrel. Oh, what's wrong? Am I not stating facts? How dare you curse at me? The boy sneered, gripping Gui's mouth. Since you have the audacity to insult me, I shall bestow upon you a fitting punishment. I see your teeth are quite well formed, so out of my benevolence, I shall spare your tongue this time and instead remove your teeth, rendering you momentarily speechless. Am I not merciful? With a gleeful smile, he began to insert his fingers into Gui's mouth, completely disregarding the terror etched on the boy's face. As his fingers brushed against Gui's teeth, the latter closed his eyes in despair. However, after a prolonged wait, the anticipated pain never arrived. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air, causing Gui to open his eyes in disbelief. Before him, he could hardly fathom the scene. Tuoba Ning, the one who had tormented him relentlessly, was now being restrained by a furious, white-haired boy. Tuoba Ning's complexion was flushed, his expression contorted with agony, as if his hand were about to be severed, emitting incessant cries of distress. Master Chun, please cease at once. Ning Ji's hand is on the verge of being crushed. Despite the pleas from the two bystanders, Tuoba Chen remained oblivious, for when he first laid eyes on them, the distance rendered the details unclear. It was only when the scoundrel before him kicked the innocent youth that the gravity of the situation became evident. Initially, he had presumed their altercation to be a mere quarrel, but as he hastened towards them, the words of the wretch he held in his grasp ignited a fury within him. During his time at the Holy Dragon Sect, he had been favorably impressed. even experiencing a sense of belonging akin to that of a school. Never had he anticipated encountering such an egregious incident. He had not caught the entirety of their dialogue. Yet the mere mention of extracting teeth filled him with a visceral desire to rend the beast before him limb from limb. How could someone so young commit such acts of violence in broad daylight? He could scarcely fathom that the higher-ups of the Holy Dragon Sect were unaware of such occurrences. It was evident that this reprehensible behavior was permitted under their tacit approval, emboldening these ruffians to act with impunity. Chen-gu, please release me. I am at death's door. Due to the recent festivities and the peculiar announcement made by Tuoba Chen during Tuoba Chen's absence, nearly everyone within the Holy Dragon Sect was now acutely aware of the prominence of Tuoba Chen. Upon hearing several individuals refer to him as Master Chen, Gu recognized who Tuoba Chen truly was. Tuoba Chen, the favored heir to the position of the sect's leader, the beloved grandson of the Grand Elder, and one of the only two individuals in the sect's history to have ascended to the second level of the dragon transformation technique before reaching the 20th rank, commanded an array of honors that rendered his existence impossible to overlook. Even those who regarded him as little more than an underling within the sect had heard whispers of his illustrious name. To have such a prominent figure advocate for him left Gu feeling as though he were ensnared in a dream. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed in the air as Tuoba Chen finally released his grip, commanding, "Get lost, and do not let me see you again." Yes. Thank you, young Master Chen, came the hasty reply. Though Tuoba Ning could not fathom the reason behind Tuoba Chen's aggression, he chose to swallow his pride and departed in disgrace. Once his adversary had fled, Tuoba Chen turned to Gu, extending a hand and inquiring, "Are you all right?" Suddenly rescued, Gu found it hard to believe that his savior might well be the future master of the Holy Dragon Sect. As he gazed at Tuoba Chen's pristine hands, he glanced down at his own, marred with blood and dirt. In that moment, he hesitated to reach out, fearful of tarnishing the purity of those hands. Tuoba Chen noticed the distress of the other party and directly crouched down to grasp his hand. Pulling him up as he said, "Come, I shall take you to the medical pavilion." Without pausing to consider his willingness, he led him away. After taking a few steps, a faint voice emerged from behind. "Thank you." Chapter 70. Weakness is Original Sin. Tuoba Chen did not escort the other party to the medical hall of the Sacred Dragon Sect, but instead sought a nearby clinic within Sacred Dragon City. Upon entering the clinic, he noticed an elderly healer dozing at the counter. He approached and said, "Doctor, wake up. Please examine his injuries." The drowsy doctor, startled by the call, hastily wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and replied, Oh, all right." Before long, the doctor had skillfully bandaged Guyi's wounds. "How is he, doctor? Is it serious?" Tuoba Chen inquired. Not at all. This young lad is quite fortunate. He has merely sustained some superficial injuries, nothing of great concern. However, he appears quite frail. It seems he hasn't been well nourished and requires substantial recuperation, the doctor explained. "I understand," Tuoba Chen acknowledged, producing 2 gold soul coins to settle the medical fees. After receiving the change, he prepared to lead Gui away. To spare Gui's dignity, Tuoba Chen had taken the doctor aside to converse, yet Gui did not seem as fragile as Tuoba Chen had imagined. He felt as though everything that had transpired today was akin to a dream, his mind continuously replaying the scene of Tuoba Chen saving him. With his white hair aglow in the sun's fading light, there was a fleeting moment when Gui believed Tuoba Chen to be an angel sent from the heavens to rescue him. Subsequently, Tuoba Chen returned to the clinic, interrupting Gui's reverie and stating, "All right, we can leave now. Could you enlighten me as to why they were bullying you?" Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's words, Gui hesitated, shaking his head, appearing reluctant to speak. Noticing his demeanor, Tuoba Chen felt a tinge of helplessness. It seemed that Gui often encountered such troubles, and his reluctance was understandable. "It's all right, just tell me, and I will assist you," Tuoba Chen insisted earnestly, determined to see it through. Since he had already intervened today, it would be prudent to address the root issue, for those bullies would inevitably continue to torment him. While he recognized this might make him seem overly benevolent, he could not abide such injustices. After a moment of silence, as if having made a resolution, Gui spoke. "I'm sorry, young Master Chen. Thank you for saving me today. I do not wish to discuss this matter. Please do not contact me again. It may bring you a poor reputation." With that, Gui bowed deeply to Tuoba Chen and departed on his own. Observing Gui's retreating figure, Tuoba Chen felt a genuine sense of frustration. It was challenging to unveil one's innermost secrets, yet without such disclosure, how could he offer assistance? He knew that even if he devoted his time to Gui at the Sacred Dragon Sect, it would only last for 2 months, inevitably. Gui would encounter similar predicaments again. Moreover, due to today's incident, those bullies would likely escalate their harassment. As he watched Gui fade from view, Tuoba Chen pondered for a moment before heading back to the sect. On his way, he chanced upon an elderly vendor at a fruit stall. Witnessing a brutish man seize the day's earnings from the old man, eliciting a profound discomfort within him. Although the thug was merely an ordinary person, Tuoba Chen chose not to intervene this time. Though the scene was disconcerting, he remained composed as he observed it unfold. In a moment of clarity, he realized that Douluo continent was a realm governed by the survival of the fittest. This principle held true even in the Heavendo Empire. albeit with a more harmonious veneer. In contrast, the Douluo Empire had taken this concept to its extreme. If he wished to alter these rules, he would need to ascend to the pinnacle of power. Quickly shaking his head, he thought, what am I contemplating? Even as the strongest, I cannot oversee every injustice. I must focus on the tasks at hand. As the brutish man passed by, a flash of yellow light swept across him, and a spike erupted from the ground, piercing the thug's calf. Ah! The man cried out in agony as he fell heavily to the ground, the stolen coin purse tumbling ahead of him. Tuoba Chen approached slowly, lifting the money pouch and returning it to the elderly fruit vendor. After receiving a heartfelt thank you, he made his way back to the sect. He felt compelled to uncover the reason behind Gui's mistreatment, although it might take some of his time. He believed that this brief delay could potentially alter Gui's life forever. As fate would have it, on his way back, he encountered the two individuals who had previously bullied Gui alongside Tuoba Ning. Startled at the sight of Tuoba Chen, they quickly turned to flee, fearing the wrath of this formidable figure. However, just as they attempted to escape, a hand fell upon their shoulders, and they heard Tuoba Chen's ominous voice. Where do you think you are going? The two turned around in a daze, awkward smiles plastered on their faces. Ah, Master Chen. What a coincidence. We were just heading to the training grounds. Oh, is that so? I wish to take a moment of your time. I hope you don't mind. Tuoba Chen replied calmly. Of course, we have all the time in the world for you, Master Chen. They responded, their expressions more mournful than joyous. Forced smiles barely masking their dread. To them, Tuoba Chen appeared more fearsome than even the sect leader, leading them to a secluded corner. Tuoba Chen refrained from resorting to violence. Instead, he inquired quietly, why did you treat Gui in such a manner? He initially presumed they might attempt to conceal the truth, but their reaction was unexpectedly revealing. You are here because of that fellow Gui? One of them replied incredulously. Otherwise, what reason would I have? Tuoba Chen retorted. In that situation, one would naturally expect to help when witnessing injustice. Their responses struck him as peculiar. To be honest, we bullied Gui for no particular reason. He is simply easy to pick on, the youth on the left stated without a hint of remorse. What do you mean? Tuoba Chen questioned. I mean there is no reason at all. He is an orphan with no one to support him, and as a support-type soul master, he seems vulnerable. So we just decided to bully him. Tuoba Chen doubted his hearing and inquired once more, yet received the same response. The two individuals before him realized that his summon was not a prelude to violence, as they engaged him with smiles throughout their conversation. It appeared that these individuals were beyond redemption, having been indoctrinated from birth with the notion that the strong may bully the weak at will, while the weak, even if subjected to fatal cruelty, deserve their fate. Indeed, weakness is the original sin, a belief that found perfect validation within the Holy Dragon Sect. Chapter 71. Do you not intend to repay me? At that moment, apart from an inexplicable rage, he was left with a sense of sorrow. He resolved that when he departed from the Holy Dragon Sect, he would take Gui with him, rather than openly reprimanding the two before him. He inquired about Gui's residence and allowed them to leave. In truth, there was no need for chastisement. Their beliefs were so deeply entrenched that only death or continuous indoctrination could alter their mindset. However, to vent his frustration, he conjured a pitfall, causing a section of earth to collapse beneath them as they made their way. Accompanied by their startled cries, the two tumbled down, and as he manipulated the surrounding soil, small rocks began to cascade into the pit. His intention was not to end their lives, merely to instill fear. Dazed from their fall, the two momentarily failed to comprehend their predicament. Suddenly, a few stones plummeted from above, striking them and leaving lumps upon their heads. Realizing their dire situation, they scrambled to ascend, cognizant that in the Holy Dragon Sect, unless one had particularly close acquaintances, no one would intervene to aid them against such bullying. After casting a final glance at the pit, Tuoba Chen departed. He had already devised a plan regarding Gui. While he currently lacked the authority to take a life within the Holy Dragon Sect, he certainly had the right to protect an individual. Although he was not well acquainted with Gui, he discerned that the latter was not malevolent. After all, when he had proposed to protect him, Gui had considered whether it would cause trouble for Tuoba Chen. This indicated that a glimmer of kindness still flickered within him, unextinguished by hatred. This was also the reason for Tuoba Chen's desire to safeguard him. Furthermore, Gui was a soul master, albeit an auxiliary type, which rendered him significantly more capable than an ordinary person. By rescuing him in his moment of despair, Tuoba Chen could at least gain a friend, or perhaps a loyal ally. Whether motivated by moral obligation or self-interest, assisting Gui posed no detriment. Moreover, should Gui possess considerable talent, he could be of assistance to Tuoba Chen in the future when he ascended to leadership within the Holy Dragon Sect. Contemplating this, he made his way toward Gui's residence, having overheard the two ruffians mention that it was located at the westernmost outer wall of the sect. Yet, Tuoba Chen found himself perplexed as to why Gui, despite enduring such bullying, remained within the Holy Dragon Sect. The truth was that Gui's mother had once been a direct disciple of the sect, and although he inherited his father's auxiliary martial spirit, he was still entitled to the privileges of an outer disciple, receiving a certain amount of resources each month. This ensured a stable support system, allowing him to survive if he could endure the hardships. Moreover, even if he left the Holy Dragon Sect to venture into other cities of the Douluo Empire, he might not fare better, The overall situation in the empire was dire, and he could easily fall victim to robbery upon leaving. As he approached the outer wall, Tuoba Chen beheld a collection of dilapidated houses, permeated by a faint, unpleasant odor reminiscent of a slum, prompting him to furrow his brow. Upon entering, he discovered a scattering of inhabitants, primarily children, who appeared ragged and seemingly orphaned. He was not particularly surprised to find such a place within the Holy Dragon Sect, given its adherence to the law of the jungle, though it still left him feeling somewhat uncomfortable. The residents seemed taken aback by his presence, as his attire and demeanor indicated that he was not one who belonged to this desolate locale. Initially, he intended to inquire about Gui's whereabouts, but soon enough, he spotted a familiar figure nearby, wrapped in bandages. Sensing someone's gaze upon him, Gui turned to find Tuoba Chen standing a short distance away, smiling warmly. "Chen. Young Master Chen, what brings you here?" Gui asked, his expression one of surprise. "I have come to find you. Come with me. Today I dealt with those individuals and saved you. Do you not intend to repay me?" After Tuoba Chen finished speaking, Gui appeared somewhat flustered. "Well, young Master Chen, I truly have nothing of value to repay you. How about I offer you the jade pendant left to me by my mother? It should be worth something," he said, preparing to rummage through his belongings. Witnessing this scene, Tuoba Chen quickly interjected, No, that is not what I meant. You can compensate in other ways." After uttering this, he cast a glance at Gui. To his surprise, he noticed that despite the dirt on his face, Gui had a certain delicate charm, resembling that of a girl. However, upon observing the tousled short hair and tattered clothing, he mused, Surely he cannot be a girl." Gui felt somewhat uncomfortable under that gaze, crossing his arms protectively over his chest, and asserted, "No, young Master Chen. You are still young. Such things are not appropriate for you." "Tuoba Chen, what on earth?" "I intended to convey that I currently live alone, without anyone to care for me. I could hire you to assist me in this regard, offsetting the help I provided to you today. Naturally, I would compensate you with a monthly wage." Tuoba Chen's words were indeed thoughtful. In the Sacred Dragon Sect, each core disciple is typically accompanied by a few attendants. Initially, Tuoba Hien had intended to arrange such support for him, but he had declined the offer. Now, this situation presents a perfect opportunity to assist the other party, after all. Working for him is far preferable to remaining in this wretched place. Moreover, this arrangement ensures that the other party is contributing labor, rather than merely receiving unreciprocated aid, which would undoubtedly leave a more favorable impression. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's words, Gui realized that he had misunderstood the other party. Indeed, how could someone as admirable as young Master Chen engage in such despicable acts? Nevertheless, he still harbored some doubts. Upon observing his demeanor, Tuoba Chen inquired, "What troubles you? Do you hesitate to work for me?" Hearing Tuoba Chen's question, he quickly clarified, "No, not at all, young Master Chen. It is merely that my humble status might invite undue scrutiny should I be in your presence." Tuoba Chen smiled softly at his words, feeling a warmth within. Indeed, there are many who relish gossip in this world. However, he paid little heed to such rumors. After all, did they dare to voice their opinions in his presence? Rest assured, within the Holy Dragon Sect, save for the Grandmaster and the Elders, none would dare to trouble me. After Tuoba Chen finished speaking, Gui hesitated for a moment. Observing his demeanor, Tuoba Chen decided to apply some pressure, stating, "Do you not wish to repay me?" His tone was heavy, sounding somewhat irate. Chapter 72, Woman? Gui was startled by Tuoba Chen's attitude and hurriedly replied, "All right, young Master Chen, I agree, thank you." Upon hearing Gui's affirmation, Tuoba Chen's brow relaxed, and he said, "That is good, let us proceed." With that, he led Gui towards his residence. Gui appeared to be noticeably shorter than Tuoba Chen, likely standing at around 1.3 meters tall. However, he was merely a child who had suffered from severe malnutrition, so reaching such a height was no small feat. Gui followed closely behind Tuoba Chen, occasionally stealing glances at him, but whenever Tuoba Chen turned his head, he would quickly look down. Considering the frail condition of Gui, Tuoba Chen deliberately slowed his pace, ensuring that Gui did not struggle too much to keep up. After walking for over half an hour, they finally arrived at Tuoba Chen's residence. Upon arrival, Gui felt somewhat awkward yet was also curious about his surroundings. Although he had grown up in the Sholong sect, his status had restricted him from exploring many places. Aside from collecting his monthly allowance and occasional trips for supplies, he rarely ventured outside. The danger of encountering someone like Tuoba Ning made those residing in such areas wary, leading them to minimize their outings for safety. After carefully surveying Tuoba Chen's abode, Gui felt a twinge of envy. Despite its simplicity, the courtyard was spacious and tidy, devoid of any unpleasant odors. Tuoba Chen noticed Gui still lost in thought behind him, and said, "From this day forward, you shall reside here with me. Allow me to show you to your chamber." With that, he guided Gui to the first floor of the residence. The house was a 3-story wooden structure, reminiscent of a villa from a later era, boasting numerous rooms within. He chose the largest room available, aside from his own, for Gui. Upon arriving at the threshold of his new room, Gui paused, gazing at the meticulously arranged furnishings within. For a moment, he hesitated to step inside. Tuoba Chen said, "All right, remember to bring anything else you haven't yet. Just help with the cleaning each day." "Oh," Gui responded somewhat woodenly. He was immensely grateful for everything Tuoba Chen had done for him, yet at this stage, he possessed no means to repay the kindness, only silently cherishing the gratitude within his heart. Subsequently, Tuoba Chen had intended to discuss other matters, but as he took a couple of steps closer to Gui, he was enveloped by the intoxicating fragrance that emanated from her. Tuoba Chen, well, Gui, shall we take a shower first? After Tuoba Chen finished speaking, Gui also became aware of his disheveled, dark clothing and the unkempt state of his hair, which had not been washed in days. His face instantly flushed a deep crimson, and he shyly nodded in acknowledgement. Noticing the other agreement, Tuoba Chen directed, "The bathroom is in the room at the far left on the first floor. You should be able to find it." Guri replied softly before making his way to the bathroom. Once he had provided the necessary instructions, Tuoba Chen intended to resume his training. However, halfway there, he encountered a dilemma. It seemed there were no clean clothes in the bathroom. If Guri washed up only to don that disheveled outfit again, the bath would have been in vain. With this thought, he casually grabbed 2 sets of casual attire from his room and proceeded toward the bathroom. Pushing open the bathroom door, Tuoba Chen called out, "Gui, I've brought you 2 sets of clothes. You can make do with these." Mid-sentence, his voice abruptly ceased as he swiftly tossed the garments into a nearby basket and closed the door behind him, escaping the scene. Gui stood there, bewildered by Tuoba Chen's actions, his face now a vivid shade of red. "Young Master Chen, why did you not knock before entering?" she exclaimed, her embarrassment deepening. Overcome by shyness, she plunged into the water, too mortified to surface. Tuoba Chen was fervently practicing the dragon form outside, and to his astonishment, this individual was a female. Who would have imagined? Although he had sensed that this person seemed somewhat too delicate for a boy, the disheveled appearance, the unkempt short hair, and the unbearable odor, along with the flatness of her chest, made it hard to conceive of her as a girl. After a while of cultivation, Tuoba Chen gradually calmed himself. They were still children. It was inconsequential, really. He had done nothing wrong, so there was no need for guilt. Yes, indeed, he did not need to feel responsible. With this thought, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Approximately half an hour later, Gui emerged from the bathroom after her shower, and the transformation was striking. Tuoba Chen was momentarily taken aback. The difference between her appearance before and after bathing was astounding. He realized that her hair, previously thought to be black, was actually a deep shade of purple, likely obscured by dirt. Her skin, which had appeared somewhat dark, now bore a sickly pallor, and her delicate features were strikingly beautiful. Her eyes glistened like black pearls, and the oversized clothes she wore imparted an endearing charm. While she might not qualify as a top beauty, she was still young and had much potential for growth in her appearance. Overall, her transformation was not unattractive. In fact, she was somewhat lovely. However, despite Tuoba Chen's amazement at her change, he had no particular thoughts beyond considering her as a daughter figure. Goody, feeling somewhat nervous after the earlier incident, hesitated to face him. Yet, recalling that she was not there merely to receive charity, she summoned her courage and asked, "Chen, young master, what should I do next?" Startled by her sudden inquiry, Tuoba Chen responded promptly, "Oh, you could help with cleaning. Once the place is tidy, you may engage in whatever activities you desire. This is your payment for the month. You can use it to purchase anything you wish. If you feel hungry, the kitchen is in the middle of the first floor, stocked with some ingredients for you to prepare a meal. That should cover everything. If you have any questions, feel free to come and ask me." "Yes, understood, young master." She accepted the payment but refrained from opening it immediately, fearing it might give the impression of greed. After placing the small pouch in her room, Gui commenced her work, while Tuoba Chen continued his training. As he was to attend the final day of the Sacred Dragon Feast that evening, training at a moderate intensity. Chapter 73, Barbecue due to Tuoba Chen's penchant for cleanliness. The house was quite tidy, and Gui quickly finished her cleaning duties. Afterward, she remembered the payment she had received and retrieved the pouch. Upon glancing at the gold soul coins inside, her hands trembled slightly. Although the amount was modest, only 10 coins, for Tuoba Chen, it was negligible, but for Gui, it represented an astronomical sum. With her innate soul power at only level 5 and yet to break through to level 10, she lacked the qualification to receive subsidies from the Spirit Hall, surviving each month on a meager allowance of 50 copper soul coins from her sect. 50 copper soul coins could hardly sustain the nutrition of a 7-year-old child, which explained her frail stature. Often, she had to forage for food, leaving her exhausted and with little time to care for herself. Thus, receiving 10 gold soul coins left her feeling flustered and overwhelmed. She had never even touched a silver soul coin, so the sudden windfall was astonishing. It is worth noting that 1 gold soul coin equated to 10 silver coins, which in turn corresponded to 100 copper coins. Consequently, 10 gold soul coins could be likened to an impressive sum of 10,000 in contemporary currency. For Gui, akin to an ordinary elementary school student, this was a significant leap from a meager monthly allowance of 50 to a staggering 10,000. A wave of unease surged within her. She had merely swept the floors, and such a large sum felt excessive. Yet, she understood that someone of Tuoba Chen's stature would likely not be concerned about 10 gold soul coins. Returning the money might even provoke his ire. Nevertheless, she resolved to work even harder to assist him, as that was the only way she could repay him. After a moment of contemplation, She made her way to the kitchen. Although Tuoba Chen had instructed her merely to clean, she knew she could contribute more. An hour later, as Tuoba Chen concluded a set of dragon form exercises and prepared to rest, an enticing aroma of meat wafted through the air from the room. Following his instincts, he slowly made his way to the kitchen, where he discovered Gui attempting to prepare barbecue. Seeing him, she panicked slightly and exclaimed, "Young master, the meat isn't ready yet. Please wait a moment." Tuoba Chen nodded repeatedly, not refusing, as the aroma of the grilled meat was simply irresistible. Observing Tuoba Chen obediently seated at the dining table, Gui smiled sweetly. Before long, she placed a large platter filled with the enticingly crispy grilled meat onto the table. Was already brimming with anticipation. However, a glance from the corner of his eye revealed Gui standing dutifully beside him. "Gui, why are you standing? Please, sit down and eat." "Oh, isn't that inappropriate?" Gui responded with surprise, for in her perception, her status was worlds apart from that of. The mere fact that he could offer her shelter was a source of immense gratitude for her. The thought of sharing a meal felt utterly inconceivable. "Inappropriate? What do you mean? Do sit down." Yet, even after his insistence, Gui remained somewhat hesitant, fidgeting and reluctant to take a seat. Upon witnessing this, Tuoba Chen's expression darkened as he declared, "I shall not eat." This sudden statement startled Gui, who hastily pulled out the chair opposite him and seated herself. Once she settled, she cut a generous piece from the grilled soul beast meat and placed it onto his plate, deliberately adopting a low tone as she insisted, "Eat." Her voice bore a hint of coldness, almost as if she were angry. Tuoba Chen did not intend to adopt such a demeanor. It was merely that Gui had yet to emerge from her feelings of inferiority. The gradual encouragement he offered would take far too long, and it seemed more effective to intimidate her into compliance. Furthermore, maintaining a faade of gentleness felt disingenuous to him. He was unaccustomed to such demeanor. Gui's voice was faint, laced with a trace of fear. After tentatively taking a small bite of the meat on her plate, she paused for a moment, only to find herself unable to stop. She devoured the meat voraciously, nearly forgetting that Tuoba Chen was seated across from her. Observing Gui's enthusiastic consumption, he breathed a sigh of relief, finally managing to pacify the young girl. He then picked up the remaining pieces of meat on his plate and took a bite. The exterior was crisp while the interior was tender, the meat roasted to perfection, rich yet not greasy, melting in his mouth. The timing of the cooking was impeccable. Though perhaps a tad light on salt, yet this did not detract from its flavor, as the quality of the meat itself was exquisite. Offering just the right taste, 9 out of 10, indeed commendable. On Gui's side, due to years of malnutrition, she could not consume much. After a small piece of roasted meat, she felt satisfied. Only then did she realize that Tuoba Chen was still across from her. Mortified by her earlier display, she wished for nothing more than to disappear into a crack in the ground. Fortunately, Tuoba Chen, at that moment, appeared even less refined in his eating habits. Wolfing down the grilled meat she had prepared with abandon. In order to save time, Tuoba Chen typically consumes only dried meat. Although the meat itself boasts high nutritional value and delightful flavor, indulging in it daily can lead to monotony. Recently, with the assistance of others in processing these meats, he finds it quite satisfactory, feeling that he has already recouped his investment, having spent merely 10 gold soul coins. From now on, he can relish such delectable roasted meat daily, and he might even say it's a substantial profit. However, after finishing his meal, he noticed that Gui still had plenty of roasted meat on her plate, leading him to wonder, why isn't she eating? Is it unpalatable? "I've eaten little and can't consume more," Gui replied, somewhat embarrassed. She wished to eat a bit more, but her stubborn stomach was already full. Acknowledging her words, he understood that frequently going hungry can indeed cause one's stomach to shrink. It seems he would need to find a remedy to help her nurture her health in the future. Yet, at that moment, in order to avoid waste, he, amidst Gui's astonished gaze, forked the meat from her plate into his bowl, exclaiming through a mouthful, "Such delicious meat must not go to waste." Gui appeared anxious. She wanted to stop him but feared his anger, considering that it was food she had already tasted. Oblivious to her expression, Tuoba Chen irresponsibly left a remark about washing the plates and suggested making more meat next time before taking his leave. Gui stared blankly at the 2 plates on the dining table, left in a state of disbelief. A quintessential rogue. He perfectly exemplified the notion of enjoying a meal without taking responsibility afterward. After a considerable while, Gui snapped back to reality. Her face flushed as she took the 2 plates to wash. As she scrubbed, she reflected on the earlier events. Tuoba Chen's suggestion to prepare more indicated that he had not had his fill. She hadn't anticipated him to have such an appetite. Yet, the thought that he didn't mind consuming food she had already touched made her unable to suppress a silly smile. Chapter 74, Chrysanthemum. A month past nightfall. The final day of the sect's Sacred Dragon Feast commenced. Originally, this day should have been the most anticipated for the younger generation of the Sacred Dragon Sect. Yet the Protagonist appeared listless. The reason was simple. This year's feast had brought forth a monster, an existence capable of defeating soul venerates at the level of a 20-level Grand Soul Master. How could these juniors, barely above level 20, compete? Only Tuoba Chen sat unfazed, quietly consuming his food, a plate of giant-toothed golden leopard meat before him. Resembling the beast he had vanquished 2 days prior. He had come alone, choosing not to bring Gui, as many here had bullied her in the past. He feared it might evoke unpleasant memories. With time, he hoped she would eventually overcome those experiences. Tuoba sat at the highest point, observing the leisurely demeanor of Tuoba Chen, and smiled at the little fellow's relaxed attitude. After a while, as the banquet was about to commence, Tuoba suddenly stood and proclaimed, "Everyone, please quiet down. Tonight's Sacred Dragon Feast will welcome a distinguished guest." Upon hearing Tuoba words, the younger generation below immediately fell silent, filled with curiosity about this esteemed guest. It is worth noting that Tuoba held the prestigious title of Douluo, and those honored with such recognition by him were few. Could it be that the visitor was also a Douluo? Amidst the crowd's eager anticipation, a figure emerged from the inner hall, somewhat androgynous and adorned in splendid attire. Upon seeing the newcomer, the expressions of the onlookers turned peculiar. The Sacred Dragon Sect had always revered the strong, and in their minds, a formidable figure was usually an elderly person with a robust physique, much like their sect leader, Tuoba. However, the individual before them, far from possessing bulging muscles, appeared exceedingly youthful, seemingly no older than 20 or 30. How could this person possibly be a Douluo? Meanwhile, Tuoba Chen gazed at the androgynous figure with an unsettling sense of foreboding. Observing the reactions of those below, Jiu Guan felt quite satisfied. He relished the enigmatic aura of his age that left others guessing. Upon observing the expressions of the crowd, Tuoba promptly declared, "Allow me to introduce this esteemed individual, the elder of the Spirit Hall, the illustrious Ju Douluo of Ju Yueguan." Upon hearing the words of Tuoba, the crowd below found it hard to believe their own ears. It was indeed the esteemed title Douluo, and furthermore, a member of the Spirit Hall. A chill ran through Tuoba Chen's heart. It truly was Ju Yueguan. It seemed that the Holy Dragon Sect had forged an alliance with the Spirit Hall much earlier than anticipated. Moreover, given their demeanor, it appeared that the two factions had been in close contact for quite some time. It was alarming that the outside world remained completely unaware of this. Otherwise, when the Spirit Hall dispatched the 4 sects to ambush the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect and the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, they would surely have been on guard. Although Ju Yueguan held the title of a Douluo, he did not dismiss Tuoba presence. Despite his significantly higher rank, he greeted everyone with a warm introduction. "Greetings, everyone. I am Ju Yueguan. I am here to visit your esteemed sect and fortuitously arrived during your holy dragon feast. I trust one am not unwelcome." As soon as Ju Yueguan finished speaking, Tuoba promptly responded, "Not at all. It is our great honor to have Lord Ju Yueguan visit our holy dragon sect, and we are most certainly welcoming." Tuoba remarked, "Lord Ju Yueguan, please take your seat," gesturing towards the position to his left. After a brief glance at the seat, Ju Yueguan showed no signs of dissent and gracefully settled down. Observing Ju Yueguan's composed demeanor and lack of disruption, Tuoba exhaled in relief. He understood that Ju Yueguan's rank undoubtedly surpassed level 93. Although the exact level was unclear, it was evident that he was far more formidable than Tuoba, who stood at level 90. Tuoba was already quite satisfied with the cooperation displayed by his counterpart in such a public setting. Once he took his seat, the Sacred Dragon banquet officially commenced. Due to his status as the heir to the clan, Tuoba Chen occupies a position within the inner hall, exempt from the necessity of mingling with the ordinary juniors outside. Presently, he finds himself utterly disinterested in the exquisitely crafted delicacies before him. His entire focus consumed by thoughts of Ju Yue Pass. Why has Ju Yue Pass manifested in this place? What is the purpose of his arrival? To what extent have the relations between the Sacred Dragon Sect and the Martial Soul Hall deteriorated? Tuoba Chen is currently beset by countless questions. Yet he finds himself unable to voice them. He can only occasionally glance furtively at Ju Yueguan, hoping to discern some hidden nuance. However, Ju Yueguan seems largely indifferent to his presence. After all, the attention of those present is predominantly focused on him, rendering Tuoba Chen's fleeting gaze inconsequential. Tuoba gazed at Ju Yueguan, who was sipping his drink in small gulps, and remarked with a smile, "So, my Lord Moon Guan, I wonder if the holy dragon brew of our Sacred Dragon Sect meets your esteemed palate." After savoring the last drop of wine in his cup and placing it on the table, Ju Yueguan, with an unhurried demeanor, replied, "The holy dragon brew from your esteemed sect is rich and fragrant, truly an exceptional wine that lingers in one's memory." Hearing the praise from Moon Guan brought a glimmer of joy to Tuoba face. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Tuoba suddenly stated, "My Lord Moon Guan, let us dispense with the formalities. I shall speak plainly. What brings you to our Sacred Dragon Sect on this occasion?" After Tuoba finished speaking, Ju Guan ceased his drinking and said, "Since Tuoba, the sect master, is so forthright, I shall speak plainly. My visit this time concerns 2 matters. The first is regarding the issue we discussed previously. I wonder if you have come to a decision." Upon hearing this, Tuoba did not respond immediately but fell into silence. Ju Guan, undeterred, patiently awaited Tuoba reply. Meanwhile, Tuoba, who was beside them, was at a loss for words, not expecting that Ju Guan had come for that matter. In truth, Tuoba had conferred with Tuoba about the Soul Hall's intention to recruit their Sacred Dragon Sect. While it was not impossible to agree to such a proposal, the Soul Hall's power was overwhelmingly formidable, far beyond what their sect could withstand. Yet, The time allotted was too brief. They had yet to fully grasp the implications involved. After a considerable pause, Tuoba Chen finally replied, "The matter you mentioned, my lord Juyu, is not beyond our agreement. However, I must discuss it further with the elders of our sect, for such a significant decision cannot be made lightly. Even by me. How about I provide you with a response in 3 months?" Hearing Tuoba Chen's words, Jiguan's expression brightened. He had merely inquired casually, not anticipating a favorable response. The Pope had granted him ample time, allowing him to proceed at a leisurely pace. Yet, from Tuoba Chen's tone, it seemed the other party was not particularly averse to the idea. Certainly, Sectmaster Tuoba Chen, 3 months is a reasonable time frame for us to wait. Chapter 75. You have caught the Pope's attention then, Tuoba Chen continued. Now that the first matter is resolved, might I inquire what the second matter you mentioned is? Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's question, Jiguan hesitated momentarily before stating, "I have heard that your esteemed sect has recently produced a genius with a 2-ring 1,000-year soul ring. With this." Jiguan fixed his gaze intently on Tuoba Chen, who felt a shiver run down his spine. He realized that this matter could not be concealed from the Soul Hall. Their intelligence network must have already infiltrated their sect. Of course, Tuoba Chen had never intended to hide the truth, as they were to become partners in the future. Moreover, he had no means of resistance, given the vast disparity in strength. However, he felt a sense of displeasure upon learning of the Soul Hall's interest in Tuoba Chen, their sect's foremost heir. What did it mean for the Soul Hall to seek Tuoba Chen? Would they take him away? That was utterly inconceivable. Jiguan. What do you mean by that? Tuoba Chen's tone became somewhat irritable. They did not intend to join the Soul Hall merely to serve as their pawns. Their aim was to leverage the Soul Hall's status for their own swift advancement. Noticing Tuoba Chen's tone, Jiguan remained unruffled, instead smiling as he remarked, "The esteemed Pope has a penchant for nurturing talented youths. It would be a tremendous regret if such a genius were not provided with the finest education, would it not?" Sectmaster Tuoba Chen? As Jiguan spoke, Tuoba Chen's expression grew increasingly grim. It was evident that Jiguan was indeed seeking to acquire one of their own. After years of cultivation, they had finally produced such a disciple skilled in the transformation of the dragon decision, and now they were being asked to hand over Tuoba Chen? Absolutely not. Sensing the brewing storm in Tuoba Chen's eyes, Jiguan calmly retrieved a wooden box from his robe and presented it to Tuoba Chen, saying, "I hope Sectmaster Tuoba Chen will take a look at this item. After you do, you will understand that we harbor no ill intentions towards your esteemed sect. Nor do we wish to seize your talents." Due to Jiguan's courteous demeanor, Tuoba Chen managed to suppress the urge to confront him violently. Upon accepting the wooden box and opening it, he was momentarily taken aback. Jiguan, observing his reaction, smiled and said, "What do you think, Sectmaster Tuoba? We are indeed sincere. Should you agree, this 50,000-year left leg bone will be yours. Furthermore, we can assure you that Tuoba Chen will remain a member of your Sacred Dragon Sect. You may visit him at any time." After Jiguan's declaration, Tuoba Chen found himself at a loss for a counterargument. The conditions presented by the Soul Hall were exceptionally generous, offering not only a soul bone but also assistance in nurturing talent. Jiguan's words were pleasing, and the benefits were so enticing that Tuoba Chen almost felt inclined to join the Soul Hall himself. However, he was perplexed as to why the Soul Hall would make such a significant sacrifice. In purely value-driven terms, Tuoba Chen could not possibly compare to the soul bone, which could be passed down through generations. Although Tuoba Chen was a prodigious talent, he was still just a modest great soul master. It was well known that brilliance could easily be extinguished, and a fallen genius could hardly be considered a genius. Noticing the lingering doubt in Tuoba Chen's eyes, Jiguan continued, "Rest assured, Sectmaster Tuoba, this soul bone is not solely to exchange for Tuoba Chen. The esteemed Pope seeks to reassure you that our collaboration with your Sacred Dragon Sect is not intended for annexation. This soul bone serves as evidence of our sincerity." While Jiguan appeared outwardly earnest, his inner thoughts were far from aligned with his words. "Tuoba Chen, our soul bones are not so easily obtained. Once you acquire them, you shall be bound to serve us. Moreover, with the heir of your sect in our hands, the fate of the Holy Dragon Sect will ultimately rest in the hands of our Spirit Hall. It is essential to remember that children are easily deceived. Beginning their training now, it remains uncertain to whom Tuoba Chen will ultimately pledge his allegiance in the future. It is evident that Tuoba Chen, a fellow whose mind is primarily comprised of brute force, has not contemplated the broader implications. He can only perceive immediate gains and losses. After all, to become the leader of the Holy Dragon Sect, one merely needs sufficient strength. The demands for intellect are not particularly high. Before long, he turned a glance at Tuoba Ming. After all, he is the grandson, and it is prudent to seek his opinion. Upon meeting Tuoba Chen's gaze, Tuoba Ming nodded in agreement. He harbors no objections to Tuoba Chen studying at the Spirit Hall, as he will eventually travel to the Heaven Do Empire. For him, the Spirit Hall is geographically more accessible, facilitating visits, and undoubtedly, their educational policies surpass those of the Heaven Do Empire. Seeing Tuoba Ming's approval, Tuoba Chen immediately proclaimed, "I consent. We may visit Little Chen at any time, correct?" Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's response, the chrysanthemum Douluo chuckled softly, finding it somewhat amusing. It is indeed reassuring that the sect leader has acquiesced. I wonder if it is now possible for me to catch a glimpse of Tuoba Chen. I am quite curious about what this rare prodigy, seldom seen in a millennium, looks like. Of course, Lord Yueguan, Tuoba Shi, who had previously displayed indignation, now reverted to his initial obsequious demeanor, addressing Lord Yueguan once again. Perhaps this is the nature of adulthood. In the innermost corner of the hall, Tuoba Chen strained to lean his head closer, yet he could never quite discern the words spoken above. Young Master Chen, the sect leader calls for you. A youth suddenly whispered in his ear. What does Tuoba Shi call himself? What has he done? As he observed the two individuals above, engaged in jovial conversation, a sense of foreboding washed over him. He hoped that his approach this time would not lead to any complications. After the young man conveyed his message, he lingered by his side. Tuoba Chen, recognizing he could not evade this encounter, slowly rose to his feet, feeling as though his legs bore the weight of 1,000 burdens, reluctantly making his way toward them. Upon seeing the newcomer, Zhu Yueguan was somewhat taken aback. Although he had heard of Tuoba Chen's prowess, he had never encountered him in person. Initially, he had expected him to resemble the other boys outside, perhaps a muscular youth, but was surprised to find a graceful and charming young gentleman. In that moment, Zhu Yueguan's admiration for Tuoba Chen increased significantly. He was a person who valued appearances, not out of ulterior motives, but from a place of pure appreciation. Suddenly, Tuoba Shi exclaimed with a cheerful grin, "Good news, Xiao Chen. The Pope has taken a liking to you. After you finish at the Holy Dragon Pool, you shall accompany Lord Yueguan to the Spirit Hall." Although he had mentally prepared himself, Tuoba Chen was still somewhat taken aback by Tuoba Shi's words. He had initially thought that Tuoba Shi had summoned him merely to boast about having such a prodigious talent within their sect. He never anticipated that the true reason for the summons was this. Had Tuoba Shi lost his mind? He was not his parents. What right did he have to make such a decision on his behalf? Instantly, the expression in Tuoba Chen's eyes darkened. Chapter 76. I have agreed. Noticing the change in Tuoba Chen's demeanor, Tuoba Shi asked, "What is wrong, Xiao Chen? Are you unwilling? This is a splendid opportunity. Or do you have some compelling reason?" Upon hearing this, both he and Yueguan fixed their gazes upon Tuoba Chen. Aware of their scrutiny, Tuoba Chen could only respond. If I go to the Spirit Hall, will I not see Meng Yiran anymore? There was little he could conjure in such short notice. And thus he resorted to using his fiancée, Meng Yiran, as a shield. Who is Meng Yiran? Tuoba Shi inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. She is Xiao Chen's fiancée, Tuoba Meng interjected from the side. Upon hearing Tuoba Meng's words, Tuoba Shi was taken aback, surprised that this young lad was already betrothed at such a tender age. However, nearby, Douluo remarked, "It matters not, Tuoba Chen. How about I take your fiancé along to the Spirit Hall as well?" Zhu Yueguan did not dismiss the child's feelings simply because he was young. He understood well that childhood was the easiest time to sway opinions. If he could leave a favorable impression now, it would facilitate matters in the future when Tuoba Chen would inherit the Holy Dragon Sect, making it easier to negotiate with the Spirit Hall. As for what would happen if Tuoba Chen did not inherit the Holy Dragon Sect in the future, they had not contemplated such an outcome. Moreover, the Spirit Hall had declared Tuoba Chen would be the future heir, and they were prepared to employ certain measures to ensure that. Upon hearing Douluo Ju's suggestion, Tuoba Chen hastily shook his head, saying, "No, that won't be necessary. Let Yiran go where she wishes. I have decided to go to the Spirit Hall." Tuoba Chen found himself unable to decline the proposal presented to him. Heaven knows what repercussions he might face should he refuse, especially considering that the Spirit Hall could very well send assassins after him. Their Holy Dragon Sect had but one title Douluo, Tuoba Shi. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Tuoba Shi hastily interjected, "It's best to agree, little Chen. Rest assured, once you venture to the Spirit Hall for your studies, our sect will spare no effort in nurturing your talents. I will personally ensure that your monthly training resources are delivered to the Spirit Hall, allowing you to focus solely on your cultivation. When you have achieved significant progress, you shall return to inherit the sect." After Tuoba Shi finished speaking, Tuoba Chen felt somewhat peculiar. He had initially believed that he would soon become a member of the Spirit Hall. However, it turned out he was merely to engage in learning, which still amounted to being associated with the Spirit Hall. He couldn't help but wonder what benefits the sect master had received to speak so favorably of another. Upon seeing Tuoba Chen's agreement, Zhu Yueguan smiled and said, "It is good that you've agreed, little Chen. May I call you that? Come sit beside me." Hearing Zhu Yueguan's words, Tuoba Chen felt a twinge of reluctance, but obediently took a seat next to him. Observing Tuoba Chen's compliance, Zhu Yueguan chuckled and remarked, "Child, I find you quite agreeable. If anyone at the Spirit Hall dares to bully you, just let me know, and I shall stand up for you." Zhu Yueguan's words were not mere flattery. He genuinely found Tuoba Chen to be likable. "Thank you, Senior Zhu Douluo," Tuoba Chen replied obediently. Although he was uncertain whether Zhu Yueguan's sentiments were sincere, he felt it impolite to contradict such kind words, especially considering the other was a title Douluo while he was merely a great soul master. Witnessing the harmonious interaction between Tuoba Chen and Zhu Yueguan was quite a sight. Tuoba Shi smiled and said, "All right, Lord Yueguan. The final Sacred Dragon battle of the day is about to commence. Little Chen will soon take the stage to compete with the other juniors. Let us allow him some time to prepare." Upon hearing Tuoba Shi's words, Although he wished to observe Tuoba Chen a while longer, Jiue Guan acquiesced. He found himself quite fond of Tuoba Chen, a well-behaved, adorable child of remarkable talent. He even entertained the notion of taking the boy as his disciple, particularly since he had yet to find a worthy successor. However, he felt it prudent to wait until Bibidong had finished her evaluations. Only if she chose not to take Tuoba Chen under her wing could he proceed with his intentions. After all, should Bibidong indeed take a liking to Tuoba Chen, and the boy had already become his disciple, it would lead to an undeniably awkward situation. After bidding farewell to Jiue Guan, he descended from the platform. Tuoba Chen let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Jiu Guan seemed to harbor no ill intentions towards him. It appeared that the decision for Shang Long Sect to join the Spirit Hall was already a foregone conclusion, and it seemed that in the future, Tang San and his companions would become adversaries. However, he wasn't overly worried, as there remained nearly 20 years until the final battle. All he needed to do was focus on his cultivation. Soon, the Shang Long battle commenced, and Tuoba Chen resolved to make a remarkable impression. Since he had decided to join the Spirit Hall, he intended to showcase his talents, thereby securing additional cultivation resources. Although the resources provided by Shang Long Sect were already plentiful, he would not mind acquiring even more. As the Shang Long battle began, Jiu Guan also perked up. Genuinely pleased with Tuoba Chen's appearance, however, he remained curious about the young man's actual strength. After Tuoba Shi had spoken for a brief moment, the competition commenced. Due to the large number of participants, Tuoba Shi opted for a free-for-all format. 10 individuals would compete in each round, with the last one standing on the stage advancing to the next round. By Tuoba Shi's design, Tuoba Chen was placed in the first round against 9 opponents whose abilities were relatively average within the sect. After all, he needed to perform for Jiu Guan, and selecting opponents who were too weak would not suffice. Yet choosing ones that were too strong might lead to unexpected setbacks for Tuoba Chen. Upon seeing Tuoba Chen step onto the stage, Jiu Guan focused intently on the proceedings. The Spirit Hall had invested a soul bone, and although the primary aim was not to exchange for Tuoba Chen, if the young man's talent proved substantial, it would mitigate their losses. As Tuoba Chen ascended the stage, the other 9 participants felt a chill of apprehension upon realizing they were competing in the same round as him. However, they exchanged knowing glances, seemingly reaching a silent agreement. At the start of the competition, they all charged towards Tuoba Chen simultaneously. Faced with the 9 challengers, Tuoba Chen felt no trepidation. None had broken through level 20, and their combat skills were rudimentary. Even if there were 19 of them, they would struggle to best him. Taking a deep breath to center himself, Tuoba Chen surged forward, opting not to use his earth spike, as it would hinder his mobility. Though he was not particularly large in stature, at that moment, he resembled a raging bull, recklessly plunging into the fray. The 2 individuals at the front were instantly knocked away by his charge. Tuoba Chen unleashed a flurry of punches, maximizing his physical advantage. It was exceedingly easy to contend with this group of children who had yet to break through the first stage of the transformation of the dragon. Within a mere 20 minutes, he had dispatched them all. Chapter 77. Conclusion of the battle. As the battle concluded, Jiu Guan was somewhat astonished. Was that all? Truthfully, Tuoba Chen's combat prowess exceeded his expectations. His 9 opponents ranged in soul power from levels 17 to 19, while Tuoba Chen himself was only at level 22. Jiu Guan had anticipated a fierce struggle for Tuoba Chen, yet the fight ended so swiftly. Jiu Guan had a vague sense that exchanging the soul bone for Tuoba Chen would not be a loss. In fact, it might even yield a small profit. Witnessing Tuoba Chen's outstanding performance filled Tuoba Meng with joy, as the young man was his own grandson. Although not directly trained by him, there was undeniably a blood connection. In the subsequent battles, Tuoba Chen continued to dominate, never once compelled to use his soul skills, relying solely on his physical prowess. He secured first place in the Shang Long battle. Soon after, Tuoba Shi declared the competition concluded, and the Shang Long feast was officially adjourned. During this time, Jiu Guan would not depart. He intended to wait until Tuoba Chen finished soaking in the Shang Long pool before taking him away. He had heard that a white-armored Earth Dragon Soul Master who had soaked in the Shang Long pool was of an entirely different caliber than one who had not. So he was in no hurry to rush the young man. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Tuoba Chen caught a whiff of a savory aroma wafting from the kitchen. It was late at night, having just returned from the Shang Long feast, and he was pleasantly surprised that someone was still awake at this hour. Entering the kitchen, he spotted Gui asleep with her head resting on the table, a plate of warm roasted meat before her. It seemed she had prepared food for him, worried he might return hungry, only to fall asleep while waiting. Seeing Gui's serene sleeping face warmed Tuoba Chen's heart, he tiptoed over and gently lifted her, thinking it would be better to carry her back to her room rather than risk her catching a chill by sleeping here. As he reached the doorway, Gui drowsily opened her eyes a fraction, barely perceptible to Tuoba Chen. Who is holding me? Is it the young master? Am I dreaming? Gui thought, unable to believe the situation due to the vast disparity in their statuses. Yet, even if it were a dream, she felt a profound sense of happiness. Believing it to be a dream, she wrapped her arms around Tuoba Chen's neck, instinctively nuzzling closer. Young master, she murmured softly. Seeing Gui's cat-like demeanor rendered Tuoba Chen momentarily stiff. After a while, realizing she seemed to be dreaming, he exhaled in relief, slowly carrying her back to his room, this time moving even more gently. Opening the door, he carefully laid Gui on the bed, tucked her in with a blanket, and quietly exited, fearful of waking her. However, just as he stepped away from her bed, Gui grasped his hand in her sleep. "Don't go, young master." After a moment, he turned back to see her face etched with concern, as if she were having a nightmare. Kneeling beside her, he gently stroked her hair, whispering, "I am here, do not be afraid." Upon hearing this, Gui's expression softened, yet she still clung to his hand. Tuoba Chen cautiously pried her fingers away, lighting a calming herb in the room before finally leaving. The calming herb had a soothing effect, ensuring a peaceful night's sleep. Returning to the kitchen, he gazed at a large platter of roasted meat on the table, noting that the portion was significantly larger than last time. It seemed Gui had remembered his words and prepared accordingly. Although he had already dined at the feast, he resolved to finish the delicious roasted meat before him, even if it meant stretching his stomach to its limits. Half an hour later, Tuoba Chen felt grateful for his robust appetite. Despite having eaten his fill, he only felt a slight fullness in his belly, suggesting he possessed a natural talent for being a hearty eater. The following day, Tuoba Chen arose early. Upon waking, he detected a rich aroma of meat emanating from the kitchen, indicating that Gui had prepared breakfast. After freshening up, Tuoba Chen entered the kitchen, discovering only a bun and some roasted meat, with no sign of Gui. Outside the kitchen, Gui was stealthily observing Tuoba Chen from behind a window. After waking up, the events of the previous night lingered vividly in her mind. Recalling what had transpired, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Tuoba Chen had embraced her and tenderly covered her with a blanket upon returning her to her room. She even urged him not to leave. Oh dear, what to do? He must think of me as a wicked girl who seduces men. Would he despise me? With such turbulent emotions, she arose early to prepare breakfast but hid outside the kitchen, too timid to face Tuoba Chen. Yet, the memory of his gentle demeanor made her heart flutter. As she peered at him from her hiding spot, her gaze grew more fervent. Sensing the intense scrutiny from the window, Tuoba Chen could not ignore it and turned to look. Upon realizing she had been discovered, Gui quickly lowered her head. Noticing the unmistakable tuft of hair peeking up from the window, Tuoba Chen felt a mix of amusement and exasperation at her poor hiding skills. However, he chose not to expose her. After finishing his meal, he left a small note on the table before departing. Once Tuoba Chen had been gone for a while, Gui cautiously approached the table and picked up the note he had left. It read, "Gui, I have matters to attend to and will be gone for a few days. There is no need to prepare food for me during this time. Take care of yourself, Tuoba Chen." Reading the note, Gui felt a pang of emptiness. Would he really be gone for days? Was he avoiding her? This thought saddened her momentarily. However, she soon rallied her spirits, tidied the table, and resolved to practice her cultivation. Previously, she lacked the means to do so, but now that she had the opportunity, she could not afford to squander it. No one understood better than she the struggles faced by those at the bottom of society. Moreover, she harbored a secret. She had developed feelings for Tuoba Chen. He had rescued her during her darkest hour, driven away her tormentors, provided her with food, clothing, and shelter, and transformed her life. Yet, she was acutely aware of her own inadequacies. If she wished to remain by his side, she needed to cultivate diligently. Chapter 78, The Sacred Dragon Pool in the Inner Hall. Tuoba she had been waiting for him, accompanied by two young men. One was Tuoba, while the other was unfamiliar to him. They were the second and third place competitors in the recent contest. However, Tuoba Chen was not particularly concerned about them. His purpose was the Sacred Dragon Pool. Upon his arrival, Tuoba Ming smiled and said, "Xiaochen has arrived. Come, I shall lead you to the Sacred Dragon Pool." Seeing that it was his grandfather who had come to fetch him piqued Tuoba Chen's curiosity about Tuoba Shi's whereabouts. Had he not always relished overseeing such trivial matters? Regardless, it mattered little who escorted him, as he was the one to immerse himself in the Sacred Dragon Pool, not them. They followed Tuoba Ming to a secluded valley, typically off-limits to disciples of the Sacred Dragon Sect. As they approached, Tuoba Chen was struck by a distinct scent of blood lingering in the air, prompting him to furrow his brow in concern. What was the situation here that could account for such a potent aroma of blood? Tuoba Chen harbored a foreboding sensation. The so-called Sacred Dragon Pool might differ significantly from his expectations. The other two individuals evidently sensed the acrid scent of blood emanating from within, and a palpable unease enveloped them. Observing the shift in the expressions of the small creatures behind him, Tuoba Ming shook his head, remarking that this was merely the beginning. The terror within would far exceed their current discomfort. Subsequently, the group followed Tuoba Ming into a secluded valley, where they beheld the scarlet expanse of the lake before them. Tuoba Chen felt a chill penetrate his heart. He stiffly turned his head and exclaimed, "It cannot be true." Noticing Tuoba Chen's reaction, Tuoba Ming chuckled and replied, "It seems you have already surmised the truth. Indeed, this is the Sacred Dragon Pool, composed of the blood and flesh of various dragon species. This tradition has been upheld by our Sacred Dragon Sect for millennia. The corpses of dragon soul beasts slain by disciples during their advancement are brought here and immersed in the Sacred Dragon Pool, which contains the remains of countless thousand-year-old soul beasts. The essence of top-tier dragon blood is an invaluable opportunity for us dragon soul masters. Upon hearing Tuoba Ming's affirmation, a wave of dread washed over Tuoba Chen. It truly was dragon blood. He had encountered the concept of dragon blood refining in novels before, but those instances referred to the blood of a singular dragon. Here, he wondered how many dragons' blood mingled together, and after such an expanse of time. Was the blood still in liquid form? Truly remarkable, it was dragon blood, as he observed the occasional viscera that bobbed to the surface of the blood pool. Tuoba Chen's heart brimmed with revulsion, while Tuoba Yu and another youth displayed even greater distress, on the verge of retching. Despite his repulsion, he was not one to succumb to frivolity. Steeling himself, he stripped off his garments and plunged forward. However, scarcely had he taken his first step when Tuoba Ming seized him, leaving him bewildered as he gazed at his companion. Tuoba Shi gazed at his bewildered little grandson before exclaiming with annoyance, "You impetuous rascal, why the rush? The dragon's blood is exceedingly formidable. Jumping in carelessly would be tantamount to courting death." After Tuoba Ming finished speaking, he retrieved 6 silver-gray special herbs from his bosom, stating, "These are dragon beard herbs. Before you descend, you must consume them. Once ingested, your bodies will gradually warm, and a green liquid will be secreted from your skin. When this green liquid envelopes your entire being, you may proceed. Remember, 1 dragon beard herb allows you to remain in the blood pool for a day. Exceeding this limit may endanger your health. However, if your body adapts to the sacred dragon pool, you may extend your stay. Nevertheless, I advise against greed. It is best to emerge in due time. Do you understand?" "We understand, Elder." "That is good. Come and take the dragon beard herbs." Upon completion of his words, the 3 individuals received their respective herbs, Tuoba Chen with 3, Tuoba Yu with 2, and the final youth with 1. The distribution was based on their rankings, and none contested this arrangement, for it was earned through their own strength. In the Sacred Dragon Sect, the competition of the survival of the fittest was honed to perfection. Holding the 3 seemingly withered herbs, Tuoba Chen swallowed them whole, instantly feeling a warm sensation blossoming in his abdomen, which was rather pleasant. Gradually, a viscous liquid began to coat his body, akin to sweating, though notably more adhesive. Before long, the green liquid had covered him entirely. Sensing it was time, Tuoba Chen began to stride toward the sacred dragon pool. The closer he approached, the more potent the scent of blood became, until he reached the pool's edge, where the overwhelming stench nearly incapacitated him. Yet, this was the very objective of their expedition, and under the astonished gazes of his companions, he leaped into the depths without hesitation. Upon entering the sacred dragon pool, Tuoba Chen's immediate reaction was one of excruciating pain, a fiery torment. As he submerged, the dragon's blood began to seep into his body, as if it sought to consume him whole. Before long, he found himself struggling, yearning to escape this tormenting pool. Observing this, Tuoba Ming shouted from the shore, "Concentrate. Guide the dragon's blood into your meridians." Hearing Tuoba Ming's voice faintly, Tuoba Chen hastily adjusted his posture, attempting to consciously direct the flow of the dragon's blood. However, the results were somewhat disappointing. The dragon's blood was overwhelmingly dominant and exceedingly difficult to control, rendering him incapable of channeling it freely into his meridians. Yet, he did not surrender immediately. This opportunity was singular. If he exited the sacred dragon pool, the effects of the dragon beard herb would dissipate, leaving him vulnerable without its protection. Therefore, he had no choice but to persevere. Since Tuoba Ming's method proved unsuitable for him, he began to practice the Azure Dragon technique within the pool. This technique was renowned for its formidable absorption capabilities, evidenced by his ability to enhance his cultivation speed by 40%. To his surprise, employing the Azure Dragon technique yielded immediate results. Its powerful suction managed to tenuously control the unruly dragon's blood, and although pain still coursed through him, it reached a threshold he could endure. Watching Tuoba Chen completely submerge in the sacred dragon pool, Tuoba Yu swallowed nervously, hesitantly addressing Tuoba Ming, "Elder, what is happening to him? Why has he ceased to struggle?" Tuoba Ming glanced at Tuoba Yu and remarked, "He has already acclimated to the waters of the sacred dragon pool, which is why he has ceased his struggles." What? Chapter 79, The Dragon Blood Refinement of the Body. It has only been a short while, yet the opponent has already adapted to the waters of the sacred dragon pool. Tuoba Yu felt somewhat taken aback. Could it be that the waters of the sacred dragon pool were not as terrifying as Tuoba Ming had described? Observing Tuoba Ming's composed demeanor, he found it quite plausible. As for Tuoba Ming, upon witnessing Tuoba Chen's success, he was secretly elated. Yet restrained by the dignity of his esteemed position as the Grand Elder, he refrained from expressing it outwardly. In truth, breaching the sacred dragon pool was neither exceedingly difficult nor overly simple. With the right methodology, one could swiftly acclimatize to its depths. It was through mastering such a method that he had endured those trying days in the past. His approach was precisely what he had just conveyed to Tuoba Chen. However, it was tailored solely to his own constitution, as each individual possesses a unique physique demanding different strategies. Hence, he refrained from sharing his insights with Tuoba Chen at the onset. Now, witnessing Tuoba Chen's adaptation, he mistakenly believed his own method had borne fruit. "Truly deserving of being my grandson," Tuoba Ming murmured softly. Before long, Tuoba Yu found himself gradually enveloped in that verdant liquid. Having lingered in the pool for a considerable duration, he had begun to acclimate to the overwhelming stench of blood, feeling less repulsed than at first. Yet, standing before the sacred dragon pool still evoked a profound sense of nausea. Nevertheless, in pursuit of his future, what did a little discomfort matter? With this thought, he leaped into the sacred dragon pool. Instantly, he experienced an agony even more intense than what Tuoba Chen had felt upon entry. Having consumed merely 2 strands of dragon whisker grass, his duration of protection and bodily fortitude paled in comparison to Tuoba Chen's. Fortunately, he had mentally prepared himself and promptly attempted the method Tuoba Ming had suggested, gathering his energy and channeling the dragon's blood into his meridians. Perhaps it was divine favor upon him, for he succeeded, alleviating some of the pain. However, the visible strain of his veins indicated that this method was decidedly less effective than the Songlong technique, yet he was content with his accomplishment. As the last youth approached, seeing the success of the two, he harbored a sense of disdain, believing himself to be only slightly inferior to Tuoba Yu. Since Tuoba Yu had triumphed, he surmised that exerting some effort would yield a similar outcome. Yet, aspirations often outshine reality. Upon immersing himself in the sacred dragon pool, he was immediately besieged by excruciating pain that stripped him of his reason. Having only a single strand of dragon whisker grass, he received the least protection among the 3. Help! Gurgle, 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 gurgle. Help! Gurgle, 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 gurgle. In his panic, he instinctively cried for aid, inadvertently swallowing a considerable amount of the dragon's blood from the sacred dragon pool. Upon witnessing the scene, Tuoba Ming refrained from immediately rushing to the boy's rescue. He had long grown accustomed to such circumstances. In previous years, the 3rd individual rarely succeeded, and this year was no exception. He was confident that the other party was not in immediate danger. He would only intervene when the boy could no longer endure. Until then, he aimed to allow the dragon blood to fortify the boy's body as much as possible. 10 minutes later, observing the boy's struggles gradually cease, Tuoba Ming leaped into the sacred dragon pool to retrieve him. Once ashore, the boy, who had initially worn a furrowed brow, instantly relaxed his expression. After expelling the excess dragon blood from the boy's body, using his soul power and dressing him, Tuoba Ming turned his gaze back to the sacred dragon pool. The 2 individuals within were the ones destined to bear the future's heavy burdens, and their protection was of utmost importance. 3 hours later, Tuoba Chen, who had been floating in the center of the sacred dragon pool, suddenly opened his eyes. The stimulation from the dragon blood accelerated the secretion of dragon whisker grass. And as his body gradually acclimated to the environment, the pain he experienced had lessened significantly to a mere slight sting. His body had indeed been enhanced. Being immersed in the blood pool allowed him to sense that the deeper he went, the higher the density of the blood pool and the stronger the energy contained within, albeit at a greater risk. After a brief moment of hesitation, Tuoba Chen resolved to dive deeper. He thought to himself, what is there to fear? Opportunities must be seized boldly. If one were to cultivate steadily and safely, how could they ever hope to surpass Tang San in the future? He began to descend slowly, mindful of the need for caution. Plunging too deep too quickly could lead to dire consequences. After approximately 5 minutes of descent, he halted, for the obscurity of the blood pool rendered his surroundings unclear. He ceased sinking when the pain in his body reached the initial intensity he had felt. He continued to cultivate, and perhaps due to the surrounding pressure, his martial soul activated automatically without his conscious control. His white-armored earth dragon martial soul had inexplicably transformed. Its eyes shifted from earthy yellow to a bloodthirsty crimson. Likewise, he too underwent a transformation, as the dragon blood permeated him. His hair and eyes became a striking shade of red, exuding an air of malevolence and mystery. Simultaneously, his Songlong technique progressed rapidly. Where he could previously maintain it for only 2 hours and 50 minutes, he could now sustain it for a full 3 hours. With just a little more effort, he would break through to the second layer of the Songlong technique. Thus, 2 entire days passed. Tuoba Yu, having fully exhausted the medicinal effects of the dragon whisker grass, was compelled to leave the sacred dragon pool. Upon reaching the shore, he saw only Tuoba Ming and another boy remaining. He sighed, realizing that Tuoba Chen was still persevering. Henceforth, the gap between them would likely continue to widen. Upon witnessing Tuoba Yu's emergence, Tuoba Ming remarked, "Indeed, you have persevered for 2 whole days." Tuoba Yu did not withhold his commendation. Historically, some of the clan members who entered the sacred dragon pool could not endure even 2 days, despite achieving first place. Tuoba Yu had indeed performed admirably. Had he secured the top position, enduring 3 days would undoubtedly have been within his grasp. Yet, alas, what could be done when one's own grandson surpasses him in excellence? After Tuoba Yu emerged, he did not depart immediately. Instead, he, like another young man, began to meditate on the ground. Having just exited the sacred dragon pool, he had garnered considerable gains and required some time to assimilate them. The following day, observing the stillness in the center of the sacred dragon pool, Tuoba Ming felt a surge of excitement. It seemed that Tuoba Chen would remain for more than 3 days. However, he was uncertain about the exact duration. Yet, every additional minute spent within was a blessing, for it was known that among the members of the Sacred Dragon Sect, only a select few had the opportunity to enter the Sacred Dragon Pool once in their lifetime, barring exceptional circumstances. The longer Tuoba Chen persisted, the more delighted he felt. Chapter 80. A week later, 5 days later, the surface of the Sacred Dragon Pool remained undisturbed. At this point, even Tuoba Ming began to feel anxious. It had been quite some time since Tuoba Chen had emerged. Could it be that something had truly gone awry? Tuoba, you shared a similar sentiment with another youth. After experiencing the terror of the blood pool firsthand, they found it hard to believe that anyone could endure within such ominous waters for an extended period. However, in the face of their anxiety, all they could do was wait, for they were not Tuoba Chen himself and remained oblivious to the true circumstances. Within the Sacred Dragon Pool, enveloped by the eerie crimson hue surrounding him, he had become indifferent to his surroundings. He could distinctly sense that his body had seemingly ceased to secrete the viscous fluid of the dragon whisker grass, yet astonishingly, he did not feel an overwhelming sense of agony. It appeared that his body had developed a resistance to the dragon's blood, making it increasingly difficult for the blood to permeate his being. Only blood of greater density would suffice to further his advancement. With this realization, he resolved to swim resolutely toward the depths of the pool. Although the Sacred Dragon Pool lay nestled within a small valley, its depths extended to an impressive 500 meters. Currently, Tuoba Chen found himself at approximately 100 meters deep, a level corresponding to the blood of millennia-old dragon soul beasts. Uncertain of how far the bottom lay, he knew that descending further was the right course of action. As long as he reached a region where the density of the dragon's blood could infiltrate his body, he would succeed. The deeper he ventured, the more laborious his breaths became, and the heavier his body felt. Yet, he pressed onward. He could clearly perceive that the current density was insufficient to support his breakthrough to the second layer of the Azure Dragon technique. According to the text, typically, one would need to be at least a level 30 soul master to achieve such a breakthrough. Due to his earlier use of the cold spirit grass, this requirement had been significantly diminished, and he had initially anticipated breaking through at the level of a 25 soul master. Now, however, with the aid of the Sacred Dragon Pool, he felt confident that he could accomplish the breakthrough at this very moment. After plunging down to a point where further descent was impossible, Tuoba Chen finally halted. He had reached the realm of the blood of 10,000-year-old dragon soul beasts. In this moment, Tuoba Chen felt an overwhelming pressure. The oppressive force of a 10,000-year soul beast was on an entirely different level compared to that of a 1,000-year soul beast. Although absorbing the blood of a 10,000-year dragon presented a significantly lesser strain than that of assimilating a 10,000-year soul ring, it still exceeded the limits of Tuoba Chen's physical endurance. However, achieving success was not beyond the realm of possibility, provided he possessed an extraordinary willpower. It all hinged on whether he could persevere. If he could, upon succeeding, his Songlong technique would ascend to the second tier, greatly enhancing his physical strength and enabling him to progress at an astonishing rate henceforth. Conversely, failure would mean not only losing the benefits of his visit to the Sacred Dragon Pool but could also severely impair his bodily functions, potentially rendering him incapable of being a soul master in the future. Yet, cultivation is akin to rowing against the current. Stagnation equates to regression. If he were to falter at this minor setback, how would he confront even greater dangers should he seek to inherit divine authority in the future? Would he then choose to abandon his quest? No, that is clearly not an option. Tuoba Chen endured his suffering in silence. For the past few days, his body had been engulfed in relentless agony, becoming all too familiar with the pain. Yet, the present sensation was almost unbearable. His complexion was pallid, and he trembled violently. Every part of him felt as though it were being scorched by flames. Despite this, he found himself unable to alter his current state, forced to endure in silence. Striving to maintain control over his mind and spirit, he then channeled the power of the Azure Dragon technique to absorb and guide the dragon's blood. 2 days later, Tuoba Ming paced restlessly along the shore of the Sacred Dragon Pool, marking a full week since Tuoba Chen had entered its waters. Although he recognized that his young grandson had likely acclimated to the pool's depths, an undercurrent of worry gnawed at him. After all, such an extensive duration raised the specter of unforeseen circumstances. What if Tuoba Chen had encountered an accident, explaining his prolonged silence? History had shown that there were indeed instances where particularly strong-willed children believed they could endure, only to linger too long within the Sacred Dragon Pool. Tragically, some had met their demise, their bodies completely assimilated by the pool itself. Should such a fate befall Tuoba Chen, what recourse would he have? How could he possibly explain the loss to Tuoba Yin? Would he be compelled to witness the heart-wrenching reversal of roles, becoming a white-haired parent mourning a black-haired child? Meanwhile, Tuoba Yu had relinquished his previous animosity towards Tuoba Chen, recognizing that the latter had achieved what he himself could not. Though Tuoba Yu is diminutive in stature, he possesses a remarkable sense of conviction. Throughout his life, he has only admired one type of individual, those who are both exceptionally strong and indefatigably diligent. His reverence is not contingent upon character. As long as one possesses formidable strength, Tuoba Yu will hold them in high esteem. This perspective, somewhat distorted, has been shaped by the environment of the Holy Dragon Sect. Just as Tuoba Ming could no longer contain his eagerness to plunge into the depths in search of Tuoba Chen, a series of bubbles suddenly broke the surface of the water. Noticing this commotion, Tuoba Ming's expression brightened. There were no others present, so it could only be Tuoba Chen. With a thunderous roar that resonated like a dragon's mighty cry, colossal waves surged forth, heralding the emergence of a blood-red dragon. Recognizing the figure, Tuoba Ming felt a surge of joy. It was indeed Tuoba Chen. However, Tuoba Chen's appearance had undergone a notable transformation. His once snow-white skin now bore faint red lines, and his eyes had become two orbs of crimson, devoid of whites or pupils. His hair flowed like blood, a sight that elicited an involuntary shiver in any observer. Yet, Tuoba Ming remained unperturbed. After all, he was a soul Douluo. The aura emanating from Tuoba Chen was no more than that of a soul king. The extraordinary presence he exuded was merely a result of his profound integration with the Sacred Dragon Pool, which now served as his domain, allowing him, a powerful soul master, to unleash an aura akin to that of a soul king. However, this formidable presence did not equate to a significant enhancement in actual strength. After witnessing the transformation of Tuoba Chen, both Tuoba Yu and another youth trembled uncontrollably. It was not merely the frightening appearance of Tuoba Chen that unsettled them. Rather, the recent purification had catalyzed a mutation in his martial soul, evolving it into a more advanced existence. The oppressive bloodline aura compelled Tuoba Yu and his companion to shudder involuntarily. Once they departed from the Sacred Dragon Pool, Tuoba Chen's condition began to gradually stabilize. The crimson hue enveloping him slowly faded, inch by inch, returning him to a semblance of normalcy. In approximately 10 minutes, he reverted to the Tuoba Chen he had been a week prior. However, despite his exterior remaining unchanged, profound transformations had occurred within. Chapter 81. Rebirth. He felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his being, capable of defeating 10 adversaries single-handedly. Upon reaching the shore, Tuoba Ming and the others immediately approached him. "How do you feel, Xiao Chen? Is there anything amiss?" Hearing Tuoba Ming's inquiry, Tuoba Chen nodded, observing the reaction. Tuoba Ming felt a twinge of concern and cautiously remarked, "Is something troubling you? Allow me to examine you. I feel utterly different. I am brimming with strength, capable of obliterating my former self with a single punch," Tuoba Chen replied. Tuoba Ming was momentarily taken aback, nearly struck with fright, believing something had gone awry. Nevertheless, to ensure safety, he conducted a brief examination of Tuoba Chen and, upon confirming his well-being, he finally relaxed. Subsequently, Tuoba Chen proactively requested, "Grandfather, could you arrange a sparring partner for me? I wish to ascertain the extent of my current strength." Of course, Tuoba Ming replied without hesitation, equally eager to gauge Tuoba Chen's newfound prowess. The other two, Tuoba Yu and his companion, wisely refrained from challenging Tuoba Chen, recognizing that they were no longer his match. After exiting the Sacred Dragon Pool, the group inhaled deeply, relishing the fresh air. This was the essence of life, an experience they would forever cherish, contrasting starkly with their days spent in the Sacred Dragon Pool. Following their emergence, Tuoba Yu and his companion returned, while Tuoba Chen was escorted by Tuoba Ming to a residential area. This locale served as the dwelling for outer sect disciples, housing numerous soul masters of levels 30 to 40. It was the perfect setting for Tuoba Chen to find an appropriate opponent to test his skills. Tuoba Ming appeared to be exceedingly familiar with the surroundings, effortlessly guiding Tuoba Chen to the front of one of the residences. "Knock, knock, knock. Zhou Fang, come out. I have matters to discuss with you." As Tuoba Ming had just knocked on the door, it was promptly opened, revealing a robust young man standing before them. "Elder Ming, what brings you to my humble abode today?" Upon seeing Tuoba Ming's arrival, the youth, known as Zhou Fang, appeared somewhat taken aback. "Is there something you require my assistance with?" "Ah, Elder Ming, please proceed," Zhou Fang replied. Though his demeanor was rugged, he displayed a respectful attitude towards Tuoba Ming. Tuoba Chen was somewhat curious about the relationship between the two. They appeared to have known each other for quite some time. "Engage in a match with my grandson, but be careful not to harm him." Upon hearing Tuoba Ming's words, Zhou Fang glanced at Tuoba Chen and then, with a wry smile, replied, "Elder, your grandson seems a tad too young, doesn't he? Though I have heard of the esteemed young Master Chen during this time, it seems he is only in his 20s. Wouldn't it be too much to challenge me?" Upon hearing Zhou Fang's words, Tuoba Ming only grasped 3 words, displeased. Impatiently, Tuoba Ming exclaimed, "Will we fight or not?" "Let us fight." Zhou Fang felt helpless. As a member of a disadvantaged group, was he truly in a position to refuse? Besides, engaging in a battle bore little consequence. And Tuoba Ming was his benefactor. Had it not been for Tuoba Ming rescuing him in his youth, he would have perished from hunger long ago. As for injuring his opponent, he considered the likelihood to be quite low. Although he possessed a high level, his offensive capabilities were rather feeble. Without the intent to defeat his opponent, overcoming them seemed a formidable challenge. After Zhou Fang acquiesced, the 3 of them proceeded to the arena typically utilized by the outer disciples for combat. Observing his surroundings, Tuoba Chen couldn't help but lament the stark contrast. The venue for direct disciples was far superior, while this area appeared rather dilapidated and overgrown, lacking any maintenance. Nevertheless, he was merely eager to test his own strength and felt no need for excessive concern. "Young Master Chen, are you ready?" "I am ready. Let us begin. Martial soul, manifest." Upon uttering these words, Tuoba Chen underwent a remarkable transformation. reverting to his sinister appearance with crimson hair and eyes. Simultaneously, Zhou Fang revealed 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple. Both individuals were momentarily taken aback by the sight of each other. The reason for Tuoba Chen's astonishment was the revelation that his opponent belonged to the Soul Sect. Although his own strength had significantly increased, there remained a certain gap between them, and the aura emanating from his adversary suggested he was not merely a Soul Sect member at the 41st or 42nd level. Meanwhile, Zhou Fang was taken aback by Tuoba Chen's demeanor, which sent a chilling shiver down his spine. Tuoba Ming, standing aside, was equally surprised to witness the transformation of Tuoba Chen after he activated his martial soul, reverting to such a state. Tuoba Ming glanced at both sides and declared, "The duel begins." With that, Tuoba Chen charged forward, while Zhou Fang remained stationary. An astonishing scene unfolded as Tuoba Chen, a formidable great soul master, relentlessly pressured Zhou Fang throughout the match. Observing the spectacle, Tuoba Ming felt a sense of satisfaction. He had raised Zhou Fang himself and was acutely aware of Zhou Fang's capabilities. Zhou Fang's martial spirit was the iron-armored beast, renowned for its formidable defense, yet lamentably weak in offense, rendering its attack power nearly negligible. This was precisely why he had arranged for Zhou Fang to battle Tuoba Chen. Though Tuoba Chen might not necessarily defeat Zhou Fang, he would surely emerge unscathed. As he cast a glance at Tuoba Chen, who was dominating Zhou Fang, Tuoba Ming mused, "My dear child, this is your grandfather's love for you." However, the inner states of the two combatants were starkly different from their outward appearances. Under Tuoba Chen's relentless assault, Zhou Fang found himself struggling slightly. Tuoba Chen's strength was far beyond that of an ordinary great soul master, having already forced Zhou Fang back several steps. Even a soul zone would find it difficult to push him back, though Zhou Fang was intentionally holding back to allow Tuoba Chen some leeway. Meanwhile, as Tuoba Chen pressed the attack, his hands began to tingle from the strain. Zhou Fang's body was indeed as hard as steel. Striking with full force yielded only half the impact back upon himself. Not an ideal exchange, especially considering that Zhou Fang had yet to unleash his soul skills. Realizing this was untenable, Tuoba Chen delivered a powerful punch to Zhou Fang, using the recoil to create distance. "Earth Spike Barrage?" he exclaimed, before Zhou Fang could react. 8 blood-red spikes shot towards him. Although Zhou Fang noticed the incoming spikes, he was too slow to evade them, an inherent weakness of the iron-armored beast martial spirit. With a piercing sound, the spikes found their mark, unlike the previous futile attacks. While only the tips penetrated, they nonetheless inflicted damage. Zhou Fang, struck by the earth spikes, felt no anger. Rather, he was merely astonished that Tuoba Chen could actually harm him. However, the earth spike barrage was not a singular attack. The spikes retracted and then lunged forward again like daggers. Unlike before, these spikes now bore barbs, and Zhou Fang was equally surprised at their newfound ferocity. Chapter 82. Rising strength. The presence of barbs was evidently advantageous, augmenting both the power and penetration of the earth spikes. Additionally, as the spikes retracted, the barbs inflicted further damage upon Zhou Fang, a truly impressive feat. However, Zhou Fang was not to be underestimated. Activating his first soul skill, Iron Armor, Zhou Fang enveloped himself in a thick layer of iron plating. The earth spikes unleashed by Tuoba Chen struck his opponent, yet astonishingly shattered upon impact. It was evident that even these formidable spikes were incapable of breaching his adversary's defenses, prompting Tuoba Chen to concede gracefully. He sensed that the opponent was deliberately holding back. Otherwise, with such formidable defensive prowess, he could have easily disregarded Tuoba Chen's attacks and opted for a mutual exchange of injuries, ultimately leading to Tuoba Chen's defeat. Observing Tuoba Chen's swift concession, Zhou Fang expressed mild surprise, having anticipated a prolonged struggle. Nevertheless, such a resolution was preferable. As the duel concluded, Tuoba Chen cupped his hands in salute towards Zhou Fang and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your guidance." "Not at all," Zhou Fang replied courteously. At this moment, Tuoba Ming stepped forward and remarked, "Zhou Fang is almost purely a defensive soul master, with a defense comparable to that of a soul king. It is only natural that, being merely a great soul master, you cannot breach his defenses." After speaking, Tuoba Chen nodded in agreement. He certainly would not belittle himself. However, the enhancement to attack power bestowed by the white-armored Earth Dragon martial soul, even post-upgrade, was not particularly significant. Even with its mutation, the increase was minimal, which was to be expected, as the white-armored Earth Dragon is predominantly a defensive martial soul. This duel had already fulfilled its purpose, as he had gained a clearer understanding of his own strength. Generally speaking, unless the opponent possessed an exceptionally powerful martial soul, even a high-ranking soul sovereign could easily falter against him. His physique and soul power had surpassed those of his peers by a considerable margin. Should the soul sovereign he faced lack proficiency in combat techniques, it was highly likely they would not stand a chance against him. However, the extent of defensive capability remained uncertain, as the white-armored Earth Dragon excelled chiefly in defense and strength, and he was quite eager to discover its limits. In summary, the gains from this Sacred Dragon Pool experience were substantial, particularly in physical attributes. The mental attributes remained unassessed due to the lack of testing methods. He had successfully advanced to the second layer of the Azure Dragon technique. His martial soul had undergone a beneficial mutation, leading to improvements in his soul skills. Both the total amount of soul power and the speed of recovery and cultivation had increased. These were the primary benefits he had discerned thus far, although there might be other latent enhancements he had yet to notice. Nonetheless, he felt quite satisfied. The only regret was that his level had only increased by 1 during this journey to the Sacred Dragon Pool. Additionally, it seemed that due to the increase in physical strength, the soul power required for his ascension had also risen. His body could now accommodate 3 times the soul power of a typical soul master, and his current cultivation speed was 5 times faster than before. This implied that his level advancement would be somewhat slower than that of fellow innate soul masters at level 8. Upon learning this outcome, he found himself at a crossroads of emotions, whether to rejoice or lament. The advantage was that he would undoubtedly never lack for soul power in the future, even enabling him to engage in battles beyond his rank. Yet, this ascent would now be considerably more gradual. After contemplating for a moment, he found solace in the notion that an increase in strength was ultimately beneficial, as a greater enhancement would aid him in his quest to inherit divine status. Though he remained uncertain if such an opportunity existed. After conversing with Tuoba Meng for a while, Tuoba Meng took his leave. Although hope felt ephemeral, he continued to retreat into seclusion, striving to advance to the rank of title Douluo. Now at level 89, he was unwilling to forego the opportunity to push forward. Observing the streets that had gradually begun to feel familiar, he felt a pang of nostalgia, realizing he would soon depart for an entirely unfamiliar environment. One that lacked the safety of the Sacred Dragon Sect and the Tiendo Royal Academy of Junior Soul Masters. He needed to prepare thoroughly. A rosy-cheeked maiden sat vacantly in Tuoba Chen's courtyard, gazing at the immobile door before her, lost in thought. It has already been 7 days. Why hasn't he, young master, returned? Could it be that he no longer wants me? With this thought, Gui shook her head repeatedly. How could that be? What am I thinking? Young master is such a responsible person. If he said he would return, he surely will. Resolving to distract herself, she began tidying up. During this period, her appearance had improved significantly due to the enhanced quality of life. She no longer bore the pallor that marked their first encounter, her complexion much healthier. Yet, a faint shadow of concern lingered in her brow, a worry that would not dissipate until Tuoba Chen returned. Suddenly, the gate, long devoid of visitors, swung open. Gui, still engaged in her cleaning, took note of the development. Upon seeing the newcomer, her expression shifted from confusion to excitement. Young master, Gui, I am back. How have you fared these past few days? Thanks to young master taking me in, I have been quite well, she replied eagerly, seeing Gui's vibrant countenance. Tuoba Chen felt a wave of relief. He had feared she might struggle to care for herself in his absence. Gui, I am hungry. Please prepare some food for me. Of course. Gui responded with enthusiasm, watching her bounce about. Tuoba Chen couldn't help but reflect on how wonderful it would be to maintain such a peaceful existence. Alas, tomorrow he would journey to the Spirit Hall, uncertain of what circumstances awaited him there. Half an hour later, the familiar aroma of meat wafted from the kitchen, as he beheld the sumptuous spread laid before him. Tuoba Chen found himself at a loss for where to begin. Noticing his bewilderment, Gui inquired, Young master, why aren't you eating? And no reason. Eat, let us eat. He stammered, quickly grasping his chopsticks and indulging heartily. Despite spending 7 days immersed in the Sacred Dragon Pool, where sustenance was provided, the flavor was decidedly lacking. Faced with the delectable feast before him, he took a single bite, and soon found himself unable to stop. Watching Tuoba Chen relish his meal, Gui's eyes sparkled with joy. Over the past week, she had diligently honed her culinary skills. The fact that Tuoba Chen enjoys the dishes she prepares brings her immense joy. Before long, an entire table laden with food was consumed solely by Tuoba Chen. Once he finished, Gui promptly inquired, Young master, are you satisfied? If you are still hungry, I can prepare more. Tuoba Chen quickly shook his head, feeling somewhat full from the generous meal prepared by Gui. However, he understood that it was her heartfelt gesture, and it seemed rather impolite not to finish it. After listening to him, Gui nodded, acknowledging that he had indeed consumed quite a bit. Subsequently, she began to methodically clear the dining table, taking the soiled dishes to the sink for washing. Chapter 83, Would you care to accompany me? Observing Gui's diligent figure, Tuoba Chen suddenly remarked, Gui, I shall be leaving tomorrow. After Tuoba Chen finished speaking, Gui's body stiffened momentarily, and her hands halted in their actions. However, she quickly resumed washing the dishes. Smiling as she said, All right, young master. How long will you be away this time? When you return, I shall prepare a grand feast for you. I won't be coming back. Once I leave this time, I shall not return. The sound of a dish shattering echoed from Gui's direction. She did not respond immediately to Tuoba Chen, who could faintly discern that Gui's body was trembling slightly. The air descended into an eerie silence. After a considerable pause, she finally spoke, I apologize, young master, I broke a dish. Gui's voice trembled with suppressed sobs. It's just a dish, he replied. Following this exchange, both fell silent, reverting to the unsettling atmosphere. Suddenly, Gui inquired, Young master, why must you leave this time? It appeared that she had managed to compose herself, for her voice was steady, devoid of any tears. Tuoba Chen was uncertain whether to disclose to the other party his impending journey to the Spirit Hall. However, he found no justification to deceive Gui. I am bound for the Spirit Hall, and from this moment forth, I am unsure if I shall ever return. Tuoba Chen's words were sincere. He truly did not know if he would be able to return. After all, the impression Bai Dong left on him was that of a woman capable of stirring chaos in the world merely to avenge a man. In his perspective, his journey to the Spirit Hall resembled the practice of two nations ensuring peaceful coexistence by sending their royal heirs as hostages to the rival country, a means by which a weaker nation seeks to demonstrate its loyalty to a more powerful one. Generally, the more significant the hostage, the stronger the powerful nation's control over the weaker one. As the foremost heir of the Sacred Dragon Sect, Tuoba Chen was essentially in a position akin to that of a crown prince. He found himself bewildered by what Tuoba Shi was thinking, and equally perplexed by the acquiescence of his grandfather. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's words, Ji's heart tightened. Although she had lived in a slum, she had heard of the Spirit Hall, regarded as a sanctum in the eyes of soul masters, where those fortunate enough to be chosen were considered to be extraordinary talents among countless others. Tuoba Chen has reached such an extraordinary level, and when I reflect upon myself, nearing 8 years of age without breaking through to level 10, I find myself lacking. Although it is quite common for soul masters to remain at level 8 at this age, in comparison to someone like Tuoba Chen, I feel rather inadequate. Gu opened his mouth as if to say something, yet ultimately refrained. Go. After I leave, take good care of yourself. I will leave you some gold coins. You may reside here with me. Do not allow others to bully you any longer. Do you understand? Wawawa as Tuoba Chen spoke. Gui finally succumbed to her emotions and burst into tears. Heaven knows how sorrowful she had been during the 7 days of his absence. And now hearing that he intended to depart forever triggered a complete release of her pent-up feelings. Upon witnessing her tears, Tuoba Chen became flustered. He was apprehensive about the weeping of such an obedient girl, for he was not adept at comforting others. Had it been a mischievous child daring to cry before him, he would have swiftly delivered a slap to teach them a lesson in cruelty. Gui tried to restrain herself, aware that others typically disfavor those who weep easily. Yet her tears flowed uncontrollably. As she sobbed and gasped, Tuoba Chen, inexplicably, could not help but let out a chuckle. The tension that had been so painstakingly built was shattered by this unexpected outburst. In that moment, Gui found herself in a dilemma. Unsure whether to continue crying or to cease, her face flushing a deep crimson from the embarrassment. Tuoba Chen felt a twinge of awkwardness, instinctively wishing to change the subject. Why don't you accompany me? He uttered, suddenly taken aback by his own words, spoken without premeditation. At times, in an effort to divert attention from an uncomfortable topic, people may unconsciously utter insincere remarks. Tuoba Chen found himself in precisely such a predicament, regretting his impulsive invitation. After all, the journey to the Spirit Hall was fraught with peril, and ensuring his own safety was already a formidable challenge. He had no time to safeguard Gui. Yet, it was evidently too late. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's words, Gui promptly replied, "That sounds splendid. I wish to accompany you, young master." The following morning, a lavish carriage stood waiting at the entrance of Tuoba Chen's modest courtyard. He was in the kitchen, enjoying his breakfast, while Gui gazed at him with a playful smile, her chin resting on her hands. Tuoba Chen lifted his gaze to her and asked, "What is it? Is there something on my face that brings you such joy?" She replied, "Oh no, it's just the thought of going out with you, young master. That fills me with such happiness." "Oh," he responded. Tuoba Chen answered helplessly, filled with regret for his previous words. He pondered why he had suggested such a course of action. It would have been far better for the other party to remain safely within the confines of the Holy Dragon Sect, rather than embark on a perilous journey to the Spirit Hall alongside him. Before long, a clansman knocked on his door. "Young Master Chen, Lord Douluo has arrived. Are you ready?" Upon hearing the voice from outside, Tuoba Chen promptly replied, "I'm coming." He quickly wiped his hands and departed with Gui. Thanks to the soul guide device he possessed, he was spared the burden of carrying a suitcase. He merely placed his belongings within the device, resolving the matter effortlessly. As he reached the entrance, he beheld Zhu Yueguan and Tuoba Shi, who were beaming at him and waving. However, Tuoba Chen's concern for Gui cast a shadow over his mood, and a hint of sorrow lingered on his face. From a distance, Zhu Yueguan noticed Tuoba Chen's expression. In response to the smiles of Zhu Douluo and Tuoba Shi, Tuoba Chen forced himself to muster a strained smile. Observing the tension in his smile, Zhu Yueguan mistakenly believed that Tuoba Chen was reluctant to leave this place, and a plan began to form in his mind. Tuoba Shi, seemingly oblivious to the surroundings, awaited the arrival of Tuoba Chen. Upon his arrival, he presented 2 cards, stating, "Xiao Chen, you are about to embark on your journey to the Spirit Hall. We cannot frequently visit, so from now on, procure your cultivation materials independently. This gold card contains 5 million gold soul coins. While this card is the highest level membership from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, affording you discounts. Take care along your journey." To Tuoba Chen's surprise, Tuoba Shi bestowed upon him a significant gift before departing. He expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Sect Master. I shall take my leave." "Indeed, go forth," replied Tuoba Shi. Consequently, Tuoba Chen, accompanied by Gu Yi and Zhu Yu, closed the carriage door. Zhu Yu did not inquire about the young girl Tuoba Chen had brought along. After bidding farewell to Tuoba Ming and the others, Tuoba Chen officially commenced his journey to the Spirit Hall, uncertain of whether this venture would yield good or ill. Nevertheless, he reasoned that Bibi Dong would likely refrain from targeting a mere child, especially since he had surrendered. Surely, they would treat hostages with leniency. After a day's travel, the carriage abruptly halted. Tuoba Chen, still immersed in his cultivation, awoke with a sense of perplexity. The steeds pulling their carriage were a breed known as scale horses, renowned for their remarkable endurance, capable of traveling for 3 consecutive days. Having perused the continent's map, he knew that at their current pace, it should take approximately 5 days to reach the Spirit Hall. Why, then, had they ceased their journey after just 1 day? Was there an issue with the carriage? Noticing Tuoba Chen's bewildered expression, Jiu mysteriously suggested, "Let us descend and investigate." Although uncertain of Zhu Yu's intentions, he did not decline the proposal. "Very well, Senior Yu," he replied, and together with Gu Yi, they exited the carriage. Upon stepping out, a magnificent city unfolded before him. Unlike the imperial capital of the Tiando Empire, this city's predominant hue was red, imbued with a rustic yet formidable atmosphere. Upon merely gazing at this city, Tuoba Chen felt an exhilarating surge of fervor. At that moment, Jiue Guan also alighted from the carriage, casting a puzzled glance at him. "Go ahead. This is the imperial capital of the Xinglua Empire, Xinglua City. It must be your first visit here, right? I must tell you, Xinglua City is renowned as an ancient capital of warfare. The facilities and industries related to Soul Masters are remarkably advanced here, as are the entertainment amenities. In just a few days, we will head to the Spirit Hall. I assure you, the training there is more rigorous than you can imagine. Consider today as your final moment of relaxation before entering the depths of hell. Go and savor it," Jiue Guan stated earnestly. In his understanding, the innate nature of children is to revel in play. Any worries or troubles can be alleviated simply by ensuring their joy. However, Jiue Guan's words took on a completely different hue in Tuoba Chen's ears. The assertion that all facilities and industries concerning the development of Soul Masters were highly advanced implied that he would be able to procure many cultivation resources here that were unavailable in the Tiando Empire. This revelation would significantly enhance his cultivation speed. As for the latter remark about the well-developed entertainment facilities, he automatically disregarded it. In his lexicon, there existed only the concept of cultivation, devoid of any notion of leisure. Having come to this realization, he promptly responded, "Thank you, Senior Yue Guan. I shall take my leave now. Return before nightfall. We can afford to wait a day," came the reply. With that, Tuoba Chen stepped through the grand gates of Xinglua City, followed closely by Gu Yi. Due to their somewhat striking appearances, they quickly drew the attention of several individuals within the city. Jiue Guan noticed this and discreetly trailed behind to protect them from the shadows. Upon arriving in Xinglua City, Gu Yi exhibited an inquisitive demeanor, as it was her first time venturing more than 5 kilometers beyond the confines of the Holy Dragon Sect. Tuoba Chen, exhibiting a remarkable composure, was no stranger to grand spectacles. Accompanied by Gu Yi, he made his way towards the very heart of Xingluo City. Generally, cities thrive in prosperity as one approaches their center, and Xingluo City was no exception. At its core lay the Imperial Palace, surrounded by the residences of nobles and shops vending exquisite materials and rare medicinal herbs. His purpose for this visit was to explore those shops. For Tuoba, she had generously bestowed upon him a sum of 5 million gold soul coins. Holding such a fortune in hand felt excessive. It would be prudent to exchange it for valuable resources instead. After approximately an hour, they arrived at the city center. Upon reaching this bustling locale, Tuoba Chen intentionally led Gu Yi towards a relatively secluded alley. Although Gu Yi was uncertain of Tuoba Chen's intentions, she followed him into the narrow passageway. Before long, they found themselves at a dead end. Observing their surroundings, Gu Yi's heart raced with apprehension. Why had the young master brought her here? What could he possibly want? Suddenly, Tuoba Chen's voice broke through her thoughts. As he spoke, 3 burly men, their appearances intimidating, strode in from the alley's entrance. "Ha ha ha. Little brother, I didn't expect you to be so alert." Noticing that we were tailing you, the leader, a robust man with a dark complexion, remarked. "Of course, your tracking skills are abysmally poor. It would be quite difficult not to discover you," Tuoba Chen retorted. "What is your purpose in following us? You little brat. What other purpose could there be? It's simply because you're quite fetching and can fetch a good price." The man laughed heartily. "Let me inform you, children like you are highly coveted by the noble lords. Each could sell for a considerable sum." Gu Yi, feeling a wave of fear wash over her, whispered, "Young master, I'm scared." Tuoba Chen reassured her, "Do not worry, I am here." Despite his smaller stature compared to the 3 men, he emanated an inexplicable sense of security, instantly calming Gu Yi. "Ah, how touching. I would hate to harm you. Why not surrender peacefully? That way, we can avoid hurting you, and you might fetch an even better price. It would be beneficial for us both. What do you think?" Just as the man finished speaking, he was suddenly pierced through the abdomen by a spiked earth thorn, Disbelief etched on his face as he gazed down at the wound. "How is this possible?" he exclaimed, only to be further assaulted by 2 more earth thorns, which penetrated his brain and heart. The other 2 men, mere ordinary folk, were similarly caught off guard by Tuoba Chen's surprise attack, swiftly meeting the same fate. Throughout this ordeal, Tuoba Chen shielded Guyi's eyes, mindful of her youth and wishing to spare her from such harrowing sights. However, after taking a life for the first time, he felt a wave of nausea churn within him, a sensation he fought to suppress. Once he had manipulated the earth to engulf their bodies, he sighed in relief. Removing his hand from Guyi's eyes, he said, "Let us proceed." Guyi surveyed the now desolate alley, her imagination filling in the gaps of what had just transpired. Chapter 85. Young cubs Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing. She glanced at Tuoba Chen, uncertain of how to express herself. As they continued on their journey, Guyi remained oblivious to the fact that Tuoba Chen's pace had quickened slightly, for reasons unbeknownst to her. Facing such scum ignited a fury within Tuoba Chen that propelled him to act in ways he typically would not. Too impulsive, he mused, adjusting his breathing to regain composure. Eventually, they reached the city center. Despite his irritation, he knew the task at hand was paramount. His gaze quickly fell upon a high-end shop, marked by the emblem of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, a store belonging to the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. By chance, he possessed the highest-tier membership card for the Seven Treasures Merchant Association, which afforded him discounts on purchases. Upon entering the Seven Treasures Merchant Association, a clerk promptly approached him. Though Tuoba Chen was but a child, his polished appearance suggested affluence, a testament to his growing awareness of personal presentation. As he matured, he increasingly prioritized his attire, understanding that first impressions hinge upon one's appearance. Given his means to enhance his image, he had no reason to dress simply, thus avoiding unnecessary misunderstandings. The enthusiastic clerk before him was a vivid illustration of this advantage. "Sir, how may I assist you today?" Tuoba Chen surveyed his surroundings and discovered that he was surrounded by low-tier herbs and items that offered little assistance in cultivation. "Is this all that is available for sale? Are there no higher-grade herbs?" Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's inquiry, the attendant replied, "Of course, sir. But those herbs are located on the higher floors. To access those levels, you require a membership card from our association." "Is this what you mean?" Tuoba Chen responded as he produced a colorful membership card that represented the highest tier of the Seven Treasures Association. The attendant, astonished by the card in Tuoba Chen's hand, double-checked to confirm it was indeed the highest grade of membership before exclaiming, "Wait, esteemed guest. I will fetch our steward to personally assist you." The attendant spoke with a hint of excitement. After hearing this, Tuoba Chen nodded, appreciating the prospect of being guided by a steward. Shortly thereafter, a young man with an air of competence approached Tuoba Chen. Upon noticing the card in Tuoba Chen's possession, the young man calmly said, "My apologies for keeping you waiting, esteemed guest. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yang Tian. May I serve as your guide?" Yang Tian's tone was not condescending, treating Tuoba Chen as an equal, which put him at ease. "Very well. Steward Yang, are there any herbs here that would benefit my cultivation?" "Herbs, you ask? Certainly, please follow me." With that, Steward Yang led Tuoba Chen upstairs. As he followed, Tuoba Chen discreetly glanced at the products on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors, noting that the quality of items improved with each ascending level. Upon reaching the 5th floor, Steward Yang stated, "Mr. Tuoba, I shall leave you here. The finest offerings of our shop are located on this level. I will not intrude further, but should you require any assistance, feel free to summon me. I will be right here." "Understood." Tuoba Chen nodded slightly. He indeed preferred solitude while shopping, disliking the incessant sales pitches from others. This moment perfectly aligned with his inclinations. After uttering his thoughts, he began to select items at his own pace. However, the instant they stepped onto this floor, they caught the attention of another individual. Tuoba Chen sensed that someone was observing him, so he turned his gaze toward the direction of his intuition. Almost immediately, he spotted a child with golden hair and heterochromatic eyes watching him from a short distance away. Wait, golden hair? Heterochromatic eyes? A familiar name suddenly emerged in his mind. "Mubai, this place is so dull. When shall we depart?" Suddenly, a charming little girl with 2 playful pigtails spoke to the golden-haired boy, possessed remarkable hearing. Despite the other person's voice being rather faint, he distinctly caught the mention of the name Mubai. As for the adorable girl with 2 charming little pigtails, she must be Zhu Zhuqing. He was somewhat taken aback to encounter 2 members of the main protagonist group in this unexpected setting. Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's voice, Dai Mubai withdrew his gaze, shook his head, and remarked, "I wish to observe a little longer. Zhuqing, if you find it tedious, you may return." At this moment, Dai Mubai was not yet the notorious playboy, and his camaraderie with Zhu Zhuqing was quite pleasant, suggesting that Davis had yet to impose his influence upon him. "Humph, you want to accompany me?" "I'm upset," Zhu Zhuqing pouted, tilting her head, her 2 adorable pigtails bouncing as she spoke. Yet, despite her words, she made no move to depart. For reasons unknown, upon gazing at the 2 charming figures before him, instinctively wore a gentle smile, devoid of any peculiar thoughts, merely a reflexive expression. However, it was likely that this scene would soon fade from view, as they were ensconced in a familial environment where older siblings would inevitably suppress Dai Mu Bai. This would lead him to a period of decline before embarking on a journey away from the Star Luo Empire, ultimately arriving at Shrek Academy, with Zhu Zhuqing following in his wake. Curiously, pondered the motives of Dai Mu Bai, a prince of the Star Luo Empire. Surely, even if he ventured to the Heaven Do Empire, he would not choose to enroll in a dilapidated institution like Shrek Academy. Was it perhaps due to fear of being discovered as the prince of a rival nation and facing imprisonment? Regardless of Dai Mu Bai's thoughts, he found himself captivated by a particularly fine medicinal herb, the diamond fruit. This fruit, highly suitable for their assault-type soul masters, was one he had never encountered in the Heaven Do Empire. However, as he reached out, his hand inadvertently brushed against another. Turning his head, he found himself face-to-face with Dai Mu Bai. "I saw it first," they both exclaimed in unison. Noticing the ensuing squabble, Goody and Zhu Zhuqing hastened over simultaneously. Both Tuoba Chen and Dai Mu Bai refused to release their grip. The Vajra fruit was an exceedingly rare cultivation resource within the Star Luo Empire, and Dai Mu Bai was unlikely to relinquish it easily. "Let go. I am a prince. Are you truly attempting to seize it from me?" Dai Mu Bai exclaimed, his face flushed with indignation. "What of being a prince? What I saw first is rightfully mine," Tuoba Chen retorted, steadfast in his resolve. Were it not for the fear of damaging the precious fruit, Tuoba Chen would have snatched it away long ago, rather than engaging in this banter with the youth. Chapter 86. Conflict. Dai Mu Bai, though of the same age as Tuoba Chen, was notably shorter, standing at merely around 1 meter 40. Observing Tuoba Chen's ironclad grip, Dai Mu Bai, somewhat vexed, challenged, "If you have the skill, let us compete. Whoever triumphs shall claim the Vajra fruit." Hearing this, Tuoba Chen regarded Dai Mu Bai through a lens of skepticism. In his view, the boy appeared far too slender, seemingly no older than 8, likely lacking even a level 20. The audacity to challenge him was laughable. Noticing the expression on Tuoba Chen's face, Dai Mu Bai snapped, "Hey, what kind of look is that? Be careful, or I shall give you a beating." In response to Dai Mu Bai's fierce demeanor, Tuoba Chen, with a dismissive air, acquiesced, all right, I agree. Where shall we compete?" Just as he finished speaking, Yang Tian interjected, "Are you two planning to duel? If so, our shop's top floor would serve perfectly. It boasts ample space suitable for your contest." Tuoba Chen was taken aback. According to logic, one would expect Yang Tian to mediate, yet he was offering a venue. Meanwhile, Dai Mu Bai seemed unfazed. Such was the custom in their Star Luo Empire. When two individuals coveted the same item and neither yielded, a duel was the resolution. The Seven Treasures Merchant Association had adeptly adapted to this rule, even going so far as to design appropriate arenas. Subsequently, the group followed Yang Tian to the rooftop, which indeed was as expansive as he had described. The ground appeared to be constructed from a special metal, resistant to damage. Upon arrival, the two stood at their respective positions. Yang Tian stood between them and announced, "This contest is for the Vajra fruit. Whoever emerges victorious shall gain the right to purchase it. I hereby declare the match to commence." Upon his declaration, rather than immediately engaging, the two girls spectating began fervently cheering. "Dai Mu Bai, young master, give it your all." After a rousing shout, Zhu Zhuqing's gaze collided with Gu Yi's, an invisible spark flickering between them. Dai Mu Bai promptly unleashed his martial soul, declaring, "I am Dai Mu Bai. My martial soul, the evil eye white tiger, is that of a level 15 powerful assault system soul master." Responded in kind, introducing himself, "I am Tuoba Chen, a 23rd level strong attack system soul master with the martial spirit of the white armored earth dragon." Upon hearing the opponent's level, Dai Mu Bai's expression turned serious. A 23rd level? That was a whole rank above him, and the other didn't seem much older. Observing Dai Mu Bai's cautious demeanor, Tuoba Chen mockingly remarked, "Oh, so this is the prince of the Star Luo Empire? Only 15th level? Is that all?" Dai Mu Bai, infuriated by Tuoba Chen's taunts, felt an overwhelming urge to confront him physically. However, he restrained himself. Aware of the significant disparity in their soul power and the fact that his opponent had yet to unleash his martial spirit, he would not resort to such dishonorable tactics. Noticing Dai Mu Bai's seriousness, Tuoba Chen was somewhat surprised by his composure. He continued, "Since your level is lower than mine, I shall not take advantage of you. I will refrain from using my martial spirit and engage you in a fair fight to see if you can best me." Dai Mu Bai, unable to contain his frustration, declared, "First soul skill, White Tiger Shield." Instantly, a golden aura enveloped him, imbuing him with a fortified appearance as he charged directly at Tuoba Chen. Witnessing Dai Mu Bai's straightforward assault, Tuoba Chen shook his head. Such a simplistic strategy. He mused that even the current avalanche could easily defeat him. As Dai Mu Bai reached him, Tuoba Chen simply sidestepped and delivered a whip-like strike to the back of Dai Mu Bai, sending him sprawling to the ground. After enduring Tuoba Chen's strike, Dai Mu Bai found himself unable to rise. Confused, he thought, "Shouldn't I have controlled the force? Why is this happening?" A wave of humiliation washed over him. He felt utterly embarrassed to have been toppled by someone who appeared only a year older than himself. Overwhelmed by shame, Dai Mubai wished to remain on the ground until the others had left. Observing Dai Mubai's trembling legs, Tuoba Chen quickly grasped the situation. Ah, child. Such tiresome pride. He did not hide his voice, and Dai Mubai heard every word, making him even more reluctant to rise. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing, witnessing the scene without understanding the context, rushed over in a panic, exclaiming, Mubai. She embraced him tightly. Please, don't die. In response to Zhu Zhuqing's concern, Dai Mubai feigned unconsciousness. Tuoba Chen, finding the situation dull, decided to take his leave, having expected a more thrilling encounter. Instead, he realized Dai Mubai was merely a privileged child with slightly better talent. Yang, I believe I can now purchase the diamond fruit, Tuoba Chen stated. Yang nodded, having noticed Dai Mubai's act of feigning unconsciousness, and shook his head, bemused by the prince's behavior. Once Tuoba Chen and his companions departed, Dai Mubai pretended to regain consciousness. Zhu Zhuqing, relieved, exclaimed, Mubai, you're finally awake. Yes. My neck hurts. Zhuqing, what happened? If Tuoba Chen were still present, he would have been astonished by Dai Mubai's acting skills. As Dai Mubai pretended as if nothing had transpired. Don't scare me like that. Let me take you to see a doctor, Zhu Zhuqing urged, startled by his words. Dai Mubai quickly shook his head, insisting, No, it's fine. I think I'm all right, just a little sore on my back. Seeing his anxious demeanor, Zhu Zhuqing wondered why he was so flustered but still expressed her concern. Are you sure you don't need to see a doctor? Really, I don't need to. What a joke, seeing a doctor would expose me. All right then, she relented, respecting his wishes. Meanwhile, Tuoba Chen successfully spent 150,000 gold soul coins to purchase the diamond fruit, followed by nearly 1.5 million gold soul coins on various training materials, finally stopping once his dragonfall was fully stocked. Yang was astonished by Tuoba Chen's financial capability. While 1.5 million was not a significant amount for their 7-treasure glazed tile school, it was remarkable that a child could carry such wealth without parental oversight. However, upon witnessing Tuoba Chen's composed and mature demeanor, he reconsidered his earlier assumptions. Chapter 87. First encounter with Bibi Dong, end of the third update. You know what I mean. After completing his shopping, Tuoba Chen promptly headed towards the carriage. Realizing that only half a day had passed, although Jiyue Pass had granted him an entire day of leisure, he found himself at a loss for how to spend it. For him, cultivating and enhancing his strength was the most enjoyable pursuit. With his purchases complete, he preferred to return and train, as he required significantly more soul power to level up than others. Seeing this unfold, Jiyue Pass hastily returned to the carriage. Upon Tuoba Chen's arrival, Jiyue Pass lifted the curtain of the carriage window and asked, What? You're back already? Aren't you going to stay longer in Douluo City? Tuoba Chen shook his head gently, saying, No, let us proceed swiftly. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's response, Zhu Yuguan nodded in agreement, and thus, the group continued on their journey. 4 days later, at the headquarters of the Spirit Hall, a luxurious carriage came to a halt at the entrance. The guards, upon noticing, hurried out to obstruct the way. Who dares to intrude upon the Spirit Hall? In an effort to spare Tuoba Chen an unfavorable impression, Zhu Yuguan refrained from reprimanding the ignorant guard. Instead, he presented a token to the coachman, instructing him to show it to the guards. Upon sighting the token, the guards quickly stepped aside, exclaiming, Lord Yuguan, please enter. With that, they allowed the carriage to pass. Having completed this exchange, Zhu Yuguan glanced at Tuoba Chen, who was engrossed in his cultivation, feeling somewhat helpless. In the days that had passed, apart from engaging in essential physiological activities, Tuoba Chen had devoted himself entirely to his training. This was the first time Zhu Yuguan had encountered a child so dedicated. The only moments Tuoba Chen spoke were to inquire about matters pertaining to cultivation. Not only was he a child, but even the esteemed title Douluo rarely exhibited such perseverance. In that instant, Zhu Yuguan comprehended why Tuoba Chen had achieved such remarkable feats at such a tender age. With such exceptional talent and diligence, if he were to avoid untimely demise, he would undoubtedly have the opportunity to become a title Douluo in the future. This thought intensified Zhu Yuguan's desire to take Tuoba Chen as his disciple, yet it remained contingent upon the Pope's approval. As Zhu Yuguan guided Tuoba Chen toward the Pope's chamber, he reassured him, Tuoba Chen, there is no need to feel anxious. The Pope does not harbor disdain for children. Just behave naturally. Upon hearing Zhu Yuguan's words, Tuoba Chen nodded earnestly. For reasons unknown, Zhu Yuguan seemed to treat him kindly throughout their journey, not placing him in any difficult situations. Tuoba Chen remained calm, in stark contrast to Gui, who was visibly anxious. As he surveyed the 2 rows of guards surrounding them, Gui's back was nearly drenched in cold sweat. Tuoba Chen noticed Gui's demeanor and gently grasped her hand, conveying a sense of reassurance that all would be well. Suddenly, as he held her hand, an inexplicable feeling of tranquility washed over her, easing her tension. Upon arriving at the papal palace, they refrained from entering immediately, opting instead to have the guard announce their presence. Your Holiness, Lord Zhu Yuguan has returned. Upon hearing the guard's announcement, Bibi Dong nodded in acknowledgement. The guard then stepped outside to inform Lord Juyuguan and his companions. Lord Yueguan, the Pope invites you to enter. With a simple acknowledgement, the three proceeded into the papal palace. Bibi Dong did not look up but continued to peruse the documents in her hands, inquiring, Yueguan, how have matters progressed? Your Holiness, the task is nearly complete. Additionally, I have brought Tuoba Chen with me. Upon hearing Lord Juyuguan's response, Bibi Dong nodded in satisfaction, finally lifting her gaze to observe him and the two young companions by his side. The moment Tuoba Chen locked eyes with Bibi Dong, he was captivated by her stunning beauty. How exquisite she was. Tuoba Chen unconsciously remarked that he was genuinely astounded by the appearance of Bai Dong. He had never encountered a woman quite like her. Although Bai Dong was likely in her 30s or 40s, she appeared to be a young woman in her 20s. Beneath her youthful and radiant exterior, there resided an indescribable air of authority, exuding a captivating allure that was irresistible to any normal man who laid eyes upon her. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's words, Ji was taken aback with concern and quickly interjected, Tuoba Chen, do not act recklessly. Tuoba Chen also quickly realized the situation. Yet he found himself at a loss regarding how to respond. Observing Tuoba Chen's flustered demeanor, Bibidong's lips curled slightly in amusement. His current state reminded her of the first time that person had encountered her, uplifting her spirits considerably. It's all right. Your name is Tuoba Chen, correct? I've heard of you. From today onward, you shall cultivate alongside my disciples. Upon hearing Bibidong's words, Tuoba Chen appeared somewhat dazed, unsure of how to reply, while Juyuguan, although feeling a hint of disappointment, softly reminded him, you should thank the Pope. Oh, thank you, Your Holiness. Noticing Tuoba Chen's reaction, Bibiong felt that this child increasingly resembled that individual. However, her thoughts soon drifted to something unpleasant, causing her previously uplifted smile to fade. After a moment, Bibidong noticed Gui, who was standing awkwardly to the side. Upon a closer inspection, her interest in Gui waned, as the girl struck her as exceedingly ordinary. Aside from her pleasant appearance, she seemed to possess little of merit in Bibidong's eyes. Yueguan, thank you for your efforts along the way. Please arrange accommodations for Tuoba Chen and the others, preferably next to the Saintess. Yes, Your Holiness. With that, Yueguan, though somewhat disheartened, led Tuoba Chen and the others away. Tuoba Chen sensed the emotions of Juyuguan, yet he remained oblivious to the reasons behind them. Could it be that he harbored a secret affection for Bibi Dong? Reflecting on the kindness Juyuguan had shown him in recent days, responding to his numerous inquiries about cultivation, he approached and gently tugged at Juyuguan's hand, inquiring, Senior Juyuguan, what troubles you? You appear quite despondent. To Tuoba Chen's surprise, Juyuguan looked taken aback. Observing the bewildered expression on Tuoba Chen's face, he affectionately ruffled the young man's hair, replying, It is nothing, little Chen. It merely crossed my mind that my grandfather, despite his advanced age, remains a bachelor. How I wish I had a grandchild. Tuoba Chen, astonished by this revelation, realized that Juyuguan was, in fact, a lonely elder in need of companionship. Witnessing the melancholic look on his face stirred a sense of pity within him. Quite unexpectedly, he ventured, Grandfather Juyuguan? Juyuguan's body stiffened at Tuoba Chen's words, and he replied, Little Chen, what did you just call me? Feeling a blush creep to his cheeks, Tuoba Chen responded shyly. Grandfather Juyuguan, is it inappropriate for me to address you in such a manner? His tone was somewhat timid, evoking a sense of vulnerability. No. You may certainly call me that, Little Chen. If you do not mind, I would be delighted if you continued to do so, Juyuguan replied. A hint of nervousness in his voice, resembling a child fearful of rejection. Indeed. Of course. Tuoba Chen replied with utmost certainty. After his words, Yueguan paused for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter, only calming down after quite some time. Turning to Tuoba Chen, he said, Little Chen, this is for you. As he spoke, he handed Tuoba Chen a token engraved with a chrysanthemum, saying, This is my identity token. Wear it, and decide from a few elders. No one will dare to bully you. Upon hearing his words, Tuoba Chen accepted the token, replying, Thank you, Grandpa Yueguan. It was not a rare treasure. Yet refusing it might upset Yueguan, so it was better to accept it. Hearing Tuoba Chen address him as Grandpa Yueguan filled Yueguan with delight, and he thought to himself that he must boast to old Gui about this in the evening. Observing the joy on his face, Tuoba Chen seemed to hear a voice in his mind declaring, Mission accomplished. Congratulations on acquiring the title of Douluo bodyguard. He couldn't help but reflect that in life. One relies on performance. No one dislikes a child who is both adorable and obedient. Soon, Yueguan escorted Tuoba Chen to a seemingly elegant courtyard, saying, Little Chen, from today onwards, you will reside here. Do you see those 3 houses? Yueguan pointed to 3 courtyards nearby that were similar to his own. Tuoba Chen nodded thoughtfully. Yueguan continued, This is the residence of the 3 disciples of the Pope. By living here, it signifies that the Pope has taken you as his apprentice, and you will eventually meet them. Furthermore, not far from here, there exists a simulated training ground where you can practice whenever you find yourself free. Ah, understood, Grandpa Yueguan. Upon hearing this, Yueguan felt a surge of joy within. The feeling of having a grandfather was truly delightful. Although he had never raised a grandson, nor even a son, He mused that showering them with affection was the best approach, as it would at least prevent them from harboring resentment towards him. After Ju Yue Guan departed, Tuoba Chen officially settled in. The residence was comparable to his previous abode in the Sacred Dragon Sect, albeit slightly larger, featuring a pond and a small pavilion in the courtyard, thus offering a more refined ambience. After selecting suitable rooms for himself and Gui, he proceeded to commence his training. A full month had elapsed since he completed the second layer of the Transformation Dragon technique, and it was time to embark on the third layer. From the third layer onward, up to the seventh layer, the training involved various levels of body tempering techniques. Although the third layer was the most fundamental, any individual who had not practiced the first and second layers of the Transformation Dragon technique would risk debilitating their body if they attempted to engage directly with the third layer due to insufficient physical strength. Upon opening the third layer, Tuoba Chen discovered that its training methodology was remarkably unique. It required the practitioner to activate a specific pressure point in their body using a special technique during the training. This would induce immense pressure on the body, followed by high-intensity training to enhance one's strength. This pattern continued until the seventh layer, with varying requirements for the activation of pressure points. To achieve completion of the third layer, one needed to simultaneously activate 4 pressure points for an hour. The fourth layer required the activation of 16 pressure points for an hour, while the fifth layer demanded 36 pressure points, the sixth layer 72, and the seventh layer necessitated the activation of 108 pressure points for a full 24 hours. After each training session, it was essential to consume a significant amount of soul beast meat to replenish the expended energy. Tuoba Chen glanced at his azure dragon pendant, filled with an array of precious medicinal herbs, and pondered who would carry soul beast meat. Resigned to the situation, he instructed Gui to guard the door before deciding to venture out for supplies. However, upon stepping outside, a familiar figure appeared before him. Bibi Dong. Seeing the visitor, Tuoba Chen promptly opened the courtyard door and bowed, saying, "I pay my respects to the esteemed Pope." Bibi Dong replied, "No need for such formalities." After which, Tuoba Chen straightened up. "Let me see your soul rings," Bibi Dong instructed. "Certainly." Without a moment's hesitation, Tuoba Chen responded, "Martial soul manifestation." Upon uttering these words, his appearance underwent a remarkable transformation. He appeared both sinister and terrifying, with delicate scales emerging upon his body. The shadow behind him also grew more substantial than before, while 2 soul rings, one yellow and one purple, materialized around him. It was noteworthy that with each enhancement of his power, his martial soul exhibited more traits reminiscent of draconic soul beasts. Bibi Dong, upon witnessing Tuoba Chen's martial soul, was filled with astonishment. She was familiar with the white-armored dragon soul masters and their ability to evolve their martial souls as their strength increased. However, she had never encountered anyone like Tuoba Chen before. The mere presence of a purple second soul ring was astonishing, and the mutation of his martial soul was unprecedented. "Attack me," Bibi Dong commanded. "Huh? What do you mean?" I said, "Attack me." Oh. Observing Tuoba Chen's apparent confusion after his martial soul manifestation brought a hint of amusement to Bibi Dong. With that, Tuoba Chen launched an assault towards her, exerting himself fully, knowing well that Bibi Dong was at least a titled Douluo at this juncture. Thus, his attack would barely be a concern for her. Bang! Bibi Dong effortlessly seized Tuoba Chen's incoming fist, leading to an exceedingly awkward moment. Surprised by the punch's potency, Bibi Dong noted that in terms of sheer attack power, Tuoba Chen surpassed both Xiaoyu and Yin, displaying decisiveness in his actions, truly a promising talent. As she returned Tuoba Chen's fist, Bibi Dong inquired, "Tuoba Chen, would you like to become my disciple?" She gazed at him intently. Internally, Tuoba Chen rejected the notion, feeling reluctant to kneel and accept a master in the manner of ancient traditions, which he found rather embarrassing. However, facing a formidable figure above level 90, he felt he had no right to refuse. "Yes, I am willing, Your Holiness," he replied. "Your Holiness?" Bibi Dong frowned slightly. "Oh, I mean, teacher." At this, Bibi Dong smiled and said, "Little Chen, I shall not interfere too much with your training, for your Sacred Dragon Sect likely has methods more suited to your development. However, should you encounter any questions, feel free to approach me during my leisure. Additionally, if you require any training resources, do not hesitate to ask, understood?" Chapter 89. The third layer of the Dragon Transformation Technique. Bibi Dong then engaged in conversation with Tuoba Chen for a while longer. She felt an increasing resemblance between this child-esque character and that of a certain individual, growing fonder with each passing moment. On the other hand, Tuoba Chen experiences a distinct sensation. Having read the original novel, he perceives Bibi Dong as a rather deranged woman. Furthermore, he notices that she does not exhibit the same gentleness towards her disciples as she does towards him, treating him with an affection akin to that of a neighborly older sister. It is not merely this. Even the enigmatic Ju Douluo seems quite fond of him. Does he possess some unusual charm that attracts these mature women and gentlemen? Unbeknownst to him, Ju Douluo is quite enamored with appearances, and Bibi Dong's fondness stems solely from his personality resembling that of the esteemed master. With a sense of curiosity, Tuoba Chen tentatively inquires, "Teacher, might you prepare more soul beast meat for me?" Since Bibi Dong has stated that he can request cultivation resources from her, He certainly does not intend to let this opportunity slip by. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's request, Bibi Dong nods in agreement. Of course, I can do that. Within their spirit hall, any soul master above level 40 enjoys soul beast meat at every meal, with reserves likely surpassing those of the Sacred Dragon Sect. Actually, teacher, he continues, due to the nature of my cultivation method, I require an abundance of soul beast meat, perhaps tenfold or even 100-fold compared to my peers. He then presents the transformation dragon technique for her examination. Although this technique is a unique treasure of the Sacred Dragon Sect, other soul masters are incapable of practicing it, and countless copies have been lost outside their sect. Many have perused it without achieving success, so showing it to Bibi Dong poses no risk. After reviewing the third-level requirements of the transformation dragon technique, Bibi Dong nods, acknowledging, soul beast meat? We have plenty in the spirit hall. Rest assured. I will instruct my subordinates to deliver additional quantities of beast meat daily to meet your needs. Thank you, teacher, he replies gratefully. You're welcome, she responds, gently ruffling his hair. Tuoba Chen felt somewhat disgruntled. He couldn't comprehend why everyone seemed so fond of patting his head, a gesture he utterly despised. Yet, there was little he could do, for the individual before him was the Pope, who also served as his mentor and, in a sense, his benefactor in this brief period. He resigned himself to the gesture. After a brief conversation with Bibi Dong, she took her leave. Observing her departing figure, Tuoba Chen's emotions were rather convoluted. The spirit hall appeared to be less cold and unfeeling than he had initially imagined. Before long, a knock echoed at the courtyard door. Master Tuoba Chen. His Holiness the Pope has asked me to deliver some items to you. Upon hearing the voice from outside, Tuoba Chen hurried to open the door. He was met by a guard who pushed a cart laden with soul beast meat to the entrance of his small courtyard. The quantity of meat was astonishing, likely weighing close to 1,000 pounds. Among it, Tuoba Chen spotted a massive leg from a black dragon. If he was not mistaken, judging by its size and color, it belonged to a 10,000-year-old soul beast, the black dragon. Instantly, he swallowed hard. The guard, upon seeing Tuoba Chen, promptly offered, Mr. Tuoba Chen, allow me to assist you in bringing this inside. Thank you very much, Tuoba Chen replied. You're welcome. The guard then proceeded to help Tuoba Chen move the soul beast meat into the kitchen before bidding farewell. Tuoba Chen instructed Gui to take care of the 10,000-year-old soul beast meat while he settled down to practice. He was about to commence his cultivation of the third layer of the transformation dragon technique, with the assistance of the sacred dragon pool previously. He anticipated that his initial attempt to break through should surpass just one acupuncture point. With this thought in mind, he began to focus on the first acupuncture point on his body, the heavenly gate. The heavenly gate is located on his forehead and is one of the most perilous acupuncture points in the human body. The adage all things are difficult at the beginning rings true here. Therefore, he approached the heavenly gate with utmost caution, controlling his soul power. He carefully approached the vicinity of the heavenly gate. Observing the tightly shut point, Tuoba Chen refrained from a forceful attack, opting instead to soften his soul power, allowing it to permeate gently, akin to water. Surprisingly, the process unfolded with remarkable ease. Soon, he breached the defenses of the heavenly gate, granting him the ability to open and close it at will. Without delay, he attempted to break through the second acupuncture point. 2 hours elapsed, and Tuoba Chen opened his eyes, having successfully breached 3 acupuncture points, nearly reaching his limits. He felt a sense of satisfaction with this speed, especially since the third layer comprised only 4 points, and he was on the verge of advancing further. In comparison to his kin who struggled to breach even the first layer during their initial attempts, he considered himself quite accomplished. Furthermore, he did not close the 3 acupuncture points. With them open, his mental acuity and sensory perceptions were magnified several times, albeit at a cost of increased energy expenditure. The focus of the third layer's cultivation was on enhancing his mental strength and 5 senses. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched into intensive training. Unlike before, Tuoba Chen could distinctly perceive the movement of every muscle in his body, identify his postural flaws, and gauge the environmental influences surrounding him. His mind had never been so lucid, leading to heightened effectiveness in his training techniques. Half an hour later, Tuoba Chen collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Truth be told, this training method was quite exhausting. He could hardly endure for an hour. Observing from the side, Gui quickly helped him to his feet, draping Tuoba Chen's arm over his shoulder as he assisted him toward the kitchen. Tuoba Chen had already prepared the sustenance necessary for his recovery, and now it was fortuitously utilized to restore his depleted vitality. Upon entering the kitchen, he beheld the perfectly roasted meat of a millennium soul beast resting on the table. Without a hint of restraint, he devoured it voraciously, while Gui observed him from the side. At times, she found herself perplexed by Tuoba Chen's relentless toil. Despite being a scion of affluence, he exerted himself with such fervor. Gui often felt a pang of sympathy as she watched him. As he sank his teeth into the thigh of the black dragon, Tuoba Chen's eyes sparkled with delight. The energy contained within the millennium soul beast meat was extraordinarily abundant. With just one bite, he could distinctly sense a revitalization in both his stamina and overall condition. And the flavor surpassed even that of the meat from the 1,000-year soul beast. The portion of thigh meat was not overly large, weighing approximately 300 pounds. Yet Tuoba Chen consumed a staggering 40 pounds in that sitting. His prodigious appetite stemmed from his body's pressing need for energy the moment the food entered his system. It was swiftly transformed into soul power. After finishing his meal, he turned to Gui and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Gui." She replied, "It is my pleasure." "Young master, the medicinal bath has been prepared. Would you like to proceed now?" "Indeed," he affirmed. Tuoba Chen nodded slightly. He had not exhausted the medicinal herbs provided by the Sacred Dragon Sect during his last visit, and he had also procured a new batch sufficient for his needs. Upon entering his room, he was greeted by the familiar fragrance of herbs, swiftly disrobing before plunging into the medicinal bath with a splash. Oh, the sensation! It had been over half a month since he had last indulged in such a treatment since entering the Sacred Dragon Pool. As before, the bath was thick and intoxicating, making it difficult to resist. 5 hours later, Tuoba Chen emerged from the bath. Having begun his soak at noon, it was now around 5 in the afternoon. His training today was not limited to the dragon transformation technique. He had also advanced to the second level of the Azure Dragon skill and could commence his practice today. After enjoying dinner in the kitchen, he prepared for his training. Ultimately, the second level of the Azure Dragon skill merely required a change in posture. Although the difficulty of the movements was significantly greater than that of the first level, he positioned his feet atop his head, using the strength of his fingers to support himself, preventing his body from touching the ground. Maintaining this pose for 6 hours would signify a breakthrough to the second level. Observing this posture, Tuoba Chen seriously doubted whether the founder of the Azure Dragon skill was in his right mind. The training postures were bizarre, almost akin to practicing yoga. Nonetheless, despite his complaints, he was committed to his training. Due to the intensity required for his body, although the posture was challenging to hold, he managed to maintain it for an hour. The results were impressive, compared to the first level of the Azure Dragon skill. The speed of soul power cultivation at the second level had increased, and he sensed a subtle enhancement in his attributes of acceleration and armor piercing within his soul power. Thus, Tuoba Chen spent a tranquil month, during which Bai Dong and Zhu Yue Guan frequently visited him, and he had also met Zhu Yue Guan's close friend, Ghost Douluo. Unlike Zhu Yue Guan, Ghost Douluo did not exhibit much fondness for him, yet neither did he express any dislike. He treated Tuoba Chen with a sense of neutrality. As for Hu Laina and the others, he had not encountered them due to his self-imposed isolation except for his visits to the mimicry training ground, which occurred at night. One morning, Tuoba Chen was diligently practicing basic spear techniques. His skills had significantly improved compared to before. Each strike was devoid of unnecessary flourishes, embodying the essence of simple yet effective attacks. Within just over a month, his spear techniques had reached a commendable level, a testament not only to his hard work but also to his earnestness. His training approach was clear, mastering the correct posture first before engaging in quantity practice to avoid detrimental effects and hidden injuries. For the first 3 days, he focused solely on perfecting his posture before commencing with volume training. As he was engrossed in training the third level of the dragon transformation technique, diligently opening his 3 acupoints, he was suddenly interrupted by the appearance of an unfamiliar stranger at his gate. The stranger knocked and announced, "Is Tuoba Chen there? I am a teacher from the Wuhuan Temple Academy. The school term has begun, and I am here to help you familiarize yourself with the academy." Startled by the voice from outside, Tuoba Chen realized he had been so absorbed in his training that he had forgotten about the start of the school year. This thought led him to contemplate the Tiando Royal Junior Academy, pondering how his absence would affect Shuepa and the others. And he reflected on how his last farewell had unexpectedly led him to the Wuhuan Temple. Promptly, he responded, "I will be out shortly. Goody. Please keep an eye on the house." "Understood, young master." With that, Tuoba Chen followed the individual who claimed to be a teacher. Upon seeing Tuoba Chen, the teacher was taken aback, as he had expected an 8-year-old child but was met with someone much taller. Due to extensive training in body-strengthening techniques, Tuoba Chen had grown rapidly, now standing at approximately 1.6 meters, and his features had matured into a strikingly handsome visage. "Teacher, shall we depart?" Tuoba Chen inquired. And the teacher, after some hesitation, accepted the situation and replied, "Very well." Subsequently, Tuoba Chen accompanied the teacher on a tour of the Wuhuan Academy, which was divided into primary, intermediate, and advanced divisions, corresponding to the junior, middle, and senior academies. Given Tuoba Chen's age, he was expected to attend the primary division to learn foundational knowledge. However, due to his exceptional abilities, he had been placed in the intermediate division. Upon entering his classroom and observing the sign that read Intermediate Division, Class 1, he couldn't help but smile, feeling a peculiar affinity for this class. Meanwhile, inside the classroom, Yin was conversing with Xieyu, saying, "Hey, Xieyu, have you heard? His Holiness the Pope has taken on a new disciple, a super genius who is 4 years younger than us and 3 years younger than Nana, and he is in our class." Xieyu replied, "Yes, I've heard. It seems he lives quite close to us. We haven't visited him during the long summer vacation, which is rather inconsiderate." As the two men excitedly discussed the new arrival, Hulaina, caught between them, grew increasingly exasperated. "Hey, enough already. Why are 2 grown men so fascinated by a transfer student? He is not even a girl. Class is about to start, and we'll meet him soon. So could you quiet down for a moment? Upon hearing Huliana's remark, the two fell silent. Xiaoyu, who was particularly fond of her, acquiesced to her request. Yin, harboring a secret crush on Huliana, instantly clammed up upon sensing her displeasure. Meanwhile, Tuoba Chen, who had been standing at the door, overheard their conversation clearly. He then entered the classroom alongside the teacher. As the teacher stepped inside, the classroom fell silent, and he addressed the students. Hello, everyone. I will be your homeroom teacher this year. Due to the arrival of a new student, I will reintroduce myself. My name is Qing Jian, a 74th level assault system battle soul saint. Qing Jian directed his attention to Tuoba Chen, who nodded in acknowledgement. However, the students largely disregarded the teacher's introduction. Their gazes fixated on Tuoba Chen. Upon seeing him, Xiaoyu and the others were astonished. 8 years old? Is this really 8 years old? How can he be so tall? Huliana, at first glance, was captivated by Tuoba Chen's striking appearance. It wasn't that she was enamored with him, but rather that she had never encountered a boy so handsome, even more so than herself, which left her feeling nervous and a sudden wave of insecurity washed over her. Subsequently, Qing Jian added, Tuoba Chen, would you like to introduce yourself to the class? Certainly. Tuoba Chen nodded slightly. He then stood before the podium and addressed the crowd below. Greetings everyone. I am Tuoba Chen, hailing from the Sacred Dragon Sect. My martial spirit is the white armored earth dragon, and I am a level 23 powerful attack system soul master at the tender age of 8. It is a pleasure to be among you all. This introduction, though conventional, left the audience astounded by his level, an 8-year-old at level 23. Such a rate of advancement was nothing short of extraordinary. Observing the expressions of those present, Tuoba Chen recognized that his current level was indeed somewhat exaggerated. In the original narrative, Ning Rongrong from the Seven Treasures, Glazed Tile School only reached level 25 at the age of 12. Meanwhile, the likes of Xiaoyu and others in the audience had only just surpassed level 30, despite being 4 years his senior. One can only imagine how formidable Tuoba Chen's soul power appeared to them. Of course, had they possessed the same training resources and earnest attitude as Tuoba Chen, their levels would undoubtedly be significantly higher than they were now. Ultimately, amidst the astonished gazes of his classmates, Tuoba Chen was assigned to the second-to-last seat by the window. Faced with their amazement, he was already accustomed to such attention. It was merely a minor scene for him. After all, throughout his life, he had always been the focal point wherever he went, and the current situation could hardly shake him in the slightest. Soon, the teacher counted the students and collected the summer homework before dismissing the class. Indeed, summer assignments were a priority at the Martial Soul Hall, which valued not only martial prowess, but also cultural education. As today marked the first day of school, no classes were scheduled, and the Pope had specifically instructed that Tuoba Chen should first familiarize himself with the academy's environment. Qing Jian was puzzled. It seemed that Tuoba Chen had only arrived a month ago, so why did the Pope place such importance on him? However, he could only speculate. He would follow the Pope's orders without question. As soon as class was dismissed, Tuoba Chen was surrounded by his classmates, each eager to introduce themselves. Hello. My name is Bai Ling, a level 26 auxiliary system weapon soul master. Before she could finish, another chimed in. I am Qi Xine, a level 28 agility attack system beast soul master, with a martial spirit of a giant blackback jackal. Except for Xiaoyu and his companions, nearly everyone was gravitating towards Tuoba Chen. Such a scene was unprecedented at the Martial Soul Academy, for it was known that the entire continent had gathered here the scattered geniuses without family or background, all of whom were typically quite proud. As their talents were closely matched, none would concede to the others. Only Xiaoyu and his two companions, whose talents surpassed the rest, had received some special treatment, but nothing to this extent. Tuoba Chen found himself somewhat bewildered by the cacophony surrounding him. During his time in the Tiando Empire, most of his classmates had approached him with trepidation due to their disparity in strength, and he had never experienced such exuberance before. In truth, the source of their enthusiasm was not his elevated rank. Rather, he occupied the lowest tier among them in terms of level, compounded by his youthful age and striking appearance. The disparity in levels stemmed largely from the fact that this was a middle school, specifically an intermediate academy, where the average age of soul masters was around 12 years. Generally, without extraordinary circumstances, students did not skip grades. In this day and age, such a remarkable individual as Douluo was a rarity. It was prudent to cultivate relationships promptly, lest he find it difficult to connect with them once they became immensely influential. After politely engaging with these students, Tuoba Chen finally managed to extricate himself, experiencing for the first time the discomfort of being popular. Upon exiting the classroom, he immediately began to explore the academy, curious to ascertain how its facilities compared to those of the Tiando Royal Junior Academy. However, he anticipated that they would not be lacking, as the Spirit Hall had consistently triumphed in the elite competitions of advanced soul master academies across the continent. Such success was unattainable without superior resources. Meanwhile, Huliana and her companions, having observed his departure, stealthily followed him, eager to uncover the true nature of this legendary transfer student. After 2 hours of exploration, Tuoba Chen had nearly completed his tour of the Spirit Academy, finding it to be far more expansive than he had imagined. The time spent familiarizing himself with the environment was substantial, yet worthwhile, for the training facilities here surpassed those of the Tiando Royal Junior Academy by several degrees. Everything the Tiando Academy possessed, this institution had in abundance. Tuoba Chen felt a stroke of fortune in being here, and his extensive reading had endowed him with a formidable memory, allowing him to retain a general layout of the academy. Behind him, the trio of Xiaoyu stared at him in utter confusion, having trailed this naive youth for a full 2 hours. They wondered what his intentions were in meandering around the academy, as it seemed sufficient to simply know the location of the classrooms. Clearly, this youthful iteration of the golden generation failed to comprehend Tuoba Chen's motivations, and Hulaina particularly felt her patience waning. From the moment he left the classroom, Tuoba Chen sensed that someone was tailing him. Initially, he assumed it was merely his classmates pursuing him, and thus paid little heed. However, when those individuals persistently followed him for 2 hours, he could no longer ignore their presence. Who is there? Step forward. Tuoba Chen addressed the direction of the 3 individuals. Upon realizing they had been discovered, the trio showed little surprise, for they had not made any significant effort to conceal their movements. It would have been rather peculiar had they remained unnoticed. Upon the unexpected arrival of the 3 individuals, Tuoba Chen felt a stir of surprise. It was indeed them. From the moment he entered the classroom, he had been aware of the presence of these 3 members of the Golden Generation. However, lacking a valid reason to approach them, he had refrained from making any overtures, never anticipating that they would choose to follow him. Despite recognizing their identities, Tuoba Chen inquired, "Who are you? You have been trailing me since I left the classroom. What is your purpose?" At his words, Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Tuoba Chen had noticed them from the outset, a testament to his keen observational skills. As the eldest among the trio, he quickly clarified, "Do not be alarmed. We harbor no ill intentions. We are also disciples of teacher Bibi Dong, residing in the neighboring courtyards." Chapter 92. Sparring feigning a sense of relaxation. Though he had never truly felt tense, Tuoba Chen responded to Xiaoyu's assertion, "Disciples of the teacher? Surely, she must have introduced you to us." Xiaoyu replied with an air of confidence, "No, she has never mentioned us." Tuoba Chen answered with an expression devoid of emotion. Upon finishing his words, Tuoba Chen found that Xiaoyu had suddenly become utterly frozen, engulfed in embarrassment, wishing fervently to disappear into the ground. "So, what exactly is it that you seek from me?" she inquired. Observing this scene, Yin could no longer bear the discomfort and interjected, "It's nothing serious. We merely wish to gauge your strength. Are you bold enough to engage in a contest with me?" It turned out they had come seeking trouble. They could have made that clear from the outset. "How shall we compete?" Tuoba Chen could indeed comprehend the sentiments of Xiaoyu and the others. After all, they were but children. Who wouldn't he desire to be the center of attention? It was only natural for them to feel disgruntled when someone overshadowed them. Nevertheless, he harbored a strong aversion to such troublemaking antics. Thus he resolved to teach Yin a proper lesson. Surprised by Tuoba Chen's prompt agreement, Yin had not genuinely anticipated a duel. His words had merely been a momentary outburst. Yet, he was not one to shy away from a challenge. "Let us compete here. I shall refrain from using my third soul skill. If you can withstand my onslaught for a mere quarter of an hour, I shall concede victory to you," Yin declared with unwavering confidence. In his eyes, Tuoba Chen was merely a fledgling Grand Soul Master, a mere child of 8 years. Engaging in combat with him could easily be construed as taking advantage of his youth, thus making such concessions entirely reasonable. Furthermore, Yin had earned the honor of the Silver Spirit Master rank within the Angel Fighting Soul arena, boasting an abundance of combat experience. Subduing a child like Tuoba Chen should be a trivial endeavor. Upon hearing Yin's declaration, Tuoba Chen did not attempt to feign bravado by insisting that Yin need not hold back. After all, Yin was a rare prodigy. It was indeed plausible that without a concession, he might find himself at a disadvantage. "Very well, I accept." With that, the two retreated to their respective positions. While Hulaina and Xiaoyu observed with keen interest, the two were acutely aware of Yin's prowess, recognizing him as the strongest in terms of overall attributes among them. Had it not been for their own martial soul fusion technique, Yin would undoubtedly be the most formidable combatant, and thus they were not concerned about his potential defeat. Merely curious about how long Tuoba Chen could endure under Yin's assault, Xiaoyu signaled Yin from the sidelines, suggesting he go easy on Tuoba Chen. Considering they would all be studying together in the future, it would be prudent not to embarrass him too much. Yin nodded in acknowledgement, understanding the sentiment. Soon after, both engaged their martial souls, preparing for the duel. Yin, with the martial soul of Flame Lord, a level 32 assault-type spirit master, faced Tuoba Chen, whose martial soul was the white-armored Earth Dragon, a level 23 assault-type Grand Soul Master. The moment Tuoba Chen activated his martial soul, the trio was taken aback. His transformed demeanor was strikingly different, exuding an aura that sent shivers down their spines. Witnessing Tuoba Chen's transformation, Yin's expression grew grave. After all, one chosen by Bibi Dong could not possibly lack in strength. Once prepared, Yin initiated the attack, feeling considerable pressure from Tuoba Chen. He resolved to hold nothing back. Especially with Hulaina observing. Failure would be utterly humiliating. First soul skill, Body of Flames. With that proclamation, an abundant surge of orange flames erupted around Yin, dramatically elevating the surrounding temperature as he charged toward Tuoba Chen. Tuoba Chen, of course, harbored no fear of him. Yin was not like Zhou Feng, that impenetrable tortoiseshell, and was merely a suitable opponent to gauge his true prowess. Bang! Crack! In an instant, the two engaged in a fierce struggle, the air resonating with the sounds of their intense combat. Witnessing this scene, Hulaina remarked, "Brother, Yan's performance is quite impressive. I can hardly discern that he is holding back against that young man." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu shook his head and replied, "He is not holding back at all. Did you not notice? Yin is already sweating profusely. If he could feign it so convincingly, I would gladly crown him the master of acting." Taking Xiaoyu's words to heart, Hulaina then observed Yan's condition with newfound astonishment. She was well aware of Yan's physical capabilities. Complemented by his Fire Lord martial soul, intensely hot, with striking power and remarkable resilience, she had seldom encountered anyone capable of rivaling Yin in close combat. Yet, witnessing the current scenario, it was truly astonishing that Yin found himself being suppressed by Tuoba Chen. Bang! As their fists collided, both fighters staggered back a few steps. Subsequently, the air was filled with the sound of heavy breathing. Tuoba Chen was blowing fiercely, feeling unbearably hot. It was as if he were directly touching freshly cooked meat. Were it not for the cold energy within him mitigating some of the heat, he might have felt quite cooked by now. Yin was not faring much better. He vigorously rubbed his own body. Tuoba Chen's fists were as hard as stone, and even his tiger's mouth had cracked open. His body felt as though it were on the verge of falling apart, racked with pain. After separating, both combatants simultaneously dismissed the notion of engaging in a brawl, recognizing the folly of a strategy that harmed both parties. After all, this was merely a sparring session, and there was no need to inflict injuries upon themselves. In unison, they declared their techniques. First soul skill, Earth Spike Charge. Second soul skill, Fiery Rage. Consequently, due to their simultaneous activation of soul skills, neither evaded the other's assault. Both were struck, leaving Tuoba Chen's garments in tatters, revealing patches of his fair skin. Yin, on the other hand, appeared significantly worse for wear. Despite his formidable defenses, he could not withstand Tuoba Chen's Earth Spike, which pierced through his forearm and calf, causing blood to flow profusely, rendering him a pitiful sight. Beside them, Hulaina and Xiaoyu were taken aback by this scene. Hulaina rushed over to cradle the fallen Yin. In truth, Tuoba Chen had held back. Yin was not in any life-threatening danger and would recover after a brief rest. Cough. "I'm fine. I lost," Yin said with a hint of dejection. He had not anticipated being bested by such a young opponent, although he believed that had he employed his third soul skill, victory would have been nearly assured. He felt the weight of the age difference, for years greater than Tuoba Chen. He could scarcely conceive how devastating his defeat would be if they were of the same age. Hearing Yin's words, Tuoba Chen nodded and turned to leave. "Stop," Hulaina interjected. "Is there a problem?" she demanded. "He merely wished to spar with you. Yet you have injured him so severely. Can you live with that?" Hulaina exclaimed, her indignation palpable. Xiaoyu quickly intervened, having just examined Yan's wounds. "He is not gravely injured. The wounds are minor and will heal with a couple of days' rest." Tuoba Chen showed restraint. It is Hulaina who has lost her composure. Chapter 93. A year later. "Brother, do not restrain me. I must teach that boy a lesson," Hulaina protested. "Nonsense. Cease this at once." Tuoba Chen. "I apologize on behalf of Laina." Upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, Tuoba Chen shook his head. "No need. I hold no grudge against her." With that, he departed. Having other matters to attend to with no time to linger, Hulaina watched his retreating figure, shaking her tiny fist in frustration. The following day, when Tuoba Chen entered the classroom, he discovered that the seat originally occupied by Yin was vacant, leading him to surmise that the latter must have taken a leave of absence. Meanwhile, Hulaina glared at him in a fit of anger. But Xiaoyu chose to ignore her. Indifferent to the two of them, he proceeded directly to his own seat and commenced the lesson. A year later, Tuoba Chen stood before the window, marking the commencement of a new academic year. Over the course of the past year, the school had not witnessed any significant events. He had been diligently honing his skills, and since that incident, he had scarcely exchanged words with Hulaina and the others. Any encounters were limited to mere greetings. However, it is noteworthy that his dragon transformation technique had progressed remarkably, as he had now unlocked the 5th acupoint. This means that within a mere year, he had advanced beyond the 3rd tier of his technique, a feat attributed to his journey to the Sacred Dragon Pool. Without that experience, such rapid progress would have been unimaginable. Nonetheless, his soul power had only seen a modest increase of 2 levels over the year. While this rate of advancement might appear rapid to others, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, for he had exerted himself without a moment's respite. The reality of only advancing 2 levels was somewhat hard to swallow. Yet, there was little to be done, as the soul power required for his ascension was thrice that of others, rendering his 2-level increase equivalent to a 6-level rise for his peers. Of course, his total soul power was thrice that of an ordinary white-armored Earth Dragon Soul Master and 4 5 times that of other soul masters, granting him greater endurance in battle. He had maximized the inherent advantage of the white-armored Earth Dragon Soul Master. However, a higher total soul power does not necessarily equate to enhanced combat prowess. For a century-old soul ring can only manifest the strength of a century-old soul ring, and possessing a soul bone is of greater significance. After all, soul bones can be upgraded in tandem with the Soul Master S level, making early acquisition all the more advantageous. Upon arriving in class, he noticed the students engaged in lively discussions. His keen hearing quickly grasped their topic. A new transfer student was arriving. However, this did not concern him. He was focused on his own endeavors. Shortly thereafter, Qing Jian entered, and the classroom fell silent. He announced, "Today, I would like to introduce a new student. Iran. Please introduce yourself." Tuoba Chen, engrossed in his book, immediately lifted his head at the mention of the name Iran. Could it be? He pondered. Upon lifting his gaze, he confirmed his suspicion upon seeing the slightly more mature face before him. Ming Iran energetically introduced herself to the class. "Hello, everyone. I am Ming Iran, a level 21 agility-type Great Soul Master, with the spirit of the Serpent Staff. I am here to visit my fiancée." Throughout her speech, her eyes were fixed on Tuoba Chen. The moment the classmates laid eyes on Ming Iran, their expressions brightened. Unlike Tuoba Chen, she had not developed early. Though girls typically mature faster, she still stood at around 1 for meters, and her deliberately cute demeanor made her appear especially endearing, garnering her considerable popularity. However, when they heard the term fiancé, they were momentarily taken aback. After finishing her introduction, she sat down beside Tuoba Chen without waiting for Qing Jian to speak. The classmates were left in a state of confusion. Fiancé? What is going on? They exchanged glances laden with ambiguity, observing the two of them closely. Seeing the smiling Ming Iran, Tuoba Chen felt a mix of helplessness and joy, as he could easily hear the murmurs of his classmates. "What brings you here?" Truthfully, he was delighted that Ming Iran had come to see him. She did not respond immediately, only saying, "I'll tell you later." "All right, Qing Jian." Witnessing Ming Iran's behavior, felt a sense of exasperation. However, he took solace in the fact that the Soul Master Academy did not prohibit early romantic relationships. And considering their tender age of 9, they likely knew little about such matters, so he decided to refrain from unnecessary worry. After asking a classmate to make room for Ming Iran, Qing Jian began the lesson as usual. As before, Ming Iran made sure their seats were adjacent, creating a makeshift desk partner arrangement in an otherwise singular seating arrangement. Qing Jian chose not to comment on this. Tuoba Chen had the protection of Bai Bai Dong, making him untouchable, so he had spent the past year reading other materials during class without objection. Now, with Ming Iran by his side, Qing Jian felt equally powerless. Offending Ming Iran would mean incurring Tuoba Chen's wrath, and Tuoba Chen would undoubtedly call upon Bai Bai Dong for resolution. Thus, in essence, Bai Bai Dong was shielding Ming Iran, complicating matters for Qing Jian. Throughout the class, the students were more preoccupied with observing the two young lovers than paying attention to the lesson. Seeing their affectionate exchanges, many felt a pang of envy, including the golden generation. Yet, the couple remained oblivious to the gazes around them, engrossed in their whispered conversations. Yin, unable to contain himself, exclaimed softly, "Wow. They're whispering sweet nothings. Did you see that, Xiaoyu?" "Yes, I saw," Xiaoyu replied with a grin. Nearby, Hulaina also averted her gaze, pretending not to watch, her fingers forming a peace sign to shield her eyes. "Well, they're holding hands," Yin blurted out, his voice rising a bit too loud. Qing Jian's forehead twitched, but he could not muster the anger to reprimand Yin, as he was equally wary of him. Finally, when the class came to an end, Qing Jian hastily announced, "Class dismissed." He quickly exited the classroom, heading towards the battle arena to vent his frustrations. However, the other students showed no inclination to leave, eager to witness more drama, hoping for a kiss, as they had yet to see one in person. Meanwhile, the two main characters remained oblivious to the commotion. Tuoba Chen had asked Ming Iran a plethora of questions during class, and she responded thoughtfully, including why she had come. It turned out that Tuoba Ming had sent a letter informing his parents of his well-being, and Ming Iran learned of his location through them. Fearing he might be swayed by other girls, she had swiftly transferred schools after reaching level 20. As for why she was assigned to his class, it seemed that the formidable dragon and serpent couple had made some concessions. With this in mind, Tuoba Chen asked, "Would you like to see where I currently reside?" "Yes, that sounds good." Upon hearing they were about to leave, the classmates gradually dispersed. Author's note, tomorrow the story will be officially launched. I will strive to deliver a flurry of updates, aiming for 10 chapters, though I lack confidence. Why the uncertainty? Because I have no drafts prepared. If I cannot meet the 10-chapter goal, I will make it up within the following 2 days. As my elderly hands are not guaranteed to deliver 10 chapters in a single day, I appreciate all the support from my brothers. I won't indulge in overly sentimental expressions. Mainly, I just hope for your support and a first subscription. I earnestly request it. Thank you. In the small courtyard of Tuoba Chen from a distance, Gri spotted Tuoba Chen's figure atop the loft. Just as she was about to descend to greet him, she suddenly noticed a strange young girl following closely behind him. The girl appeared to be of a similar age, possessing an exquisite beauty that rivaled her own. In that instant, a potent sense of unease surged within Gui. Nevertheless, She swiftly ran down to open the door for Tuoba Chen. She firmly believed that as long as she remained steadfast and endeavored to enhance Tuoba Chen's affection for her, no enchanting creature could lure him away. Just as Tuoba Chen and Meng Yiran arrived at the entrance, the courtyard door swung open, revealing Gui standing there. Meng Yiran paused for a moment, then, stepping in front of Gui and linking her arm with Tuoba Chen's, inquired, "Chen Gu, who is this?" Witnessing Meng Yiran's actions, Gui's fists clenched tightly. "Chen Gu, how intimate." Gui silently scoffed to herself. Tuoba Chen hastily remarked, "This is Gui, my friend." He refrained from referring to Gui as a servant. In his heart, she had always been a companion, or perhaps a sister. He then introduced her to Gui, saying, "Gui, this is Meng Yiran, my fiancée." Upon hearing the word fiancée, Gui's pupils dilated, and she felt a pang of pain in her heart. It was no wonder that the ever-disciplined Tuoba Chen would allow no one but his betrothed to link arms with him. Meng Yiran cast a triumphant glance at Gui. However, Gui quickly composed herself and jested, "I had no idea you had a fiancée, young master. Do tell me how you two met." She feigned curiosity. The two were somewhat taken aback by Gui's demeanor. In truth, Tuoba Chen had recently sensed that Gui harbored a slight affection for him, and he had intended to clarify his feelings with her. But now, with Meng Yiran's arrival, there was no need for explanations. He could simply inform her of his engagement. Yet, Gui seemed utterly unconcerned. Was it merely his delusion? After careful contemplation, Tuoba Chen concluded that it must be a mere illusion on his part. Although the girl exhibited signs of precocity, Gui was merely 8 years old and unlikely to possess such profound scheming. It was only natural that she would remain indifferent upon witnessing her crush becoming engaged to another. Indeed, he was convinced that he had overthought the matter. Yet, this was not entirely unfavorable. At least it meant that he would not inadvertently cause her distress. It appeared that Gui regarded him solely as an elder brother. In stark contrast, Meng Yiran experienced a wholly different sentiment. She had distinctly perceived the flicker of shock in Gui's eyes, a gaze laden with disbelief. Clearly, the Gui before her was not as composed as she appeared. It was evident that she harbored affections for Tuoba Chen. Meng Yiran sensed an unmistakable kinship. Realizing that Gui, much like herself, only feigned innocence in Tuoba Chen's presence. At other times, her true nature would surely emerge. Gui's currently innocent demeanor seemed to challenge her, as if declaring a silent war. Very well, she accepted the challenge. In a place unseen by Tuoba Chen, the eyes of the two women met, each comprehending the unspoken understanding in the other's gaze. Subsequently, Tuoba Chen remarked, "Gui, you may attend to your matters. Yiran has just arrived, and I shall take her to choose a room." "Understood, young master," Gui responded obediently. Thereafter, Tuoba Chen guided Meng Yiran through all the vacant rooms, allowing her to select one to her satisfaction. However, it was evident that Meng Yiran was not particularly pleased with any of the rooms. Strangely enough, the only ones she found appealing were Gui's room and Tuoba Chen's own quarters. Tuoba Chen felt a sense of helplessness. Compared to Meng Yiran's previous room, this one was indeed lacking, yet there were no other options available. Was he supposed to ask Gui to vacate her room for her? That was clearly out of the question. After some contemplation, Tuoba Chen finally suggested, "How about you stay in my room?" Upon hearing his words, Meng Yiran's eyes sparkled with surprise. She thought to herself, "Chen Gu is not as dense as I imagined. This will certainly save me some effort." Then, under Meng Yiran's astonished gaze, Tuoba Chen began to tidy up his belongings in his room. "Chen Gu, what are you doing?" she inquired. Tuoba Chen, looking bewildered, replied, "I'm packing up. Didn't you say you wanted to stay in my room? But I never asked you to move out." She protested. "If I don't move out, how will you sleep?" He countered, "I can sleep beside you." "I wish to live together," Meng Yiran declared earnestly. Gazing sincerely at Tuoba Chen could hardly believe his ears. He stammered, "What did you say?" "I said I want to live together with you." At that moment, Meng Yiran's face flushed, though it was a feigned blush. It is inappropriate for men and women to share such closeness. How can this be allowed? Why not? Are we not engaged? She challenged. "Do you no longer have feelings for me, or have you found someone else?" As she spoke, she pretended to be on the verge of tears. Just then, an odd sound echoed from outside the door. As Tuoba Chen glanced towards the entrance, he noticed Gui standing there with her hands clasped behind her back. "Young master, dinner is ready," she announced. "Oh, all right, I'll be down shortly. You may go ahead," he replied. After Gui departed, she revealed what she had been concealing, a wooden puppet, intricately carved into Tuoba Chen's likeness, now tragically severed into 2 pieces. Unable to contain herself earlier, she had accidentally broken it. With a lingering, reluctant gaze at Tuoba Chen's room, she turned and left. Once Gui was gone, Meng Yiran instantly transformed into a mere accessory, insisting that Tuoba Chen would not descend until he agreed to her request. Ultimately, with no other option, Tuoba Chen made a significant concession by adding an extra bed to his spacious room. Allowing Meng Yiran to share the same room was his utmost limit. Sharing a bed was out of the question, as they were still quite young. Meng Yiran recognized that Tuoba Chen had made considerable concessions, and thus she reluctantly acquiesced for the time being. This was merely the beginning. With the success of this initial phase, she intended to gradually advance, step by step, into the depths of Tuoba Chen's heart, ensuring that he would harbor feelings solely for her. Coincidentally, as the two made their way downstairs, Bibidong arrived at the entrance of Tuoba Chen's courtyard. Bibidong's visits were infrequent, occurring roughly once a month. In contrast, if this frequency were applied to Hulaina and her companions, it would be considered remarkably frequent, as Bibidong had never sought them out. They had always been the ones to approach her. Upon pushing open the courtyard gate, Bibidong encountered the trio descending the stairs. The formidable presence of this powerful woman was impossible for Tuoba Chen to overlook. Tuoba Chen hurriedly approached and exclaimed, "Teacher, what brings you here? Allow me to clarify for everyone. The intention behind suggesting that they share a room is not for any ulterior motives, but rather due to a previous recommendation from a reader. It was proposed that cultivating together with one's martial soul fusion partner could enhance the training speed of both individuals, hence this arrangement. The reason for including this explanation here is that sometimes readers overlook the author's notes, leading to potential misunderstandings. Additionally, this paragraph exceeds 2,000 words and is provided free of charge. So it is better to clarify everything at once to avoid future explanations. Chapter 95. You should go to the Soul Fighting Arena. Second update. Seeking initial subscriptions. What? Am I not allowed to visit you if nothing is wrong? Surely you would not wish to avoid seeing your teacher. No, of course. You are always welcome to come. It's just that I haven't prepared myself adequately. It's been a month since your last visit, and I have missed you dearly. Tuoba Chen unreservedly flattered Bibidong without the slightest hesitation. Flattering the teacher is quite an endeavor, he thought. Bibidong deliberately turned her head away. Her expression tinged with indignation as she remarked, "Oh, if you miss me so much, why haven't you ever visited me? It has been a year since you came to the Spirit Hall, and you have yet to set foot in the Pope's chamber." Her tone carried a hint of reproach. Upon hearing her words, Tuoba Chen found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, he had erred in this regard, proving himself an inadequate disciple. Observing his bewilderment, Bibidong secretly chuckled to herself. Over the past year, aside from his strength, her disciple had shown no sign of growth. Moreover, as time passed, she felt a peculiar sense of nurturing towards him. In this year, she had imparted more knowledge to Tuoba Chen than she had to the combined efforts of Xiaoyu and the others. Bibidong was unsure why this was the case. Was it simply because Tuoba Chen resembled that person? No, it was not solely for that reason. If it were merely because he bore a striking resemblance to Yu Xiaojiang during his moments of contemplation, she would have long since lost interest in him. After all, Tuoba Chen was not Yu Xiaojiang. Rather, she saw echoes of her own past within him. Kindness, diligence, innocence, everything about him mirrored her former self. Each time she beheld such a Tuoba Chen, she could not help but impart more knowledge to him. Not for any other reason, but because she wished for him to grow strong enough to seize control of his own destiny, so he would not become like her. Living as the very embodiment of what she despised. Noticing Bibidong lost in thought, Tuoba Chen inquired with concern, "Teacher, is something the matter?" The interruption snapped Bibidong back to reality. "It's nothing, just reminiscing about the past," she replied. "Oh, teacher, would you care to stay for dinner? Goody has prepared a meal." Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's invitation, Bibidong did not decline. She too wished to linger a while longer. Each time she visited Tuoba Chen, she felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility, a feeling that eluded her in the Pope's chamber. "Very well. Today, I shall experience Guyi's culinary skills," she said. Following Tuoba Chen into the living room, Mengyuran, having never met Bibidong before, assumed she was merely Tuoba Chen's teacher. Furthermore, due to Bibidong's deliberate restraint of her aura, Mengyuran acted quite naturally. In contrast, Goody, though he had encountered Bibidong numerous times, still felt a hint of nervousness in her presence. Once seated at the dining table, Bibidong curiously asked, "Chenner, who is this child?" She turned her gaze towards Mengyuran. Before Tuoba Chen could introduce her, Mengyuran took the initiative to say, "Hello, beautiful sister. I am Tuoba Chen's fiancée. My name is Mengyuran. I look forward to your guidance." Bibidong was taken aback to learn that Tuoba Chen was engaged at such a young age. Furthermore, the endearing address of beautiful sister delighted her. What a good child, she thought. Initially, she had intended to play matchmaker between Hulaina and Tuoba Chen, but it seemed there was no longer any need for that. Subsequently, Bibidong engaged in conversation with Mengyuran, shedding any sense of superiority. Like an older sister, she chatted amiably with her, which made Mengyuran feel quite at ease. Tuoba Chen quietly assisted them in cutting the meat. After taking a bite, Bibidong nodded, acknowledging the culinary skills of Gui. Upon noticing Bibidong's expression, Gui felt a sense of relief. Once everyone had finished their meal, Bibidong finally revealed the purpose of their gathering. "Chenner, you have reached level 25, correct?" "Yes." Although unsure of why Bibidong inquired about his level, he responded truthfully, "Now is the time to arrange for you to go to that place." Bibidong's words left Tuoba Chen bewildered. "What place? Please clarify." Yet, he hesitated to ask further, silently waiting for Bibidong to elaborate. "Starting tomorrow, you will join Xiaoyu and the others at the Angel Soul Arena to participate in soul battles." The Soul Arena. Indeed, the Soul Arena. Upon hearing Bibidong's confirmation, a glimmer of joy appeared in Tuoba Chen's eyes. He had longed to engage in soul battles. As mere training had proven to be too slow for his progress, practical experience was essential for his advancement. Moreover, without participating in soul battles, His combat experience was woefully inadequate. At the Martial Soul Academy, opportunities for real combat were scarce, primarily limited to final examinations. However, Bai Dong had previously deemed him too young and lacking in soul power to participate, given the potential dangers of the soul arena. Now, with Bai Dong taking the initiative to propose this, he had no reason to refuse. Teacher, I am willing. Bai Dong was taken aback by Tuoba Chen's eager agreement. Reflecting on her recent thoughts, she realized that she had been overly indulgent. If she truly wished to prepare him for the future, he must endure rigorous training. Very well, I shall impose some requirements. From this day forth, your cultivation resources will be determined by your soul battle rank. The higher your rank, the more resources you will receive. In the short term, at the Iron Battle Soul level, you will receive half of your previous resources. At the Copper Battle Soul level, 80%. At the Silver Battle Soul level, you will revert to your current benefits. And at the Gold Battle Soul level, you will receive an additional 20% on top of your existing resources. If you reach the highest diamond rank, I will gift you a soul bone. The stipulations Bai Dong set forth were not overly demanding. For Tuoba Chen, achieving Silver Battle Soul status would be a mere formality, as his combat prowess was nearly unmatched among his peers. It could be said that Bai Dong was still too lenient. Upon hearing the mention of a soul bone, the others at the table were taken aback. Well aware of their rarity, as the Pope, Bai Dong would not casually offer a millennium-old soul bone. Any soul bone she presented would likely be of at least 10,000 years' worth. Tuoba Chen was somewhat astonished by the weight of her promise. However, attaining the diamond level was no simple feat. Bai Dong continued. Moreover, should you wish to graduate, you must at least attain the sapphire medal. If your soul battles do not reach sapphire level, you should refrain from embarrassing yourself in public. Upon hearing Bai Dong's words, Tuoba Chen felt a sense of gravity. Sapphire. The Golden Generation's requirement seemed merely to be the purple gold level, one tier below sapphire. It was evident that Bai Dong held him in high regard. Chapter 96. The Angel Soul Arena. Bai Dong spent about an hour there before taking her leave. Before departing, she granted Tuoba Chen a privilege to skip classes in the future. After a year of observation, she recognized that Tuoba Chen's knowledge surpassed that of some teachers, making attendance in academic courses a waste of time. He would benefit more from dedicating additional hours to soul battles. That night, as Tuoba Chen gazed at Meng Yiran in the opposite bed, his eyelids twitched. The moment he had been dreading had finally arrived. Meng Yiran looked at Tuoba Chen and asked, Chen Ge, why are you still awake so late? I'm not used to going to bed early. I plan to cultivate for a while. Truly admirable, Chen Ge. Even at night, you are so diligent. No wonder you are so formidable. I shall cultivate alongside you, Meng Yiran praised. With that, the two began to cultivate together. As they progressed, Tuoba Chen quickly noticed something unusual. His cultivation speed seemed to have increased by approximately 30% compared to usual. Meng Yiran, sitting across from him, also sensed the anomaly, memories of Dragon Gong's words resurfacing in her mind. Yiran, if you ever find someone with whom you can perform a martial soul fusion technique, make sure to cultivate together. The synergy will enhance your training speed, he recalled. Meng Yiran opened her eyes and observed Tuoba Chen's peculiar posture. She smiled and then sat beside him on his bed to resume her cultivation. This time, their training speed accelerated even further, increasing by around 40%. Seeing this outcome, Meng Yiran smiled, realizing she finally had a valid reason to remain by Tuoba Chen's side. He would no longer be able to dismiss her. Tuoba Chen also noticed the enhancement in his cultivation speed. However, due to the continuous nature of practicing the Songlong technique, he did not cease his training. Before long, a night had passed. The previous evening, Tuoba Chen had experimented with 3 distinct postures, the second layer of the Songlong technique, the first layer, and a conventional training method, engaging in rigorous practice throughout the night. This rapid improvement felt exhilarating, a sensation he had not experienced for quite some time. Upon awakening, Tuoba Chen felt refreshed and discovered that Meng Yiran was still asleep beside him. He gently covered her with a blanket before getting out of bed. Curiously, despite Meng Yiran having ceased her training the night prior, he found that his cultivation speed could still accelerate as long as he was close enough. It appeared to be indeed the case. After completing his morning routine and having breakfast downstairs, Tuoba Chen set off towards the Angel Soul Arena. During his previous visit to the Martial Soul Academy, he had purchased a map of Martial Soul City, and he was generally aware of the locations of its major edifices. Upon exiting the academy, he casually bought a mask that concealed half of his face and then began his journey. It wasn't long before he arrived at the Angel Soul Arena, aptly named after the 6-winged angel Martial Soul. The arena was vast, featuring not only a large competition area but also seating for tens of thousands of spectators to watch the matches simultaneously. Additionally, there were over 30 smaller subarenas. Newcomers were only permitted to compete in these subarenas initially, and after winning 5 consecutive matches, they could advance to the main arena. Tuoba Chen approached the registration counter without drawing too much attention. In a soft voice, he requested, registering for a badge. The attendant at the counter was a striking young lady who appeared somewhat surprised upon seeing Tuoba Chen. Young man, are you in the wrong place? This is the Soul Arena. It can be quite dangerous here, not a place for casual play, she kindly cautioned. Indeed. Although Tuoba Chen stood at a height of 6 meters, his youthful visage suggested he was no older than 12. In response to her comments, Tuoba Chen assured her, I am not mistaken. My teacher instructed me to register. Upon hearing his words, the attendant relaxed. Realizing that it was not an uncommon occurrence for prodigies from the Martial Soul Academy to register, though it was unusual for someone so young. Please pay 10 gold soul coins and provide me with your code name, soul power level, name, and age, she requested. Tuoba Chen produced 10 gold coins and replied. Name, Tuoba Chen, Martial Soul, White Armored Earth Dragon, code name, White Armored Saint Dragon, soul power level, 25, age, 9. The attendant paused, taken aback. How old are you? She inquired. 9 years old, Tuoba Chen replied matter-of-factly. After confirming his age, the attendant took a moment to process this information before completing his registration. Once finished, she advised, please proceed to the player's waiting area. Your match will be announced shortly. All right. Thank you, Tuoba Chen replied before donning his mask and departing. He decided it was better to keep a low profile. Although his teacher was Bibi Dong, and he could easily command respect, he preferred not to rely too heavily on her. After all, when he ventured out into the world, he could not expect her to always come to his rescue. Shortly after Tuoba Chen left, a colleague of the attendant asked, Ranjia, who is that little handsome boy? Can someone so young really register for the Soul Arena matches? Of course. The rules of the arena state that any Soul Master with a level above 20 can register, she replied. As she reflected on Tuoba Chen's appearance, 9 years old and level 25, she thought about his remarkable talent. Glancing at the location of his next match, she noted, C-Zone. Arena 6? Xiaoyu, could you cover for me? I want to go watch a match. Sure, no problem, Ranjia, the colleague responded, and hurriedly made her way to Arena 6 in Zone C, eager to witness the prowess of the young Tuoba Chen, a prodigy indeed. In the waiting area, Tuoba Chen patiently awaited the commencement of the match, blissfully unaware that a graceful figure was discreetly observing him from a short distance away. Before long, a young lady approached him and inquired, is the contestant for Zone C, Arena 6 present? If so, please accompany me to the competition venue. Upon hearing Zone C, Arena 6, Tuoba Chen immediately rose and followed the young woman towards the arena. The enchanting figure that had been watching him had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, in the audience of Zone C, an unexpected presence emerged. Bibi Dong had spent the previous night in contemplation, ultimately deciding to stealthily observe Tuoba Chen's performance. Who could have anticipated that the esteemed Pope, who seldom paid attention to her own daughter, would take an interest in a disciple she had only met for less than a day? Not long after, the host of the event took the stage. Observing the sparsely filled seats, he exuded an air of resignation. Having grown accustomed to the audience's preference for the group battles in Zone A or the pair competitions in Zone B, individual matches in Zone C to E were consistently less popular. After all, single duels often concluded swiftly, leaving spectators wanting more. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the event. I am your host, Luo. Tonight, we are privileged to witness a rare promotion match. Upon hearing this announcement, the audience's spirits lifted. A promotion match indicated that a Soul Master had achieved 4 consecutive victories, and a single win would grant them entry into the main arena for combat. Such contests were particularly favored, as the competitors' abilities were typically closely matched, resulting in exhilarating battles. Luo continued, now let us welcome our first contestant. A seasoned veteran of the individual match arena, the bloodthirsty Demon Wolf, who has secured 4 victories. As he spoke, a tall, lean man stepped onto the stage. The host began to introduce this formidable competitor. The bloodthirsty Demon Wolf had joined the Angel Soul Arena a month prior as a level 29 Assault-type Soul Master. His demeanor was notoriously brutal, leaving opponents either dead or severely injured. To date, he boasted a record of 12 wins and 5 losses from 17 matches, accumulating 7 points. With just 3 more points, he would ascend to the Copper Soul Master rank. The audience erupted in cheers, chanting the name of the bloodthirsty Demon Wolf. They relished such vicious competitions, having paid to seek thrills, with only a few there for gambling. Luo continued, today, however, our bloodthirsty Demon Wolf will face a newcomer, who registered just today. Yet, this newcomer possesses a legendary inherited martial spirit from one of the 7 great sects, the Holy Dragon Sect, the White Armored Earth Dragon. Let us welcome the new contestant, the White Armored Holy Dragon. As Tuoba Chen slowly ascended the stage, the audience's applause was notably muted. Bibi Dong, upon seeing him, quickly diverted her gaze. The young woman who had assisted Tuoba Chen with his registration also arrived just in time, relieved to have made it. Once both contestants were on stage, the large screen displayed their profiles, height, level, martial spirits, and other attributes clearly outlined. The bloodthirsty Demon Wolf gazed malevolently at Tuoba Chen, relishing the thought of vanquishing such a youthful prodigy from a prestigious sect. Tuoba Chen gazed intently at his opponent, an icy glint flickering in his eyes. As time slipped away, the countdown on the screen reached its conclusion. Luo announced, the match begins. In an instant, both combatants summoned their martial spirits. The tall, slender man appeared frail, yet he boasted 2 yellow and 2 optimal soul rings. However, upon witnessing Tuoba Chen's soul rings, the audience erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. Though many in attendance were ordinary folks, they were well versed in the nuances of such competitions. They recognized that the purple soul ring signified a millennium-level spirit, and it was common knowledge that a minimum of 3 soul rings was required for such an arrangement. How could that fellow's second soul ring be purple? Am I seeing things? One spectator remarked. No, you are not mistaken. Rather, you are simply blind, another retorted. Ah, so it is I who am blind. At that moment, the tall, slender youth, in the midst of his charge, momentarily faltered upon noticing Tuoba Chen's soul rings. Yet, it was merely a fleeting distraction. His pace did not waver. Upon witnessing this scene, Tuoba Chen placed his hands on the ground and summoned the earth spikes. This time, he did not employ the consecutive thrust of the earth spikes. For, truth be told, the ordinary earth spikes possessed greater power. He aimed to resolve the confrontation in one decisive strike. With that, 3 colossal earth spikes surged forth from 3 exceptionally cunning angles towards his adversary. Though the bloodthirsty demon wolf was tall and slender, he was certainly not a sensitive attack-type soul master. He could only defend himself by crossing his arms to shield his vital areas. However, his hands were pierced through, and his legs were left with 2 enormous gaping wounds. Tuoba Chen swiftly incapacitated his opponent with a single strike. Such an injury, even if it could be healed in the future, would inevitably leave a lasting impact, a fitting retribution for his past acts of brutality. The outcome of the match was somewhat unexpected. While they anticipated that Tuoba Chen, with his Millennium Spirit Ring, would triumph over his adversary, none could have foreseen the instantaneous defeat. The bloodthirsty demon wolf didn't even have the chance to unleash a spirit skill. It was only after the bloodthirsty demon wolf conceded that the host, Luo Feng, grasped the magnitude of the event. He exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Good heavens! It is utterly astonishing that the white-armored Saint Dragon contestant has eliminated the bloodthirsty demon wolf with a single blow. Today's contest will surely be etched in history, as it marks the inaugural battle of the white-armored Saint Dragon in this arena." The audience erupted in cheers, having witnessed something truly remarkable. The second spirit ring, a millennium old, would forever be etched in their memories. Bibi Dong, observing from afar, breathed a sigh of relief. She had feared that Tuoba Chen might show mercy, revealing her lack of understanding of his character. One cannot deny the host's flair for embellishment. Transforming a standard battle into an extraordinary spectacle is no small feat, however. This battle was perhaps not so ordinary, considering Bibi Dong as personal attendants. After the match, Tuoba Chen collected his prize and departed, having fulfilled the day's single combat engagement. Upon exiting, he encountered the young lady who had assisted him with his registration. "Congratulations, little brother, you were truly impressive," Qing Ran remarked. "Thank you," he replied. And with that, he left. The day's contest had garnered him a throng of adoring fans, unbeknownst to him that this Qing Ran would eventually become his fervent admirer. Chapter 98. Did you enjoy the fight? Due to Tuoba Chen's morning departure, the conclusion of the battle occurred still in the forenoon. As for the thriving business at the Angel Arena in the morning, it was no surprise. After all, the Angel Arena was the most renowned of all, being directly established by the Spirit Hall itself. Meanwhile, on the other side, a legendary figure known as Su Yu Tao, colloquially referred to as Brother Tao, leisurely made his way into a small village called Saint Soul Village. As Tuoba Chen gazed at the green leaves drifting down before him, a thought crossed his mind. At the age of 9, the plot was about to unfold, and it was time to exert effort. Lost in contemplation, he began to make his way toward the mimicry training grounds. 20 days later, within the Angel Fighting Soul Arena, Luo Feng stood on the main stage, addressing the audience, which was filled with enthusiastic spectators. "Ladies and gentlemen, I believe you are all aware of today's match. Now, let us welcome the arena's most talked about newcomer, the Super Rookie King, by Jiasheng Long, who has achieved the Silver Fighting Soul Medal in a mere 20 days. With that, Tuoba Chen stepped onto the stage. Over the past 20 days, he had participated in 20 matches, securing an impeccable record of 20 wins with no losses, thereby advancing to the Silver Fighting Soul level. Even in the esteemed and long-standing Angel Fighting Soul Arena, such an achievement was unparalleled in history. The previous record, also boasting a perfect win rate, took 21 days to achieve, during which the holder, the current Pope of the Martial Soul Hall, Bibi Dong, had missed a day. Observing the dazzling presence of Tuoba Chen on stage, Bibi Dong could hardly believe that her record had been surpassed by her own disciple. It was somewhat amusing. Throughout these 20 days, she had not missed a single one of Tuoba Chen's matches, attending daily with more diligence than one might display at a job. Besides her, another individual had also maintained perfect attendance, a young lady named Qing Ran, who had registered Tuoba Chen and was now fervently cheering with a banner from the back of the audience. At this moment, Tuoba Chen had undeniably become a prominent figure among the lower-ranked soul masters at the Angel Fighting Soul Arena. The host then proceeded to introduce Tuoba Chen's opponent. Given that this was Tuoba Chen's debut match, his opponent was not particularly formidable. Tonight, our by Jiasheng Long will face the seasoned competitor of the Silver Fighting Soul level, the 29th-ranked Ghost Leopard. Upon this announcement, a robust young man stepped onto the stage. Upon seeing his opponent, Tuoba Chen was somewhat taken aback. The other party also wore a mask. This was the first time he had seen someone else without a mask besides himself in quite a while. Carlo, upon realizing he was up against Tuoba Chen, felt a wave of misfortune wash over him. Having previously watched Tuoba Chen's matches, he was acutely aware of his opponent's attacking techniques and prowess. Logically, one would assume that knowing the opponent's tactics would make them easier to deal with. However, Carlo thought otherwise. It was precisely because he had seen too much that he understood he could never hope to match Tuoba Chen. It was not that he lacked the ability to counter Tuoba Chen's techniques, but rather that the disparity in their raw strength was insurmountable. Tuoba Chen's power, defense, and even his speed, despite possessing the relatively slow white-armored Earth Dragon martial soul, were astonishingly rapid, rivaling that of agile attack-type soul masters. Carlo could not discern any weaknesses in his opponent, yet he could not simply concede. Not only would he disagree, but the fighting arena and the audience would not permit it. Luo Feng addressed the crowd as Carlo stepped onto the stage. The Ghost Leopard contestant boasts an impressive record of 45 matches, with 33 victories and 12 defeats. In terms of battle experience, he is far more seasoned than Tuoba Chen, and either fighter could emerge victorious. As for who will ultimately claim the championship, let us await the outcome with bated breath. Despite the host's attempts to bolster Carlo's reputation, the audience's cheers were solely for Tuoba Chen. Understandably, the spectators were eager to witness the legendary prodigy, rumored to be a 1,000-year talent of the second ring. As the countdown reached 0 on the screen, Carlo made the first move. Tuoba Chen's usual tactic of thrusting spikes was met with ease, as Carlo deftly evaded the attack. This took Tuoba Chen by surprise, indicating that his opponent was well-versed in his techniques. Nevertheless, evading the spikes was inconsequential, as they were not his primary means of offense. With Tuoba Chen's attack dodged, Carlo seized the opportunity to retaliate. First soul skill, Ghost Shadow Thrust. In an instant, Tuoba Chen felt a peculiar sensation on his chest. Carlo's Ghost Shadow Thrust had grazed him, igniting a flash of sparks. Although it appeared alarming, Tuoba Chen felt no significant effect. In truth, while he often overwhelmed his opponents with sheer offensive power, his defensive capabilities were even more remarkable. Ding, 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 ding. Carlo unleashed a flurry of rapid strikes upon Tuoba Chen, yet they proved futile, merely leaving faint white marks upon the scales of Tuoba Chen's soul armor. Indeed, the nature of agile attack-type soul masters was akin to that of ADCs in gaming. Battling against a powerhouse felt like an ADC engaging a top laner, where the most they could do was inflict minor scratches, while a powerful attacker could easily threaten their lives with a single misstep. Irritated by the incessant clanging surrounding him, Tuoba Chen retaliated with a swift grasp, seizing Carlo by the collar. Sudden capture instilled a foreboding feeling in Carlo's heart. Tuoba Chen remarked, "Are you enjoying yourself?" He then seized his opponent's collar and, with a swift motion, hurled him to the ground. Bang, 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 bang. Much like the scene where the Hulk flung Loki, Tuoba Chen delivered 5 powerful slams, rendering Carlo unconscious. The audience was captivated by the sheer dominance displayed in this battle, fervently chanting the name of the invincible white-armored Saint Dragon. Even among Silver Spirit Masters, he was an unstoppable force. After collecting his well-deserved reward from the counter, he returned home. Now, Tuoba Chen began to calculate the time remaining. Only 6 years were left until Tang San would venture into the medicinal garden of Douluo to harvest those divine herbs. He needed to devise a plan to acquire those herbs within the 6-year time frame. However, before that, he must first secure the Sapphire-level Spirit Master badge. The person in charge of the Angel Spirit Arena had informed him that there were simply too few Silver Spirit Masters at the Great Spirit Master level. Consequently, he feared he would not be able to participate in battles daily, as suitable opponents would be hard to find. Chapter 99. 2 years later, 6 updates, seeking subscriptions. 2 years later, Tuoba Chen gazed at his opponent, who was slowly collapsing before him, and let out a sigh of relief. After 2 long years, he had finally ascended to the rank of a Purple Gold Spirit Master. During this time, reaching the Silver and Gold Spirit Master levels was an exceedingly rare feat, often resulting in prolonged intervals of 10 days to half a month between matches. Once he swiftly advanced to the Gold Spirit Master level, he found himself devoid of worthy adversaries. In theory, defeating 10 opponents of the same Gold Spirit Master rank would suffice for promotion. However, due to the scarcity of challengers, the arena proposed an alternative. He would continue to battle Silver Spirit Masters. Victories in these matches still yielded the same reward of 100 points each. Yet ascending to Purple Gold required a staggering total of 10,000 points. Consequently, he had to endure an additional 90 matches before achieving his coveted rank. To date, his record stood at an extraordinary 120 matches with 120 victories, an unprecedented win rate that placed him at the pinnacle. Yet, Tuoba Chen was acutely aware of the inflated nature of this accomplishment, given the extensive use of elixirs in his training. It was a miracle if any of his fellow Great Spirit Masters could emerge victorious against him. Without indulging in the host's verbose commentary, he descended the stage to claim his prize. The arena's manager, upon seeing Tuoba Chen approach, exclaimed, "Congratulations, Mr. White-Armored Holy Dragon. Achieving the Purple Gold Spirit Master medal at the tender age of 11 is a record that may very well remain unbroken for years to come." Expressed his gratitude for the praise and urged for his reward, as he had matters to attend to. In response to his insistence, the other party displayed no irritation, clearly accustomed to his demeanor, presenting a purple gold card, a promise from the arena to its competitors. It stated that any participant achieving a perfect win rate to reach the purple gold level would be rewarded with 1 million gold spirit coins. Although did not lack for gold spirit coins, this sum was still substantial, and he felt it necessary to claim it. After receiving his reward, he departed. Having just achieved level 30 at the age of 11 and a half, he recognized the rapidity of his advancement. However, he understood that as his level increased, he needed to acquire the few celestial herbs from promptly. Otherwise, leveling up would become increasingly difficult. Upon arriving at the Pope's palace, greeted him with curiosity, inquiring about his unexpected visit. This was only his second time coming to see her, the first being a visit filled with guilt after her previous comments about him. Teacher, I have reached level 30, he announced. Was momentarily taken aback, then responded with delight. Really? Indeed, truly, he affirmed. As expected of my disciple, you have surpassed, and the others' records. Are you here to seek my assistance in obtaining a soul ring? Teacher, I am here to resign. I wish to return home. For it has been 3 years since I last saw my parents, and I miss them dearly. Felt a pang of sadness at his words. After a moment's hesitation, she replied, very well, I shall have accompany you. Thank you, teacher. With that, embraced her, and although she did not resist, a hint of joy flickered in her expression. Teacher, I must leave now, but I will return quickly to see you. Do not be disheartened, he added, planting a kiss on her cheek. Once it was done, he felt a twinge of discomfort, not towards, but towards himself. He had never uttered such sentimental words before. However, he had clearly perceived a glimmer of melancholy in her eyes, reminiscent of a child growing up and leaving the comfort of their parents' embrace. Had truly treated him well. Having immersed himself in this world for several years, he no longer viewed these individuals merely as characters from a novel, but as real flesh and blood beings deserving of his own judgments. Felt as though a soft, sticky rice dumpling had pressed against her, leaving her momentarily stunned. It had been years since she had shared such an intimate gesture with anyone. Just as she was about to speak, had already dashed away, leaving the nearby guards chuckling quietly. They had never witnessed such a jubilant Pope, a sight reserved solely for his presence. Take care on your journey, she thought, then reflected. Hurry back. After exited the palace, she shot a stern glance at the guards, her swift change of demeanor leaving them in awe. They quickly looked down, thinking, Lord, please return soon. Had been waiting not far from the Pope's palace. As spotted him, he waved enthusiastically, calling, over here. Seeing approach, hurriedly maneuvered the carriage closer. If's visits to were infrequent, S were remarkably frequent, as he would come to see him every 3 or 4 days, often bringing cultivation resources. However, after consistently declined his gifts, gradually stopped bringing them. Once inside the carriage, immediately inquired, how did it go? Did the Pope give you any trouble? What are you saying? Teacher has been very kind to me. How could she possibly trouble me? Replied, nodding. Yet remained skeptical, recalling's not-so-gentle demeanor in his presence. Shifting the topic, asked, now that you have reached the rank of Soul Master, is there any gift you desire? Whatever it may be, even a soul bone, I can procure it for you. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead at generosity, feeling somewhat burdened by it. However, he didn't want to hurt his feelings by declining yet again. After some contemplation, he said, Grandfather, I wish to learn about herbal medicine. You are an expert in this field. Could you teach me? In truth, possessed considerable knowledge of pharmacology from his extensive reading, but he knew his expertise surpassed his own. Hearing his request, smiled and readily agreed, deeming it a simple task with no reason to refuse. In the following days, dedicated his time to practicing and acquiring knowledge about herbs. He focused particularly on the techniques for harvesting them, knowing that if he entered his herb garden, he would need to be adept at gathering the celestial herbs without embarrassment. Thankfully, was quite knowledgeable in this area, and although he was unaware of his intentions, he imparted all his knowledge generously. A week later, early one morning, returned to. The sun had just begun to rise, and knowing his father's habits, he surmised that he had not yet left for work. Approaching his familiar home, he surveyed the surroundings, which appeared unchanged since his last visit. He gently knocked on the door. Before long, a familiar voice echoed from within, coming. 10 seconds later, the door swung open, revealing who stood frozen in the doorway, speechless. At that moment, S voice called from inside. Who is it? Why haven't you let them in? Not receiving a response from. Rushed out. At last, declared, Dad, Mom, I'm back. Is it really you? Exclaimed, embracing him tightly. You finally come back, you rascal, remarked. Upon witnessing the reactions of the two, Tuoba Chen couldn't help but smile. They appeared just as they always had, without a single strand of gray hair, which brought him considerable joy. He then spoke, Father, Mother, this is Grandfather Yueguan, who has returned with me. Hearing Tuoba Chen's words, Tuoba Yin finally noticed the presence of Ju Yueguan by his side. Grandmaster Yueguan, what brings you here? Tuoba Yin was taken aback at the sight of Ju Yueguan. There is no need for excessive formality. I hold a fondness for young Chun. Simply address me as Elder Yueguan. Your overzealousness makes me feel uncomfortable, Ju Yueguan replied. Indeed, Elder Yueguan, they responded. Although Ningyu was unaware of Ju Yueguan's identity, She discerned from Tuoba Yen's deep respect that he was a person of considerable stature. Subsequently, Ningyu suggested, Elder Yueguan, we have just prepared breakfast at home. After your long journey, why not join us for a meal? As Ningyu finished speaking, Tuoba Yen was about to say something when Tuoba Chen dashed into the kitchen with a swift motion, swiftly finding a seat. He then patted the space beside him and exclaimed, Elder Yueguan, over here. Noticing Tuoba Chen's enthusiastic gesture, Ji Yueguan sat beside him with a warm smile. Tuoba Yen had intended to express something further, yet suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Ningyu, unaware that Yuguan was a titled Douluo, strolled over with an air of ease. Tuoba Chen has now developed a certain resilience to his own playful antics. No longer feeling the same sense of disgust as he did before, Tuoba Chen picked up a piece of beast meat and said, Grandfather Yueguan, do try this. It's braised wild boar, and my mother makes it exceptionally well. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's words, Ji Yueguan promptly devoured the piece of meat that Tuoba Chen had offered him, exclaiming, truly delightful. No wonder it's from little Chen's mother. Ji Yueguan expressed his admiration. Observing Ji Yueguan's demeanor, Tuoba Yen was taken aback by the affection Ji Yueguan displayed towards little Chen, akin to that of a doting grandfather. Puzzled by this unexpected bond, Tuoba Yen decided not to dwell on it. Having a title Douluo's protection was indeed fortuitous, as it alleviated any concerns regarding Tuoba Chen's safety. After finishing the meal, Tuoba Chen revealed to Tuoba Yen that he had already reached the 30th level. His return was twofold, to visit them and to procure his third soul ring. The reason for his elaborate return was to venture into the Sunset Forest, seeking a suitable soul beast while hoping to discover Douluo's medicinal garden. If he could locate Douluo's garden, it would be a tremendous boon, as he had recently learned harvesting techniques for gathering those elusive celestial herbs. After resting at home for a while, Tuoba Chen did not set out immediately. He needed to assess his physical strength, having consumed numerous cultivation resources. He was curious to know how much stronger his physique had become compared to an ordinary soul master. It was crucial not to rely on the typical standards when determining the age of the soul ring he could obtain, if memory served him right. A 30th level soul master had a maximum tolerance for a soul ring's age of 760 years, and his second soul ring was already a millennium old. Thus, the third soul ring would undoubtedly surpass that limit. Accompanied by Ji Yueguan, they stepped into the courtyard, where Ji Yueguan inquired, Little Chen, are you ready? Yes. I'm prepared, Grandfather Yueguan. Let us begin. Excellent. Ji Yueguan replied without hesitation. Suddenly, Tuoba Chen felt a subtle pressure descend upon him. Ji Yueguan, observing his calm demeanor, nodded. He was exerting his soul power to create pressure on Tuoba Chen, starting at a strength level of 25, which was reasonable for Tuoba Chen to withstand. Gradually, Ji Yueguan began to increase the intensity of the soul pressure. 26, 27. After a quarter of an hour, seeing that Tuoba Chen was still holding up, Ji Yueguan nodded in approval. At level 38, Tuoba Chen's physical strength had far exceeded that of an average soul venerable. Finally, after Tuoba Chen adjusted to the pressure, Ji Yueguan raised it to 39. A minute later, Tuoba Chen spoke, Grandfather Yueguan, please stop. This is about my limit. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's words, Ji Yueguan swiftly alleviated all pressure, asking, Little Chen, how do you feel? Tuoba Chen nodded and said, I feel great, Grandpa. What is my maximum endurance level? Level 39, my child. You have done remarkably well. Your limit for spirit rings is below 500 years. Upon hearing Ji Yueguan's words, a faint smile appeared at the corners of Tuoba Chen's eyes. Level 39 is quite impressive, and his limit of 500 years seems to far surpass Tang San's third spirit ring, which is only 2,000 years. He had indeed exceeded Tang San by more than double. What more could he possibly desire? After spending a day at home, Tuoba Chen bid farewell to his parents and set off with Ji Yueguan to the Sunset Forest in search of a suitable spirit ring. After a day's journey, they finally arrived at the outskirts of the Sunset Forest. This was the first time Tuoba Chen ventured into the Sunset Forest with such confidence, for he was accompanied by a titled Douluo. No matter how formidable the soul beast they encountered, he felt no fear. After all, his companion could surely facilitate their escape, if necessary. Once they reached the outskirts, the duo began to advance swiftly. However, they had not traveled far when they came across a familiar face. The other party immediately recognized both him and Ji Yueguan, Douluo. It was truly unexpected to encounter Douluo at such a critical moment. Chapter 101. Ji Yueguan vs. Douluo 8th update. Subscriptions are appreciated. Tuoba Chen had discovered Douluo, and naturally, Ji Yueguan could not have overlooked him either. Simultaneously, Douluo had also noticed the two of them. The atmosphere became exceedingly awkward. It was well known that the relationship between Douluo and Ji Yueguan was notoriously poor, almost to the point of engaging in physical confrontation upon meeting. Douluo cast a wicked grin at Tuoba Chen, who stood behind Ji Yueguan. Upon seeing Douluo's smile, Ji Yueguan instinctively shielded Tuoba Chen behind him, realizing that this action inadvertently revealed how much he cared for Tuoba Chen. Regretting his obvious blunder, Ji Yueguan instructed, Xiao Chen, stand behind me. At this juncture, it was too late for words. Douluo's poison could swiftly spread across kilometers, and there was no time for Tuoba Chen to escape. The only recourse was to protect him personally. Fortunately, Jiuyue Guan's soul power vastly exceeded Douluo's, and he believed he could safeguard Tuoba Chen with all his might. With this thought, Jiuyue Guan felt a slight easing of his tension. Noticing Jiuyue Guan's protective gesture, Douluo surmised that the child behind him was of great significance to Jiuyue Guan, likely a grandson or something similar. With this thought in mind, Douluo wasted no time. The enmity between him and Jiuyue Guan was profound, and if he were to eliminate the latter's grandson, it would undoubtedly cause Jiuyue Guan immense distress. Resolute, Douluo struck out, instantly enveloping the forest in a thick, green toxic mist. Jiuyue Guan reacted immediately, unleashing his martial spirit to envelop Tuoba Chen entirely with his soul power. Douluo's poison was no trifling matter. If Tuoba Chen were to come into contact with even a trace, it could spell instant doom. When Douluo truly made his move against Tuoba Chen, Jiuyue Guan's fury erupted. Ninth soul skill, withered chrysanthemum, scattered wounds, flowers fall, hearts broken. With that, the petals of his martial spirit expanded rapidly, swirling into a colossal tornado that dispersed the surrounding toxic mist and charged directly at Douluo. Jiuyue Guan's sudden outburst caught Douluo off guard. He had underestimated Jiuyue Guan's profound concern for Tuoba Chen. Boom. Jiuyue Guan had already attained the rank of a 94th level title Douluo, just one step away from his pinnacle. In contrast, Douluo had stagnated at the 91st level for many years due to his poison skills, making him 3 levels inferior and unable to evade Jiuyue Guan's assault. The formidable attack of the withered chrysanthemum struck Douluo, who was immediately pressed for breath. Sixth soul skill, golden stamen, flowing clouds. As he spoke, the peculiar golden stamen in his hand caused the surrounding trees to bloom with golden flowers, gathering an immensely powerful soul force that was then unleashed. Douluo hastily defended himself. Fifth soul skill, serpent python, heavenly shield. A green shield materialized before him. The two immense energies converged, but ultimately, Jiuyue Guan's power proved superior, shattering Douluo's defenses. However, the energy from the golden stamen was significantly diminished, allowing Douluo to remain relatively unscathed. Yet, Jiuyue Guan was already preparing for a second strike of the golden stamen. Douluo silently lamented his predicament. In previous encounters with Douluo, Jiuyue Guan had always held back, fully aware of the arduous journey to becoming a title Douluo, and had refrained from slaying Douluo. However, today, Douluo had truly provoked him. 8th soul skill, Gate of Holy Light. 9th soul skill, Azure Scale Divine Light. Two enormous energy beams collided, but this time, one was an 8th soul skill and the other a 9th. Despite the age of Jiuyue Guan's 8th soul skill not being significantly lower than Douluo's 9th soul ring, and being a single-target lethal skill, the clash resulted in a stalemate. Douluo recognized the unsustainable nature of this exchange. Glancing at Tuoba Chen, who was hiding behind a tree, he began to formulate a plan. Unbeknownst to Tuoba Chen, who was captivated by the fierce battle between the two titled Douluos, he was witnessing a spectacle beyond imagination, one that could not be grasped without witnessing it firsthand. After another series of exchanges, when Jiuyue Guan's golden stamen blasted Douluo away, Douluo coughed up a mouthful of green blood and chuckled. Hee. About to meet your end, and you laugh? A sense of foreboding washed over Jiuyue Guan. Look behind you, Douluo coldly remarked. Upon hearing Douluo's words, Jiuyue Guan recalled something and turned around, only to see that, unbeknownst to him, Tuoba Chen had been ensnared by a massive black serpent. The constricting grip of the serpent had turned Tuoba Chen's formerly pale face a shade akin to that of liver. I can't breathe. Someone help me. Tuoba Chen found himself in a state of breathlessness, an experience entirely foreign to him, rendering him utterly voiceless. Gradually, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Witnessing this harrowing scene, Jiuyue Guan was nearly driven to madness, instinctively yearning to slay the enormous black serpent. Yet, he was suddenly seized by a sharp pain in his abdomen. He realized, without knowing when it had happened, that Douluo's hand had penetrated his torso. Green venom swiftly spreading throughout his body. Old poison, you? He exclaimed. Ha, Jiuyue Guan, I never imagined you would fall to me because of a mere child. Aware that he had succumbed to Douluo's poison, Jiuyue Guan understood that he was no longer a match for him. Its spirit skill, Gate of Holy Light. Jiuyue Guan suddenly launched his attack. Douluo quickly reacted, declaring, 9th spirit skill, Azure Scales Divine Light. The ensuing clash of immense energies raised a colossal cloud of dust. When the dust settled, Jiuyue Guan had vanished, but a voice echoed through the air. Old poison. If you dare lay a finger on Chinner, I will annihilate your entire family. Douluo attempted to pursue but found himself at a loss. Clutching his abdomen, Jiuyue Guan hastened towards the direction of Spirit City, seeking the assistance of Ghost Douluo to reclaim Tuoba Chen. He was uncertain whether his warning would bear fruit. Yet he felt utterly powerless. Under the effects of Douluo's poison, maintaining a high level of combat was impossible. Retreat was his only option. As he prayed for Tuoba Chen's safety, should any harm befall the child, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Meanwhile, Douluo, gazing at the unconscious Tuoba Chen, hesitated to deliver a fatal blow. Jiuyue Guan's warning had resonated with him. He could accept his own demise. But could his granddaughter, Douluo, withstand Jiuyue Guan's relentless pursuit? He began to regret his previous actions. Jiuyue Guan's strength had far exceeded his expectations. It seemed he had refrained from killing him out of a desire to spare him, but now, having ignited true fury, he had witnessed the terrifying prowess of his opponent. Furthermore, the possibility that Jiao Yuguan might seek help from his close ally, Ghost Douluo, loomed ominously over him. Chapter 102. Speak. Why have you stopped? The 9th update. Subscriptions are requested. Tuoba Chen gradually emerged from a state of confusion, awakening to find himself intact, which brought him a sense of relief. He then surveyed his surroundings and, not far from him, spotted a striking juxtaposition of an iceberg and a volcano. Recognizing these two iconic formations, Tuoba Chen immediately comprehended his location, the ice and fire duality, a realm belonging to the notorious Poison Master. He could hardly believe that he had arrived in this coveted place in such an unexpected manner. It was a twist of fate indeed, he mused with a wry smile. Without delay, he commenced his search for the miraculous Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum. If he could procure this rare herb, consuming it would grant him an indestructible body, and undoubtedly extend the duration of his third soul ring. Suddenly, a voice pierced through his thoughts. It was Douluo. Upon hearing this, Tuoba Chen's expression shifted. He could hardly expect any good tidings from Douluo's summons. Cautiously following the sound of the voice, he approached Douluo, taking small steps. Before him stood Douluo, characterized by his green hair and green eyes, prompting Tuoba Chen to internally lament. Unlike Tang San, who possessed a means to counteract Douluo's poison, he found himself lacking such a resource. Would he meet his end at the hands of this old man? Tuoba Chen pondered. Douluo scrutinized Tuoba Chen, suddenly feeling a twinge of familiarity. His memory was sharp, and it dawned on him that he had encountered this individual at a banquet. It's you. Upon recognizing Tuoba Chen, he exclaimed, Aren't you Yin Yan's junior? What brings you here in the company of Zhu Yueguan from the Spirit Hall? And why does he protect you so fiercely? Who exactly are you? In response to Douluo's inquiries, Tuoba Chen found himself at a loss for words. He was neither Bai Dong nor Zhu Yueguan, and his attempts at endearing himself were futile. Thus, he reluctantly recounted his journey from the Holy Dragon Sect to the Spirit Hall, laying bare the truth of his experiences without embellishment. He was not adept at deceit, and there was little to conceal that would expose his identity as a traveler from another world. Douluo listened intently for nearly half an hour, surprised that a simple question about Tuoba Chen's identity had elicited such a candid disclosure. He sensed no deceit in Tuoba Chen's account. After all, it was improbable for anyone, even a prodigy, to conjure such a bizarre yet plausible tale in such a brief span. Moreover, there was something captivating about Tuoba Chen's narrative that compelled Douluo to listen further. As Tuoba Chen paused, Douluo urged him, Continue. Why have you stopped? Tuoba Chen, there is nothing more to say, esteemed elder, for subsequently, I found myself captured here by you. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's words, Douluo was momentarily taken aback. As his mind wandered back to the recent battle, he had initially assumed that Zhu Douluo and Tuoba Chen shared a familial bond, only to discover that they were entirely unrelated. However, he still struggled to swallow this bitter pill. Years ago, his son perished due to the overwhelming power of poison, leading him to lose control and defend the Spirit Hall by slaying a significant figure, which resulted in his being relentlessly pursued by Zhu Yueguan. Had he not encountered the forces of Prince Xuesheng of the Tiando Empire, he would have long since succumbed to Zhu Yueguan's grasp. For reasons unknown, Zhu Yueguan was an enigmatic individual, and this encapsulated the grudge between them. In truth, following that incident, it was he who habitually sought trouble with Zhu Yueguan. Despite being defeated time and again, Zhu Yueguan refrained from ending his life, often uttering sentiments about valuing the arduous cultivation he had undergone, which warranted sparing him. Upon reflection, he realized that their animosity was superficial, merely a reckless endeavor on his part. In recent years, his prowess had stagnated due to his poison techniques, while Zhu Yueguan's strength had steadily grown, a fact he remained oblivious to. Today, he finally comprehended that their previous encounters, which had seemed evenly matched, had been an act of leniency on Zhu Yueguan's part. In genuine combat, he was no match for him. Following Zhu Yueguan's warning, he began to understand that he was not entirely alone in this world. If he were to barter the life of this young man for his own and his granddaughter's, would it truly be worth it? He deemed it not, for the young man was not Zhu Douluo's true kin. Zhu Yueguan would likely mourn for only a brief period. Yet to exchange his granddaughter's life was an impossibility. Tuoba Chen gazed at the contemplative Douluo, feeling an overwhelming tension that rendered him nearly breathless, fearful that Douluo might swiftly eliminate him. After a prolonged silence, Douluo finally emerged from his reverie, staring at Tuoba Chen, uncertain of how to proceed. Neither dismissing him nor allowing him to linger seemed a viable option. After considerable deliberation, he uttered, You may continue your cultivation elsewhere. Do not linger before me. Taken aback by Douluo's response, Tuoba Chen thought, What is the meaning of this? He called me over simply to inquire about my background? Tuoba Chen was oblivious to the thoughts swirling in Douluo's mind, as he had long forgotten much of the content from his days watching Douluo. However, it seemed that Douluo was not one to be easily approached. Could it be that he possessed a natural charm, capable of endearing himself to all those around him? Unable to comprehend the situation further, Tuoba Chen resolved to focus on his cultivation. The inability to acquire a soul ring at present did not preclude him from accumulating soul power, which he could unleash upon obtaining the ring. After some time, Douluo observed Tuoba Chen diligently practicing beside the icy eye of the ice and fire yin-yang well and couldn't help but think. This young lad truly has a bold spirit. He is genuinely immersed in his training. Tuoba Chen did not employ the cultivation methods of the Songlong technique. He opted instead for a more conventional approach. After all, the cultivation methods of the Songlong technique could be mastered by other dragon-type soul masters, and its value was considerable. Being a unique inheritance from his uncle Mo, which he preferred to keep concealed. Subsequently, Douluo noticed a vine stealthily creeping towards Tuoba Chen, yet Tuoba remained blissfully unaware. In a moment of desperation, he emitted a trace of toxic smoke that repelled the vine. Observing Tuoba Chen, who continued his cultivation, Douluo felt a sudden heaviness in his heart, sensing an ominous premonition that he had unwittingly invited a troublesome figure into his midst. As the day wore on, Tuoba Chen felt the pangs of hunger gnawing at him. However, his Songlong pendant was bereft of sustenance, containing only various high-grade medicinal herbs. Glancing at Douluo, who was engrossed in his own practice not far away, Tuoba hesitated to approach him. Thus, he could only endure his hunger with a pitiful resolve, continuing his cultivation. The next morning, Tuoba Chen's hunger became unbearable. He found it impossible to persist in his training, having grown accustomed to a life of abundance. The stark contrast of his current predicament was jarring. He had never before experienced such deprivation, having previously enjoyed lavish meals. Yet now he could scarcely voice a desire for a single hearty meal. Before long, Douluo ceased his cultivation. For the intensity of Tuoba Chen's gaze was too fervent to ignore, even for someone of his stature as the title Douluo. Turning to face Tuoba, he was met with a look of utter desolation. Douluo felt compelled to speak, yet the sight of those forlorn eyes rendered him speechless. After a considerable pause, he resignedly inquired, "What troubles you?" "I am hungry," Tuoba replied, his stomach rumbling in affirmation. Tuoba Chen's stomach let out a compliant growl, and he cast a glance at his belly before continuing to regard Douluo with a certain intensity. Douluo, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by his gaze, retorted, "Just wait." With that, he turned and departed. As soon as Douluo left, Tuoba Chen's attention swiftly shifted to the peculiar Qirong Tong Tian chrysanthemum. He felt an irresistible urge to consume the rare flower and then make a hasty exit. Yet, he hesitated, for he held no illusions about escaping Douluo's grasp. After a moment of contemplation, he redirected his focus to the ice-fire duality, envisioning it as a sumptuous hot pot, using his hunger as a pretext to shift his desires. Meanwhile, Douluo did not actually leave. Instead, he discreetly observed Tuoba Chen, genuinely concerned that the latter might attempt to flee. More precisely, he feared that if Tuoba Chen did escape, he might inadvertently trigger the traps he had set, potentially leading to his demise outside. If, upon discovering Tuoba Chen's lifeless body, Zhu Guan sought him out, his granddaughter would be doomed. Seeing Tuoba Chen remain obediently in place, he mused that he hadn't expected this little fellow to be so compliant, which spared him considerable trouble. After a quarter of an hour, Douluo approached, dragging a colossal wild boar behind him. Tuoba Chen could scarcely believe his eyes. Douluo had truly brought him sustenance. Dropping the massive boar at his feet, Douluo instructed, "Handle it yourself, and leave me be." With that, he returned to his cultivation and recuperation, as the battle with Zhu Guan had taken a significant toll on him. Undeterred by the imposing wild boar before him, Tuoba Chen expertly set to work, skillfully skinning and gutting it, washing the meat, and preparing to roast it. During his time at the Martial Soul Hall, he had occasionally lent a hand in the kitchen to Gui, absorbing his true teachings, and he had become quite adept at roasting meat. Rather than roasting the entire boar, he first severed a leg, preserving the remainder in his Songlong pendant to keep it fresh. After all, such exquisite boar meat was not to be wasted. Tuoba Chen discerned that the wild boar brought back by Douluo possessed at least 3,000 years of cultivation, categorizing it as a remarkably exquisite beast meat. It was too long before a mouth-watering aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, captivating Douluo, who was in the midst of his training. Frankly, after the fierce battle 2 days prior, he had not consumed any food, and given the necessity for nourishment due to his injuries, he found himself quite famished. His earlier anxiety had caused him to overlook the pangs of hunger, but now, the tantalizing scent of the meat reignited his appetite. Once the meat was roasted to perfection, Tuoba Chen suddenly noticed a tall figure looming behind him. Turning around, he found Douluo gazing intently at the roasted delicacy in his hands. Unable to resist, he offered, "Senior Douluo, would you care to share a meal?" Douluo nodded slightly, accepting Tuoba Chen's offering. Surprised by the gesture, Tuoba Chen thought to himself that he was merely being polite, yet he was on the verge of starvation. With no other option, he resolved to roast another piece. Upon receiving the roasted meat, Douluo took a modest bite, likely to maintain the demeanor of a seasoned expert. However, after savoring the first morsel, his eyes sparkled, and he began to devour the meat heartily. Observing Douluo's enthusiasm, Tuoba Chen realized that his own portion would scarcely satisfy his hunger, prompting him to present the entire wild boar, dividing it into 8 substantial pieces to roast over the fire. As Douluo finished one piece, Tuoba Chen promptly offered him another. Taken aback for a moment, Douluo accepted the freshly roasted meat and began to eat. Eventually, Tuoba Chen was able to relish his first bite of meat, overwhelmed with gratitude for the moment. As Douluo continued to eat, He began to perceive Tuoba Chen in a more favorable light, his fondness for the young man growing, recognizing that he was not entirely without merit. Watching Du Gubo enjoy the meat, Tuoba Chen felt a newfound ease in their interaction and tentatively inquired, "Senior Du Gu, why did you engage in a conflict with grandfather Yu? Is your relationship strained?" He genuinely could not recall the origins of their enmity, as it had been a long time since he read the original text, and much had faded from his memory. After a moment's hesitation, Du Gubo looked into Tuoba Chen's sincere eyes and began to share the burdens of his past, recounting the events that had transpired. He couldn't quite fathom why he felt compelled to divulge such personal history. The boy seemed to possess an inexplicable charm, making him feel strangely at ease despite their limited acquaintance. Upon hearing Du Gubo's narrative, Tuoba Chen recalled the formidable nature of the poison that had claimed the lives of his own wife and son. He was at a loss for words, knowing that the blame could not be placed solely on Du Gubo, as he had not intended for his toxic abilities to wreak such havoc. For a moment, he felt uncertain about how to offer consolation. After unburdening himself of the long-suppressed memories, Du Gubo felt a considerable weight lifted from his heart. "I apologize, Senior. I should not have pried into your painful past," Tuoba Chen expressed. Du Gubo shook his head in response, saying, "It's nothing. I willingly shared it. It's merely a tale from long ago, when I have yet to move beyond. Into the chapter, I truly have nothing left to offer. Lastly, my heartfelt gratitude for everyone's support. Chapter 104. Do you desire that medicinal herb? It is yours." Tuoba Chen observed Du Gubo and felt a pang of sympathy for him. In the past, while reading novels, he had not perceived the character as pitiful. However, hearing the man recount his tale in person, the profound sorrow reflected in his eyes evoked a sense of compassion within him. Although he empathized with Du Gubo's plight, he found himself powerless to offer a solution. Unbeknownst to Tuoba Chen, in just a few days, when Zhu Yue Pass would send reinforcements, Du Gubo's circumstances would become even more tragic. At that moment, Du Gubo had rendered Tuoba Chen unconscious, leaving him unaware of the harsh words that had been spoken behind him. Subsequently, Tuoba Chen gradually engaged in conversation with Du Gubo. As Du Gubo showed no intent to kill, Tuoba Chen began to relax somewhat. Their dialogue deepened, and as time passed, Tuoba Chen eventually forgot the reasons for his presence in that place. In due course, both of them focused on their individual cultivation. This tranquil state persisted until the late hours of the night, when, just as the moon was about to reach its zenith, a piercing scream suddenly emanated from Du Gubo's direction. Awakened by a sudden sound, Tuoba Chen turned his gaze towards Du Gubo, only to discover that the latter had inexplicably collapsed onto the ground, drenched in cold sweat, his body convulsing incessantly in evident agony. Witnessing this scene, Tuoba Chen was struck by the recollection that Du Gubo seemed to endure the torment of his own snake venom every night. With this thought in mind, he hastily recalled the pharmacological knowledge he had diligently studied over the years. Casting his gaze around, he swiftly identified the desired object, a small flower of vibrant green hue. After plucking the delicate blossom, he retrieved several high-grade medicinal herbs from his dragon pendant, meticulously grinding them into a fine powder within a small bowl. He then added a touch of water to create a harmonious mixture. Finally, he introduced a few drops of his own blood, which contained elements of the frost spirit grass and boasted a remarkably high concentration of dragon blood, endowing it with formidable antitoxicity. Upon completion of this process, a purple-hued liquid emerged within the bowl, resembling a potent poison. Tuoba Chen hurriedly approached Du Gubo and said, "Senior Du Gubo, please drink this." Although Du Gubo was engulfed in excruciating pain and unable to utter a word, it did not mean he was oblivious to his surroundings. Observing the strange bowl of medicinal broth in Tuoba Chen's hand, he instinctively resisted, hesitating to speak. Upon witnessing this scene, Tuoba Chen took a sip and then opened his mouth to show the other party. Only then did Du Gubo obediently part his lips and consume the medicinal concoction offered by Tuoba Chen. However, as he swallowed, Du Gubo's expression contorted slightly, indicating that the taste of the potion was rather unpleasant. Nevertheless, after finishing it, he found that the intense pain had remarkably diminished. Tuoba Chen observed as Du Gubo gradually regained his composure and let out a sigh of relief. After a brief moment of respite, Du Gubo inquired, "Why did you choose to assist me?" "Because you're in great anguish. Is that all? Do you realize you could have seized the opportunity to escape just now?" Upon hearing this, Tuoba Chen fell into silence. Noticing the other's demeanor, Du Gubo expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." He increasingly regretted having brought Tuoba Chen here. Recognizing him as a genuinely good person, Du Gubo reflected on his life, having dispatched countless villains, yet he had never harmed an innocent soul. Meanwhile, Tuoba Chen pondered, "Why am I feeling this surge of compassion again? Du Gubo is right. I could have simply harvested the celestial herbs and fled. I have no idea how long he can maintain that state. I squandered such a splendid opportunity." A profound sense of regret enveloped him. Du Gubo's earlier words had struck a chord within him, evoking an irresistible sympathy during Du Gubo's moment of suffering, compelling him to offer assistance. After a prolonged silence, as Du Gubo's pain dissipated entirely, he asked, "Young one, what was that concoction you made me drink? How did it alleviate my suffering so effectively?" Without hesitation, Tuoba Chen responded, "What you consumed was a potent analgesic. It is a mixture of licorice, green flower, and sea prickly ash, ground into powder and combined with water. I then added diluted frost spirit grass powder and dragon's blood, creating a remedy with formidable antitoxic and pain-relieving properties. This concoction can significantly alleviate your symptoms. Tuoba Chen was not lying. Everything he spoke was indeed true. Besides his cultivation, he devoted most of his time to reading, delving into ancient texts on soul beasts and herbal knowledge. The formula for the analgesic was something he had conceived in the past, and he had not anticipated its remarkable efficacy. After hearing Tuoba Chen's words, Douluo nodded in acknowledgement. He was well-versed in pharmacology, yet his mind often lacked flexibility, hindering his ability to concoct these remedies independently. If he were not so obstinate, he would not have persistently troubled Zhu Yuguan. Interrupting Tuoba Chen, Douluo remarked, "The cold spirit herb is exceedingly rare. I possess only a few specimens in my medicinal garden. What shall we do without it? One could substitute the cold spirit herb with the cold grass, though the dosage required would be considerably larger, and the preparation time would be extended, resulting in a somewhat diminished effect." "Oh, I see." Douluo nodded like a diligent student. After a considerable pause, he suddenly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." "No need for thanks." The atmosphere between them fell back into an oddly serene silence. "How is it that you possess such extensive knowledge of pharmacology?" "I have a penchant for reading. Can this prescription alleviate my suffering in the long term?" "Unfortunately, it can only suppress its further deterioration." After Tuoba Chen finished speaking, Douluo appeared somewhat taken aback. His initial intention was merely to sidestep the awkward atmosphere and initiate a topic of conversation. He had assumed that Tuoba Chen's prescription was nothing more than a common analgesic, only to discover that it could also inhibit the deterioration of his poison. "Are you certain?" "I am indeed certain. As long as there is high-purity dragon's blood, it can certainly suppress the worsening of the injury." Tuoba Chen was not deceiving him. The dragon's resistance to toxins is notoriously formidable, and high-purity dragon's blood is even more potent, albeit somewhat difficult to procure. However, he was confident that with Douluo's abilities, this should not pose a challenge. After a considerable pause, Douluo pointed to the extraordinary mushroom of heaven in his medicinal garden and remarked, "Are you perhaps interested in that?" Douluo's sudden interjection caught Tuoba Chen off guard, and he replied, "How would you know, senior?" Douluo refrained from responding. Earlier, while foraging for food, he had noticed Tuoba Chen's gaze linger on the mushroom of heaven for quite some time, leading him to surmise that Tuoba Chen desired it, which prompted his inquiry. Tuoba Chen nodded earnestly. Indeed, he desired the wondrous Qirong Tong Tian chrysanthemum. Observing Tuoba Chen's reaction, Douluo remarked, "I gift it to you as a token of gratitude for your medicinal recipe." Upon hearing this, Tuoba Chen found it hard to believe that he had obtained the Qirong Tong Tian chrysanthemum so easily. It felt almost surreal. Could it be that he was truly the protagonist of this tale? Chapter 105, Devouring the Qirong Tong Tian chrysanthemum. "What are you still standing there for? Do you not want it?" Douluo's words jolted Tuoba Chen back to reality. Frankly speaking, Douluo was quite magnanimous. With celestial herbs, he offered without hesitation. However, Tuoba Chen harbored doubts, wondering if this man was perhaps unfamiliar with these divine plants, which would explain his generous demeanor. Previously, while perusing novels, he had sensed that although Douluo possessed some pharmacological knowledge, his expertise seemed to lie solely in toxicity, not in healing or detoxification. Nevertheless, this was not the moment for such thoughts. He retrieved the jade spade he had prepared earlier and carefully uprooted the Qirong Tong Tian chrysanthemum. After clearing away some of the soil, he swallowed it whole. Immediately, Tuoba Chen entered a state of cultivation. Unlike the experience with the Hanlian grass, the Qirong Tong Tian chrysanthemum exhibited no adverse effects. Instead, it enveloped him in a comforting warmth, enhancing his physical prowess with astonishing vigor. Meanwhile, at the spirit hall, Zhu Yueguan staggered to its entrance. The guards, upon seeing Zhu Yueguan's condition, rushed to support him, exclaiming, "Lord Yueguan, what has happened?" For the past few days, Zhu Yueguan had been afflicted by a potent toxin yet had not taken a moment to rest and heal, dedicating all his efforts to reach the spirit hall in search of assistance. At last, having arrived, he could no longer endure and collapsed. The surrounding guards swiftly lifted him to rest while dispatching someone to notify Bibi Dong. At that moment, Bibi Dong was, as usual, seated in the hall of the Pope, attending to various affairs. Shortly thereafter, she heard a commotion outside. "Who is causing such a ruckus?" "Reporting to your holiness, it is a guard." Shouting that Lord Yueguan is in trouble, replied one of her attendants. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's expression shifted. Had not Zhu Yueguan just accompanied Tuoba Chen home? Why was he alone now, and in such dire straits? "Quickly, let that guard bring me to see Zhu Yueguan." The attendant, taken aback by Bibi Dong's urgency, had never witnessed her in such a flurry, realizing how deeply she cared for the elder's well-being. Nevertheless, he quickly complied, "Yes, your holiness." Following the guard outside, they reached Zhu Yueguan, who lay on a bed, his skin tinged with green and his expression one of profound agony. Bibi Dong discerned that he was suffering from a severe poison, though she wished to chastise him for failing to protect Tuoba Chen. Her immediate priority was to revive him to ascertain Tuoba Chen's whereabouts. Placing her palm upon Zhu Yueguan's forehead, she concentrated her soul power, gradually expelling the toxin from his body. After half an hour, beads of cold sweat appeared on her brow. She was not yet the unparalleled title Douluo of level 99. And detoxification was not her forte, making the task challenging. Finally, Zhu Yueguan coughed violently, expelling a pool of green toxic blood that splattered against a nearby cabinet, corroding it completely. Witnessing this, the attendant inhaled sharply, marveling at the ferocity of the poison. As the toxic blood was expelled, Zhu Yueguan awoke. The first face he beheld was that of the Pope, and for a moment, he thought he was dreaming, astonished to see that evil woman. Zhu Yueguan, where is Chen? Why have you returned alone, and in such a poisoned state? Where is Chen? Bibi Dong's urgent question snapped him back to reality. Your Holiness. Chen has been captured by Douluo. What? Bibi Dong's heart sank. Tuoba Chen had been seized by that old toxic master. She felt an overwhelming urge to reprimand Zhu Yueguan for allowing this to happen. After taking a moment to gather himself, Zhu Yueguan rose swiftly. Your Holiness. We must rescue Chen. I know the location of that old poisoner's secret lair. We must go at once. There may still be hope. Bibi Dong, albeit reluctantly, nodded in agreement. There was no other option. Thus, to rescue a mere level 30 soul master, the spirit hall mobilized both the Pope, Bibi Dong, and Elder Zhu Yueguan. Two formidable title Douluo. Who would believe such a tale? Half a day later, Tuoba Chen exhaled deeply. The Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum proved to be an extraordinary celestial herb. The entire process of absorption and digestion had been remarkably smooth, devoid of any discomfort. The only drawback was that the potency of the herb was overwhelmingly strong. He could not fully assimilate it, leaving a substantial amount of its power lingering within him. Fortunately, due to his years of medicinal consumption, his body had developed a unique resilience, allowing him to retain the remaining potency for gradual absorption. Upon noticing Tuoba Chen had awakened, Douluo inquired, How is it? Have you completed the absorption? Yes, thank you, esteemed elder. There is no need for thanks. As I stated, this is an equitable exchange. After a moment, Douluo sensed Tuoba Chen's gaze lingering upon him, as though he sought further assistance. Speak, is there something else you require? Hearing Douluo's prompt, Tuoba Chen eagerly asked, Elder Douluo, could you assist me with a soul pressure test? Taken aback, Douluo had anticipated a more delicate request. Yet this was a mere trifle. Very well, Douluo replied, exhibiting his characteristic demeanor befitting a title Douluo. As before, Tuoba Chen positioned himself. And despite not having fully absorbed the herb's potency, he could still be considered to possess a formidable physique. Douluo, witnessing Tuoba Chen's readiness, wasted no time and began to exert his soul power upon him. Out of caution, he was even more meticulous than with Zhu Yueguan. Recalling that Zhu Yueguan had warned him that any harm to Tuoba Chen would result in dire consequences. Level 20, Level 23. Level 23. The casual increase in soul pressure intensified the astonishment in Douluo's eyes. He had not anticipated such innate talent from Tuoba Chen. Half an hour later. Level 42. Enough, esteemed elder, I can endure no more. Chapter 106. The spectral grass. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's words, Douluo immediately ceased his pressure. At level 42, if his memory served him correctly, Tuoba Chen seemed to possess only 2 soul rings. His appearance in the Sunset Forest likely indicated his intent to acquire more soul rings. It was utterly astonishing for a level 30 individual to exhibit the endurance of someone at level 42. Contemplating this, Douluo's gaze towards him grew more solemn. He also understood why Zhu Yueguan held Tuoba Chen in such high regard. Indeed, within the Spirit Hall, Tuoba Chen was likely ranked among the foremost prodigies. It was no wonder that Zhu Yueguan had been so anxious when he attacked him. Finally exhaling in relief, Tuoba Chen promptly inquired, Senior, what is my soul pressure test level? Level 42, your talent is quite remarkable. Level 42? Tuoba Chen whispered in response. Upon hearing this outcome, he felt quite satisfied. Given this situation, the limit of years he could endure had increased. A soul ring at level 40 typically lasted around 5,000 years, while one at level 50 could last approximately 12,000 years. Currently, his limit stood at level 42, which meant his capacity for the third soul ring should be around 6,300 years. 6,300 years is commendable, especially considering this is merely his third soul ring. Tang San's third soul ring, the man-faced demon spider, seemed to last only about 2,000 years. However, for the sake of caution, he still needed to make some preparations. Senior, may I use some ghost grass? Tuoba Chen tentatively inquired. Considering that Douluo had already bestowed upon him celestial herbs, a few ghostly soul grasses should pose no significant issue, despite their rarity. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's words, Douluo remained silent but nodded in agreement, embodying the demeanor of a true master who spoke little. Although ghostly soulgrass was indeed scarce, nearly unobtainable across the continent, it held little value for Douluo himself. Observing Douluo's response, Tuoba Chen expressed his gratitude and proceeded towards the ghostly soulgrass. One could only marvel at the ice and fire duality eyes, renowned as one of the 3 sacred grounds for herbs, housing not only celestial grade plants but also a plethora of exquisite medicinal flora. As the name suggests, ghostly soulgrass pertains to the realm of souls, capable of enhancing one's spiritual prowess. The peril of absorbing soul rings beyond one's capacity was daunting, compelling Tuoba Chen to deliberate cautiously, having already met the physical strength requirements. It was essential that his spiritual strength kept pace. Gazing at the 15 stalks of ghostly soul grass beside the eye, Tuoba Chen pondered briefly and selected 3. With Douluo observing nearby, he refrained from taking more than necessary, for his plans deemed 3 sufficient. After meticulously comparing their sizes, he chose the largest among them and placed it into the small bowl he had previously acquired. His actions were devoid of concealment. Douluo watched with keen interest as Tuoba Chen busied himself with various tasks. This young lad possessed the ability to alleviate the toxins within him, piquing Douluo's curiosity to discover what else Tuoba Chen might be capable of creating. After Tuoba Chen crushed the ghostly herb into a fine powder, he refrained from adding any other ingredients. Instead, he retrieved a large pot and tossed in gentle herbs such as licorice and mulberries, subsequently heating the pot. Approximately half an hour later, once the licorice and other herbs had dissolved, he poured the pre-ground ghostly herb powder into the pot. Then, he covered it with a lid and patiently awaited the outcome. Observing Tuoba Chen's actions, Douluo could not help but realize what he was doing. This little fellow was capable of alchemy, quite impressive indeed. Tuoba Chen occasionally lifted the lid of the pot to inspect the contents, not merely to check on the food, but to ascertain the situation within. After a full 3 hours, he extinguished the fire and extracted a mass that resembled thick mud. Once cooled, he would fashion it into pills. These pills bore little distinction from the ordinary medicinal properties of the soul grass. Rather, their composition was enhanced with licorice and other herbs, rendering them more gentle in effect. Subsequently, Tuoba Chen retrieved a soul-eating grass from his dragon pendant and prepared it into pills using the same method. Douluo remained entirely oblivious to Tuoba Chen's activities. However, Tuoba Chen was acutely aware of the purpose behind his concoctions. The soul grass, when consumed without any processing, could marginally and permanently augment the host's soul power. Yet, Tuoba Chen was clearly not content with such a meager enhancement. His meticulous preparation was driven by a desire for stability. The last time he absorbed the second soul ring had been fraught with peril, and having learned from that experience, he would not foolishly embark on the next endeavor without adequate preparation. Though licorice and similar herbs did not directly enhance the medicinal potency, they would aid in the swift absorption of the soul grass's effects. The reason he also prepared a soul-eating grass was that its effects were antagonistic to those of the soul grass. When both herbs were ingested, the less potent soul-eating grass would counteract the soul grass, preventing its full effectiveness while simultaneously stimulating its medicinal properties, allowing for a rapid release of its potency. This would create a temporary surge in his soul power, albeit at the expense of the permanent enhancement originally provided by the soul grass. Nevertheless, during the absorption of the soul ring, a transient increase in soul power would suffice, ensuring that he would not be vulnerable to the backlash of the soul ring due to insufficient soul strength. As for the other 2 soul grasses, he intended to consume them using the conventional method. This entire scheme had been in motion since 3 years prior, but he had been unable to locate the soul grass until now. Fortunately, the old Poison Master's garden was replete with everything he needed, effectively resolving his dilemma. Before absorbing the 3rd soul ring, he planned to take these 2 pills, and with his enhanced physical strength, his success was nearly assured. Throughout the process, Douluo watched in bewilderment as Tuoba Chen showcased his intricate operations, utterly perplexed by his actions. Being a practitioner of poisons, Douluo lacked the same depth of understanding in pharmacology that Tuoba Chen possessed. Afterward, Tuoba Chen consumed a piece of soul grass in one swift motion and began to absorb its medicinal power. It must be noted that being in the old Poison Master's garden felt utterly delightful. He found himself reluctant to leave. Over the course of 4 hours, he fully absorbed the 2 doses of soul grass, as they were not of the highest grade like the celestial mushroom, making the process relatively effortless. Upon completion, Tuoba Chen felt remarkably invigorated, never having experienced such clarity before, as if his vision had improved. Douluo, observing the transformation, felt a surge of curiosity. Although Tuoba Chen's appearance remained unchanged, he seemed more striking than ever. Could the soul grass truly possess such remarkable effects? With this curiosity in mind, when Tuoba Chen began his cultivation, Douluo plucked a piece to taste. Afterward, he engaged in his own cultivation, noticing a slight increase in his soul power. Was that all? Douluo silently cursed. For his vast soul, such a minuscule gain was negligible. As night fell, Tuoba Chen resumed his role as the barbecue chef. Strangely, Douluo devoured an extraordinary amount that evening, consuming nearly half of the newly captured soul beasts. Tuoba Chen gazed at the despondent demeanor of Douluo, mistakenly assuming that he was preoccupied with concerns regarding poison, unaware that the latter's thoughts were far from such matters. After a moment of contemplation, Tuoba Chen realized that Douluo had indeed treated him well in recent days, so he decided to inform him about the functions of the ice and fire yin-yang eye. He intended to encourage Douluo to excavate the 2 celestial herbs, the octagonal xianbing grass and the burning fire apricot, in advance. This strategy would serve to weaken Tang San's power. Although he had no desire to kill Tang San without reason, diminishing his strength seemed permissible. Without the celestial herbs, Tang San's team would be unable to advance, and consequently, Xiao's identity would remain undiscovered by the Spirit Hall. If they were not exposed, they would not be separated, thus altering the future narrative of Douluo continent. The Spirit Hall would unify the entire Douluo continent, restoring tranquility to the realm. Reflecting on this, Tuoba Chen felt as though he was contributing to the greater good of Douluo continent. It suddenly dawned on him that he had stumbled upon a significant revelation. With this thought in mind, he quickly inquired of Digyobo, Senior Digyobo, how did you discover the ice and fire yin yang eye? Although he was aware that Digyobo did not know the term ice and fire yin yang eye, he feigned knowledge, assuming that Digyobo was familiar with the name. Indeed. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's words, Digyobo appeared somewhat perplexed as he responded, ice and fire yin yang eye? Is that what this is called? Yes, Senior. Were you not aware? No, I was not, Digyobo replied candidly. Observing Digyobo's reaction, Tuoba Chen intentionally remarked, it is no wonder that if you had known what this was, your son would not have succumbed to the poison. At this, Digyobo's pupils constricted, and he spoke urgently. What did you say? Can the ice and fire yin yang eye cure my snake venom? Indeed, Senior. To be more precise, it is the two celestial herbs within the ice and fire yin yang that can cure your snake venom. The two herbs are the octagonal xianbing grass and the burning fire apricot. The extreme cold and heat they possess are highly effective against toxins. However, consuming either one alone would result in severe poisoning, while ingesting both simultaneously would significantly reduce the toxicity and could even neutralize any lethal poison, granting one an immunity to all toxins. Given your constitution, you would be able to withstand the damage caused by the two celestial herbs when combined. I previously thought you were intentionally avoiding them. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's words, Digyobo's expression turned despondent. So that is how it is. If I had known earlier, my Xin would not have died. With that, Digyobo made his way towards the ice and fire yin yang eye. Upon witnessing this scene, Tuoba Chen promptly intervened, inquiring, Senior, what are your intentions? In response to Tuoba Chen's words, Digyobo remarked, to consume them, is this not a question you already know the answer to? Tuoba Chen continued. Senior, you must understand that while consuming them may indeed alleviate the poison, it would simultaneously disperse the toxic energy within you. This is precisely why I previously suspected that you were intentionally refraining from consuming them. Hearing Tuoba Chen's words, Digyobo's outstretched hand froze in midair. If it truly meant diminishing his toxic prowess, he found it difficult to proceed with his intention. What should I do then? Digyobo queried. You may allow Senior Yen to partake of them, Tuoba Chen suggested. Her current level of toxicity is not profound. After consuming two immortal herbs, she would surely be able to rid herself of the torment of her ailment, and her cultivation could advance by leaps and bounds, enabling her to explore other avenues. Furthermore, after Senior Yen consumes these immortal herbs, you could extract a few drops of her blood each time, effectively suppressing the toxic energy. As for your own toxicity, you might seek a soul bone to channel most of the toxins within your body into it. This would likely resolve your toxicity issues. Tuoba Chen relayed all the fragments of memory he could muster. They might not be entirely comprehensive, yet the essence remained intact. Regarding those two immortal herbs, he was uncertain when he might have the opportunity to return to this place, and since he could not consume them himself, it seemed a pity to waste them. It would be better to do a good deed and disclose their true use to Digyobo, thus not letting them go to waste. After halting Tuoba Chen's exposition, Digyobo fell into a contemplative silence, exclaiming, how do you possess such extensive knowledge? Where did you acquire it? In recent days, Tuoba Chen had presented Digyobo with an abundance of surprises. He had not anticipated that the other party could devise a solution to his toxic affliction, and that such a remedy was conveniently at hand. If only Tuoba Chen had appeared in his life sooner, he might have enjoyed a blissful and fulfilling family life. In response to Digyobo's inquiry, Tuoba Chen answered effortlessly, Senior, I have been fond of reading books on pharmacology since childhood, and Senior Juyue Guan has imparted considerable knowledge to me, which is why I am so well informed. He spoke truthfully. In matters of pharmacology, he was indeed proficient, having been raised amidst medicinal concoctions. However, the memory of the ice-fire duality stemmed from his previous life as novels. After Tuoba Chen finished speaking, Digyobo replied, all right. I will bring yin tomorrow. Upon hearing Digyobo's words, Tuoba Chen hurriedly interjected, no, how many levels does Senior Sister have now? We should at least wait until she reaches the Soul Sect. At that point, you must ensure her safety with your full strength. In any case, the higher her soul power, the greater the danger she faces in the Soul Sect. It would be prudent to wait until she reaches the Soul King. After all, the higher the level, the safer she will be. Otherwise, her current physique cannot withstand the strain of two types of potions. I trust you. Digyobo was no fool. After hearing Tuoba Chen's words, he felt that the other party was not deceiving him. He had some understanding of medicine, and Tuoba Chen's words were indeed reasonable. However, this meant that he owed Tuoba Chen a greater favor. After pondering for a moment, he said, little fellow, would you like me to assist you in obtaining your third soul ring? Chapter 108, The Aggrieved Scale Armor Dragon in the Sunset Forest. A colossal scale armor dragon was frantically fleeing, while two figures, one large and one small, relentlessly pursued it. Digyobo observed the scale armor dragon before him with some helplessness. After all these years, he thought that killing a mere 1,000-year soul beast should be as simple as administering some poison. Among his soul skills, he possessed several that could easily poison the scale armor dragon to death, but what he desired was not to kill the creature, but to incapacitate it, leaving it barely alive. Yet, he had no physical skills to speak of. His only physical attack was his ninth soul skill, the Azure Scale Divine Light. He certainly could not use his 9th soul skill to smash this little 6,000-year-old scale armor dragon, for one misstep would leave nothing of it behind. Apart from the Azure Scale Divine Light, he was left with only basic attacks. But the defense of the 6,000-year-old scale armor dragon was comparable to that of a 10,000-year soul beast, even as a titled Douluo. He could not injure it severely with a single punch. Thus, he had no choice but to wear it down gradually. Especially since this was the soul beast that the little fellow beside him had taken a liking to. With each of Douluo's attacks, a new wound appeared on the scale armor dragon. By this time, the creature's blood was spilling profusely. As the scale armor dragon grew weaker, they found themselves at the outskirts of the Sunset Forest. It was at this moment that the scale armor dragon collapsed with a resounding thud. However, the creature was not dead. It had merely lost too much blood and lacked the strength to escape. Witnessing this scene, Douluo and Tuoba Chen exchanged glances and nodded. Subsequently, Tuoba Chen dashed forward, drawing a cold iron dagger, and plunged it into the scale armor dragon's throat. In its weakened state, the scale armor dragon merely thrashed about a couple of times before ceasing its struggles. Gradually, a deep purple soul ring began to rise above its head. Upon seeing the soul ring, Tuoba Chen immediately took out the previously crafted ghost grass pill and soul-devouring grass pill, swallowing them both. After approximately 5 minutes, when he felt the medicinal effects had peaked, he promptly sat cross-legged to absorb the soul ring. Observing this, Douluo felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, he had never witnessed anyone absorb a soul ring from a 6,000-year-old soul beast before. He lacked confidence in the situation. Originally, he had been opposed to it. But upon seeing that Tuoba Chen's second soul ring was indeed purple, he acquiesced to the decision. Otherwise, he would never have agreed to assist in hunting the soul beast. Should he see Tuoba Chen in danger, he would intervene immediately. Just like last time, a massive illusion of the scale armor beast appeared in Tuoba Chen's sea of consciousness. But this time, the illusion was much more solid than that of the clawed dragon. However, its performance differed entirely. After consuming the ghost grass pill and soul-devouring grass pill, Tuoba Chen's spiritual entity, gathered through his soul power, was astonishingly large, at least 1.5 times the size of the scale armor dragon before him. Gazing at the illusion, Tuoba Chen licked his lips. Anticipating the prospect of the scale armor dragon, especially one that was merely 6,000 years old. It was well known that the scale armor dragon was deemed one of the most suitable soul beasts for the white-armored Earth Dragon Soul Masters. Every white-armored Earth Dragon Soul Master dreamed of having a scale armor dragon as their soul ring, not for any other reason, but because the scale armor dragon matched their attributes perfectly. Both were defensive, Earth-type, and dragon-class soul beasts. Moreover, when white-armored Earth Dragon Soul Masters absorbed the scale armor dragon soul beast, there was a significant probability of obtaining a soul bone. Even for a 1,000-year scale armor dragon, the chance of obtaining a soul bone was as high as 20%. Such odds were incredible for a 1,000-year soul beast. And for a 10,000-year soul beast, the probability soared to 50%. However, the scale armor dragon was exceedingly rare, so rare that to date, only Tuoba Shi and Tuoba Ming had ever absorbed a scale armor dragon in the entire Holy Dragon Sect. Who would have thought that today he would actually encounter one? It was truly a stroke of fortune. He controlled the spiritual entity in his sea of consciousness and swiftly charged towards the scale armor dragon. With a powerful punch, he struck the creature, sending it flying. This blow dimmed the entire illusion of the scale armor dragon, but it did not sit idly by. Upon regaining its footing, it immediately began to flee. Upon witnessing this scene, Tuoba Chen secretly acknowledged that his previous decision to refine the ghost grass pill was indeed wise. Otherwise, he would be far from experiencing such ease now. Subsequently, he began to pursue the armored dragon within his sea of consciousness, much like the initial approach of Douluo. However, unlike Douluo, Tuoba Chen's strikes were fierce and relentless, each attack seeming to aim at shattering the armored dragon entirely. This was not out of cruelty, but rather a desperate desire to swiftly conclude the confrontation, sparing the creature from further anguish. With a resounding crash, the armored dragon, feeling the excruciating pain on its back, was once again sent flying by a powerful punch. When it managed to rise this time, something peculiar occurred. As a spiritual entity, it began to weep, shedding a solitary tear of energy. What a turn of events! This morning, it had ventured out in search of food. After a prolonged search, finally discovering its favorite fruit. Just as it was about to indulge, it was unexpectedly struck. Despite its typically gentle temperament, it had no intention of retaliating, particularly because it had found its cherished fruit. However, it was taken aback when the individual unleashed a terrifying aura, startling it into fleeing without even tasting its prize. Thus commenced the relentless pursuit, leading to its demise. After which it transformed back into its spiritual form, only to be struck again and chased once more. Overwhelmed by this series of misfortunes, it could no longer contain its sorrow and began to weep. Tuoba Chen clearly noticed the tear, his entire being momentarily frozen in place. The onslaught behind him abruptly ceased. The spirit of the armored dragon felt a peculiar shift, questioning why its adversary had suddenly halted its attack. Turning to glance back, it discovered Tuoba Chen gazing at it with an expression of bewilderment. Then, unexpectedly, Tuoba Chen uttered a cry. "Are you weeping?" Due to their shared spiritual essence, the armored dragon comprehended his words, sensing the malevolent aura emanating from Tuoba Chen dissipate entirely. Summoning its courage, the armored dragon cautiously approached him. Are you speaking to me? A child's voice resonated into Tuoba Chen's ears. Taken aback by this sound, he paused momentarily. The armored dragon appeared fearsome, and in legends, it was depicted as a particularly savage spirit beast. Yet today, the one before him, despite its fierce visage, seemed far less brutal. Chapter 109, Third Soul Skill, External Soul Bone, Part 2. Why do you weep? Tuoba Chen continued to inquire, is it because you struck me? The sweet, childlike voice echoed once more into Tuoba Chen's ear. Such a simple response, yet Tuoba Chen found himself unable to refute it. Before he could utter another word, the armored dragon began to speak on its own. Today, I finally found a delicious fruit. After hearing the dragon's complaint, Tuoba Chen perceived that this creature differed from the descriptions in books. Although its appearance was somewhat unappealing, its demeanor was exceedingly gentle. Upon hearing the dragon's words, Tuoba Chen remarked, but I have heard that your kind, the armored dragons, are quite ferocious, which is why you're hunted. The dragon bristled at his statement, exclaiming, what? Where have you seen us being violent? Though we possess sharp teeth, we are herbivores. We are gentle beings. You humans harbor biases, assuming that fearsome appearances equate to malice. Taken aback by the dragon's response, Tuoba Chen found himself at a loss for words. However, he couldn't help but marvel at the dragon's intelligence and vocabulary. Could it truly be a spirit beast? Or perhaps a human that had traversed into this realm? Noticing Tuoba Chen's bewildered expression, the dragon said, I sense you are pondering something quite rude. How are you so clever? Tuoba Chen asked directly, am I really clever? Thank you. You are the first to say so. The dragon replied, revealing that within its own species, it was considered somewhat dim-witted. This realization dawned on Tuoba Chen, highlighting the many inadequacies and gaps in the literature regarding spirit beasts, with this armored dragon serving as a prime example. Nevertheless, the deed was done. Even if he had known the dragon's gentle nature beforehand, he would not have let such a suitable spirit beast slip away. After venting for a while, the armored dragon lamented, today is truly unfortunate, to perish at your hands. There is no helping it. You must absorb me now. Please, do not strike me again. I will cooperate fully with your absorption. Otherwise, it will be quite painful for me. Tuoba Chen was skeptical upon hearing this. How could one cooperate? Wasn't the absorption of a spirit beast soul ring simply the erasure of its existence within the mental sea to obtain the ring? Sensing Tuoba Chen's doubts, the dragon clarified. In truth, after a spirit beast is slain, it can voluntarily merge with its killer. This method yields more powerful soul abilities, and the chance of acquiring soul bones is significantly increased. Tuoba Chen questioned, but I killed you? Would you genuinely consent to that? Of course. That method does not hurt me in the slightest, the dragon reassured him. Nonetheless, Tuoba Chen remained unconvinced that it could overlook past grievances to assist him. Such a spirit beast seemed implausible. Yet gradually, amidst a blend of reluctance and acceptance, Tuoba Chen began the fusion process with the armored dragon. It felt surreal. Like a dream, he had encountered a dragon perfectly suited for him, had slain it, and now it was assisting him in fusion. Meanwhile, Douluo, waiting nearby, grew increasingly anxious. 2 hours had passed without a sign of Tuoba Chen. Had it not been for Tuoba Chen's calm demeanor, he would have intervened long ago. Just as Douluo's patience was waning, a deep purple soul ring began to actively move toward Tuoba Chen. Could it be? Had he succeeded? Douluo could scarcely believe his eyes. Absorbing a 6,000-year-old spirit beast for the third soul ring had truly succeeded. Half an hour later, Tuoba Chen opened his eyes. Still feeling as if he were in a fantastical dream, this armored dragon had indeed aided him, sacrificing itself for his benefit. Gazing at the third soul ring adorning him, Tuoba Chen's confidence surged. Senior Douluo, I have succeeded, he exclaimed. However, Douluo did not respond. He merely stared blankly at Tuoba Chen's back. Feeling an itch on his back, Tuoba Chen reached to touch it, discovering a layer of something hard. In his mind, he also grasped its function. At that moment, Tuoba Chen's breath quickened. It was an external spirit bone. He had received an external spirit bone. This armored dragon had indeed bestowed upon him a grand gift. Experimenting with the protruding bones on his back, they began to extend automatically, enveloping him in a delicate suit of armor. He understood the armor's purpose. Not only did it enhance his defense, but it also absorbed 30% of incoming impact from any attack, including mental assaults. Moreover, it was remarkably lightweight, not hindering his movements in the slightest. Elated by the armor's capabilities, Tuoba Chen recalled that external spirit bones could evolve, and their evolution was relatively swift. Hence, this armor's defense would only strengthen over time. Subsequently, he tested his third soul skill, White Armored Scale Dragon Transformation, which increased his defense by 70% and strength by 20%, with duration dependent on his soul power. Seeing the enhancement, Tuoba Chen was nearly overwhelmed with joy, grateful for the contributions of the armored dragon. At that moment, a familiar childlike voice echoed in his mind. Hee, no need to thank me. Startled, Tuoba Chen prepared to speak, but the dragon continued. Do not speak aloud. Simply converse with me in your mind. You are the armored dragon? Hee, indeed. My consciousness now resides within the external spirit bone on your back. What do you think of this gift? Well, it is quite substantial. But could you explain your current actions? Tuoba Chen truly did not anticipate that this individual was still alive. Rest assured, I mean you no harm. I possess no control over your external soul bone. I believe you can sense that. Upon hearing these words, Tuoba Chen acknowledged their truth. However, prior to merging with himself, no such assurance had been given. Thus, he required an explanation to find peace of mind. The scale armor dragon recognized that failing to provide clarity was no longer an option. Reluctantly, he confided into Tuoba Chen, saying, in truth, I had not foreseen this outcome either. My previous actions, referred to as soul merging within our scale armor dragon clan, typically result in a painless demise after the process. Yet, an unexpected occurrence has transpired here. Chapter 110, Soul Merging, Part 1, Third Update. What unexpected occurrence? Tuoba Chen inquired. However, before he could receive a response, he was interrupted by the nearby Douluo, who recognized the external soul bone on Tuoba Chen's back. I didn't expect you to have such an opportunity. By the way, what is your third soul skill? Let me see. All right. With that, Tuoba Chen called out, White Armored Scale Dragon Transformation. In an instant, a multitude of white scales sprouted from his body, appearing remarkably resilient. Douluo nodded in acknowledgement. What is the utility of this soul skill? It increases defense by 70% and strength by 20%. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's words, Douluo furrowed his brow. While a 70% enhancement in defense for a 6,000-year-old soul ring was commendable, the overall attribute increases seemed rather meager. This cannot be right, the legendary Supreme Soul Beast. The Scale Dragon should provide a more significant enhancement. Noticing the change in Douluo's expression, Tuoba Chen hastily clarified, Senior, the consumption of my soul power is minimal. Oh, is that so? How minimal? Minimal to the point of being nearly negligible. If I were to solely utilize this skill, the rate of soul power consumption would be slower than my rate of recovery. After Tuoba Chen finished speaking, Douluo finally felt relieved. If that were the case, it would mean that during personal soul battles, this skill could be utilized almost without any consumption. Truly, it is a legendary soul beast of exceptional quality. However, the spirit of the dragon scale, embedded within his external soul bone, suddenly interjected, there is more to it. Our third soul ring is capable of evolution. Upon hearing this, Tuoba Chen's expression sharpened as he grasped the significance. Evolution? What kind of evolution? I'll explain it to you later. For now, you should leave this place, he replied. After exchanging a few words with Douluo, the two decided to return. The day's gains had far exceeded his expectations. He had merely sought a third soul ring, yet unexpectedly acquired an external soul bone, and this soul ring could evolve. As they were returning, Tuoba Chen suddenly heard the sounds of a fight, which Douluo also picked up on. However, they chose to ignore it, as skirmishes were quite normal in the Sunset Forest. Yet, as fate would have it, they encountered the source of the commotion on their way back. It was an elderly soul master of level 40 and a child appearing to be merely 7 or 8 years old. Engaged in battle with a ghost vine of 600 to 700 years of cultivation, Tuoba Chen was taken aback. A 7 or 8-year-old child? An elderly man at level 40? A ghost vine of 600 to 700 years? Gazing at the boy's ordinary face, a name sprang to Tuoba Chen's mind, Tang San. To his astonishment, he had encountered the protagonist here, no, the original protagonist, as his chances of obtaining the celestial herb had almost vanished. With this thought, Tuoba Chen felt a twinge of guilt. He did not actually harbor any animosity toward Tang San. However, now that he had allied himself with the Spirit Hall, he felt compelled to act in ways that would undermine Tang San. Each misstep could lead to a cascade of lost opportunities for Tang San, such as the 50,000-year-old skull from the Continental Elite Soul Master Competition, delays in his journey to the City of Slaughter, and a series of fortuitous encounters that might ultimately prevent him from receiving the Sea Goddess legacy. Considering this, Tuoba Chen suddenly halted and said, Douluo Senior, I wish to assist them. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's words, Douluo paused and nodded. Though he did not entirely endorse Tuoba Chen's decision, believing him to be overly kind, which could prove perilous in the world of soul masters, he respected the young man's choice. He believed that should Tuoba Chen face hardships in the future, he would learn from them. Unbeknownst to Douluo, Tuoba Chen's actions were merely driven by a sense of guilt. Tang San, watching the old dean entangled with the ghost vine, longed to lend assistance. However, as Yu Shaojiang had advised, it was best not to reveal his hidden weapons unless absolutely necessary. He could see that the old dean was gaining the upper hand. Yet his age had left him with minor injuries, causing Tang San to worry for his safety. Just as he was lost in thought, a sudden attack emerged from beside the ghost vine, piercing its abdomen and delivering a grievous blow. Tang San noticed Tuoba Chen, who had launched the attack. What are you standing there for? Go finish it, Tuoba Chen urged. Tang San snapped back to reality, expressed his gratitude to Tuoba Chen, and moved to dispatch the severely weakened ghost vine. He then promptly sat down to absorb the soul ring, while Douluo observed coldly. However, when he saw the yellow soul ring manifesting around Tang San during the absorption process, he was taken aback. This child appeared to be no more than 7 or 8 years old and had already reached the 20th level. Were there truly so many prodigious youths nowadays? At that moment, the old dean also noticed Tuoba Chen and instantly realized that he had been aided by him. Young man, thank you for your assistance just now. Otherwise, this old bone of mine would have surely fallen apart. No need for thanks, old sir, Tuoba Chen replied politely. Douluo approached and said, Alright, let us be on our way. Wait, Douluo Sr., I wish to see what his second soul skill is, Tuoba Chen insisted, curiosity written all over his face. Douluo had no choice but to acquiesce. In truth, Tuoba Chen merely wanted to confirm whether this individual was indeed Tang San. A quarter of an hour later, Tang San completed the absorption of the soul ring and, upon opening his eyes, spotted Tuoba Chen and Douluo. He hurried over, bowed deeply to Tuoba Chen, and said, "Thank you for your assistance, young hero. I am Tang San. May I inquire your name?" Finding Tang San's address amusing, Tuoba Chen noted that before Tang San's journey to the Douluo continent, his background in the Tang sect bore similarities to ancient China, hence the archaic term. However, given that Douluo continent possessed a more westernized backdrop, the term young hero felt somewhat out of place. Nevertheless, he responded promptly, "I am Tuoba Chen." No need for such formalities, it was merely a trifling effort. After chatting with Tang San for a while, Tuoba Chen bid farewell. This unexpected encounter with Tang San had taken him by surprise, and he hoped that without the celestial herb, Tang San's advancement would be somewhat hindered. After all, he did not intend to let go of the Heartbreak Red. Should Tang San continue to cultivate at a rapid pace and unintentionally reach the finals in future competitions, it would inevitably lead to complications with Bibi Dong recognizing Xiaowu's identity. Having given the Heartbreak Red to Bibi Dong, her cultivation and strength would likely increase significantly, thereby accelerating her progress toward inheriting the Rakshasa god position, ideally before she became aware of the existence of Deming and Heir Ming. He pondered whether Bibi Dong had already begun her journey to inherit the Rakshasa god legacy. Ultimately, he resolved to present it to her several years later, when she would be facing her 9th examination. After all, in her previous life, she had inherited the god position without utilizing their soul bones. With his assistance this time around, the process would surely be much more manageable. Tuoba Chen did not wish to create enemies for no reason. To be honest, he had quite admired Tang San during his earlier days of reading novels. He had never delved into Do Heir, Do San, or Do Si, and was unaware of Tang San's subsequent appearances. However, the Tang San from Do was indeed a character who clearly distinguished between enmity and gratitude. Thus, assisting a figure he once admired seemed justifiable. Perhaps it was a means to reconcile with his youthful inclinations. Upon returning to the garden of the old poison master, Tuoba Chen declared, "Senior Douluo, I wish to solidify my cultivation." "Very well, proceed," Douluo replied succinctly. Upon hearing Douluo's response, Tuoba Chen promptly assumed a meditative posture. Though in truth, he was communicating with the armored dragon regarding the essence of their spiritual fusion. "At last, you are free. I shall now elucidate why my spiritual form continues to manifest within your body." "Go on," Tuoba Chen urged. The armored dragon began to explain. "First, allow me to clarify the concept of spiritual fusion. Much like sacrifice, spiritual fusion is a voluntary offering by soul beasts to enhance human strength. However, there is a distinction. Sacrifice can occur while a soul beast is alive, whereas spiritual fusion transpires only after death. This not only allows for a painless demise but also significantly elevates the quality of our soul rings. Are you familiar with sacrifice? Should I elaborate on that? I understand sacrifice and can somewhat conceive what spiritual fusion entails. Please clarify why you remain within my body." "Very well. The reason I can still appear within your body is due to the compatibility between us, which has reached a remarkable 99% or higher. Such a phenomenon is exceedingly rare. Typically, the odds of this occurring are 1 in 10,000. Its occurrence signifies that both you and I possess exceptional fortune." Tuoba Chen was taken aback by this revelation, astonished at the profound compatibility between himself and the armored dragon. "What do you mean by good fortune? Could you elaborate?" "Certainly. For me, my current state is relatively favorable. I can still be considered alive in a spiritual form, which is far superior to death. This is why I perceive my situation as fortunate. As for you, my presence holds significant value. Due to our fusion, my spiritual form has merged with yours. I have become your subordinate entity, and in the future, as you absorb soul rings, I can assist in subduing the souls of the corresponding soul beasts, aiding you in battle. Moreover, with each evolution of my spiritual form, your third soul ring and external soul bone will also undergo evolution. However, regardless of how formidable I become, I lack the capacity to resist you. That is something you should take note of. I do not understand why your spiritual power appears diminished compared to when you suppressed me earlier. Indeed, it seems slightly weaker than my own. Nevertheless, this is inconsequential. You should be aware that with a mere thought, I could be extinguished. However, doing so would render your soul rings and external soul bones ordinary." After absorbing this information, Tuoba Chen nodded, sensing the truth in the armored dragon's words, as he could perceive all its emotions and realized he held the power to dictate its existence. "What must I do to strengthen you? Moreover, as a 6,000-year-old soul beast, your intellect seems exceedingly high. You seem to know an extraordinary amount." The armored dragon, after a moment of silence, responded, "The method to enhance me is quite simple. As you cultivate and elevate your level, my spiritual form will also gain strength, thereby augmenting your external soul bone. Generally, with each significant advancement, a minor enhancement will occur. Alternatively, consuming substances that boost spiritual power will yield 3 layers of potency that will revert to me. As for my origins and the reason for my intelligence, You need only know that I am called Gano. The rest is unnecessary, for I pose no threat to you. Tuoba Chen felt somewhat dissatisfied upon hearing Gano's response. Although he had learned the methods to enhance his strength, he remained unaware of Gano's background. He had no intention of extinguishing the armored dragon's spiritual form. After all, if what it said was true, the potential benefits were too substantial to overlook. Tuoba Chen opened his eyes and glanced at the distant soul grass, pondering aloud. If I were to consume a soul grass, how many years would it add to my soul ring's lifespan? Following Tuoba Chen's gaze, Giano softly replied, approximately 10 years for each plant. Upon hearing Giano's response, Tuoba Chen, who had been filled with enthusiasm, felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. Only 10 years? It was important to note that soul grass was on par with cold spirit grass in terms of potency. Thus, if he wished for his third soul ring's lifespan to evolve to the 10,000-year mark, he would require 400 such herbs. Where could he possibly procure such a vast quantity of high-grade herbs? Sensing Tuoba Chen's despondency, Giano communicated within his mind, do not be disheartened. In truth, through diligent cultivation, you can also enhance the lifespan of your soul rings. By the time you reach level 60, your third soul ring should be capable of evolving to 10,000 years. However, Tuoba Chen felt even more disheartened upon hearing this. If that were the case, by the time he became a titled Douluo, his third soul ring would only reach 50,000 years at most. Realizing this, he shook his head. Perhaps he was being too greedy. Was 50,000 years not sufficient? After all, this was merely his third soul ring, and he still had to reach level 90. Do not lose heart. Rest assured, I am aware of a location abundant with herbs that can enhance soul strength. However, the place is rather perilous, and your current strength is inadequate to traverse it. Once you achieve the status of a titled Douluo, I will reveal everything to you. After concluding his conversation with Giano, Tuoba Chen feigned a sense of restoration and slowly opened his eyes, standing upright. Seeing Tuoba Chen's demeanor, Douluo inquired, have you completed your training? Yes, I have. Just as he finished speaking, the external soul bone on Tuoba Chen's back sprang forth autonomously. It seemed that this external soul bone had yet to fully integrate with him. Observing this, Douluo rubbed his forehead and suggested, you should gather a few herbs to consolidate your foundation. Tuoba Chen was momentarily taken aback by Douluo's words. What are you waiting for? Go. Oh, yes. Right away. With that, Tuoba Chen approached the Xiangxi Duan Chang Hong, produced a jade vial, and began collecting it. He then moved on to gather the remaining celestial herbs, harvesting them all. Witnessing this, Douluo remained silent, tacitly permitting Tuoba Chen's actions. To Douluo, Tuoba Chen had saved both him and his granddaughter, so a few herbs were but a small price to pay. In truth, Tuoba Chen felt a twinge of anxiety as he gathered the herbs. He collected all the celestial herbs that Tang San had once given to the Shrek 7 monsters, including the Wang Chuan Chou Shui Lu and the Yu Xiang Qi Luo. As he harvested, he thought to himself, Little San, I do not wish to hinder you. I merely desire for you to live a tranquil life. Please refrain from causing any more trouble. Once he had finished, Tuoba Chen paused to gauge Douluo's expression, relieved to find he was not angry. In the original narrative, Tang San had seemingly snuck away after gathering herbs, which had left Douluo quite irate. However, over the years, Tuoba Chen's memory had grown a bit hazy. In reality, Tang San had not only harvested the herbs needed by his companions, but had also taken nearly all of the mature ones that could be of use from Douluo's herb garden. Could one blame Douluo for his anger? Nonetheless, Douluo had only been slightly upset and had quickly moved past it, demonstrating his magnanimity. Thus, upon witnessing Tuoba Chen gather only 7 plants, he displayed no reaction, as he was unaware of their significance. Have you finished? Yes, I have. Tuoba Chen replied somewhat sheepishly, feeling a bit guilty for taking so much. However, Douluo merely nodded, thinking it better that the herbs be utilized by someone knowledgeable rather than left unused. Driven by a sense of guilt, Tuoba Chen addressed Douluo. Senior Douluo, the 9-piece purple mushroom can consolidate one's foundation and enhance energy. If you give it to senior sister Douluo Yin, it could significantly accelerate her cultivation, laying a solid groundwork for her to consume the other 2 celestial herbs in the future. As he spoke, he pointed towards the 9-piece purple mushroom. Simultaneously, he reflected, Master, my apologies, perhaps you should remain at level 29. In doing so, he also sought to vindicate Bibi Dong, as he truly could not comprehend how Yu Xiaojiang had managed to entangle himself in such emotional indecision, ultimately ruining the happiness of 2 women for a lifetime. Was it merely because of his talent? Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's words, Douluo nodded and reached out to pluck the mushroom. However, Tuoba Chen intervened, and with a puzzled look from Douluo, he used a jade spade to sever the 9-piece purple mushroom, placing it into a small jade vial while stating, leave its roots, it can grow again in the future. Oh. After receiving the vial, Douluo's heart was a tumult of emotions. He mused, if only I had not encountered him through such a dubious means. Perhaps we could have become friends. Noting the complexity in Douluo's gaze, Tuoba Chen was unsure of his thoughts and said, Senior Douluo, I shall return to my training. Very well, go ahead. With that, Tuoba Chen retrieved the Wang Chuan Chou Shui Lu and swallowed it in one gulp. Instantly, He felt a cooling sensation envelop his eyes. He promptly sat cross-legged, for the purpose of the Wang Chuan Qiu Shui Lu was to cultivate the fire-eye golden eye, enhancing the ability to perceive extraordinary phenomena, essentially fortifying his capacity to discern illusions and improving his vision, lacking any other method to enhance his eyesight. He gladly accepted the benefits of the Wang Chuan Qiu Shui Lu. After 2 hours, he successfully absorbed its essence. The moment he opened his eyes, Tuoba Chen felt as though he beheld the world anew, akin to the experience of a nearsighted individual donning glasses for the first time. Just as Du Gubo was about to speak a few words upon witnessing Tuoba Chen's successful cultivation, a loud crash resounded from outside the herb garden. Upon hearing this sound, Du Gubo's expression shifted, while Tuoba Chen was startled by the abrupt noise. Du Gubo, you wretched cur, come out. This was the voice of Jiu Yue Pass. Reinforcements from the martial soul hall had finally arrived. Upon hearing this voice, Tuoba Chen instantly grasped the situation and said, Esteemed elder, allow me to accompany you. I shall ensure that Grandfather Yueguan does you no harm. As Tuoba Chen spoke, one of his eyes focused intently on the other party. His tone imbued with sincerity that was difficult to refuse. Although Du Gubo initially intended to decline, he found himself unconsciously nodding upon meeting Tuoba Chen's gaze. Subsequently, the two exited the medicinal garden together and, upon encountering newcomers, Tuoba Chen was momentarily taken aback to see Bai Bai Dong present as well. Both Ju Yue Guan and Bai Bai Dong relaxed upon spotting him. However, upon noticing Du Gubo standing behind Tuoba Chen, Ju Yue Guan quickly exclaimed, Old poison. If you have any skills, face me instead, and do not harm the child. It must be said that Ju Yue Guan's words conveyed a robust masculinity that left Tuoba Chen's eyes slightly misty. Such sentiment was indeed touching. Before Du Gubo could speak, Tuoba Chen interjected, Grandfather Yue Guan, teacher, I am fine. Senior Du Gubo has treated me well and even helped me obtain a soul ring. As he spoke, Tuoba Chen summoned his spirit, revealing 1 yellow and 2 purple soul rings adorning him. Upon seeing the deep purple soul ring, Ju Yue Guan was momentarily stunned. Finally noticing the changes in Tuoba Chen, for some reason, he felt that Tuoba Chen had become even more endearing than before. Was it merely his illusion? He quickly regained his composure and urged, Chiner, do not be swayed by him, come here. Hearing Ju Yue Guan's words, Tuoba Chen turned to Du Gubo and reassured, Senior Du Gu. Rest assured, I will ensure that teacher and the others do not harm you. I believe you, Du Gubo replied, gazing into Tuoba Chen's eyes. With that, Tuoba Chen dashed toward Bai Bai Dong and the others, prompting them to immediately heighten their guard against Du Gubo, fearing he might launch a surprise attack from behind. However, Du Gubo did not make a move as he approached them, which surprised both parties. After Tuoba Chen reached their side, Ju Yue Guan and Bai Bai Dong prepared to act. Yet, they suddenly realized that Tuoba Chen had grasped their clothing. Teacher, Grandfather Yue Guan, Senior Du Gubo has treated me exceptionally well. He even provided me with a herb called Qirong Tongtianju, which has significantly enhanced my physical strength, raising the age of my 3rd soul ring to over 6,000 years. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's words, both Bai Bai Dong and Ju Yue Guan were left astounded, particularly Ju Yue Guan, whose martial spirit was Qirong Tongtianju. No one understood its properties better than he did. What was this old poison plotting? He had captured Tuoba Chen and fed him a celestial-grade herb. While communicating with him, Tuoba Chen discreetly signaled Du Gubo to escape. Taking advantage of Bai Bai Dong and Ju Yue Guan's moment of distraction, Du Gubo had already vanished. As Bai Bai Dong and Ju Yue Guan intended to pursue, Tuoba Chen stopped them. Teacher, please do not chase after Senior Du Gubo. He truly means me no harm. Seeing Tuoba Chen's insistence, Bai Bai Dong and Ju Yue Guan refrained from pursuing. Their primary objective was to rescue Tuoba Chen, which they had now accomplished. As for Du Gubo, they could settle with him later. Ju Yue Guan immediately began to inspect Tuoba Chen for any injuries. After a thorough examination, he found no issues and promptly embraced Tuoba Chen, saying, I am sorry, did I frighten you? Grandfather will never abandon you again. Tuoba Chen felt his face flush at the embrace. Oh dear, 2 grown men. Why so sentimental? Quite embarrassing. It wasn't until Bai Bai Dong coughed a couple of times that Ju Yue Guan regained his composure. Bai Bai Dong then remarked, since Chiner is unharmed, we should hasten back to the spirit hall. I suspect Chiner must be weary after these past few days. Indeed, Your Holiness, teacher, Tuoba Chen replied. Bai Bai Dong approached Tuoba Chen, his expression grave, causing Tuoba Chen to feel exceedingly tense. It was his first time witnessing Bai Bai Dong's seriousness. Yet he mustered a smile. Bai Bai Dong placed his hands on either side of Tuoba Chen's face and pulled hard. You rascal! If you ever make me worry like this again, you'll see how I discipline you. Teacher, I was wrong. Please let go. It hurts. The stretching of his cheeks rendered Tuoba Chen's words nearly incoherent. However, Bai Bai Dong was not so easily appeased, holding on for over a minute before finally releasing him. Afterward, Tuoba Chen rubbed his reddened cheeks, reflecting on how formidable Bai Bai Dong was. A title Douluo with such terrifying prowess that even a gentle pinch could inflict considerable pain. Meanwhile, Bai Bai Dong mused that the sensation was rather pleasant. Had she known, she would have pinched him for another 2 minutes. Ju Yue Guan stood by, bewildered at Bai Bai Dong's behavior, questioning whether this was truly the revered Pope. Had she perhaps been possessed by something unwholesome? Noticing Zhu Yueguan's gaze, Bai Dong realized her recent actions were unbecoming of her status. Overwhelmed with joy at Tuoba Chen's safety, she had inadvertently pinched his face. Strangely, being beside Tuoba Chen made her feel youthful, allowing her to forget many of her worries. She then feigned seriousness and declared, "All right, let us return." Thus, they embarked on their journey home. Due to Tuoba Chen's inability to keep pace, the three ultimately returned by carriage. The reason for not riding horses was that sitting in the carriage allowed for cultivation. "What did you say? You obtained an external spirit bone?" "Yes, teacher." Tuoba Chen then removed his clothing to reveal his back. His external spirit bone appeared as a dragon scale tattoo in its normal state, transforming into armor only when activated, shielding Bai Dong and Zhu Yueguan's view. He activated the external spirit bone, and a thin layer of armor enveloped his body in an instant, quite impressive, indeed. Witnessing this, both were left to marvel at Tuoba Chen's extraordinary gifts and fortuitous fate. Perhaps he truly was the chosen one, favored by the heavens. Bai Dong solemnly stated, "All right. Chener, we believe you. From now on, until you possess sufficient strength to protect yourself, do not casually reveal your external spirit bone before others. Understood?" "Yes, I understand, teacher." Just then, Zhu Yueguan interjected, "Chener, why do I feel as if the Qirong Tongtianzhu has not been fully absorbed?" "Indeed, Grandfather Yueguan. There remains 90% of the herb's efficacy unabsorbed within me." Hearing this, Zhu Yueguan proposed, "In that case, allow me to assist you. Assume a meditative posture." "Understood." Tuoba Chen promptly retracted his external spirit bone, seated himself cross-legged, and began to cultivate, while Zhu Yueguan placed his palm on Tuoba Chen's back. A soft yellow light emanating from his palm. Tuoba Chen felt as though his entire body was igniting, heat pouring from his skin as his strength steadily increased. This rapid enhancement was utterly irresistible. An hour later, Zhu Yueguan gradually withdrew his hand. At this moment, Tuoba Chen also opened his eyes. With 70%. In addition to the previous 10%, he had completely absorbed 80% of the wondrous Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum. Apart from the enhancement of his physical strength, his level had ascended to 35. It is worth noting that after absorbing the 6,000-year soul ring, he had only reached level 31. His physique was unique, requiring an immense amount of soul power for upgrades. Yet, the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum enabled him to elevate his level by 4 in such a short time. A sensation of unparalleled delight. He was tempted to consume other celestial herbs. However, he knew that excessive consumption would not yield better results, as his body could not endure it. "All right, Chener, this is the limit of what your body can bear. The rest must be digested gradually," said Yueguan. "Thank you, Grandpa Yueguan." "No need for thanks," Yueguan replied, gently patting his head, feeling uncomfortable. Tuoba Chen reflected on how he had only grown from 160 to 165 centimeters in height over the years. He attributed this to the influence of Zhu Yueguan. They then set off at full speed, and due to the high caliber of the horses pulling the carriage, they returned to the spirit hall in just 4 days. Chapter 114. Ha! Women. Gazing at the familiar spirit hall before him, Tuoba Chen felt a sense of nostalgia. He had never anticipated that, in such a short span, his strength would experience such a remarkable enhancement. It was no exaggeration to assert that he could now defeat 3 versions of his former self. Upon returning to the spirit hall, Tuoba Chen's first task was to report to Meng Yiran, after which he hastened to the Angel Soul Arena. Eagerly anticipating the extent of his strength after consuming both the Wangchuan Qiushui Du and the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum, he arrived in the evenings, coinciding with the peak business hours of the arena and the highest number of registered competitors. As soon as he entered, he caught the eye of Qiran, who, having developed a special fondness for him over the years, had become his dedicated attendant. Upon seeing Tuoba Chen's arrival, she waved enthusiastically in his direction. Tuoba Chen waved his hand in acknowledgement. Shortly thereafter, Qiran approached and inquired, "How is it? Was your advancement smooth?" "Quite smooth. I shall first refresh my rank," he replied. With that, Tuoba Chen walked to the counter and updated his information. He no longer donned a mask for the competition, it was futile, as his second soul ring's purple hue was too conspicuous. Among the numerous individuals within the academy, almost everyone was aware that he alone possessed a second soul ring of such a color. Moreover, his soul power level and physique aligned closely with the legendary white-armored Saint Dragon contestant known for an impeccable winning record in the arena. This realization compelled Tuoba Chen to reflect on his earlier decision to conceal his identity, deeming it a foolish choice. He could hardly remain hidden. He pondered how the Shrek 7 monsters managed to keep their identity secret. After assisting him in registering and verifying his information, Qing Ran could scarcely believe her eyes. 35th level. How could this be possible? It was unheard of for someone to break through and ascend 5 levels at once. It was utterly astonishing. However, she hesitated to inquire how Tuoba Chen achieved this feat, acknowledging it as his personal secret. Before long, Tuoba Chen's opponent was announced, and Qing Ran presented the details of his next match. Glancing at the battle roster in his hand, Tuoba Chen smiled. His upcoming contest was scheduled for tomorrow evening at 5 p.m., and his adversary was the Flame Lord. Meanwhile, in the contestants' lounge, Yin perused his own match details and was taken aback. Flame Lord versus White Armored Saint Dragon. What? How did this fellow return? Moreover, he seems to have only reached the Soul Sovereign level, while I am a Soul Sect, though I have heard that due to his high-level battle spirit metal. Tuoba Chen has consistently faced opponents above his rank in the arena. The disparity between a Grandmaster and a Soul Sovereign is immense. Surely he understands that as the levels progress, the gap widens significantly. Despite his current level being only 42, Yin boasted an 80 victory rate. With losses primarily against Hulaina or Xiaoyu, it was unreasonable for Tuoba Chen to be assigned as his opponent. Unbeknownst to Yin, the arena merely sought a captivating spectacle to draw in the audience. Legendary invincible white-armored Saint Dragon challenging one of the 3 reigning Soul Sect kings, the Flame Lord, would undoubtedly inflate ticket prices. In truth, the viable opponents for Tuoba Chen were limited to those 3, as they alone had attained the golden battle spirit level within the Soul Sect, with none in the realm of Soul Sovereigns. It was inconceivable to pit someone of Tuoba Chen's purple-gold battle spirit level against a silver battle spirit contender. The battle rosters for both competitors were just released, and merely 10 minutes later, their promotional posters were displayed prominently at the entrance of the arena. As Tuoba Chen stepped outside, he chanced upon a remarkable scene. Witnessing the essence of stardom and the grandeur of a fighting spirit superstar, after casting a casual glance at the promotional poster for the arena, he gradually made his way toward the betting counter. Each time he participated in a duel, he would place a modest wager, hoping to secure a modest profit. Furthermore, during his matches, an abundance of spectators would place their bets on his victory, leading to substantial financial losses for the arena over the years. Despite the odds being heavily stacked against him, hence, Tuoba Chen bore no ill will toward the arena's opportunistic tactics. After all, they were merely seeking to recoup their losses. And who could blame them for seizing this chance? Upon arriving at the betting counter, he was struck by the nostalgic odds of 2-to-1 displayed beside his name, prompting a surge of emotion to well up within him. He promptly wagered 5 million gold soul coins on his own victory. It was essential to note that in the past, his odds had been a mere 1-0-1 to 1, rendering any investment in his triumph rather unprofitable. This rare opportunity brought a glimmer of hope, although he shook his head in disbelief at the odds of 1-5 to 1 offered for Yin. Realizing that the arena deemed Yan's chances of victory even higher, such was the nature of competition, given the disparity in their levels. Observing the throng of individuals placing bets on Yin, Tuoba Chen couldn't help but smile, recognizing that the arena would likely reap considerable profits this time around. Surely, a small profit for himself wouldn't be amiss. After registering, he returned to his modest quarters and opened the door, only to find Meng Yiran still entrenched in her training. It was undeniable that her diligence had been influenced by Tuoba Chen's presence. She had now reached level 27. A remarkable feat considering she was merely 2 minutes his senior, at 11.5 years old. In the original narrative, her level had already matched that of the Shrek 7 monsters, even surpassing some among them. Their training together had undoubtedly accelerated their progress significantly. Sensing a sudden surge in her training speed, Meng Yiran realized that Tuoba Chen had returned. Opening her eyes, she inquired, "Brother Chen, aren't you supposed to be competing in the arena today? Why are you back so soon?" The fighting competition was scheduled for the following day, and he had come to discuss something of great importance. Something of great importance? What is it? With that, Tuoba Chen produced the prized water immortal jade bone he had acquired from the old poison master's herb garden, stating, "Yiran, consume this. It is the water immortal jade bone, which will nourish your tendons and bones, invigorating your meridians and significantly enhancing your soul power, allowing for rapid advancement in your cultivation. Moreover, it will render your skin as radiant and translucent as that of the water immortal." Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's description, Meng Yiran initially hesitated at the thought of accepting such a precious gift, but her eyes sparkled with delight upon hearing its effect on her skin. Ah! The nature of women. Chapter 115, the 7th acupoint. Subsequently, under Tuoba Chen's watchful gaze, Meng Yiran consumed the celestial herb, beginning to absorb its medicinal properties. Logically speaking, the water immortal jade bone possessed a gentle potency, and she should be able to absorb more than a mere fraction in one go. Tuoba Chen, after a long absence, found himself once again training alongside Meng Yiran. It had been quite some time since he engaged in serious cultivation. He had spent the past while outside, even hesitating to utilize the Tsong Long Gong, which left him feeling stifled. Sitting on the bed, he swiftly entered a state of cultivation, and this earnest practice allowed him to perceive a distinct difference from his previous training. If his prior cultivation speed could be likened to a faucet slightly opened, dripping water slowly, then the current pace resembled turning the faucet halfway, allowing a steady flow. The celestial herb truly lived up to its reputation. It was no wonder the Shrek 7 monsters were able to cultivate so rapidly. After 6 hours, Meng Yiran suddenly opened her eyes wide, astonished to discover she had reached level 30. She could hardly believe how effortlessly she had broken through to this new level. Sensing the stirrings from the outside world, Tuoba Chen paused and inquired, "How did it go? Have you absorbed everything?" "Yes, I have absorbed it all. And I've broken through to level 30, she exclaimed. "Well done," he replied, and Meng Yiran was overwhelmed with excitement. Yet, alongside Tuoba Chen's breakthrough, she felt a pang of anxiety. No matter how hard she tried, The distance between them seemed to widen, which troubled her greatly. After all, in the Douluo continent, gender equality prevailed, and there was no notion that men must necessarily surpass women. Even if Tuoba Chen did not mind, she herself felt the weight of this disparity. But now, she had finally reached level 30, catching up to Tuoba Chen's cultivation. In her exuberance, she impulsively embraced him and planted a fervent kiss upon his lips. Only after the act did she realize what she had done, and an overwhelming sense of embarrassment washed over her. In her mind, Tuoba Chen was the type who preferred demure and charming girls. After all, most boys tended to favor such traits, which was why she had always tried to present herself as cute. Furthermore, this was her first kiss. How could she not feel shy? Yet, there was a flicker of joy within her. However, she soon pondered whether Tuoba Chen might perceive her as a flirtatious girl and subsequently lose interest in her. This thought suddenly made her feel particularly anxious. Yet, Tuoba Chen did not share such concerns. He was quite exhilarated. Like Ming Ran, he believed that she favored serious men, so he had always strived to present himself as perfect in her presence. For 5 years, they had unwittingly played roles for each other, remaining oblivious to their mutual feelings. It must be noted that both were exceedingly innocent. Ming Ran was only 11 years old. This was her first experience with affection, and she felt it sufficient to showcase her best self to him. As for Tuoba Chen, despite having lived over 20 years in his past life, he had never held hands with any girl apart from the matron of the orphanage, leaving him incredibly naive. His ordinary appearance in his previous life had never led him to contemplate romance, but in this life, he had transformed into an extraordinarily handsome man with a fiancée, which inevitably made him feel somewhat awkward. Additionally, his traditional mindset held on to the belief that handsome men were often playboys. Thus, to prove he was not one, he treated other girls as mere competitors in combat, not as women, to demonstrate his integrity. Regarding Gu Yi, he genuinely held no intentions. He had sensed Meng Ran's feelings earlier. But when she appeared and he remained composed, he thought perhaps he had misread the situation. In summary, the current atmosphere was exceedingly awkward. Both were inwardly elated but feigned bashfulness to maintain the personas they had cultivated over the years. Ultimately, Tuoba Chen took the initiative to gently ruffle Meng Ran's hair and kiss her forehead, stating, "Now we are even." At that moment, Meng Ran's face flushed crimson, and Tuoba Chen's did as well. After a considerable pause, she murmured, There was no denying their innocence. In today's world, let alone in the ancient backdrop of the Douluo continent, such behavior was rare. Yet, feelings develop with time, and eventually, they would find it all to be quite ordinary. After some time, Tuoba Chen recalled that Meng Ran had suddenly reached level 30. However, the effects of the water fairy jade bone went beyond mere levels. When Zhu Zhiqing utilized it, she had reportedly increased by 6 or 7 levels. Given that Meng Ran was at a lower rank than her, it was reasonable to deduce that Meng Ran's level increase might surpass that, making it entirely possible for her to outstrip him. After a moment of contemplation, Tuoba Chen suggested, "How about this? Tomorrow, wait for me to finish my match, and the day after, I shall accompany you to hunt soul beasts and assist you in acquiring your soul ring." "All right, I shall follow your lead," Meng Ran replied softly. Naturally, upon hearing Tuoba Chen's initiative to venture into the soul beast forest together, Meng Ran felt no inclination to refuse, despite the earlier awkward encounter. The following morning, at the break of dawn, Tuoba Chen rose to commence his practice of the transformation dragon technique. Having absorbed the wondrous Qirong Tang Tian chrysanthemum, he realized he had yet to engage in a thorough practice of the technique. As per his usual routine, he sat cross-legged and began channeling his soul power to strike at his acupoints. Perhaps due to the effects of the Qirong Tang Tian chrysanthemum, the meridians adjacent to his acupoints had grown more resilient, allowing him to exert a stronger soul power during his strikes, thus enhancing both the speed and success rate of his efforts. In a short span, he successfully broke through the long-stalled 6th acupoint, Incheon acupoint, and promptly commenced his assault on the 7th, which also yielded a smooth success. However, his attempt to penetrate the 8th acupoint ended in failure. While the prowess of the Qirong Tang Tian chrysanthemum was formidable, it was evident that the transformation dragon technique was not to be underestimated. The 4th layer was not easily breached. Nevertheless, he was quite content with breaking through 2 acupoints, as this would yield slight enhancements to his senses, physical strength, and soul power, approximately a 2% increase. Given that he aimed to penetrate hundreds of acupoints, each contributing to a cumulative enhancement, such increments were to be expected. Nonetheless, this was of little concern. When he eventually broke through all acupoints, the resulting enhancement would be substantial. At this stage, he was merely utilizing the time gained from the opened acupoints to augment his physical training efficiency. He retrieved the Kongming Lieta gun and began his daily practice of fundamental marksmanship. As a note, due to the subscription of 1,000 yesterday, I am providing 2 additional chapters today. Regrettably, the recommendation votes amounted to 143, just shy of 150, which nearly qualified for a 3rd additional chapter. This has left me quite disheartened. Chapter 116, Fierce Battle. Additional Chapter 1 at 4:50 in the evening. Tuoba Chen sat in the competitor's lounge, resting with his eyes closed. Suddenly, a knock echoed from the door. "Is Mr. White Armored Holy Dragon present? It is time for your match." Upon hearing his name, Tuoba Chen opened his eyes and made his way toward the arena. Upon his arrival, he discovered that Yin was already present, and the audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Chabao. Mama loves you. Chabao, sister loves you. The fan club organized by Qing Ren fervently cheered for Tuoba Chen, interestingly comprised entirely of older women. With scarcely a man in sight, it seemed that women of a certain age were particularly fond of him, while Yan supporters were predominantly male. However, after years of training, he had attained a state of tranquility impervious to such external distractions. Upon noticing Tuoba Chen, Yin felt a tinge of awkwardness. Since their last encounter, where he had suffered defeat at Tuoba Chen's hands, he had refrained from challenging him again. Although he did not harbor the same level of frustration as Hulaina, Yin, though somewhat simple-minded, was one who could let go of grudges. Yet, their meetings had become particularly uncomfortable since that day, and he wished to foster a cordial relationship. Considering there were no irreconcilable differences between them, but found no suitable reason to initiate conversation. Now, as Tuoba Chen approached, he could only muster the words. It's nice to see you again. This time, I shall seek revenge. Despite his bravado, Yin did not genuinely believe such sentiments. Yet he was at a loss for more flattering words to express. Tuoba Chen remained unfazed, merely uttering a cautionary note. Be careful. With that, the competition commenced. 7 soul rings, comprising 2 yellow and 2 purple for one, and 1 yellow and 2 purple for the other, manifested upon the 2 combatants. This time, Yin took the initiative. 3rd soul skill, Flame Demon Possession. He proclaimed, and in an instant, his physique expanded significantly. An ethereal glow of fire flickering around him as he charged toward Tuoba Chen. Tuoba Chen remained unperturbed by his opponent's initial offensive. He meticulously observed Yan's movements, anticipating his next action. As Yin charged towards him, Tuoba Chen deftly sidestepped the attack with a subtle twist, aided by the enhanced vision granted by his ability. Gazing through autumn waters, he discerned every nuance of Yan's maneuvers, enabling him to respond with precise and judicious defenses against the onslaught, unfazed by his attack being evaded. Yin merely pivoted and continued his assault on Tuoba Chen. Although Yan's martial spirit was formidable, even surpassing that of the white-armored earth dragon, he lacked finesse. Despite having studied combat techniques, his execution was clumsy. To Tuoba Chen, Yan's strikes resembled those of a frenzied beast, devoid of strategy. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in a flurry of exchanges, with Tuoba Chen effortlessly parrying each of Yan's relentless strikes. To an outsider, it appeared to be a fiercely matched and exhilarating battle of souls. Yet, only Yin could sense the rising tide of panic within him. If Tuoba Chen's initial evasion of his attacks was a mere stroke of luck, then the subsequent effortless defenses could not be dismissed as coincidence. Why? Why was this happening? It was as if Tuoba Chen were privy to his thoughts. After yet another of his attacks was thwarted, Yin began to harbor doubts about his own prowess. His movements exhibited a slight hesitation, and though it was merely a fleeting delay, Tuoba Chen, with his remarkable perception, seized the opportunity. With one hand deflecting Yan's strike, he pressed forward, driving his knee forcefully into Yan's abdomen. The sheer hardness of Tuoba Chen's body caused Yin to double over in pain. Tuoba Chen is not the type to grant his opponent a moment's respite after gaining an advantage. With a flurry of left and right hooks, followed by elbow strikes, he seized this rare opportunity to unleash a torrent of attacks upon his adversary. Yin, on the receiving end of Tuoba Chen's fury, felt a surge of irritation. 4th soul technique. Great Flame Explosion. Upon uttering these words, an intense inferno radiated from Yin in a full 360-degree arc faced with such an all-encompassing assault. Tuoba Chen found himself unable to evade effortlessly. 3rd soul technique. White Armor Lin Long Transformation. 1st soul technique. Earth Wall. In one swift motion, Tuoba Chen invoked his 3rd soul technique, summoning layers of earthen walls to encase himself. Although Yan's scorching flames swiftly penetrated these walls, they provided some measure of protection, slightly diminishing the impact of the fire. Nevertheless, the flames, even after being weakened, still inflicted considerable harm upon Tuoba Chen. As he felt the searing pain, he couldn't help but feel discomfort. In fact, among the trio of the Golden Generation, Yin was the one who posed the greatest challenge to him. This was primarily due to Yan's elemental attacks, which, despite Tuoba Chen's decent elemental resistance, paled in comparison to his physical defense. Had his opponent been Xieyou, Tuoba Chen would have had no trouble withstanding the blade's assault, and Hulaina's mental attacks would have been of little consequence. Only Yan's elemental strikes could inflict such significant damage. After consecutively employing his 3rd and 4th soul techniques, Yin felt a considerable drain on his energy and could not help but take a breath. 1st soul technique, Earth Spike Charge. Reacting swiftly to Tuoba Chen's charge, Yin adeptly evaded the incoming spikes while internally reflecting on Tuoba Chen's relentless assault, which afforded him no opportunity to breathe. As Tuoba Chen advanced once more, Yin, having already expended a substantial amount of soul power, was compelled to unleash a less costly 2nd soul technique, Great Flame Palm. With this declaration, a colossal hand of fire manifested to Yan's side. As he swept his palm forward, the fiery hand mirrored the motion, compelling Tuoba Chen to retreat. Witnessing Tuoba Chen being forced back, the audience erupted into fervent cheers, as it was the first time they had seen him yield on the arena stage. However, Tuoba Chen remained composed, for his soul power was still abundant. He could continue the fight for hours without issue. As for Yin, the extensive use of various soul techniques had undoubtedly drained his energy significantly. First soul technique, Earth Spike. Tuoba Chen continued to employ the Earth Spikes for long-range harassment. However, Yin remained unfazed. With a mere wave of his fiery giant hand, he effortlessly shattered the Earth Spike summoned by Tuoba Chen. Witnessing the spectacle, Tuoba Chen shook his head, realizing that his offensive strategies were rather simplistic. Furthermore, he lacked a soul skill capable of sudden explosive power, and his Dragon's Breath technique had seen a significant reduction in amplification as his strength increased. Nonetheless, this was of little concern. For the greatest advantage of the white-armored Earth Dragon Soul Master lay in his ability to engage in a war of attrition, an aspect he had never forgotten. Chapter 117. Gu Yi's Martial Soul, Elemental Law Emperor. Additional update 2. Tuoba Chen had no intention of altering his strategy. He continued to harass Yin with the relentless spikes of the earth. His tactics proved remarkably effective, as Yan's demeanor gradually shifted to one of agitation. He began to unleash his second soul skill against Tuoba Chen repeatedly. However, as time passed, the prolonged use of this skill took its toll, causing Yan's speed to diminish significantly. Ultimately, after shattering Tuoba Chen's earth spikes once more with a mighty flame palm, Yan found his soul power depleted, resulting in Tuoba Chen's triumph in the match. Witnessing this spectacle, the fans, comprised of adoring mothers and devoted sisters, erupted in fervent cheers, while the gentleman appeared despondent. Yan, sprawled on the arena, found himself questioning the very essence of his existence. Reflecting on the recent battle, he realized that no matter what he did, he could not surpass Tuoba Chen. Why was this the case? After savoring the audience's applause, Tuoba Chen approached the payout booth to collect his reward, 10 million gold soul coins. He would not forget this, as over the years, his expenditure of soul coins had only increased, all thanks to his contributions to the Angel Soul Arena. The arena's manager felt a pang of regret upon seeing Tuoba Chen present that purple card. The total profit from this booth was merely 30 million, and Tuoba Chen had claimed 5 million of it. Nonetheless, it was a relief to recoup previous losses and even earn a profit, a favorable outcome indeed. Upon exiting the arena, Tuoba Chen noticed Yan waiting at the entrance. As Yan approached, Tuoba Chen was perplexed. What was Yan's intention? Did he struggle to accept defeat? Yet, Yan's expression betrayed no negative emotions, suggesting that he was not one to shy away from loss. Standing before Tuoba Chen, Yan directly inquired, "How do you manage to predict my attack angles every time?" His curiosity grew insatiable, prompting him to seek answers. "You wish to know?" Tuoba Chen replied playfully. Yan nodded eagerly. "That is my secret. Why would I divulge it to you?" "Because Yan faltered, at a loss for words. He was not particularly articulate. Otherwise, he would have already won over Hulaina. His clumsiness had allowed Hulaina to develop feelings for Tang San before he could even express his own. Observing Yan's flustered demeanor, Tuoba Chen found the situation amusing and decided to tease him. "If you promise me one thing, I shall reveal the reason." After Tuoba Chen finished speaking, Yan hesitated for a moment and inquired, "What is it?" "I haven't made up my mind yet. I'll inform you when I do." "You." Yan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He had prepared himself, only to be met with such a response. Observing Yan's reaction, Tuoba Chen chuckled. "All right, I won't tease you any longer. Just look into my eyes, and you will know the answer." As he spoke, Tuoba Chen suddenly felt that his words were somewhat inappropriate, perhaps a bit suggestive. TSK. It must be said that while Tuoba Chen was quite submissive in front of Mangaran, he was quite adept at flirting with men. Perhaps this is the nature of men. Fortunately, Yan, being rather straightforward, did not pick up on any hidden meanings. He truly leaned in to take a closer look. "Do you see anything?" Tuoba Chen asked. "Your eyes are very beautiful, like they contain stars." "Ah, what a response," thought the old man. "Well, it seems this fellow probably cannot discern the uniqueness of his own eyes. Let me tell you directly. The reason I can see through your actions is due to my keen eyesight." After Tuoba Chen finished speaking, Yin was momentarily taken aback. Was it truly that simple? Indeed, it was that simple. What else could one expect? However, there is a reason behind my exceptional prowess. I have consumed treasures that enhance vision, allowing my sight to surpass that of the average person, which enables me to achieve such feats. After Tuoba Chen finished speaking, Yin finally understood. It was not some combat technique as he had presumed, which had left him feeling restless. Now that he was aware it was not the case, he felt resigned. Yan's thoughts were quite straightforward. Had this technique been attained through training, he would have felt dejected, believing himself lacking in talent. Fortunately, that was not the case. Sometimes, the thought processes of a straightforward man could be quite fascinating. After chatting with Yin for a while, Tuoba Chen realized that this burly fellow did not seem as detestable as Hulaina. At least he could accept defeat. "All right, I have shared the answer with you. But you must remember to promise me one thing." "Yes, if you need any assistance, feel free to ask," Yin declared, patting his chest. Hearing Yan's response, Tuoba Chen found him rather endearing. A simple and honest fellow like him should indeed be quite popular with the ladies. Why then, did Hulaina not take a liking to him? Tuoba Chen found it puzzling. However, he soon dismissed such thoughts and headed back. On the way, Yin followed him. Yin felt that after sharing so much with Tuoba Chen, he must have begun to consider him a friend. Noticing Yin catch up, Tuoba Chen said nothing, as their residences were in the same direction. After all, having a friend from the neighboring courtyard could be beneficial. More friends would open more doors. To avoid any awkwardness, he engaged Yin in brief conversation along the way, realizing that their previous minor conflicts were hardly worth holding a grudge over. Sparring often entailed some minor injuries. Upon returning to the courtyard and bidding farewell to Yin, they had officially become acquaintances. Back in the courtyard, Tuoba Chen noticed the lights in Gu Yi's room still illuminated, suggesting she was meditating. He shook his head. The effort Gu Yi put in was no less than Meng Iran's. Yet, at the age of 10, her soul power remained at a mere level 15. This situation stemmed not merely from her innate soul power being at level 5, but rather from the nature of her martial soul. Gu Yi possessed a support-type martial soul known as Elemental Sovereign. While it sounded impressive, its capabilities were indeed formidable. In terms of amplification, the Elemental Sovereign's enhancement was not inferior to that of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile. However, like the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile, it bore a critical flaw. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile could only ascend to level 79 without special external assistance. Breaking through to level 80 was impossible. Conversely, Gu Yi's Elemental Sovereign faced a limitation of a maximum innate soul power of level 6, and her cultivation speed was merely half that of ordinary martial souls. While it seemed that the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile's inability to surpass level 80 posed a significant drawback, those inheriting its martial soul typically possessed commendable talents. In contrast, although Gu Yi's Elemental Sovereign appeared capable of reaching the rank of titled Douluo, her deficiencies were even more pronounced. Given that support-type soul masters inherently progressed slowly, Gu Yi's cultivation speed being halved was particularly detrimental, compounded by her innate soul power being capped at 6. Throughout the history of the Elemental Sovereign, not a single title Douluo had emerged, and only one soul sage had ever been recorded. Nonetheless, the amplification strength of the Elemental Sovereign remained unquestionable. In certain respects, it could even rival the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile. The scarcity of formidable individuals in its history had led to an astonishing decline in the number of Elemental Sovereign soul masters, making them quite unpopular. Few sects were willing to invest resources in their training, as the input did not correlate with the output. To this day, it was uncertain if there were even 10 individuals possessing the Elemental Sovereign on the main roads. However, Gu Yi, in fact, stood out as a rare talent among Elemental Sovereign soul masters. With an innate soul power of level 5, she was already quite remarkable, especially considering her diligent training. The historical soul sage, too, had an innate soul power of merely 5. Thus, Tuoba Chen concluded that Gu Yi was worth nurturing. After all, the Elemental Sovereign was not inferior to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile at the same level, despite its slower progression. He possessed the 8-petal Immortal Orchid, having personally experienced its efficacy, which could accelerate her cultivation significantly. Knock, knock, knock. Is Xiaoyi there? It's me. Gu Yi, engrossed in her training, hurried to answer the door. Chengu, what brings you here at such a late hour? Over the years, under Tuoba Chen's insistence, Gu Yi had reluctantly recognized him as her brother, despite her initial resistance, as siblings should not cross certain boundaries. Nevertheless, Tuoba Chen's persistence had left her with no choice but to acquiesce. Nothing much. I have brought you a wonderful gift. With that, Tuoba Chen presented a small jade vial containing 8-petal Immortal Orchid. His choice to offer the 8-petal Immortal Orchid, intended for Oscar, rather than the Qilua tulip meant for Ningrongrong, stemmed from his own considerations. The medicinal properties of the 8-petal Immortal Orchid were the mildest among all immortal herbs, thus the easiest to absorb. While its initial enhancement was modest, it could eliminate internal restrictions, thereby boosting future cultivation speed. What Gu Yi required most was an acceleration in her training speed, making Tuoba Chen believe this 8-petal Immortal Orchid was perfectly suited for her. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's words, Gu Yi felt a flicker of curiosity. What kind of wonderful gift is it? As he handed the 8-petal Immortal Orchid to her, Tuoba Chen elaborated on its benefits. After listening to his explanation, Gu Yi was taken aback. She already owed Tuoba Chen so much. Accepting this gift would render her indebted for a lifetime. Noticing the hesitation in Gu Yi's expression, Tuoba Chen understood her inclination to refuse. He quickly urged, please accept it. I see you as my dear sister. A brother would not begrudge his sister even the most lavish of gifts. After hearing Tuoba Chen's words, a look of dazed disbelief appeared in Gu Yi's eyes. Is that so, sister? As she gazed at Tuoba Chen, illuminated by the moonlight with an almost sacred aura, Gu Yi finally resigned herself to reality. She had understood from the very beginning that a union between them was utterly unattainable. Tuoba Chen was a paragon of excellence, while she was merely an ordinary girl residing in the impoverished quarters of her sect. Yet, her heart had clung to fantasies, nurtured by the times they spent together. Tuoba Chen had always treated her with kindness, even taking her along to the martial soul hall, which made her reluctant to awaken from her dreams. However, the day Meng Iran arrived marked the end of her reverie. The prince had ultimately gone to greet his princess, leaving her to lick her wounds like a forsaken puppy. As she spent time with Meng Iran, it became increasingly evident to her that Meng Iran and Tuoba Chen were truly meant for one another. Meng Iran was graceful, generous, straightforward in her demeanor, gifted, and her background was worthy of Tuoba Chen. They were indeed a match made in heaven, and gradually, her dreams faded. It was time for her to step aside. With this realization, Gu Yi retrieved the 8-petal immortal orchid, seemingly enlightened, and said, "Thank you, brother." It was the first time she had sincerely addressed Tuoba Chen as brother. Observing Gu Yi's expression, Tuoba Chen contemplated the change in her demeanor. Though he couldn't quite discern what had altered, she appeared much happier, likely due to receiving the immortal herb. In truth, Tuoba Chen was aware of Gu Yi's affection for him. He had always tried to be the good person, fearing that he might hurt her. Although he had moments when he wished to clarify their relationship, he would soften whenever she shifted the topic. Now, he finally felt a sense of relief. He gently patted Gu Yi's head, remarking, "Why are you still being so formal with me? You've called me brother for a year now. Haven't you gotten used to it? Oh dear, don't keep patting my head. I want to grow tall." In that moment, they truly resembled siblings. And after reminding Gu Yi to consume the 8-petal immortal orchid, Tuoba Chen took his leave. Watching his figure vanish completely, Gu Yi closed the door, a tear slipping from the corner of her eye. She wiped it away and sniffled, "Goodbye, young master." Once she had dried her tears, she quickly composed herself. Though petite and seemingly fragile, she possessed a resilient spirit forged by childhood bullying. Swallowing the 8-petal immortal orchid bestowed by Tuoba Chen, Gu Yi promptly sat cross-legged to commence her cultivation. From this day forth, she would become a new Gu Yi. No longer the Cinderella dreaming of being swept away by a prince, but rather the beloved sister of the prince, a notion that didn't seem so bad. After all, there were myriad ways to repay kindness. It wasn't necessary to offer oneself entirely. Meanwhile, upon returning to his room, Tuoba Chen found Meng Iran gazing at him with a look of anxiety. She had just seen him enter Gu Yi's room through the window above and was now filled with trepidation, fearing that something had transpired between Tuoba Chen and Gu Yi, such as the possibility of Tuoba Chen developing feelings for her. Due to his poor eyesight, Tuoba Chen had long noticed that Gu Yi was secretly observing them. However, his voice at the time may have been too soft, leading to a misunderstanding. Sensing Meng Iran's palpable fear, Tuoba Chen cursed himself for being a fool. He had always regarded Meng Iran as strong. Previously, he had not perceived her fragility, as she consistently presented herself with composure, nobility, sincerity, and charm. Yet, that was merely a facade, concealing her true self. Now, Tuoba Chen could distinctly see Meng Iran's body trembling slightly, her hands clenched tightly under the blanket, her nails digging into her flesh. Had he not consumed the potion that granted him heightened perception, he would have remained oblivious to these subtle gestures. How terrified Meng Iran must be at this moment. "Chengge, you're back. Let us practice together." Meng Iran feigned nonchalance as if nothing had transpired. Upon hearing her words, Tuoba Chen felt a sharp pang in his heart, as though a nail had pierced through it. He slowly approached her, enveloping her in his arms, and said, "I'm sorry, Iran. I promise I won't let you worry again." He was not adept at uttering comforting words, and this was his most straightforward expression of feelings. Being embraced by Tuoba Chen, Meng Iran suddenly felt a profound sense of security. His embrace seemed to possess a magical quality. Chapter 119. Who is that girl? The next day, early in the morning, Tuoba Chen and Meng Iran were awakened by the faint sound of knocking at the door. Tuoba Chen opened his eyes and slowly walked to the door, gently swinging it open to find Gu Yi standing at the threshold. He could roughly surmise what had transpired. "Chen, brother Chen, I have reached level 20. Meng Iran exclaimed with palpable excitement. "Well done." Tuoba Chen encouraged his companions, suggesting they venture into the Soul Beast Forest to acquire soul rings. With this, Tuoba Chen, Meng Iran, and Gu Yi set forth towards the residence of Jiuyue Pass. Though they felt somewhat embarrassed to trouble Jiuyue Pass each time, it was prudent to have a protector, especially since Jiuyue Pass was a title Douluo. His presence assured a degree of safety. However, as fate would have it, upon arriving at the doorstep of Jiuyue Pass, they discovered the trio from the Golden Generation was already present. Due to his improved relationship with Yen from the previous day, Tuoba Chen inquired, "What brings you here?" Yen replied earnestly, "Oh, Nana has just broken through to level 40. We were sent by Teacher Bibi Dong to seek Lord Yueguan to guide us in our ascension." It seemed as though they were perpetually seeking out Jiuyue Douluo, solidifying his role as an indispensable ally. Tuoba Chen pondered whether there were no other available members in the Spirit Hall, as it felt as if Jiuyue Pass was tasked with managing all affairs. Coincidentally, Iran and Xiao Yi had also achieved breakthroughs. "And I too have come to seek Grandfather Yueguan's assistance. Shall we go together?" "Indeed, that sounds splendid." Noticing the cordial exchange between Yen and Tuoba Chen, Hulayina expressed her surprise to Xiaoyu. When did they become so close? Yet, Xiaoyu remained silent, his gaze fixated on a petite figure behind Tuoba Chen. Realizing Xie Yu was unresponsive, Hulaina waved her hand before him. He finally snapped back to reality. Huh, Nana, what did you just say? What I said is of little consequence. What are you staring at? And nothing, Xie Yu stammered, his response lacking conviction. Hulaina, having grown up alongside him, was well aware of his thoughts. Directing her gaze towards Tuoba Chen, she soon spotted the diminutive Ge, instantly grasping the situation. A mischievous smile crept across her face as she looked at Xie Yu, who felt a twinge of embarrassment. The moment Xie Yu laid eyes on Gui, he was captivated by her appearance. Her sweet and seemingly delicate demeanor stirred a protective instinct within him. Moreover, Xie Yu had a particular fondness for such attributes. With Hulaina having uncovered his secret, he felt no need to hide, and allowed his gaze to linger openly. Seeing Xie Yu's demeanor, Hulaina could only shake her head in bemusement. Seemingly aware of his gaze, Gui shyly shifted behind Tuoba Chen. This unexpected display took Xie Yu by surprise. He was not unattractive. Indeed, while Xie Yu's appearance may not be strikingly remarkable, he certainly qualified as a rare handsome young man. At just 15 years of age, he stood at an impressive height of 183 meters, his physique robust and well-proportioned, fitting that ideal of being fit without excess. His features resembled those of a traditional jade-faced young man, with the sole drawback being a somewhat frivolous air about him. Nonetheless, this minor flaw was inconsequential. For is it not said that a touch of mischief enhances a man's allure? Logically, one would assume he would be quite popular. However, ironically, this was precisely the type of appearance Gui found most unappealing, as it resembled that of Tuoba Ning, who had bullied her in the past. Noticing Gui's subtle movements, Tuoba Chen shifted his gaze to Xie Yu, who met his gaze with a hint of awkwardness. At that moment, Jiu Pass emerged to greet the group, surprised to see them gathered at his doorstep. Chinner, what brings you all here? Was it not said that only the Holy Maiden has broken through to level 40? Grandfather Yueguan, Iran and Xiao Yi have both achieved breakthroughs as well, and we seek your guidance to the Soul Beast Forest. Oh, I see. Very well, shall we proceed to the Sunset Forest? Upon hearing the name of the Sunset Forest, the trio from the Golden Generation collectively recoiled. The distance from their spirit hall to the Sunset Forest was simply too great. However, they had heard rumors of Tuoba Chen's peculiar habit of insisting on hunting soul beasts exclusively in the Sunset Forest. Given Jiu's fondness for Tuoba Chen, should he propose that location, Jiu Pass would undoubtedly acquiesce. No, Grandfather Yueguan, we would prefer to go to the Star Doe Forest instead. With that, the trio from the Golden Generation breathed a sigh of relief. Tuoba Chen's previous visit to the Sunset Forest was primarily for the purpose of the old Poison Master's medicinal garden. Now that he has acquired the celestial herbs, there is naturally little reason for him to return. Very well, as you say, he agreed. Subsequently, the group of 7 boarded the horse-drawn carriages and set forth towards the Stardust Forest. Due to the large number of travelers, they brought along 2 carriages, one for the 3 members of the Golden Generation, and the other for Tuoba Chen, his 2 companions, and Zhu Yuguan. During the journey, Hulaina turned to Yin and inquired, Yin, do confess, when did you and Tuoba Chen become such close friends? Wasn't he the one who injured you in the past? Upon hearing Hulaina's question, Yin replied, it's nothing significant. I have never truly harbored any animosity towards him. After all, he did not defeat me using any underhanded tactics. It was a straightforward victory. I lost to him again yesterday, and on the way back, we had a conversation and I discovered that he is quite a decent person. So I chose to befriend him. Hulaina nodded in response to Yan's words. Over the years, she had matured considerably and was no longer the headstrong little girl she once was. She understood that there was no need to be adversarial with Tuoba Chen, particularly since they were all disciples of the same master. Previously, she had been concerned that Yin might object to her friendship with Tuoba Chen, given their long history together. To Hulaina, Yin held greater significance. She would have been reluctant to lose Yan's companionship for the sake of befriending Tuoba Chen. However, things had improved, and now they could coexist harmoniously. Meanwhile, upon hearing Yan's comments, Xie Yu became excited and quickly asked, Yin, do you know the name of the girl beside Tuoba Chen? The girl beside him? Yin replied, slightly perplexed. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, are you referring to Meng Yiran? She is his fiancée, so don't even think about it. No, I mean someone else. Xie Yu exclaimed. Xie Yu's demeanor contrasted sharply with Yan's. While Yin was a handsome fool, Xie Yu was a composed and handsome gentleman. Although Xie Yu appeared carefree, he was actually quite mature, aware that if one harbors feelings for someone, one ought to pursue them rather than hesitate. If one lingers too long, they might end up in a situation like Yan's, inadvertently becoming a close male friend. In the 22nd chapter, titled Entering the Stardust Forest, under Xie Yu's persuasion, Yin agreed to help investigate Gu Yi's whereabouts. A day later, they arrived at a small town on the outskirts of the Stardust Forest. Compared to the Sunset Forest, the Stardust Forest was indeed much closer to their spirit hall, and the quality of the soul beasts within was not significantly different. Thus, Hulaina and the others had genuinely thought Tuoba Chen was eccentric for traveling such distances to hunt soul beasts. After alighting from the carriages, the group found an inn to stay at. It was already evening, and they decided to venture into the Soul Beast Forest the following day. That night, thanks to Yan's presence as a connector, everyone gathered around a single table for dinner, while Zhu Yuguan, concerned that his presence might make others uncomfortable, opted to retreat to his room to dine alone. Tuoba Chen observed the scene with a gentle smile, fully aware of the charming nature of Zhu Yuguan, particularly in such subtle details. A group of individuals sat around the table, still unfamiliar with one another, inevitably experiencing a sense of awkwardness. Tuoba Chen quietly ordered some fruit wine. 20 minutes later, Hulai Na, standing at the table, exclaimed, "Come, let us raise a toast, for we are still good brothers." However, among those present, no one besides her was capable of uttering a word. Gu Yi, clutching a wine jug, had spilled it on the ground, mumbling incoherently. Yin and Xiaoyu were off to the side, retching violently, while Meng Yiran buried her face in a bowl, continuously bubbling over. Tuoba Chen stared blankly ahead, utterly motionless, paralyzed by a wave of nausea that threatened to overwhelm him. Regrettably, the intoxicated Hulaina was solely intent on finding a drinking partner. Spotting Tuoba Chen, who was the only one maintaining a dignified posture amidst the chaos, she sauntered over. To Tuoba Chen's dismay, Hulaina now appeared to him as nothing more than a shifting mosaic, and he sensed an impending dread. "Please, don't come any closer." His inner voice screamed in desperation. Alas, it was in vain. A minute later, the number of those who succumbed to vomiting increased from 2 to 3. Hulaina regarded the 3 grown men with a disdainful expression. Is this what it means to be a man? Is this it? Just this? The following day would unfold. Tuoba Chen groggily opened his eyes, realizing he was lying on a hotel bed, unsure of when he had been moved there. A dull ache throbbed in his head, and the events of the previous night felt like a distant dream. He drew back the curtains to find the sun had risen high in the sky, its blinding rays piercing his eyes and causing him to frown slightly. Perhaps this is the essence of life. After freshening up, he discovered that only Hulaina was downstairs, enjoying her breakfast. Upon seeing Tuoba Chen, memories of the previous night flooded back to her, causing her cheeks to flush. "Good morning," she greeted. Tuoba Chen greeted, saying, "Good morning." Subsequently, the two shared breakfast and engaged in light conversation, which brought them closer together. Soon after, the remaining members gradually rose from their slumber, and the camaraderie among them had improved due to the previous night's gathering. After a brief period of tidying up, the group set off, for there were important matters to attend to. Tuoba Chen accompanied the others to the starry forest. As they walked, Zhu Yuguan remarked, "Given that your numbers are considerable this time, I will allow you to hunt the soul beast you require on your own. I shall intervene only if absolutely necessary. Do you understand?" Understood. With that, the group delved into the starry forest, which differed from the sunset forest. Perhaps due to geographical factors, the terrain here was somewhat elevated. The surrounding trees bore leaves that were rather pointed, and their towering heights provided ample opportunities for soul beasts to conceal themselves. As they were tasked with hunting soul beasts, the group began to devise a strategy. However, the commander was not Tuoba Chen. After all, he had never participated in a team battle and was not particularly adept at leadership. Instead, it was Hulai Na who suggested, "Since we are not yet well acquainted, I would like everyone to share the effects of their martial souls, if that is agreeable." "Certainly," came the reply. Gu Yi was the first to speak. "I am Gu Yi. My martial soul is Elemental Mage, and I am a level 20 soul master. My first soul skill, Elemental Garb, Earth, allows me to bestow an Earth Element protective garment upon a single opponent, enhancing their defense by 20% and their Earth Elemental attack by the same margin. The strength of this augmentation is determined by my level." Upon hearing this, Hulai Na and the others gasped in astonishment. The amplification effect bore similarities to that of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, yet it also included an elemental enhancement. Such a formidable martial soul, why had they not heard of it before? Tuoba Chen remained unfazed by their reaction, as he was aware that the elemental mage was only somewhat renowned within the realm of support soul masters. After all, it lacked prominent figures and advanced slowly, making their ignorance entirely understandable. Following the self-introductions from Tuoba Chen and Meng Yiran, Hulai Na swiftly made adjustments to their strategy. Tuoba Chen and Yin Inghan forged ahead, with Gu Yi safeguarded in the center, while Meng Yiran and Xiaoyu flanked them for protection. And Hulaina brought up the rear, keenly observing the situation ahead. Due to the well-thought-out arrangement, there were no objections from the group. Soon, they enacted this formation. Once they officially set out, everyone adopted a cautious demeanor, as this was their inaugural team collaboration, leaving no room for carelessness. Before long, a millennium-old Song Hu emerged before them, prompting the group to heighten their vigilance. However, the Song Hu, perceiving their numbers, refrained from launching an attack. In truth, tigers are notoriously suspicious creatures, and due to their solitary nature, each of their movements is executed with utmost caution. When confronted with unfamiliar prey, they do not charge in recklessly. Instead, they first test the waters. For instance, when faced with herbivores larger than themselves, They are unlikely to strike impulsively. Their acute sense of smell allows them to discern fear. If they detect it, one's fate could be dire. This particular Tsang, who had previously attacked humans, although it succeeded, it bore a considerable price, having suffered a broken leg. Now, faced with humans again, it was understandably reluctant, especially since its last encounter had resulted in a severe injury from a single human, and now there was a multitude before it. After contemplating, it let out a couple of roars at Tuoba Chen and his companions before retreating. Witnessing this, the group exhaled in relief, not out of fear of the Tsang Hu, but because engaging in feudal conflict within the Soul Beast Forest was unnecessary. Though Zhu Yueguan was present to ensure their safety, they could not afford to be complacent. They resolved to act as if they had no protection, ideally hoping that Zhu Yueguan would refrain from intervening, allowing them to earn their soul rings independently. Chapter 121. Come on, additional update. Zhu Yueguan watched the scene with admiration, noting that these youngsters indeed possessed some merit. Their formation bore semblance to a cohesive unit, and their decision-making was sound. However, Tuoba Chen felt a surge of tension. Encountering a millennium-old soul beast on the outskirts of the Stardow Forest, was it mere coincidence? As they ventured deeper, the trees grew taller, and the atmosphere became increasingly serene, as if the forest itself were devoid of life. Yet, with Tuoba Chen's keen eyesight, he could discern countless eyes peering at them from the underbrush and tree trunks. Though fortunately, most belonged to 10-year soul beasts, posing little threat. After a full day of searching, they finally located a suitable soul beast, a 700-year-old fire wolf. This soul beast was ideal for Gu Yi's second soul ring. Her elemental emperor martial soul had modest requirements regarding the types of soul beasts, provided their age was appropriate. Her first soul ring was obtained from a 400-year-old earth scorpion, which granted her defensive enhancements and earth element skills. Should the fire wolf become her second soul ring, it would likely bestow fire element enhancement and offensive boosts. As elemental emperor soul masters, the skills they acquired were fixed. The element of the defeated soul beast determined the elemental enhancement they would receive. Naturally, one could only gain the enhancement of a single elemental type at a time. Acquiring two would lead to a conflict, which could be considered a minor drawback. Upon spotting the group, the fire wolf immediately adopted a fierce expression. Unlike the previous Tsang Hu, the fire wolf was a notably aggressive soul beast, prone to attacking any creature when hungry. This ferocity meant that high-age fire wolf soul beasts were relatively scarce. With a growl, the fire wolf charged at them without provocation, prompting Tuoba Chen to step forward. Third soul skill, White Armored Lin Dragon Transformation. Gu Yi declared simultaneously, invoking her first soul skill, Elemental Sacred Attire, Earth. Instantly, white scales enveloped her, encased in a layer of earthy energy. The fire wolf's claws met her, sparking brilliantly against her defenses. Seizing the opportunity, Yin unleashed his second soul skill, striking the beast down. The fire wolf was momentarily dazed, and soon after, Xiaoyu delivered swift strikes that severed its four legs. In an instant, the 700-year-old fire wolf was subdued. Tuoba Chen firmly pressed down on the struggling head of the fire wolf, seizing the opportunity. Gu Yi swiftly delivered a fatal strike to the creature. Subsequently, a deep yellow soul ring emerged from its body. Gu Yi bowed to everyone, expressing her gratitude. Before Tuoba Chen could speak, Xiaoyu eagerly interjected, "You're welcome." Gu Yi quickly absorbed the soul ring. With that, Tuoba Chen cast a glance at Xiaoyu. Sensing something peculiar about him, Gu Yi successfully absorbed the fire wolf's soul ring, due to her relatively low soul power. The energy accumulated from the previous 8-petal immortal orchid was released in full at this moment, augmented by the fire wolf's soul power. In an instant, Gu Yi's soul power soared to level 24, a remarkable leap of 9 levels. Tuoba Chen was not surprised by this outcome. He recalled that Oscar had absorbed a soul ring at over level 30 and had managed to jump 5 levels. It was not unreasonable for Gu Yi, transitioning from a soul master of merely a dozen levels to a great soul master, to leap 10 levels. Overjoyed by the enhancement, Gu Yi felt elated, and her companions were equally thrilled for her, though they were curious why she had gained so many levels from absorbing a single soul ring. Hulaina and the others were wise enough not to inquire, respecting that everyone harbors their own secrets. Gu Yi, what is the effect of your new soul skill? Please share with us, Tuoba Chen inquired. My second soul skill amplifies elemental attacks of fire attribute soul masters by 24% and enhances my ordinary attacks by the same margin. With the rise in my level, the accompanying attributes of elemental sovereign have also improved, Gu Yi explained. Hearing this, Yan's expression brightened. Among the group, only his attribute was fire, making this second enhancement skill particularly beneficial for him. Xiaoyu felt a twinge of sadness, as his attribute was dark, a rarity, and he wondered when Gu Yi would acquire a dark attribute soul ring. As night fell, the group sought a safe place to camp. To save time, the 3 males shared one tent, while the 3 females occupied another. For dinner, Gu Yi prepared grilled meat for everyone. Following the meal, the group unanimously praised her culinary skills, especially Xiaoyu, who found himself increasingly drawn to Gui. Unfortunately, it seemed she harbored little interest in him and appeared somewhat intimidated. That night, as Tuoba Chen, Xiaoyu, and Yin sat facing each other, the atmosphere was devoid of conversation, and they settled into a meditative practice. In stark contrast, the atmosphere inside the female tent was lively. Gui found herself sandwiched between Hulaina and Meng Yiran, who frequently bombarded her with questions. Each had different motives. Meng Yiran sought to exchange culinary tips, while Hulaina aimed to extract useful information about her brother. As their conversation progressed, the atmosphere grew increasingly intense. Gui's delicate, doll-like appearance provoked Hulaina's curiosity, leading her to touch Gui's skin, which was soft and smooth, prompting Meng Yiran to follow suit, both enamored by the sensation. "Ah, don't be shy. Come on. Little E, don't be afraid. Sister will be gentle, ha ha ha." After a night of such antics, the following morning, the boys were startled by Gui's appearance. Little E, did you not sleep well last night?" Tuoba Chen inquired with concern, noticing the dark circles under her eyes and the fine blood vessels in her gaze. Meanwhile, Meng Yiran and Hulaina appeared invigorated, as if rejuvenated. "What on earth did you all do last night?" Tuoba Chen questioned, puzzled. "Ah, are you talking about us? We're just very close, right, Little E?" Meng Yiran said, extending her hand toward Gui. Witnessing this, Tuoba Chen's curiosity piqued as he wondered what Gui had endured the previous night that left her so apprehensive around Meng Yiran. Today was no different, as the group celebrated their triumph with an additional 2 chapters due to popular demand. "All right, let's quickly gather our belongings and set off," Tuoba Chen declared. After Tuoba Chen spoke, the 2 girls immediately ceased their playful antics. Xiaoyu observed this scene with envy, wishing that Gui would also heed his words. However, such thoughts were futile. Affection demands action. As they prepared to set off in formation, Xiaoyu deliberately moved closer to Gui. This slight disruption of their formation prompted Hulaina to issue a warning. Despite her feelings, Xiaoyu understood that Hulaina had to prioritize the team's safety and could not allow her personal emotions to put everyone at risk. Aware of Hulaina's character, Xiaoyu refrained from expressing any anger and obediently returned to his position, maintaining vigilance. Yet, the evening did not unfold as smoothly as the previous day. After they had settled for the night, the watchman Yin suddenly raised the alarm, rousing everyone from their slumber. The feared event had come to pass. Soul beasts were launching a night raid. However, when Tuoba Chen discerned the attacking soul beast, a smile crept onto his face. It was a black water shin snake, approximately 1400 years old, a suitable prize for Gui's soul ring. Due to the darkness, the others struggled to see as well as Tuoba Chen, leaving them somewhat flustered. "Do not panic. It is a 1400-year-old black water shin snake," he reassured them, specifying. More precisely, it is a 1421-year-old snake. He could clearly gauge its length and girth, allowing him to arrive at this conclusion. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's words, the group swiftly regained their composure, although the snake's dark coloration made it nearly invisible in the night. The dense foliage of the soul beast forest obscured the moonlight, rendering their vision inadequate. Without the eyes of a soul beast, they would struggle to see clearly even with this knowledge. In response, Yin quickly fashioned several torches to illuminate the area, providing a semblance of visibility. The group formed a protective circle around Gui, remaining alert for any sudden attack from the black water shin snake. The creature, perhaps believing it could use the cover of darkness to remain undetected, was oblivious to the fact that its movements had already been perceived by Tuoba Chen. Although Tuoba Chen targeted the snake's vital spot, a 1000-year soul beast was not without its instincts. It narrowly evaded a fatal blow at the cost of sustaining a wound. At this moment, the group also identified the position of the black water shin snake. First soul skill, elemental garment, earth. Second soul skill, elemental garment, fire, Gui declared, as the spectral form of the elemental emperor behind him bestowed different elemental garments upon the 2 companions. With this, Gui was ready to exit the battlefield. This was the greatest advantage of the elemental emperor. She could infuse sufficient soul power to amplify her allies in one go, without the need for ongoing maintenance like other support-type soul masters. If not for the limitation that only 1 garment could be enhanced per person, this skill would indeed surpass that of the 7 treasures glazed tile. Unfortunately, the 7 treasures glazed tile could simultaneously provide enhancements of 6 different attributes. Upon receiving the amplification, the subsequent offensive surged forth. Great Flame Palm, Earth Spike, Moonlight Blade Slash. 5 minutes later, a heap of blackened, foul-smelling mass writhed at their feet. Meng Yiran looked upon it with distaste, yet it was the spoils suited for her. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she approached and delivered the final blow to the black water shin snake. Then, she severed its head and tossed it beside Yin for incineration. Those familiar with serpents understood that a severed snake head could still inflict harm, and considering the potent venom of the black water shin snake, caution was warranted. Half an hour later, Meng Yiran effortlessly claimed the pale purple soul ring, and the residual potency of the water fairy jade bone elevated her to level 34. Just 1 level below Tuoba Chen. What is your third soul skill? Tuoba Chen inquired with curiosity. My third soul skill is called Magic Serpent Staff Shadow. It enhances attack power, attack speed, and movement speed by 70%, and inflicts corrosive toxin damage upon impact, Meng Yiran replied. Tuoba Chen was taken aback upon hearing this. Internally, he mused, Gano, are you truly a 6,000-year soul beast? Why is the enhancement so minimal? Suddenly, Gano felt a bit awkward at Tuoba Chen's remark and explained. The fusion of souls does have its drawbacks. The soul rings obtained through fusion are slightly weaker than ordinary ones. But it's alright, you can still evolve, right? Gano added, attempting to appease him. A little weaker? Is that what you call it? If I were to eliminate you, would I then possess a standard soul ring? Tuoba Chen retorted. Gano gulped nervously and asked, do you really intend to do that? Seeing Gano's distressed expression, Tuoba Chen ultimately refrained from taking drastic measures. After all, should Gano evolve into a 10,000-year soul ring, it would undoubtedly be a significant advantage over a typical 1,000-year soul ring for future endeavors. Gano exhaled in relief at Tuoba Chen's restraint. In truth, the benefits Tuoba Chen gained were not solely limited to the soul skill. Gano's spirit was slightly more formidable than his own, which meant that during instances of mental assault, his mental resistance would surpass that of an ordinary person, making him potentially immune to weaker mental attacks. Tuoba Chen was acutely aware of this fact, yet upon witnessing Meng Yiran's soul skill, he pondered how one could achieve balance in such a scenario. Taking a deep breath, he approached her and remarked, Congratulations, Yiran, your soul skill is truly remarkable. A smile graced Meng Yiran's face, her joy palpable at having acquired such a skill. Shall we test your first soul skill? Tuoba Chen inquired. Meng Yiran nodded. Her curiosity piqued not by the enhancement of attributes, but rather by the potency of the corrosive toxin, given her serpent staff martial spirit, which inherently possessed formidable venom. Seeing her acquiescence, Tuoba Chen promptly called out, Elder Jiyue, would you assist in testing Yiran's new soul skill? I'm on my way. Jiyue promptly rushed over. The trio of Hulaina and her companions were momentarily taken aback. Was this truly the esteemed titled Douluo, Jiyue, a figure of great authority within the martial soul hall? Meng Yiran had not anticipated Tuoba Chen would summon Jiyue for assistance, and an overwhelming sense of pressure washed over her. Noticing Meng Yiran's unease, Jiyue reassured her. Do not fret, you won't harm me. Proceed without hesitation. Yes, Elder Jiyue, she replied, her tone markedly less familiar than Tuoba Chen's. With that, Meng Yiran summoned her serpent staff martial spirit. Tuoba Chen observed the subtle changes in her staff, now adorned with faint black markings, likely a result of absorbing the essence of the black water Xian snake. Third soul skill, Demon Serpent Shadow. Upon uttering the incantation, dark mist enveloped Meng Yiran, enhancing her mysterious and alluring aura. In an instant, she lunged towards Jiyue, striking fiercely with her staff. Jiyue, quick to react, effortlessly deflected the blow with the petals of his Qirong Tantianju, which momentarily bore a small black mark before vanishing. Sensing the potency of Meng Yiran's toxin, Jiyue smiled, acknowledging that while it may not rival the prowess of a younger Douluo, her close combat abilities were commendable. If the toxin were considered a secondary attribute, it was indeed impressive. Retrieving her serpent staff, Meng Yiran cast a nervous glance at Jiyue, acutely aware that as a titled Douluo, her assault might seem trivial in his eyes. However, Jiyue responded earnestly, well done, the toxicity is quite formidable. Even a Soul King at level 50 would be affected to some degree, and the attribute enhancement is commendable for skills of this rank. Hearing this praise from Jiyue, Meng Yiran's expression brightened. Thank you, Elder Jiyue, she said with a bow. Without further comment, Jiyue nodded and departed, maintaining an air of decorum befitting a master. The others extended their congratulations to Meng Yiran, acknowledging that receiving such high praise from Jiyue affirmed the quality of her soul skill. After the celebrations, they retreated to rest, with Yen taking the night watch, to be relieved by Xieyu in the latter half of the night. As they ventured deeper into the Star Doe forest, only Hulaina's martial spirit remained unaccounted for. They planned to explore further the next day, hoping to find a suitable soul beast for her. The following morning, after a light breakfast of jerky, distinct from the previous day's black water Xian snake, whose flavor was best left unremembered, the group prepared to continue their journey. Suddenly, Tuoba Chen heard a faint and peculiar cry, reminiscent of a fox's call. Despite the distant nature of the sound and the slim hope of its significance, Tuoba Chen resolved to investigate. Everyone follow me, he declared, leading the group in a specific direction. Though they were uncertain about his sudden declaration, the others chose to trust him. The previous night had demonstrated Tuoba Chen's remarkable sensitivity. He had accurately located the black water Xian snake even in the pitch darkness. His current assertion suggested he had detected something noteworthy, and the group, valuing trust above all, refrained from questioning him. Mistakes were permissible, even if this endeavor yielded no discoveries. They would remain supportive. Guided by Tuoba Chen, they gradually proceeded towards the indicated direction. After a few minutes, they began to hear the strange cry, albeit faintly, echoing the initial sound Tuoba Chen had perceived. Yet, They could not confirm its source. Nevertheless, Tuoba Chen was fairly certain it was indeed a fox's call, intermingled with the sounds of other animals, suggesting a confrontation was underway. With this realization, he quickened his pace, and the group hastened to keep up. After 10 minutes, they arrived at the scene just in time to witness the fox dispatching a massive white wolf. This sight jolted the group. The spectral black fox appeared to be approximately 4,000 years old. Notably, the fox bore an injury on its left leg, likely sustained during the recent battle. This discovery meant that Hulaiina's soul ring was within reach. Upon noticing Tuoba Chen and his companions, the spectral black fox exhibited a moment of surprise, quickly shifting to a fierce demeanor as it glared at them. Despite its injury, the group did not underestimate the creature, for it was a formidable soul beast with a history of cunning and brutality, comparable to a demon spider among fox-like entities. As Tuoba Chen and his team approached, the fox realized they were indeed targeting it. Aware that fleeing would lead to certain death due to its injury, it resolved to fight for survival. In an instant, the lone spectral black fox multiplied into 10. Tuoba Chen was taken aback, recognizing that the creature had unleashed its most powerful ability from the outset, indicating that its wounds were more severe than anticipated. Subsequently, the 10 spectral black foxes surged forward with ghostly speed. Despite one being injured, their velocity remained astonishing. Tuoba Chen promptly advised everyone to exercise caution, stating that among the 10 avatars, 2 were capable of inflicting harm, while the remaining 8 were mere illusions. This avatar skill was the signature technique of the Phantom Black Fox, capable of creating 9 duplicates, one of which possessed 70% of its original attributes, while the other 8 served solely to confuse adversaries. This skill was undeniably formidable, with both false and true avatars. It easily misled opponents into mistaking the one with 70% attributes for the original. After articulating this, he summoned earthen walls to shield Gu-Yi, who had preemptively utilized an elemental cloak to enhance both Tuoba Chen and Yan's capabilities. Among the assembled crowd, only Xie Yu and Meng Yaran could keep pace with the Phantom Black Fox's speed, yet neither could discern the true body. However, Tuoba Chen was able to identify it, having consumed the waters of longing, which granted him the ability to pierce through illusions. In the presence of several avatars, he perceived merely a mass of black energy. Unfortunately, despite the swiftness conferred by his Tsanglong technique, his speed still fell short compared to that of his opponent. Hulaiina, the real one, is right behind you. Upon hearing this, Hulaiina quickly reacted, successfully blocking the Phantom Black Fox's assault. Nonetheless, following this attack, the Phantom Black Fox swiftly retreated, intertwining with its other avatars, further obfuscating the crowd's vision. Chapter 124. The emergence of the Dusk Serpent. Witnessing this scene, Tuoba Chen realized that the situation could not persist as it was. However, his speed was insufficient to pursue the Phantom Black Fox. Observing Meng Yaran, who had been engaged in a continuous struggle with the Phantom Black Fox, a spark of inspiration ignited within Tuoba Chen. Yaran, use that. Upon hearing his call, Meng Yaran instantly understood his meaning, and the two swiftly approached one another. In a swirl of black smoke,